Chapter 1. The Heavenly Demon Sect, Saint's Peak. Today marks the day when the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang, emerges from her seclusion. Our Heavenly Demon Sect is destined to birth a heavenly emperor. From this day forth, our sect shall secure a place among the four great sects. The Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang, exhibited palpable excitement, his face still imbued with charm, radiating enthusiasm. Beneath the high platform, 100,000 disciples stood in orderly rows before the grand hall of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They eagerly anticipated the moment their sect leader would break through and reveal herself to the world. Yet, at the forefront of the crowd, closest to the elevated platform, a strikingly handsome youth appeared, yawning incessantly, perpetually displaying an air of drowsiness. His name was Lin Chuan, the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. His languid demeanor stood in stark contrast to the fervor of the other disciples. Awakened so early just to await the emergence of that ancient hag? How utterly tedious. Striving relentlessly for a mere spot among the four great sects, do they not realize the dangers of attracting attention? Constantly embroiled in conflict and violence, there was no semblance of peace. No wonder that old hag, despite her age, remains unmarried. She deserves her fate. Lin Chuan muttered to himself. Ever since he inexplicably traversed into the Heavenly Demon Sect, he had been bestowed the title of Holy Son. This status, though seemingly prestigious, was fraught with peril. The Heavenly Demon Sect, as its name suggests, was not a place of virtue. Indeed, it was a den of fiends. Under its banner resided a host of demons and monsters. Particularly, the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang, was a notorious killer devoid of remorse. Legend has it that she broke through to the heavenly saint realm at the tender age of 20. This feat was prompted by a single disrespectful remark made by a disciple of the Xianjian sect. In retaliation, Leng Ningshuang single-handedly stormed the Xianjian sect, slaying over 100 individuals. Among them, 5 of the 7 grand elders of the Xianjian sect perished, while the remaining 2 sustained grave injuries. Had it not been for the personal intervention of the Xianjian sect's leader, the repercussions would have been far graver. From that moment forth, Leng Ningshuang's infamous reputation was firmly established. When one ascends, all associated rise as well. Thus, the Heavenly Demon Sect flourished. Even as a malevolent sect, other righteous factions dared not to provoke them lightly, fearing they might incur Leng Ningshuang's wrath and suffer the same fate as the Xianjian sect. The cycle of cause and effect is relentless. The slayer shall always be pursued by death. If the old hag continues her bloody rampage, she will ultimately bring ruin upon the Heavenly Demon Sect. In any case, the sect is bound to meet its demise. Why should I toil in my cultivation? I might as well become a lazy fish and seek a peaceful existence elsewhere. Lin Chuan grumbled once more, resuming his carefree demeanor as the Holy Son. In truth, he did not inherently relish pessimism. Rather, as a traveler from another world, he possessed a requisite system. However, his system was rather peculiar. It was called the lazy fish system. Indeed, a lazy fish. As long as Lin Chuan chose to do nothing, he would reap substantial rewards. For instance, while others attended lectures, he would simply slumber. The elder preached, yet he indulged in laziness. While others diligently cultivated, he skipped classes. Naturally, the system bestowed upon him abundant rewards. If a slacker could acquire resources that others yearn for, why should he toil endlessly? Ding! The Grand Elder Wei Wuyang admonished him for his idleness. Reward granted, 10 years of cultivation. Lo and behold, the system awarded him yet again. In an instant, he received a decade's worth of cultivation. Lin Chuan's realm was nearly overwhelming him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a restless gust of wind surged forth, a phenomenon far from ordinary. Wei Wuyang and numerous disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect turned their gazes towards Lin Chuan. 100,000 pairs of eyes revealed astonishment, joy, and disbelief. The Holy Son has broken through again. A female disciple, enamored with Lin Chuan, squealed while cupping her face. Why say again? Because over the years, Lin Chuan had consistently experienced breakthroughs in the most peculiar circumstances. During lectures, while sleeping, even while leisurely wandering. After all, the system granted a minimum of 5 years of cultivation with each reward. Lin Chuan could hardly contain it. Yet in the eyes of others, Lin Chuan was undoubtedly a prodigy. His aptitude even surpassed that of Leng Ningshuang by a considerable margin. It was precisely for this reason that Leng Ningshuang promoted him to Holy Son against all norms. Coupled with his handsome visage and carefree demeanor, he garnered admiration from numerous young female disciples. To call him the foremost idol of the Heavenly Demon Sect would not be an exaggeration. With this breakthrough, The Holy Sun must have entered the celestial saint realm. Who would have thought that in just 5 years, the Holy Sun could attain such a level? Truly astonishing. Even compared to the sect master, he is certainly not lacking. Wei Wuiyang expressed her delight. Within the sect, on a single day, a celestial emperor and a celestial saint were born. What concern could there be for the prosperity of the Heavenly Demon Sect? I truly wish for the sect master to witness this. I'm sure the sect master would be immensely pleased, she remarked with a confident smile. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, upon a meditation mat sat a graceful figure. Beneath her flowing black gown, a glimpse of her fair legs peeked out. Her impressive figure was hard to conceal. However, the rise and fall of her chest suggested that her current situation was far from favorable, especially her breathtakingly beautiful face, one that could make all women question their own existence. Now, born expression of deep gloom. Leng Ningshuang was furious. Just moments ago, at the most critical juncture of her breakthrough, a man's voice suddenly echoed in her ear. The voice was as if someone were whispering directly beside her. Unusually clear. Did you summon us all here early in the morning just to wait for that old hag to emerge? Always resorting to violence. No wonder that old hag can't find a suitor. Who is it? Who is speaking? Cold condensation Frost's beautiful eyes widened in fury as she scanned the grand hall, yet found no trace of anyone. However, she distinctly heard voices speaking. How infuriating! Who had the audacity to refer to her, the sect leader, as an old hag? She was only 26 years old. Indeed, moreover, for cultivators, age held little value. At 26, she was undeniably still in the bloom of youth. Wait, she exclaimed. I am a formidable being akin to the celestial emperor who dares to speak under my very nose without revealing themselves. Could it be that she was imagining things? Cold condensation Frost pondered, her confidence in her own strength unwavering. Despite the multitude of powerful beings in this vast world, those who could surpass the celestial emperor were exceedingly rare. Besides, the one who so audaciously called her an old hag was clearly a youth. Could it be that I can hear the thoughts of a disciple? She mused. Indeed, it must be so. Her frustration mounted. Woe unto you! If I uncover your identity, you shall experience the tribulations of life. With clenched teeth, a murderous intent enveloped her. Alas, she had intended to conceal her prowess, to remain incognito. Yet here she was, having publicly ascended to the heavenly sage realm. Sigh, the identity of the Holy Sun was inescapable if anything were to befall the Heavenly Demon Sect. How would she escape? Then it came again. Just as she had managed to regain her composure, her eyes widened in shock. That voice resonated once more in her ears. Lin Chuan, so it was you. Cold condensation Frost was furious, with consequences that could be severe. A S1 who embraced the path of killing. With a heavy heart for vengeance, she regarded no man with respect. It was precisely for this reason that years ago, upon being lightly insulted by a disciple of the Shinsword sect, she had stormed their gates and claimed over 100 lives. In Lin Chuan's world, such behavior would undoubtedly be considered a severe case of misandry. And what of the Holy Sun? How dare he insult the leader of our sect? Seeking death, with her murderous intent ignited, and having just broken through to the celestial emperor level, her unparalleled pride rendered her indifferent to anyone. Moreover, the one who dared to insult her was a disciple of her own sect, an offense that warranted even greater punishment. Wonderful news. The Holy Sun has broken through. As the leader's successor, he is yet another heavenly sage. What worries could we possibly have for the prosperity of the Heavenly Demon Sect? The excited shouts of Elder Wei Wuiyang echoed throughout the sacred Maiden Peak, even reaching the ears of Cold Condensation Frost within the Grand Hall. A heavenly sage. The Holy Sun had actually broken through to the heavenly sage realm. The temperature in the hall abruptly ceased its chilling descent and began to warm. Although Cold Condensation Frost's enchanting visage remained frosty, her beautiful eyes now glimmered with a hint of astonishment. Beneath the celestial emperor lies the heavenly sage. Before her seclusion, Leng Ningshuang had just transcended to a new realm. In the azure expanse, the heavenly emperor stood as a paragon of strength, while the heavenly saint existed as a figure of authority, second only to one and above countless others. After 5 years of cultivation, Lin Chuan exhibited an astonishing advancement in his abilities, his progress surpassing even that of Leng Ningshuang. Such prodigious talent truly warranted the title of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The reason for Leng Ningshuang's extraordinary promotion of Lin Chuan lay in this very fact. Yet, she could never have anticipated that Lin Chuan's potential would far exceed her own. How could this not leave her astonished? To kill or not to kill? That is the dilemma. Furrowing her brow, Leng Ningshuang fell into deep contemplation. According to her nature, any disciple daring to insult her would face merciless retribution. However, considering Lin Chuan's extraordinary gifts, to slay him would be a loss for the Heavenly Demon Sect, and the implications of such an act were unfathomable. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Lin Chuan's visage was indeed breathtakingly handsome, earning him a legion of devoted admirers among the many female disciples. This predicament caused her considerable distress, yet she found herself powerless to change it. Given your commendable talents, I shall spare your life this time. However, while the death penalty may be evaded, the consequences of your actions shall not be so easily escaped. Do not presume that I will let you off lightly. With a haughty snort, Leng Ningshuang gradually rose to her feet. After such an extended period of isolation, it was high time she emerged for some fresh air. Outside the grand hall, 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect awaited her emergence to celebrate. Creak! The doors of the hall swung open abruptly, silencing the clamorous disciples outside. Countless pairs of eyes turned toward the entrance. Welcome, Sect Master. Elder Wei Wuyang led the throng of 10,000 disciples in congratulating the Sect Master on her emergence. Lin Chuan, having just broken through to the Heavenly Saint level, also clasped his fists in respect, attempting to fit in with the occasion. Finally, she was out. Let's wrap this up quickly, so I can return to my slumber. Lin Chuan mumbled under his breath, his gaze cast downward. Having just calmed her emotions, Leng Ningshuang suddenly glanced over, her attention drawn by that very voice. It was as if Lin Chuan was candidly voicing his thoughts directly into her ear. Yet, such audacious remarks elicited no response from those around them. Had the world gone mad? No, it was that she, Leng Ningshuang, could hear Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts. Excellent. Upon breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor, I can now perceive the thoughts of others. But why can I only hear the Holy Sun's thoughts? A slight frown creased Leng Ningshuang's brow as she pondered this perplexing phenomenon. Regardless, the ability to discern Lin Chuan's thoughts would reveal his duplicity. This scoundrel! How dare he show such disrespect towards me? He shall be duly punished. Esteemed disciples, after over 6 months of seclusion, I have finally ascended to the Heavenly Emperor. Subsequently, it is only natural for this sovereign to declare herself an empress beyond the imperial court of the world, and within the ranks of the 4 great sects, my Heavenly Demon Sect holds its rightful place. From now on, while my Heavenly Demon Sect may deceive others, we shall not be deceived. Those who dare to insult my Heavenly Demon Sect shall face merciless death. Leng Ningshuang raised her arm high, and her formidable declaration ignited the fervor of the 100,000 disciples beneath her. In an instant, the crowd erupted in cheers for their sovereign, exclaiming her might and longevity. It was well known that Leng Ningshuang had ascended to the status of Celestial Emperor, ushering the Heavenly Demon Sect into an unprecedented era of prosperity. Alas, still as before, she is large-breasted yet brainless. Only aware of violence, she seeks to dominate through force. Unbeknownst to her, suppression is inferior to guidance. The Heavenly Demon Sect shall inevitably falter under the reign of this ancient hag. A sigh echoed once more into Leng Ningshuang's ears. Like a bucket of cold water, it extinguished her ambitious spirit nearly entirely. Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes widened, her fierce aura bursting forth uncontrollably. Accompanied by the imposing presence of a celestial emperor, a tempest of powerful inner energy surged outward. Hiss! Wei Wuyang and the 100,000 disciples felt the chilling intent of Leng Ningshuang's murderous gaze, causing them to collectively draw a sharp breath. Just moments ago, everything was perfectly fine. Now, the sovereign had erupted in such fury. What was happening? Had the old hag become enraged once more? No wonder they say she is a volatile person, prone to anger at the slightest provocation. Yet, despite her age, she remains strikingly beautiful. What a pity she is so fierce otherwise. She would surely be adored by the male disciples. Once again, this was his inner voice. This time, Leng Ningshuang had kept a keen eye on Lin Chuan, firmly convinced that he had not uttered a word. Thus, it was evident that what she had heard was indeed Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts. Do you dare to call me fierce? Am I truly fierce? Leng Ningshuang silently clenched her silver teeth, feeling indignant. Well, it does seem that she is rather fierce. But that is beside the point. This young lad, still wet behind the ears, had the audacity to be disrespectful toward her. The last disciple who dared to be so familiar with her now rests beneath 3 feet of grass. Does this lad not realize? Very well. It seems she had been too lenient towards this holy son. It had emboldened him to such audacity. Perhaps it was time to employ some extraordinary measures to teach the Holy Son the might of the sovereign of the Heavenly Demon Sect. During my seclusion, I sensed a surge of spiritual energy outside the Great Hall. It appears the Holy Son has broken through to the celestial saint realm, correct? Not a ripple of emotion crossed Leng Ningshuang's exquisite features. In the face of events, she remained as calm as a deep well, embodying the demeanor of a true hero. Seeing this, Elder Wei Wuyang felt immensely gratified and quickly responded. What the sovereign says is indeed correct. The Holy Son has just broken through to the celestial saint. Our Heavenly Demon Sect has ascended to new heights. Within a single day, the Heavenly Demon Sect gave birth to an emperor and a saint, an event that left countless sects in astonishment. Consequently, the disciples were filled with exuberance. Merely a saint, why all the fuss? The saint has just recently transcended to the heavenly saint realm. Surely he has yet to master its full potential. Our sect leader has decided to personally guide him, ensuring he becomes adept in the heavenly saint domain swiftly. Saint, what say you? A subtle smirk graced cold Ningshuang's lips, her mischievous expression perfectly mirroring Lin Chuan's gaze. Guidance? In front of such a large audience? The old hag possesses such peculiar inclinations. Lin Chuan, what on earth is this rascal thinking? What guidance? What excitement? As the saint of the Heavenly Demon Sect, how dare he harbor such impure thoughts? Cold Ningshuang was nearly furious. Ever since she stormed into the Xinjiang sect and vanquished 100 of their masters, the notoriety of the demoness had spread far and wide. Yet, never had anyone dared to so brazenly tease her. Lin Chuan was the first, deserving of death. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of internal energy erupted, and a fierce wind swept across Saint's Peak. The faces of the 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect changed dramatically. They gazed in terror at their leader, utterly bewildered by the source of her wrath. Even Wei Wuying could not comprehend the cause of Leng Ningshuang's erratic mood today. Why was she so capricious? Could it be that she had fallen into madness? It was said that once a cultivator succumbed to madness, they would be unable to control their emotions, with fluctuating feelings of joy and anger being commonplace. Although their leader's temperament had always been difficult to predict, today was particularly unusual. Calm yourself, sect leader. We are within the Heavenly Demon Sect. What would happen if you accidentally harmed your own? Wei Wuying urged loudly. She genuinely believed that Leng Ningshuang had indeed fallen into madness and was even prepared to forcibly subdue her. Despite the fact that this leader had reached the level of an emperor, for the sake of the Heavenly Demon Sect's future, she was willing to risk everything. Perhaps she could summon the Holy Son. Now that the Holy Son had attained the status of a celestial sage, although he was one realm beneath Leng Ningshuang, he remained the mightiest below the emperor. He was the only one in the Heavenly Demon Sect who could rival Leng Ningshuang. With his assistance, the likelihood of success would certainly increase. With this thought, Wei Wuying turned to Lin Chuan, intending to discuss the matter with him. However, she found Lin Chuan covering his mouth and yawning, his entire demeanor exuding a sense of languor. How could you still be so lazy at a time like this? The sect master was visibly enraged, and Wei Wuyang could hardly find the words to express her exasperation. She rolled her eyes and shot a sharp glance at Lin Chuan. However, this was not the moment to reprimand him. She needed to ally with the Holy Son to subdue the sect master, who was on the brink of losing control. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Lin Chuan's previously nonchalant expression suddenly transform into one of seriousness. He turned to gaze into the distance beyond the skies. A look mirrored by Leng Ningshuang. The two of them stared coldly into the heavens, as if sensing something amiss. Out of curiosity, Wei Wuyang followed their gaze. Soon, 100 distant black dots began to materialize, approaching the demon sect with alarming speed. In a short while, those dots transformed into distinct figures, their faces becoming discernible. Each donned a different martial robe, yet the aura they exuded was undeniably formidable. The Mystic Sword Sect, Qingyang Sect, Bloodthirst Sect, Gate of the 100 Demons. Wei Wuyang surveyed the cultivators, identifying their respective sects one by one. Over 100 faces, both familiar and unfamiliar, appeared together on the sacred Maiden Peak. Clearly, the visitors bore ill intentions. Their familiarity stemmed from the fact that they were all leaders of various sects, while the unfamiliarity arose from their rare appearances in the world. Even Wei Wuyang, the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, had seldom glimpsed their true forms. He could only ascertain their identities through the powerful auras they emanated. The Celestial Emperor, the Celestial Saint. Truly, they were the wielders of authority among their sects, with the weakest among them being a Celestial Saint. It seemed that the recent breakthrough of the sect leader to the Celestial Emperor had instilled a sense of threat in them, prompting their audacious appearance at the Sacred Maiden Peak to investigate. Wei Wuyong's brows knitted tightly as he contemplated the situation. At this moment, over 100 sect leaders had gathered at the Heavenly Demon Sect, creating immense pressure for the 100,000 disciples. The assembly of such formidable beings was enough to instill fear through sheer oppressive presence. Moreover, these sect leaders came bearing hostility. TSK, TSK. What did I say? A towering tree attracts the wind. And now, it seems, there is no escape. Old hag, continue your antics. Sooner or later, you will bring ruin upon the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan sighed inwardly. He merely wished to live a leisurely life. Yet his sect leader's competitive spirit and penchant for showmanship had turned the Heavenly Demon Sect into the adversary of all cultivation sections. Were it not for his identity as the son of the sect, which tethered him tightly, he would have seized the opportunity to flee long ago. After all, a miserable death is not preferable to a wretched life. Descending the mountain to find a secluded spot, where he could both laze about and enjoy the benefits bestowed by the system, is surely more appealing, isn't it? Lin Chuan. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the awkward atmosphere, leaving the sect leaders and masters who had hurried from afar in astonishment. They had yet to voice their grievances when disturbances erupted within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, what is the meaning of this? Wei Wuyong questioned, perplexed. Why was Leng Ningshuang reprimanding the Holy Sun without cause? Had the Holy Sun committed some transgression against her? Certainly not. The Holy Sun had merely been standing idly by, seemingly unperturbed. Leng Ningshuang took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing her anger. At present, she faced hundreds of hostile sects seeking trouble. She must discern the gravity of the situation. Firstly, internal strife is absolutely unacceptable. One could only say that Lin Chuan was fortunate this time. She would deal with him later. In fact, Lin Chuan was equally perplexed. Ever since Leng Ningshuang emerged from her seclusion, her emotions had been unstable. He suspected that she might have fallen into a state of madness. Or perhaps she was simply experiencing the trials of menopause. After all, what could explain her unreasonable outbursts? Alas, women can be truly troublesome. Cough, cough. Cold condensation frost feigned calmness, primarily incensed by Lin Chuan. She cleared her throat twice, regaining her icy demeanor. With a frigid gaze, she surveyed the 100 sect masters before her. Esteemed guests, have you come to my Heavenly Demon Sect today to congratulate me on my ascension to the title of Celestial Emperor? Cold condensation frost inquired with an air of authority. Having served as sect master for over a decade, she was decisive in her actions, and every movement exuded the lofty poise of one in power. Congratulations, Cold Condensation Frost. You think too highly of yourself. The mocking laughter was particularly grating to the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A middle-aged man with a prominent mustache naturally drew everyone's attention. He was the sect leader of the Xinjian sect, Hong Tianhe. Wei Wuyong spoke in a hushed tone. Is he truly the leader of the Xinjian sect? Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly, casting a scrutinizing glance at the man. He possessed the heavenly saint realm, yet was considerably older. If such talent could lead a sect, then surely he could as well. Hong Tianhe remained oblivious to Lin Chuan's disdainful gaze. In truth, he held the other disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect in utter contempt. Today, his focus was singular, Cold Condensation Frost. It was evident that he sought vengeance. Seizing the opportunity while Cold Condensation Frost had just broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, there still lay a glimmer of hope for suppression. Otherwise, once she fully mastered this realm, the Xinjian sect would have no chance for retribution. Esteemed guests, this ruthless female demon, Cold Condensation Frost, must be eradicated. I implore you all to lend your strength to this sect leader and rid the world of her menace, restoring peace to our realm. Hong Tianhe raised the banner of righteousness, aiming to suppress the Heavenly Demon Sect. This was the bitter fruit sown by Cold Condensation Frost. Yet it was the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect who were to pay the price. Lin Chuan had anticipated this development. Regrettably, he had been too slow and found himself entangled in it. Gazing at the multitude of heavenly emperors and heavenly saints in the sky, Lin Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could Hong Tianhe muster the audacity to utter such juvenile, clumsy slogans? Did he not feel a twinge of shame? Though Lin Chuan was covered in goosebumps, the leaders of various sects seemed entirely unperturbed. Some, evidently swayed by Hong Tianhe's influence, even echoed his words repeatedly, further amplifying the absurdity of the scene. However, unlike Lin Chuan's lightheartedness and uncontrollable sarcasm, the atmosphere within the Heavenly Demon Sect was fraught with anxiety. The joy of cold condensation frost's ascension to the Heavenly Emperor realm was short-lived, as she now faced pressure from leaders no less formidable than herself. Such a scene was enough to instill fear in anyone. Even Wei Wuyang had never encountered such a weight of pressure. The Heavenly Demon Sect stood on the brink of annihilation, with the specter of extermination looming ever closer. Master! Wei Wuyang gazed at Leng Ningshuang in bewilderment. In the face of life and death, only the master represented a glimmer of hope for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Humph! Leng Ningshuang paid no heed to Wei Wuyang. Her pair of beautiful eyes, as cold as steel, struck fear into Hong Tianhe, causing his complexion to turn an ashen hue. Master Hong, you seem to have forgotten the pain after healing your wounds. In the past, when I was merely a celestial sage, I could slay 100 formidable warriors of your Xianjian sect. Now, having ascended to the status of a celestial emperor, even you, Hong Tianhe, appear as nothing more than an insignificant insect in my eyes. Do you truly believe that by gathering these worthless and feeble beings, you can exert pressure upon me? Should the Heavenly Demon Sect be annihilated, I would be unshackled. Do you genuinely believe that you can withstand the wrath of a celestial emperor? The chilling voice of Leng Ningshuang echoed for miles, each word piercing the hearts of these cultivators like a dagger of ice. Indeed, can they endure the consequences of offending a celestial emperor? Even if the Heavenly Demon Sect were to be eradicated, eliminating a celestial emperor is no simple task. Should Leng Ningshuang escape, it would herald endless calamity. One can envision, in the dead of night, a celestial emperor infiltrating various sections. With Leng Ningshuang's audacious and ruthless methods, she would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all factions. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the air. Those who had intended to support Hong Tianhe now displayed expressions of hesitation. Unlike the Xianjian sect, they bore no long-standing grudge against the Heavenly Demon Sect. Indeed, they had no cause to antagonize the Heavenly Demon Sect at all. Their presence today was merely a result of Hong Tianhe's promise of generous rewards upon success. Yet, could such rewards truly mitigate the ferocious vengeance of Cold Mistress? This was a grave misconception. We have come to congratulate you, Cold Mistress, on your ascension to the status of Empyrean. The grievances between the Xianjian sect and your esteemed sect are but hearsay to us. We have never intended to intervene. We beseech you, Cold Mistress, to not involve us in this matter. Some were eager to dissociate themselves, and naturally, others echoed their sentiments. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Those brave enough to openly support Hong Tianhe were few and far between. The situation took a rapid turn for the worse. Hong Tianhe's face flushed with humiliation. He was furious, yet utterly powerless. After all, who could contend with the formidable and ruthless Cold Ningshuang? It was a battle he could not win. Infuriating. You, wicked enchantress, dare to oppress others with your power. How lamentable it is that you fickle individuals are so easily intimidated by a mere handful of words from this sorceress. Very well. On the day the demonic sect rises, you shall undoubtedly regret your choices. Hong Tianhe's face flushed with anger. At this juncture, even though everyone else unequivocally expressed their unwillingness to confront Leng Ningshuang, he remained unsatisfied. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The aura of the heavenly sage surged uncontrollably. Hong Tianhe was utterly enraged. Despite Leng Ningshuang already being a formidable empress, he was determined to confront her head-on. Otherwise, even if he survived, it would tarnish his state of mind, potentially manifesting as his inner demon. Is a physical confrontation the only resolution to disagreement? Do you think you are worthy? Cold condensation Frost replied with a chilling smile, seemingly mocking with a hint of disdain. Had this been 3 months prior, she might have regarded Hong Tianhe with some significance. However, she has since transformed beyond recognition. There is no need to regard Hong Tianhe with any esteem now. Nevertheless, Hong Tianhe's public provocation left her with no choice. To remain silent would imply acceptance of such a buffoon's arrogance. Yet, she was disinclined to take action. Moreover, within the Heavenly Demon Sect, she was not the only one capable of making a stand. Lin Chuan, that rascal should be stepping up to the occasion now. Saint Sun, Cold Ningshuang uttered with a low voice, akin to his sound emerging from the abyss, deep and frigid. It seemed to carry a hint of resentment. Due to the provocation by Hong Tianhe, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect did not attribute this resentment to Lin Chuan. Instead, they eagerly anticipated Lin Chuan's intervention. Ah! At last, it is the moment for the Saint Sun to take action. It is worth mentioning that the Saint Sun has been part of the Heavenly Demon Sect for 5 years, yet his prowess has never been witnessed. Among the Heavenly Saints, who is truly the stronger? The anticipation is palpable. Undoubtedly, the dashing and handsome Saint Sun is far superior. When the Saint Sun makes his move, he shall undoubtedly bring disgrace upon that old rogue, Hong Tianhe. Go, Holy Sun. The female disciples of the celestial demon sect instantly transformed into a fervent fan club. The air was filled with incessant screams and shouts. Were it not for the sight of the surrounding cultivators clad in martial robes, Lin Chuan might have believed he was in the modern world. Cursed old hag, you have hands and feet. Why don't you take action yourself? I truly do not wish to be the center of attention. Haven't you heard the saying that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot? What if I were to be slain by Hong Tianhe? Perhaps surrendering would be the wisest course. After all, preserving one's life is not shameful. Lin Chuan pouted, his mind racing with thoughts. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, he had rambled on to himself so much. Unbeknownst to him, the expression on Leng Ningshuang's face grew increasingly terrifying. This scoundrel, he is actually contemplating surrender? Does he possess even a shred of honor for his sect? This is truly infuriating for this sect leader. Lin Chuan. The chilling voice echoed once more. Reluctantly, Lin Chuan raised his gaze. He met the frigid eyes of Leng Ningshuang. You must remember, you are the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, standing above 10,000 disciples, second only to one. Your honor is intertwined with that of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If you triumph, no one shall dare to humiliate our sect again. Yet, should you fail, we will become the subject of ridicule. Do your utmost to conquer Hong Tianhe. Should you succeed, I, the sect master, promise you one request. No matter what it is, I shall not retract my word. Leng Ningshuang felt a pang of distress. To prevent this indolent fellow from surrendering, and to safeguard her own and the sect's reputation, she had to offer a tempting incentive. This was in stark contrast to her initial intention of reprimanding Lin Chuan. Anything at all. Splendid. If he defeats Hong Tianhe, he could break free from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yea. Cold condensation frost stared blankly at Lin Chuan, her ears ringing with his excited exclamation. She felt as if she had been frozen in place. She had entwined the honor and disgrace of the Heavenly Demon Sect with Lin Chuan. After delivering numerous stirring declarations, even offering rewards to motivate him, it was unfathomable that he was still contemplating fleeing the sect. How infuriating. Cold condensation frost gritted her teeth in fury, trembling with rage. Yet she forced herself to remain composed. Losing control would only render her a laughingstock among the various sections. But her restraint was wearing thin. She longed to tear apart Lin Chuan's handsome face and stomp on it fiercely. Even that would not quell the wrath that burned within her. How detestable. Not even Hong Tianhe had provoked such ire in her. It was her own disciple who ignited her fury. Where could she seek justice? The sect master's command was absolute, and disciples dared not defy. Just a moment, master. I shall go and give Hong Tianhe a good beating. Lin Chuan beamed with a radiant smile. His grin was as warm and illuminating as sunlight after rain, igniting yet another wave of adoration among the female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Truly, his popularity reached heights that even cold condensation frost could not begrudge. Who would have thought that such a beloved figure, the Holy Son, was preoccupied with thoughts of a hasty escape from the sect? One must not judge by appearances. Go. Holy Son. Wei Wuyang also made a fist and brought it down emphatically. Even she had fallen under Lin Chuan's spell? At that moment, Lin Chuan, with a striking gesture, pointed his sword toward the heavens. As his aura surged, a sound of air being sliced through resonated. The sword light soared into the sky, then swiftly descended, ultimately lifting Lin Chuan like a gentle breeze. With a resounding pop, the sword and its wielder fused into one, soaring into the heavens, directly heading towards Hong Tianhe. How handsome! The cries of excitement erupted once more. The female disciples were utterly thrilled. After 5 long years, they had eagerly anticipated Lin Chuan's display of skill. Even the mere thought of him soaring through the skies on his sword had seemed like a distant dream. Now, their wishes had finally come true. Indeed, he was every bit as stunning as they had imagined. How infuriating. What are these fools truly here for? To cultivate in the Heavenly Demon Sect, or to engage in romance? All this time, I, the sect master, remained utterly oblivious. Such a failure. Cold condensation frost glared furiously at the group of female disciples, her head throbbing with frustration. However, on the other hand, although Lin Chuan's inner thoughts indeed vexed her, both his cultivation and appearance were extraordinarily rare in this world. It is only natural that such a prodigy could captivate the hearts of many. Furthermore, if such a talent were to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect and even align himself with other sects, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. A genius who is neither friend nor foe, if unattainable, must be destroyed. This is the simplest solution. Whether one can survive depends on the choices one makes. The icy glint in Leng Ningshuang's phoenix eyes revealed a hint of coldness. At the same time, a flash of sword light surged into the heavens, then hovered before the various sect leaders and masters. With a tall, elegant stature, and a strikingly handsome visage. Every movement exuded grace. More importantly, this individual was youthful, yet possessed the cultivation of a celestial sage, truly astonishing. We had only heard of Leng Ningshuang's breakthrough to the Heavenly Emperor, which prompted our visit to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Little did we expect that another celestial sage would emerge from within the sect. Is he truly the Holy Son? Such youth paired with such profound cultivation evokes envy among the gathered sect leaders and masters. They reveal their jealousy towards Lin Chuan without reservation. Yet, amidst this, many also breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that they are not embroiled in the reckless antics of Hong Tianhe. After all, provoking both a celestial emperor and a celestial saint simultaneously spells disaster for any sect. Curiosity piqued, all eyes inevitably turned to Hong Tianhe. His aged visage, now flushed crimson, betrayed the shock of Lin Chuan's unexpected emergence. Although various sects were not entirely ignorant of the Heavenly Demon Sect and were aware of the existence of a Holy Son within, the details remained shrouded in mystery. For reasons unknown, this Holy Son had not garnered any fame, rendering him as elusive as a specter in the records of the sections. Information regarding his cultivation, aptitude, techniques, and weapons was merely glossed over as unknown. The only fact known was his age, and that he was quite handsome. Handsome? In the realm of cultivation, does good looks hold any value? Here, there exists no realm for celebrity or idol worship. The only currency among individuals is strength. Only those with formidable power have the right to survive, not those who rely on a handsome countenance. Yet, who could have anticipated that this Holy Son, famed for his looks, would possess such extraordinary talent? Oh, heavens! How blind you are! Cough, cough. When shall we commence our duel? My esteemed master awaits to bestow upon me my reward, Lin Chuan languidly remarked. He held a deep disdain for brawling, if given the choice. He would prefer to concede outright. After all, what was a little loss of face? It couldn't be converted into sustenance. Moreover, being incessantly pursued by a throng of beautiful junior sisters was quite bothersome. You insolent whelp! How dare you underestimate the leader of our sect? Hong Tianhe seethed with fury. He was, after all, the master of a sect and a formidable heavenly saint. A decade prior, he had already attained the status of a heavenly saint. Lin Chuan was but a youth, barely 20. Despite his considerable talent, he could not possibly match Hong Tianhe's years of experience. As equals in the realm of heavenly saints, he had no justification for losing to a mere brat. Cold Ningshuang has dispatched you to your demise. I shall grant her that pleasure. Hong Tianhe sneered, his wicked grin stretching almost to the nape of his neck. He seemed utterly convinced of his victory over Lin Chuan. Perhaps a menacing proclamation would intimidate the youth. However, when he lifted his gaze to regard Lin Chuan once more, he was astounded to find that the young man was now flanked by an array of over 10 magnificent treasures: the Qilin Fire Sword, the Starfall Hammer, the Frost Condensation Sword, the Meteor Fire Refining Spear. These were all renowned and exceptional spiritual treasures. How could a mere boy possess such illustrious artifacts? Hong Tianhe's jaw dropped in disbelief as he gaped at the plethora of exquisite spiritual treasures, momentarily forgetting the battle at hand. Even the other sect leaders, as well as the 10,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect on the Holy Maiden Peak, were rendered speechless. It turned out their Holy Son had been concealing his true capabilities all along. How had he acquired such rare and extraordinary treasures? The Heavenly Demon descended, and all swords returned to their origin. Go! With a thunderous roar, the atmosphere quivered, resonating with a palpable surge of spiritual energy. Over a dozen exquisite spiritual treasures, restless and agitated, pivoted under Lin Chuan's command, all aimed squarely at Hong Tianhe. Wait, the sect leader hasn't declared the start yet. Hong Tianhe shouted in a panic. In his flustered state, he neglected to prepare a defense, merely waving his hands frantically in an attempt to halt Lin Chuan and the array of spiritual treasures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced through resonated incessantly, showing no signs of abating. A dazzling light flickered, accompanied by a persistent rumble that filled the atmosphere. The fiery brilliance illuminated the sky, even more blinding than the sun itself. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, Hong Tianhe's figure was entirely engulfed by the flames. Time slipped away unnoticed. As the battle drew to a close, Lin Chuan summoned his treasures back, murmuring with a calm demeanor, "Strange, did someone just speak? Perhaps I misheard." At last, he could escape the clutches of the old hag. Oh, joy! Lin Chuan's heart swelled with excitement, and a relaxed smile graced his youthful, handsome face. Such an expression could easily captivate souls, prompting screams and cheers from the female disciples of the Tianma sect. However, the closest to him, Leng Ningshuang wore a stern countenance. Crunch, crunch. It seemed as though something had been crushed. Lin Chuan was perplexed. He remained oblivious to the fact that it was the sound of Leng Ningshuang grinding her molars. Unbeknownst to him, she was seething with the desire to land a punch on him. At this juncture, this reckless lad still contemplated betraying the sect, which was utterly intolerable. Master, your disciple has fulfilled the entrusted task successfully. Lin Chuan inclined slightly and clasped his fist in salute. Although he was on the verge of liberation, ready to embrace a leisurely life, proper etiquette towards the sect leader was still paramount. Otherwise, given Leng Ningshuang's volatile temperament, she might very well deliver a fierce reprimand on the spot. Old hag, what are you staring at? Can't you comprehend such an obvious hint? Hurry up and announce it. I can hardly wait. This identity of the saint, whoever desires it can have it. I shall not serve. Lin Chuan's inner thoughts erupted in a frenzy. This was in stark contrast to his dashing, gentlemanly demeanor. Meanwhile, Wei Wuyang was utterly enchanted by him, while Leng Ningshuang remained as cold as ice, even appearing somewhat darkened. Very well, you may take your leave. Leng Ningshuang gritted her teeth, fearful that she might unleash a torrent of expletives. Were her words to manifest physically, each utterance would surely conjure a flurry of ice shards. However, considering Leng Ningshuang's typical disposition, Wei Wuyang took no offense. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan was displeased. What of the promised rewards? The commitments that could be agreed upon regarding anything? Where have they vanished? Lin Chuan was indignant. He had waited 5 years, yearning to escape the Tianma sect and lead a tranquil life. He could not allow those rewards to slip away unclaimed. Master, you often forget things, it seems. A trivial matter, perhaps forgotten? Lin Chuan reminded with a serious expression. Such a fierce and formidable female demon, you dared not speak too harshly. Moreover, there were many outsiders present. As the current saint son of the celestial demon sect, he certainly could not tarnish the reputation of his own sect. Please, recall quickly. The strength concealed for 5 years was not only revealed today, but also resulted in the demise of the sect leader of the Xianjian sect. The disciples of the Xianjian sect must be infuriated. It is likely they will come to the Holy Maiden Peak seeking retribution for blood debts. With the old witch's methods, she would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the Xianjian sect, plunging the world of cultivation into chaos. Other sects, out of fear, would unite against the celestial demon sect. Alone, the celestial demon sect would find it difficult to resist, and even the old witch would be unable to withstand it. Ultimately, to quell the public outrage, the old witch and the sect would certainly cast me as the scapegoat and hand me over. Hiss. I have already envisioned the entire script. If I choose to remain in the celestial demon sect, I would be a fool. In a mere 3 breaths, Lin Chuan had concocted a complete narrative. Unfortunately, others could not hear it. Only Leng Ningshuang was able to perceive his inner thoughts. Yet even she was left astounded by Lin Chuan's boundless imagination. Good gracious. What kind of bizarre thoughts occupy this brat's mind? To describe him as a worrywart would be an understatement. His imagination is exceedingly vivid. Nevertheless, one must wonder, is the image of this sect leader in this brat's mind truly so terrible? How could he presume that I would abandon him for the sake of the sect? Leng Ningshuang muttered indignantly. That said, Lin Chuan's concerns were not entirely unfounded. The Xianjian sect is merely a moderately ranked sect within the world of cultivation. The death of 1 or 2 individuals would hardly stir the public. However, this time is different from 5 years ago. The one who perished was indeed the sect leader of the Xianjian sect. Moreover, the esteemed sect leader met his end at the hands of the saint son of the celestial demon sect. Although Lin Chuan's status within the celestial demon sect is not insignificant, as Leng Ningshuang pointed out, he stands beneath the sect leader and above 100,000 disciples. His position is indeed extraordinary. Yet, he is neither the sect leader of the celestial demon sect nor a feared figure like Leng Ningshuang. Provoking him is certainly within the realm of possibility. Therefore, in seeking vengeance for Hong Tianhe, the Xianjian sect would undoubtedly come to confront him. Given Leng Ningshuang's ruthless nature, could she possibly tolerate such a situation? Perhaps the conflict between the 2 parties has escalated to such an extent that Leng Ningshuang might indeed unleash a second massacre upon the Xianjian sect. It is essential to understand that the deterrent power of a heavenly emperor is sufficient to instill fear within countless sections. Moreover, the heavenly demon sect is a part of the demonic sections. Should the Xianjian sect suffer a tragic fate, it would likely ignite a sense of self-preservation among the various sects, compelling them to unite in a concerted effort to suppress the heavenly demon sect. At that juncture, even if Lin Chuan is the holy son of the heavenly demon sect, the choice between his life and the survival of the sect would be a harrowing dilemma. Sacrificing one to ensure the peace of the sect is a choice that even Leng Ningshuang would hesitate to make lightly. This mischievous lad has always yearned to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect. Could he have foreseen the impending calamity that would befall it? Despite his seemingly lackluster intellect, his thoughts are intricately complex to a frightening degree. Although the sect leader is reluctant to bear this burden, it is a sentiment that cannot be ignored. After contemplating this matter, Leng Ningshuang's gaze upon Lin Chuan softened considerably. The Heavenly Demon Sect is indeed fortunate to possess a prodigious talent capable of breaking through to the Heavenly Saint level within 5 years, a blessing from the heavens. This genius, possessing an almost supernatural level of insight, is someone the sect cannot afford to let slip away. However, this troublesome lad is intent on fleeing the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could the sect leader acquiesce to such a desire? If you are concerned about retribution from the Xianjin sect, then what harm is there in the sect leader quelling the Xianjin sect? Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never permit you to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect. A cold smile crept upon Leng Ningshuang's lips, her beautiful eyes now radiating with unwavering determination. At this very moment, atop the Holy Maiden Peak, there remained 23 other sect leaders and heads from various sections. The elders of the Xianjin sect hovered in disarray amidst the clouds. The death of Hong Tianhe cannot be dismissed as mere coincidence. They had never anticipated that he would perish at the hands of Lin Chuan, the Holy Son. The demise of such a prominent sect leader, leaving not a trace behind, is unacceptable. Even if the other sects remain silent, the Xianjin sect will undoubtedly not comply. To quell this matter will not be a simple task. What transpired today is a matter of enmity between the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Xianjin sect. The esteemed sect leaders and heads have witnessed firsthand that it was Hong Tianhe who instigated the confrontation, leading to his demise at the hands of our sect's Holy Son. Regardless of whether the Xianjin sect seeks vengeance against the Heavenly Demon Sect, it concerns no one else. Esteemed leaders, you may choose to align yourselves with the Xianjin sect or maintain neutrality. It is best to declare your stance directly. I shall provide an explanation in due course. An explanation? As Leng Ningshuang uttered these words, her countenance resembled a frosty visage, her beautiful eyes emanating an icy aura. Her chilling, ruthless image has long been etched in the minds of all. To choose allegiance with the Xianjin sect? What difference is there from directly severing ties with Leng Ningshuang? Despite the presence of 23 esteemed sect leaders and masters, each possessing formidable cultivation, be it the Heavenly Emperor or the Heavenly Saint, none could compare to the lethal prowess of Leng Ningshuang. Who would dare provoke such a formidable female demon without cause? Amipa, the cold sect leader spoke gravely. The sound of the Buddha's chant resonated through the air. A venerable monk, clad in a robe and with hands clasped in prayer, emerged gracefully upon a lotus pedestal, which served as his sacred artifact. With white brows and hair, his countenance radiated benevolence, unmistakably a sage of profound enlightenment. In the realm of cultivation, the monks of the Brahma Sound Temple are renowned for their virtue. This individual is none other than Master Faming, the abbot of the temple. While Hong Tianhe has undoubtedly erred, we must honor the deceased. His entanglement with the Heavenly Demon Sect has already dissipated. When shall the cycle of vengeance cease? The old monk took the liberty to implore the cold sect leader to relinquish his enmity and seek reconciliation with the Xianyuan sword sect. Master Faming earnestly urged, his words imbued with sincerity. The Brahma Sound Temple has always adopted the guise of a benevolent entity in the eyes of the world, and this occasion is no exception. Despite Leng Ningshuang's frequent denouncement of the temple as hypocritical, to most, these monks embody the light of righteousness, infinitely more esteemed than the notorious reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, the one who perished was none other than the leader of the Xianjin sect. How could this matter be brushed aside so easily? The speaker was an elder of the Xianjin sect. When Hong Tianhe met his demise, he remained silent. Only when a powerful figure spoke did he muster a modicum of courage. With such cowardice, how dare he emerge to challenge us? 5 years ago, this sect leader could single-handedly storm the Xianjin sect. Today, what is to prevent the Holy Son of the Tianma sect from slaying your leader? Should the Xianjin sect refuse to submit, let them come forth. However, I must caution you, the grievances between the Tianma sect and the Xianjin sect concern no one else. Anyone who dares to intervene shall be regarded as an enemy by the Tianma sect. Against foes, the Tianma sect shall pursue relentless vengeance. The cold, icy voice of Leng Ningshuang resonated softly, penetrating the hearts of all who heard it like a chilling dagger, instilling a sense of dread. Hiss. Master Faming inhaled sharply, his brow instinctively furrowing. It dawned upon him that cold condensation's warning was not solely directed at the Xianjian sect, but was also intended for all the sect leaders and masters present. This occasion, with cold condensation's breakthrough, had attracted numerous powerful figures, many of whom had been drawn in by the Xianjian sect with the intent to confront cold condensation and the Heavenly Demon Sect. Unfortunately, Hong Tianhe proved to be disappointing, as he was unexpectedly defeated by a mere unknown youth. This led to a scattering of supporters. Many sects that had previously aligned with the Xianjian sect fled in fear, leaving only 23 sect leaders and masters behind. Their presence, however, was not motivated by animosity towards cold condensation, but rather by curiosity regarding the rising talent Lin Chuan. Regrettably, in his battle with Hong Tianhe, Lin Chuan had acted too swiftly and flamboyantly. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the fight had already concluded. Initially, these leaders had hoped to see Lin Chuan engage in another duel, but cold condensation had seized the spotlight. The Cold Clan must not misunderstand. We have already stated that our purpose here is solely to offer our congratulations, none other intentions. If the Heavenly Demon Sect does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. These sect leaders are all shrewd individuals, naturally reluctant to provoke trouble, especially now that Leng Ningshuang has just ascended to the status of Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, the emergence of an enigmatic Holy Son from the Heavenly Demon Sect at this juncture is a matter of concern. Only a fool would choose to antagonize such a formidable sect. Furthermore, what is the Xianjian sect but a pitiful junior? A sect so weak that even its leader has been utterly defeated. Is it truly worthy of their attention? In an instant, the 23 sect leaders and masters dispersed in a flurry. High above the clouds, only the elder of the Xianjian sect remained, isolated and alone, facing 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, alongside a Heavenly Emperor and a Heavenly Saint. You shall wait. The elder of the Xianjian sect, with a face full of trepidation, uttered a half-hearted threat before hastily retreating. The once boisterous Saintess Peak fell into an immediate silence, evoking a sense of desolation. However, Leng Ningshuang felt no emptiness, for she had numerous tasks ahead. With the external threat looming, the Holy Son's valor in protecting the sect warrants recognition. Thus, I hereby reward the Holy Son with the privilege to enter the Heavenly Demon Pool. Our sect's disciples should take the Holy Son as a model, engaging in daily self-reflection and diligent cultivation, leaving no room for complacency. Leng Ningshuang declared publicly, providing Lin Chuan no opportunity for refusal. Disciples, remember well. The voices of 100,000 disciples of the demon sect resounded in unison. Eager eyes were fixed upon Lin Chuan, with even the male disciples expressing their admiration. After all, it was the demon pool. It was said that only the sect master and those who had rendered exceptional service to the sect were deemed worthy to enter. Those who underwent the refining process in the demon pool could grasp the profound truths of the great transformation of the demon, and perhaps even discern the rare opportunities that remained with the Heavenly Emperor. It could be rightfully regarded as the treasure of the sect. Indeed, Lin Chuan's formidable feat of slaying Hong Tianhe was no small accomplishment. Despite the envy felt by the disciples, none dared harbor any jealousy, for such recognition was rightly his. Please, no. I have no desire to enter the demon pool. I simply wish to leave the demon sect. Lin Chuan lamented inwardly. This wretched old hag must be doing this on purpose. She promised me a chance to choose, yet she remains silent on the matter. He resolved that he must find an opportunity to escape the demon sect. He had no intention of becoming a scapegoat. Lin Chuan's heart was heavy. Despite the fact that Leng Ningshuang's threats had driven away numerous powerful figures and even repelled the elders of the Xianjian sect, the roots of vengeance remained unextinguished. The spring breeze only serves to nurture new growth. The enmity of having slain the sect master was irreconcilable. The Xianjian sect would undoubtedly seek a way to return. If he waited until the righteous forces besieged the sacred Maiden Peak, it would be too late for him to flee. The waves of complaints effortlessly reached the ears of Leng Ningshuang. At this juncture, this rascal still harbored thoughts of escaping? Absurd. If the Heavenly Demon Pool could not retain him, it seemed Lin Chuan was resolute in his desire to leave. This simply could not be permitted. However, attuned to Lin Chuan's inner thoughts, she understood that he firmly believed that the Xianjian sect would surely retaliate. Moreover, she, Leng Ningshuang, would undoubtedly cast Lin Chuan aside as a scapegoat. With such bias, even if one could physically detain Lin Chuan, his heart would remain elusive. It appeared that extraordinary measures were necessary. Today, the Holy Son has rendered great service to our Heavenly Demon Sect. The refinement in the heavenly demon pool merely aids in solidifying your heavenly saint cultivation. I observed during your confrontation with Hong Tianhe that your cultivation was not stable. You should have yet to realize this. How about this? Come to my chamber tonight, and I shall personally teach you. In the deep of night, amidst the chorus of chirping insects, atop Saint's Peak, the cool breeze was refreshing and exceedingly comfortable. Yet for a certain individual, this night was fraught with peril. Before the grand hall, Lin Chuan stood alone on the stairs, his gaze fixated intently on the door, hesitating whether to enter. Reflecting on the day, he recalled the flicker of urgency in Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it had been keenly captured by Lin Chuan. He had panicked then. Since Lin Chuan traversed into this realm and became a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he had never heard of Leng Ningshuang being involved with any man. Throughout the cultivation world, all rumors about her depicted her as ruthless and cold-blooded, a killer without a flicker of remorse, especially from the mouths of those from other sects, who sought to portray her as a heinous female fiend. Her malevolence even overshadowed her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the cultivation world. At times, Lin Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of injustice on her behalf. Yet, how could a 25-year-old woman have never been in love? Was this normal? Lin Chuan was uncertain. However, one thing he was clear about was that he was indeed quite popular among women. Otherwise, the 60,000 female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect would not have become his fervent admirers. It was precisely due to his overwhelming confidence in his own charm that he found himself worrying whether Leng Ningshuang might harbor inappropriate thoughts about him. Yet, to be fair, although the old witch was somewhat advanced in age, her beauty was undeniably remarkable. Her figure was also commendable, though her temper was exceptionally foul. If she insisted that I submit to her, what should I do? Wait, I am intent on escaping the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could I entertain such thoughts? No. Preserving my life must take precedence. Should she insist on imposing her will upon me, I shall steadfastly adhere to my principles and resolutely decline. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, conjuring an elaborate array of fictitious scenarios, yet he remained utterly convinced of their validity. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly deem him a lunatic. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind arose from the ground. With a resounding crash, the grand door of the hall swung open. Instantly, a fierce wind transformed into a tempest, sweeping towards Lin Chuan. Instinctively, he braced himself for impact. Yet, the howling gale felt like a formidable hand, binding him tightly in its grasp. The overwhelming pressure of a celestial emperor's might. How astonishing! Lin Chuan was struck with awe. Confronting the power of a celestial emperor for the first time, he found himself utterly unable to resist. This revelation only solidified his resolve to escape the demon sect. Otherwise, when the sect faced peril, it would not be merely a single celestial emperor they would contend with, but numerous. How could the solitary presence of cold Ningshuang possibly withstand such forces? As the one who had slain Hong Tianhe, he would undoubtedly become a scapegoat. Alas, Lin Chuan's thoughts spiraled further. Yet, in his moment of panic, he was swept into the hall by the raging wind. The scenes before him blurred past. The hall's entrance, the assembly chamber, the rear hall. Was this the sect master's private quarters? It was not until a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted into Lin Chuan's nostrils that he fully registered his surroundings. Before him lay a bedroom adorned in soothing shades of blue. At an ancient tea table sat the strikingly beautiful cold Ningshuang, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Oh no, sect master! Lin Chuan felt a surge of anxiety. As a man of stature, he truly despised being passive. If such a formidable elder were to employ force against him, should he resist? Or should he submit? Or perhaps, with a resounding thud, a forceful energy abruptly propelled Lin Chuan away, leaving him in a state of disarray. Strangely, he felt no pain. In fact, there was a surprisingly soft sensation. Was this a bed? Could it be? Lin Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had indeed been brought to the bed by cold condensation frost. Moreover, his body was forcibly restrained by the Heavenly Emperor's oppressive force, rendering him immobile. Alas, my pristine form is to be compromised by this ancient crone. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt a significant lightness in his body. The Heavenly Emperor's pressure had vanished. Could it be that he had misunderstood cold condensation frost? Filled with excitement, he hurriedly sat up, ready to express his gratitude. Yet, he was met with cold condensation frost's impassive gaze. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and a chilling, melodic voice echoed softly, "Undress." These simple words struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving Lin Chuan utterly bewildered. Goodness, this old crone is even more audacious than I had imagined. Today, I have witnessed the might of a heavenly emperor. Resistance is futile. As the old adage goes, if one cannot resist, one might as well indulge. What happens next can be addressed later. Lin Chuan, surprisingly at ease, resolved to embrace the principle of a laid-back existence. He could not be bothered to resist any longer. With that, he began to loosen his garments. His movements were so deft they were astonishing. However, cold condensation frost stood before him, utterly stunned. She had heard all of Lin Chuan's inner thoughts. Even a fool would comprehend what he was contemplating. This rogue has the audacity to consider her that sort of person. Unforgivable. Stop. Quickly stop. Cold condensation frost commanded urgently. She could not allow this scoundrel to continue undressing. If she hesitated even a moment longer, he would truly be left in a state of undress. Oh, does the sect leader enjoy this kind of play? Very well. It is all a new experience. And such directness makes me feel a tinge of shyness. Lin Chuan's lips curled upwards, finding a flicker of solace in asserting a semblance of control amidst his dire circumstances. However, his subsequent action incited the wrath of Leng Ningshuang. Lin Chuan sprawled across the bed in a starfish position, exclaiming, "Bring it on." In such a scenario, shyness serves no purpose. Before the might of a celestial emperor, he, as a heavenly saint, possessed no means of resistance. Rather than tormenting himself, he chose to embrace his fate and resign to the reality of his situation. Alas! Scoundrel! Rogue! Lin Chuan, I shall have your head. After a piercing scream, Leng Ningshuang's fury erupted. This was unexpected. Could it be that my assertiveness had provoked her? Alas! This old witch is truly difficult to appease. Lin Chuan, with a resigned expression, sat up once more. Before him, he beheld Leng Ningshuang covering her face with her hands, her fair neck suffused with a rosy hue. Yet, between her index and middle fingers, a narrow gap remained. She was peeking. The words of the esteemed teacher were indeed correct. When a woman says no, she truly means yes. And yet, she continues to feign disinterest. Haha, my dear, brother has come to find you. Lin Chuan sprang up with vigor. If Leng Ningshuang is reluctant to take the initiative, then he shall be a bit more assertive. It would be best if she were to despise him. Perhaps in a fit of rage, Leng Ningshuang would expel him from the sect. Thus, his wish could be fulfilled. Although this plan may seem rather lewd, it is certainly preferable to the peril of losing his life. With this thought igniting his courage, Lin Chuan not only dared to approach Leng Ningshuang but even boldly extended his hand to touch her. Just as his fingers were about to brush against her rosy cheek, a fierce and powerful force suddenly surged forth, accompanied by a furious roar. Get lost. Subsequently, Lin Chuan's anguished cries reverberated throughout the back hall. In the Lord's chamber, Leng Ningshuang sat on a stool, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her delicate hands, resembling jade onions, tightly covered her cheeks, lost in a daze. How infuriating. He actually dared to call her baby. What a nuisance. Cold condensation frost exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously while cradling her face in her hands. Her chest rose and fell erratically. A tempest of emotions difficult to quell. Having never been in such close proximity to a man, she was utterly bewildered by the concept of romance. Could this possibly be what is referred to as a confession? Surely not. Could it be that the Holy Sun has feelings for our sect leader? Yet, he was undeniably quite lewd just now. Nevertheless, even with such lewdness, he remains remarkably handsome. It is no wonder that the female disciples are so infatuated with him. Leng Ningshuang alternated between frowning and grinning foolishly. Even for someone as capricious as her, she currently resembled a lunatic. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I am the sect leader. How could I possibly entertain the notion of a romance with the Holy Sun? No way. Yet, he is undeniably handsome. At a loss, she suddenly leaped onto the bed, eagerly rolling about in excitement. Gone was her usual, aloof demeanor as the revered leader. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall, a disheveled man clad only in undergarments stood alone in the chilling wind, clutching a bundle of clothing. With his other hand, he pressed against his face, wincing in pain. That detestable which truly struck hard. I hope my handsome visage remains unscathed. Very well. At least I have incurred the ire of the old crone. Perhaps I shall be expelled from the sect by tomorrow. In that case, I would be free. Oh, joy. Lin Chuan mused to himself. The gloom that had clouded his face was instantly lifted, replaced by an expression of exhilaration. Finally, he could escape the depths of his suffering, and naturally, he was elated. In his excitement, he even forgot to don his garments and soared into the air unadorned. At this moment, atop the Holy Maiden Peak, two female disciples were admiring the moon. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the lunar orb, trailing a shadow that resembled a flowing ribbon. From a distance, It appeared as if a celestial being was dancing upon the moon. "Look, the lunar spirit has manifested," one of the disciples exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I have heard that if one makes a wish upon the lunar spirit at this moment, it is sure to be granted. Is it true? Then let us hasten to make our wishes. I yearn for the favor of the Holy Sun, even if it is merely to assist him in changing garments. Of course, it would be splendid to warm his bed." The following day, the tale of the moon fairy's manifestation spread like wildfire throughout the celestial demon sect. At that time, the disciples who beheld the moon fairy were not limited to those two female disciples. Numerous male disciples also witnessed her. Yet their accounts diverged significantly from the legendary narrative of the moon fairy. What a lunar fairy! I distinctly beheld a lecherous man soaring through the sky, utterly devoid of clothing. That detestable scoundrel, should I uncover his identity, I would ensure his demise is nothing short of grotesque. The male disciples, fierce and menacing, unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks. Little did they realize that their words reached Lin Chuan's ears, instilling such terror in him that he dared not venture outside for a considerable time. Indeed, the exhibitionist in question was none other than he himself. He had not anticipated that while innocently flying through the heavens, so many of his fellow disciples would be gazing at the moon. How exceedingly embarrassing. However, Lin Chuan's reluctance to step outside was not solely due to the lunar incident. His handsome visage had also suffered a swelling blow from a cold frost the previous night, a mark that had yet to subside. Although the imprint from the hand had vanished after a night of ice treatment, the swelling remained. Should anyone catch sight of him, misunderstandings would surely ensue. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding chimes reverberated throughout the valley. This was the summons of the sect, calling upon its disciples. Surely, a significant event was underway. All disciples were required to be present. Oh dear, Lin Chuan found himself in quite a predicament, yet felt compelled to proceed. In a moment of resignation, he covered his face and steeled himself to walk towards the grand hall. "Ah, Holy Sun, what has happened to your face?" exclaimed a female disciple upon catching sight of Lin Chuan's visage, instantly drawing numerous gazes in his direction. "It's nothing, really. I accidentally received a slap from a bear while cultivating on the back mountain last night," Lin Chuan hastily clarified. "Bear? What kind of bear possesses such ferocity? How could it possibly harm the Holy Sun? Fear not, Holy Sun, I shall undoubtedly avenge you." The female disciple was instantly filled with righteous fury, vowing to eradicate the bears from the back mountain and to exact revenge for Lin Chuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly, inwardly murmuring Ba. His words, however, brought misfortune upon the bears of the back mountain. One can only hope that in their next life, they shall not be bears. With a creak, the grand hall's door slowly swung open. A figure clad in a flowing black gown, the ethereal Leng Ningshuang, gracefully emerged. She remained as strikingly aloof as ever, radiating an air of unattainable beauty that deterred any approach. However, when her captivating gaze briefly met Lin Chuan's, she instinctively averted her eyes in haste. Fortunately, it was but a fleeting moment, unnoticed by those around. Cough, cough. Cold condensation frost lightly cleared her throat and, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, "Yesterday, I announced that the Holy Sun shall enter the heavenly demon pool for refinement. He shall accompany me immediately. However, in light of my favorable mood today, I permit all disciples to attend and observe. Whatever insights you may glean from this experience shall be your own fortune. Each shall follow their destiny." Upon utterance of these words, an uproar erupted atop the Holy Maiden Peak. After all, it was the heavenly demon pool. Since the inception of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a millennium has passed, and only 50 individuals have been fortunate enough to enter the heavenly demon pool for refinement. The last to gain such privilege was none other than Cold Condensation Frost herself. Following that moment, she ascended to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. 3 years later, she encountered a bottleneck and subsequently entered seclusion. Upon emerging with the cultivation of a Heavenly Emperor, she astonished the world of cultivation. With such precedents set, even those unfamiliar with the Heavenly Demon Pool would recognize its unparalleled value. Lin Chuan, as the Holy Sun, had single-handedly vanquished Hong Tianhe, the master of the Xinjian sect, thus rendering significant contributions to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Naturally, he was qualified to enter the Heavenly Demon Pool for refinement. Yet, to allow 100,000 disciples to observe? Such an act was nothing short of benevolence from the sect master. All hail the mighty sovereign. Long live the sovereign, the disciples fervently proclaimed, their voices resonating in the heavens for a considerable time, a testament to their exhilaration. Cold Condensation Frost remained unfazed by their exuberance. She merely cast a detached glance at Wei Wuyang and instructed, "Let the Grand Elder lead the disciples into the heavenly demon pool. They must not act recklessly, otherwise they shall face severe consequences." Having spoken, her gaze shifted towards Lin Chuan. However, as their eyes met, her gaze abruptly veered off at a 45-degree angle. The small hands clasped behind her back began to fidget with her sleeves. "The Holy Sun shall immediately accompany the sovereign to the heavenly demon pool." As her words fell, before Lin Chuan could express his gratitude with a respectful gesture, an unexpected surge of subtle, yet forceful energy enveloped him, abruptly pulling him away. "Ah!" Lin Chuan's anguished cry pierced the sky, gradually fading into the distance. 100,000 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, along with Wei Wuying, stood in a daze, their faces etched with confusion. Goodness gracious! The sect leader's temperament seems to have grown increasingly violent. "We hope the Holy Sun remains unharmed." The disciples fervently prayed for Lin Chuan's safety. Even the female disciples who admired him could only shake their heads and sigh, wishing their sect leader would exercise caution and not inadvertently bring harm to the Holy Sun. On Saintess Peak, ethereal mist swirled, dense with spiritual energy. This energy and mist surged forth daily like a tide from a specific source. Yet, whenever one sought to trace its origin, they would find it seemingly obstructed by an invisible barrier, rendering it impossible to approach. However, upon contact, one could observe shimmering waves, akin to delicate veils. Alas, even those of the heavenly sage caliber could not breach this veil. In the realm of cultivation, such a technique is commonly referred to as a restriction, akin to an array, yet formed using natural elements as its focal point. It thrives without human control, perpetually sustaining itself, without special means. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to draw near, let alone enter. At this very moment, Lin Chuan stood before such a restriction, beyond which lay the source of the ethereal mist and spiritual energy on Saintess Peak, visible to the naked eye. Beside him, Leng Ningshuang deftly manipulated over 100 intricate seals, meticulously infusing them into the restriction. Soon, the barrier trembled, and a rip formed, revealing an entrance before the two. "Enter now." The cold and indifferent frost reminded him, yet she never cast a glance at Lin Chuan. Something felt amiss. Was she supposed to expel me from the Heavenly Demon Sect? Had she truly ceased to harbor any anger towards me? Perhaps this was an unconventional form of retribution. Indeed, it must be so. Given the old witch's ferocious nature, she could not possibly let me off easily. Is it still possible to refuse at this stage? Lin Chuan stood at the threshold, trembling uncontrollably. In just a few breaths, a multitude of grim images flooded his mind, drowning to death, struck by heavenly lightning, pierced through the heart by the essence of sword intent, or perishing from a backlash of spiritual energy during refinement. The horrifying specters of demise flashed incessantly before him, causing a cold sweat to cascade down his back. His foot, poised to step forward, trembled uncontrollably, and he quickly retracted it. "You." The frosty condensation turned her head and shot a fierce glare at Lin Chuan. Goodness, Lin Chuan, that imaginative oddball, was at it again. Was she truly that terrifying? However, reflecting on the events of the previous night, she did indeed strike with considerable force. Even after a night had passed, Lin Chuan's face remained swollen. It was no wonder he had misunderstood. Yet, to compel her to utter soft words was utterly out of the question. As the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a female fiend in the realm of cultivation, how could she ever yield to a man? "Since you dare not step inside, do not blame this sect leader for employing extraordinary measures." Condensation lightly snorted, slowly raising her arm and extending her slender, onion-like fingers. She abruptly grasped towards Lin Chuan. "Here again," Lin Chuan exclaimed, his body suddenly propelled uncontrollably into the abyss of demons. With a resounding splash, Lin Chuan plummeted into the water like a forsaken stone, sending droplets scattering in every direction. Panic engulfed him as he felt the imminent threat of drowning. Indeed, the female antagonist was as cunning as she was ruthless. It seemed he was on the brink of his demise. "Is everything all right?" Lin Chuan floundered a bit before rising from the abyssal pool. Aside from his drenched attire, he was unscathed. He immediately exhaled in relief and raised his gaze towards the frigid figure of cold condensation frost outside the pool. Their eyes met once more. Yet her eternally unyielding icy demeanor struck Lin Chuan like a blow. "Ah!" Lin Chuan inhaled sharply, realizing that the situation was indeed far more complex than he had anticipated. This female tyrant seemed intent on torturing him slowly. "Help! All I desired was a life of tranquility," Yet fate continuously conspired against me. Wait. Soon, the Grand Elder would arrive with 100,000 disciples. The old witch had summoned them all. Surely, she did not intend to publicly execute me. Heaven help me. This woman is utterly ruthless. No wonder she is referred to as a female demon. She harbors such a cruel penchant. Oh no, not only would I perish, but I would also be brutally slain before the eyes of 100,000 fellow disciples. Such a disgraceful end, I implore you. No. Lin Chuan's inner turmoil echoed like a barrage of cannon fire in Leng Ningshuang's ears, causing her to laugh in exasperation. Ah ha ha, this little rascal. Is this how you perceive your sect leader? I am merely indifferent, not perverse. Moreover, I graciously offered you the opportunity to cleanse yourself in the heavenly demon pool, and yet you dare to slander me in such a manner. Very well. If you take pleasure in enduring hardship, then this master shall oblige you. Leng Ningshuang quietly gritted her teeth. With her sword aimed at the gathering spirit, her beautiful eyes suddenly radiated a chilling light. In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and even the waters of the heavenly demon pool abruptly froze into icicles. With a resounding crack, frost swiftly enveloped Lin Chuan, encasing him in a crystalline sculpture of ice in the blink of an eye. Thunder rumbled ominously, reverberating through the air. The once clear azure sky was now shrouded in dense, ominous clouds. The heavens unleashed their fury, as fearsome lightning serpents coiled and danced above Lin Chuan's head. Oh my goodness! Lin Chuan lamented, realizing that his predictions had indeed come true. Despite having prepared himself for dozens of potential demises, he found it utterly impossible to accept the imminent danger. At last, he would behold the sun bathing. Such a magnificent sight would surely be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Step aside, let me in. I must witness the sun emerge from the water. But wait, something feels amiss. The sun is frozen. The sect leader is summoning the heavenly thunder prison. Good heavens! Could it be that the sect leader harbors murderous intent towards the sun? The disciples who had just entered the heavenly demon pool were met with this astonishing spectacle. 100,000 disciples stood in stunned silence, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. No one knew why Lin Chuan had incurred the wrath of Leng Ningshuang, prompting her deadly intent. Yet they all understood that, given Leng Ningshuang's temperament, no one could dissuade her. Lin Chuan was doomed. Sigh. Since resistance is futile, I might as well lie in wait for death like a salted fish. This aligns perfectly with my principles. Lin Chuan remarked with a wry smile and an air of resignation. He cherishes life, yet he is profoundly indolent. If he must struggle to survive, it is far more in keeping with his nature to await death like a salted fish. Moreover, he is acutely aware that he is no match for cold condensation and has personally experienced the overwhelming power of the Heavenly Emperor. Rather than engage in a desperate struggle, it is indeed more convenient to embrace the stillness of a salted fish. With a resounding splash, Lin Chuan, transformed into an ice sculpture, succumbed to the waters of the demon pool, resembling a frozen coffin as he drifted aimlessly. At the brink of life and death, he chose to embrace a state of inertia, embodying the ultimate essence of lethargy. Ding! Death has arrived, and the host has opted for inertia, thereby comprehending the profound truth of lethargy. Reward: Thunder Law, immunity to thunder, 100% affinity for thunder. The system's notification echoed in Lin Chuan's ears. The Thunder Law? Immunity to thunder. This reward is remarkably fitting. As for the so-called profound truth of lethargy, one should disregard the system's nonsensical proclamations. It merely reflects Lin Chuan's unwillingness to resist. The indolent are indeed blessed, as the ancients have wisely asserted. The great transformation of the demon unfolds, heralding the descent of the nine heavens thunder prison. Fall. Boom. The thunder roared, cascading from the heavens. The oppressive force of the world converged upon the mere 5 zhang of the heavenly demon pool. Beneath the ominous clouds, 9 colossal thunder dragons descended, their wrath aimed directly at Lin Chuan within the pool. Alas, the sect leader is truly serious. Oh no, this cannot be. The holy sun is so handsome. It would be a tremendous loss if he were to perish. How could the sect leader bear to harm the holy sun? Elder, please, devise a solution swiftly. The disciples cried out in desperation, their voices rising in a tumultuous plea. Yet, none could quell the fury of Leng Ningshuang. Wei Wuyong stood in stunned silence, having just arrived and entirely unaware of the unfolding calamity. How could Leng Ningshuang unleash such vengeance upon Lin Chuan? Yet, she understood the nature of Leng Ningshuang. Once she had set her mind on a course of action, no amount of persuasion would sway her resolve. Boom! The thunder continued to rumble. In the blink of an eye, the 9-headed thunder dragon had descended into the demon pool. Humph. In this nine heavens thunder prison, the leader of our sect has only exerted a mere 30% of her power. Though the display is grand, the damage is insufficient to be fatal. It is merely a lesson for you, you little rascal. This is the consequence of daring to insult the leader of our sect. Leng Ningshuang let out a cold laugh. Her sword, resembling a jade onion, thrust down with force. Accompanied by the might of 9 thunderous dragons, it struck fiercely upon the heavenly demon pool. The sound of crashing waves, the sound of water mingled with the harsh crackle of electricity caused the demonic pool to erupt violently. One can only imagine the ghastly sight that would befall a person caught within. Despite Lin Chuan's handsome visage, resembling that of a charming rogue, he would, under the relentless assault of the nine heavens thunder prison, swiftly become a charred remnant. Not dead, but certainly disfigured. But wait, what is that? The sorrowful female disciples, on the brink of despair, abruptly fell silent. They rubbed their eyes and craned their necks. At this very moment, within the 5-zhang expanse of the demonic pool, the thunder continued its baptism. Yet, amidst the tumult of water and lightning, a figure was inexplicably swimming in the demonic pool. At times, he performed the butterfly stroke. At others, he floated on his back, or even paddled like a dog. He appeared utterly at ease. Who in the entire demonic sect could dare enter the demonic pool? That audacious rascal, aside from Lin Chuan. Could it be anyone else? This scoundrel. Cold Ningshuang's frustration was palpable. Her delicate fingers, which had pointed menacingly at the demonic pool, slowly retracted into a fist. If circumstances allowed, she would dearly love to give Lin Chuan a sound thrashing. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, how could he emerge unscathed? That was the nine heavens thunder prison, even with merely 30% of her power. It was a trial that ordinary individuals could hardly endure. Even if Lin Chuan were a celestial being, it was inconceivable for him to emerge entirely unscathed. Moreover, he not only remained unharmed, but swam leisurely within the demonic pool. Was this not excessive? Was it not utterly unbelievable? Though this rogue was indeed deserving of a beating, one could not deny the astonishing nature of his abilities. In her lifetime, the sect master had never encountered anyone immune to lightning. How many secrets did the Holy Sun conceal that the sect master remained unaware of? Cold Ningshuang narrowed her beautiful eyes, 2 beams of sharp light emanating from the slender slits, fixating intently on Lin Chuan, as if attempting to pierce through him with her gaze. Alas, she could not fathom Lin Chuan. Yet, driven by curiosity, she felt compelled to augment her power. She intended to test him, to ascertain whether Lin Chuan truly possessed the ability to withstand the thunder as she suspected. Boom! Above the heavens, the thunder grew more formidable. The already fearsome thunder dragon suddenly swelled to 10 times its original size. In an instant, the thunder crashing into the pool of heavenly demons expanded to the size of a vat's opening. The moment it made contact with the pool, 30% of the water was instantly vaporized. Master, please cease at once. If this continues, the demon pool shall be lost. How shall we account to our esteemed ancestors? Wei Wuyong's face turned pale with fear. The demon pool is the treasured essence of the demon sect, a vital artifact that has facilitated the ascension of every heavenly emperor throughout the ages. Each disciple cherishes it as a priceless jewel, leaving no room for error. Yet, cold condensation frost seems unfazed. One cannot fathom the grudge she harbors against Lin Chuan, for she dares to unleash the nine heavens thunder prison in the most sacred grounds of the demon sect. In an instant, she has vaporized 30% of the pool's water. Given the current predicament, if she does not swiftly put an end to cold condensation frost's actions, it is likely that the next moment will see the demon pool reduced to nothingness. 50% of strength. Lin Chuan, if you can withstand this, the sect master shall regard you with newfound respect. Leng Ningshuang was entirely oblivious to Wei Wuyong's cries. She was wholly absorbed in the thrill of testing Lin Chuan's capabilities, completely forgetting the significance of the heavenly demon pool. With 50% of strength infused into the nine heavens thunder prison, 9 colossal thunder dragons descended, accompanied by a resounding roar. The heavenly demon pool was torn asunder. With a resounding roar, 9 bolts of lightning struck the tranquil waters of the pool. Water erupted in a dazzling spray, flames soared into the heavens, and debris scattered in chaos as smoke billowed into the air. Within the vast expanse, apart from the tumultuous realm of the nine heavens thunder prison, every disciple of the heavenly demon sect present stood utterly petrified. They gazed in disbelief at the ruins that once were the heavenly demon pool, their minds blank and devoid of thought. Pa. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a disheveled figure emerged, barely visible. The individual spat out mouthfuls of mud and sand, lying amidst the ruins. Lin Chuan had been swimming in the heavenly demon pool, enjoying his time, when suddenly the nine heavens thunder prison intensified, directly bombarding the pool. The water vanished, yet he maintained his swimming posture. How embarrassing. It was said that the heavenly demon pool was the treasure of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and now it had been destroyed. Who would take the blame? Surely it should not be me. Lin Chuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. His already sharp mind was racing, generating thoughts at an astonishing pace. The destruction of the heavenly demon pool would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the sect's disciples, especially the elders like Wei Wuyang. These conservative matrons held the ancestral legacy in the highest regard. Damaging the heavenly demon pool was an inconceivable crime. If I can intercept the blame, I will surely be expelled from the sect. This is simply splendid. The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth nearly reached his ears. For him, the destruction of the heavenly demon pool was an unprecedented opportunity. Even Leng Ningshuang could not protect him. However, Lin Chuan could never have anticipated that his inner thoughts had already been overheard by Leng Ningshuang. Not far away, the graceful figure clad in black involuntarily trembled, causing the nine heavens thunder prison to dissipate in an instant. Have I caused trouble? A flicker of panic flashed in Leng Ningshuang's beautiful eyes. Could it be that she too felt fear? What a remarkable phenomenon. The destruction of the heavenly demon pool had dire consequences. The Holy Sun was willing to take on the repercussions for the sake of the sect leader. Could this be love? Leng Ningshuang's fair face flushed slightly, her enchanting eyes shimmering with emotion as she gazed at Lin Chuan, revealing a newfound tenderness. Fortunately, at this moment, the air was thick with dust, and this rare scene went unnoticed. Otherwise, the entire world of cultivation would surely be set ablaze with turmoil. The heavenly demon pool is ruined. What shall we do now? The ancestors above, Wei Wuyang has failed the heavenly demon sect. Leng Ningshuang has destroyed our sect's treasure. This is an unforgivable crime. Wei Wuyang will undoubtedly have to provide an account to the ancestors, and then commit suicide in the ancestral hall to atone. The Grand Elder Wei Wuyang exclaimed with righteous indignation. At this moment, her complexion was ashen. The heavenly demon pool was a treasured possession of the heavenly demon sect, and it had been utterly destroyed by the hands of the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang. Even if it were a mere blunder, it was an immense calamity for the heavenly demon sect, truly an unforgivable offense. As the Grand Elder, Wei Wuyang felt compelled to provide an explanation for the sect. Even if it meant expelling Leng Ningshuang from the sect, she was resolute in her decision. She had already prepared herself for the possibility of self-immolation as an act of atonement. Meanwhile, the 100,000 disciples of the heavenly demon sect were at a loss. The destruction of the heavenly demon pool was a matter of such gravity that it was beyond the purview of ordinary disciples to discuss. Nonetheless, they understood the significance of the heavenly demon pool to the sect. While Leng Ningshuang could not evade the consequences, she would undoubtedly face severe punishment. After all, the sect leader was not someone beyond reproach. Within the heavenly demon sect, the 9 grand elders possessed the authority to impeach the leader, and each of these elders was a senior relative of Leng Ningshuang. If they were to unite against her, the ensuing spectacle would be nothing short of extraordinary. Tap, tap, tap. The chaotic sound of footsteps resounded. Wei Wuyang, accompanied by 100,000 disciples of the heavenly demon sect, approached Leng Ningshuang. Today, there must be an explanation regarding the destruction of the heavenly demon pool, no matter the cost. There was no escape from this reckoning. Wei Wuyang's mind was in turmoil. He was far too preoccupied to contemplate the possibility of concealing this incident. Moreover, the destruction of the heavenly demon pool was witnessed by countless disciples. It was futile to attempt to cover up. They could only bear witness to the calamity that had befallen the heavenly demon sect. Master, Wei Wuyang furrowed her brow, hastily clasping her fists in greeting. She opened her mouth, ready to express a multitude of thoughts. Yet, in the end, she found herself at a loss for words. For a moment, Wei Wuyang and Leng Ningshuang exchanged bewildered glances, each staring intently at the other. Whoosh! The cold wind swept past the crowd, enveloping the atmosphere in a moment of profound awkwardness. Within the vast expanse of the demon pool, silence reigned supreme. So much so that even the sound of breathing was nearly imperceptible. What is this? It sparkles with a crystalline clarity, and it is rather exquisite. A languid voice shattered the stillness. 100,000 pairs of eyes turned in unison. There stood Lin Chuan, retrieving a palm-sized orb from beneath him. The orb was translucent, containing a swirling mist within. Wisps of vapor seemed to encircle its surface, indicating it was no ordinary object. Lin Chuan held it in his hand, feeling its essence directly. Though the system had bestowed upon him numerous extraordinary spiritual treasures, and during his 5 years since crossing over, he had encountered many breathtaking artifacts. None could compare to the orb in his grasp. Lin Chuan inhaled deeply, and the mist from the orb flowed into his nostrils. Instantly, a refreshing sensation akin to enlightenment coursed through him, making his entire being tremble. Such a rich aura of spiritual energy. Oh, what a treasure! Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Although he possessed over 10 exquisite spiritual treasures, they paled in comparison to this singular pearl, which rendered them akin to mere refuse. It was no wonder that the heavenly demon pool could foster so many formidable emperors. This pearl was likely the true essence of the heavenly demon pool. However, the successive leaders of the heavenly demon sect had been excessively cautious. After laboriously acquiring such a rare and prosperous land, they treated it like a precious gem, unaware that they were merely safeguarding a pool of ordinary water, while the genuine treasure lay hidden beneath its depths. Had it not been for Leng Ningshuang's momentary impulse to explode the pool, this magnificent pearl might have remained concealed at the bottom for an indeterminate time. The classification of rare materials and treasures encompasses 4 tiers: spiritual treasures, exquisite spiritual treasures, supreme treasures, and exquisite supreme treasures. If my intuition serves me correctly, this pearl is at least of supreme treasure caliber. No, it is undoubtedly an exquisite supreme treasure. Lin Chuan calculated in his mind, hesitating whether to seize this exquisite supreme treasure now while the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect remained oblivious. Little did he know, his thoughts had already been overheard by Leng Ningshuang. An exquisite supreme treasure? Indeed. The master once remarked that the demon pool is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. If categorized, it would undoubtedly be a supreme treasure. The luck of our sect leader seems rather fortunate. By a twist of fate, a supreme treasure has been unearthed from the depths of the demon pool. With this, perhaps the transgression has been mitigated. Leng Ningshuang secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. She was well aware of the grave sin she had committed. Had it not been for Lin Chuan discovering the supreme treasure within the demon pool, given Wei Wuyang's rigid disposition, she would have certainly summoned the 9 elders to directly impeach her as the sect leader. The Grand Elder, brimming with indignation, led the disciples forth. Could it be that she had come to demand an accounting? Leng Ningshuang maintained her composure, her beautiful eyes deliberately avoiding Wei Wuyang, instead resting upon Lin Chuan. This lad was currently stuffing the supreme treasure into his pockets. How audacious! Before Wei Wuyang could utter a word, Leng Ningshuang abruptly extended her fingers, grasping at the air towards Lin Chuan. An overwhelming force surged forth, directly targeting the supreme treasure, forcibly wresting it from Lin Chuan's grasp. Oh no, I've been discovered. Lin Chuan was taken aback, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing by a parent. He hastily lowered his head, feigning nonchalance. This scene did not escape Wei Wuyang's notice. Yet, she remained oblivious to the connection between the supreme treasure and the demon pool. At that moment, she was still engulfed in her fury over the destruction of the demon pool. The sect leader ought to understand that the demon pool is a treasure of our demon sect. Every generation of leaders has treated it with utmost caution, never daring to let a single error occur. And you, Leng Ningshuang, have destroyed it. How am I to account for such a grave sin to our ancestors? Wei Wuyang pounded her chest, appearing heartbroken. On one side stood the Grand Elder, the most esteemed figure within the sect. On the other, the icy and eccentric sect leader. The disciples dared not offend either party, thus they remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Suddenly, a burst of raucous laughter echoed in their ears. Wei Wuyang gazed at Leng Ningshuang in disbelief, her eyes alight with palpable fury. Yet, before she could chastise, Leng Ningshuang leisurely parted her crimson lips, stating, "Is the mere demon pool truly worthy of being considered a treasure of our demon sect? Grand Elder, do you genuinely believe my demon sect to be a backwater, so utterly insignificant?" Upon hearing this, Wei Wuyang felt an undeniable urge to retort, but was interrupted by Leng Ningshuang's dismissive wave. At this juncture, allow me to divulge a truth. In fact, I have long sensed that a hidden object lies within the demon pool. It is indeed the essence of the heavenly demon pool, a supreme treasure. Only the gifted Son of Heaven, in conjunction with the celestial methods of our esteemed leader, can extract this extraordinary treasure. Today, as we celebrate the successful culmination of our efforts, it is a day of great joy for the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Grand Elder and the 100,000 disciples of our sect should promptly extend their congratulations to our leader and the Son of Heaven. Though Leng Ningshuang attempted to weave a coherent narrative, her words failed to persuade everyone. At the very least, Wei Wuyang remained skeptical. The notion that a treasure resided within the heavenly demon pool and that it could be coaxed out through collaboration with the Son of Heaven is hardly credible. Are we to believe it simply because it is stated? Are we to be trifled with like fools? Mere words from the leader cannot compel our conviction. In my humble opinion as the Grand Elder, it is imperative to convene the 9 senior elders for a collective discussion. The heavenly demon pool is, after all, a treasure of our sect. It cannot be recklessly damaged. Even the leader must bear the consequences of such actions. Wei Wuyang, with a stern countenance, spoke with unwavering integrity. As the Grand Elder, she has always been impartial. Although she has grown somewhat rigid with age, her character remains trustworthy. Even Leng Ningshuang dared not openly contradict the Grand Elder and could only acquiesce to her proposal. Ah, that was a close call. Fortunately, I managed to deflect the situation. This time, turning peril into safety, the Saint Sun's contributions are not insignificant. However, the Council of the 9 Elders will likely still require his assistance. Leng Ningshuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The danger had been averted, yet it was not entirely dispelled. Wei Wuyang insisted on convening the 9 Elders to collectively deliberate the repercussions of the destruction of the heavenly demon pool. It was imperative to ascertain whether the treasures discovered within the pool were of greater value than the pool itself. Feel free, Great Elder. The Sect Master and the Saint Sun have pressing matters to attend to. As for the arrangement of the disciples present, I shall leave it to your discretion. With that, Leng Ningshuang's enchanting gaze shifted towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, standing 10 paces away, slowly curled his lips into a smile. While Leng Ningshuang cast aspersions upon him, he was not only unfazed but rather exhilarated. It seemed that his escape from the Heavenly Demon Sect was imminent. However, the expression on his face, observed by Wei Wuyang and the 100,000 disciples, rendered him as mad. The destruction of the heavenly demon pool was an enormous event. Others would recoil in fear. Yet he dared to smile? Was his mind unhinged? Let us go. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed. An irresistible force enveloped Lin Chuan, and then Leng Ningshuang, dismissing her garments, forcibly led Lin Chuan away from the forbidden area. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the grand hall of Saintess Peak. With Lin Chuan in tow, Leng Ningshuang entered the chamber, and subsequently, she gently released her grip, placing Lin Chuan softly on the ground. The tenderness of her touch was something Lin Chuan was unaccustomed to. Has the old hag changed her disposition? Saint Sun, the sect master inquired. Is this precious orb found within the heavenly demon pool? Leng Ningshuang's countenance resembled that of a chilling frost, her exquisite eyes seemingly radiating a disquieting luminescence. Indeed, Lin Chuan replied, perplexed. He was, of course, unaware of the significance of a single pearl to the cold condensation frost. At this moment, his mind was preoccupied with the impending gathering of the 9 esteemed elders, anticipating his expulsion from the sect. It seemed that he alone in the world bore the burden of such an unjust blame with such eagerness. Such is splendid. Leng Ningshuang exhaled softly, her previously tense expression relaxing. She then extracted the orb from her possession, examining it closely in her palm. It felt icy to the touch, and occasionally, a surge of ethereal energy emanated from it. Merely holding it seemed to illuminate her mind, refreshing her spirit. Clearly, this enigmatic orb was no ordinary object. However, whether its properties were related to the insights gained from the heavenly demon pool regarding the path of the heavenly emperor remained uncertain for her. Unfortunately, having already attained the heavenly emperor realm, this orb, despite its potential to connect to the heavenly emperor's path, held no benefit for her. Suddenly, a pair of malevolent eyes fixated on Lin Chuan. What are the intentions of that old hag? Has the Saint Sun gleaned any insights within the heavenly demon pool? Leng Ningshuang paid no heed to Lin Chuan's slightly flustered demeanor. Her entire focus remained on the orb, reflecting on the words of her sect leader. No, Lin Chuan answered candidly. What nonsense! With such limited time, one must endure threats. I nearly lost my life. What enlightenment is there to speak of? Here, without hesitation. Cold condensation frost tossed the orb over. Lin Chuan immediately reached out to catch it. The exquisite treasure had returned to his grasp once more. If the sect leader's intuition was correct, this orb was known as the Heavenly Demon Orb, one of the 10 supreme treasures. It contained the essence of the Heavenly Emperor's path, making it exceedingly rare. However, the sect leader had only heard tales of it and had never witnessed it firsthand. Regrettably, the sect leader had already attained the status of Heavenly Emperor and could not verify its authenticity. Thus, the need for your validation arises. Cold condensation Frost spoke gently. The distinction between the heavenly sage and the heavenly emperor may seem but a single step apart. Yet, the chasm between them is as vast as the heavens and the earth, an immense divide. Without the proper guidance, one could spend an entire lifetime without ever stepping into the realm of the heavenly emperor. Even though the Heavenly Demon Sect possesses the heavenly demon pool, only those fated to comprehend the heavenly emperor's path can unlock its mysteries. The disparities among individuals are often strikingly vast. Nevertheless, Cold Condensation Frost firmly believed that with Lin Chuan's extraordinary talents, he could indeed grasp the heavenly emperor's path. Furthermore, it was imperative that he achieve this understanding before the arrival of the 9 elders to alleviate her predicament. Time is of the essence. Let us commence immediately. However, you are aware of my temperament. Should this take too long, I may become displeased. It would be prudent for you to attain some understanding within half an hour, or at least within the span of a single tea session. Otherwise, the Cold Condensation Frost narrowed her eyes, and within those 2 elongated orbs, a glimmer of icy light seemed to flicker. Gulyalu. Lin Chuan swallowed hard. The old witch was furious. How terrifying. He had no doubt that Leng Ningshuang could be merciless when provoked. Although he had never witnessed nor heard of her slaying a fellow disciple, he could not guarantee that he would be the first. This only confirmed how wise his decision to leave the Heavenly Demon Sect was. He fervently hoped that the 9 elders would arrive swiftly. Then he could finally escape this torment. Damn it. How was I supposed to comprehend the Tao of the Heavenly Emperor from a mere bead, and only given a cup of tea's time to do so? Is this something a person can accomplish? Perhaps, if I endure for the duration of a tea break, I could feign enlightenment. After all, the Tao of the Heavenly Emperor sounds esoteric. Surely, the old witch wouldn't be able to discern my pretense. Lin Chuan mused to himself. Thinking was too exhausting. Besides, he wasn't guaranteed to succeed anyway. He might as well coast through. This was his forte. Unfortunately, his innermost thoughts were captured verbatim by Leng Ningshuang, rendering her expression as frigid as a glacier. Brat, you have quite the cunning ideas. If it weren't for the fact that this sect leader can hear your thoughts, you might have caused your own demise. Do you wish to be idle? The master of this realm shall not grant your desire. She snorted coldly. Suddenly, she pivoted, vanishing from her original position. In the next instant, she reappeared behind Lin Chuan. Startled, Lin Chuan gasped in surprise. Yet, before he could make a move, he felt his entire being ensnared once more by an overwhelming and formidable force. Woo. I, a robust man of stature, find myself perpetually ensnared by the whims of women. Am I to forsake my dignity? The grand principle of 50, the celestial unfolding of 49. To evade one, is to give birth to the secrets of the heavens. What cultivators seek to refine is precisely this elusive secret. And yet, the path of the celestial emperor is one that seeks this very enigma. Nevertheless, among countless practitioners, the number who can uncover these secrets is exceedingly rare. Even those fortunate enough to stumble upon such wisdom may not possess the capacity to wield it. Thus, despite the unparalleled value of the celestial demon pearl, it is perhaps only the most astute who are worthy of its benefits. Presently, Lin Chuan has acquired the celestial demon pearl, but upon merely casting a glance, he has lost interest in contemplating its intricacies. Such a remarkable opportunity, and he chooses to disregard it? Leng Ningshuang is at a loss for words, her anger simmering beneath the surface. How could such an unambitious disciple be tolerated? Perhaps it would be best to eliminate him entirely. Yet, the 9 esteemed elders, including Wei Wuyang, soon arrive. She has no time to waste in idle chatter with Lin Chuan. You are to observe diligently. Should you display even the slightest hint of laziness, I, the sect leader, shall strike you down without hesitation. Do not doubt my resolve. Even you, I would not hesitate to eliminate. Her frigid tone strikes Lin Chuan like an icicle. The old witch is incensed. How terrifying. Lin Chuan's lips twitch in bewilderment. He ponders how she could possibly discern his desire for idleness. Could it be that she possesses the ability to hear his innermost thoughts? What a preposterous notion. Such mind-reading abilities are the stuff of films, are they not? Surely. It is a mere coincidence. Lin Chuan mutters a few complaints, yet they are nothing more than grumbles. He wholly disbelieves that Leng Ningshuang can genuinely perceive his thoughts. However, Leng Ningshuang is taken aback. It seems Lin Chuan's mind operates differently from that of an ordinary person, often conjuring terms she does not comprehend. What is a film? What are extraordinary abilities? It appears this mischievous lad has some understanding of mind reading. Clearly, he harbors many secrets yet unknown to her. She must endeavor to uncover them gradually. Guard the spiritual platform. The cold voice of the frost condensation echoed ominously. Examine the heavenly demon pearl closely. You have but the time of a tea break to glean its secrets. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Such a formidable threat loomed behind Lin Chuan, rendering him incapable of retreating. Reluctantly, he grasped the heavenly demon pearl and began to scrutinize it intently. Yet, he did not harbor high hopes for himself. After all, the chances of discovering the heavenly mysteries were akin to finding a needle in a haystack. He was merely an ordinary person, equipped only with a propensity for idleness. Why should fortune smile upon him? Never mind, I shall merely go through the motions, Lin Chuan muttered to himself. Therefore, he toyed with the heavenly demon pearl, endeavoring to unravel its enigmatic intricacies. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. 50 breaths passed, and Lin Chuan nearly succumbed to slumber. Yet, he felt no transformation within himself. Indeed, he was just an ordinary being, forever distanced from the celestial secrets. Aside from his inclination for laziness, he possessed nothing at all. Perhaps it would be best for him to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect and seek a secluded spot to continue his leisurely pursuits. Impossible. The urgent voice of Leng Ningshuang echoed from behind Lin Chuan. While Lin Chuan had already given up, she remained unwilling to accept the truth. Is it so difficult to acknowledge that he is merely an ordinary person with an innate talent for superiority? The sect leader need not feel sorrow for his disciple. The will of heaven dictates thus. The disciple remained unperturbed. Lin Chuan, however, was anxious that Leng Ningshuang might, in a fit of rage, commit acts that would instill fear within him. He hastily offered words of comfort, lest he bring suffering upon himself. Am I grieving for you? No. The sect master is lamenting for his own sake. Alas, cold Ning Frost exclaimed, her face betraying a sense of panic. If I cannot prove that this orb is indeed the heavenly demon orb, I shall face dire consequences. She paced back and forth with her hands clasped behind her back, her distraught demeanor completely shattering Lin Chuan's perception of her. Is this truly the old witch I know? Even a notorious female demon in the realm of cultivation can experience unease? How astonishing! Lin Chuan observed this rare sight as though he had stumbled upon a new land. However, upon sensing his thoughts, cold Ning Frost shot him a sharp glare. In that moment, rather than harboring anger towards Lin Chuan, it was far more pressing to devise a cunning plan to deceive everyone. Once the 9 elders arrive, it would be the end. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from beyond the grand hall. Leng Ningshuang immediately felt a jolt throughout her body, as if petrified, rendering her completely rigid. Master, Wei Wuyin, accompanied by the 8 esteemed elders, approached with reverence. The deep timbre of Elder Wei Wuyin resonated through the doorway, softly echoing within. At this moment, Lin Chuan noticed that Leng Ningshuang's expression was fraught with anxiety. For someone as cold and resolute as she, the formidable female demon, what could provoke such trepidation before the 9 great elders? Was it the destruction of the demon pool that instilled such fear? Yet, was it not Leng Ningshuang's intention to shift the blame onto Lin Chuan, compelling him to bear the brunt of the consequences? Master? Wei Wuyang appeared somewhat anxious and urged once more. Cough, cough. Cold condensation cleared her throat, forcibly suppressing her anxious expression, striving to appear more composed. Subsequently, she turned around, facing the grand entrance. Come in, responded the cold and frosty air. 9 figures entered the grand hall, with the foremost being the esteemed Elder Wei Wuyang. The other 8 elders wore expressions of grave seriousness, immediately adopting an accusatory demeanor that further intensified the already awkward atmosphere. As the 9 elders entered the hall, their gaze fixated unwaveringly on cold condensation, evidently targeting her. However, upon taking their positions, they soon realized that another individual was present in the grand hall. Saint Child, why do you possess that orb? Wei Wuyang was utterly astonished, his aged eyes fixated on the heavenly demon pearl in Lin Chuan's grasp. Leng Ningshuang had previously stated that this heavenly demon pearl was a supreme treasure that erupted from the heavenly demon pool, embodying the very essence of the pool itself. Such a priceless artifact could not be casually entrusted to another. Even the Saint Child lacked the qualification to engage with it. In truth, while Wei Wuyang's query was directed at Lin Chuan, it was fundamentally aimed at Leng Ningshuang. The explosion of the heavenly demon pool had been orchestrated solely by her. Yet she had yet to formulate a reasonable explanation. Before the 9 esteemed elders, she had committed a grave blunder, making it all the more difficult for her to defend herself. Oh dear, why must the grand elder be so alarmed? It is merely the heavenly demon pearl. What of the 10 unparalleled treasures? Our Heavenly Demon Sect is vast and abundant in resources. How could we possibly lack for such a magnificent artifact? The Grand Elder seems rather miserly. Lin Chuan chuckled, completely unfazed. To him, extraordinary treasures indeed held little significance. After 5 years of leisure, the rewards bestowed by the system were at least exceptional spiritual artifacts. He was quite affluent, which is why he regarded it so lightly. However, when such words reached Wei Wuyang and even Leng Ningshuang, they were perceived as sheer provocation. Holy Son, what nonsense are you spouting? This pearl is a treasure of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Return it at once. Wei Wuyang extended her hand, demanding its return. Such a treasure could only be deemed secure in her possession, and it would also allow the 8 Grand Elders to examine it closely, thus facilitating a decision regarding the punishment of Leng Ningshuang. With everyone present, I shall no longer pretend. I will lay my cards on the table. It was I, the Holy Son, who detonated the demon pool that day. There is no need to return the demon pearl to the Grand Elder. Furthermore, I shall shatter it. If the 9 Grand Elders wish to impose punishment, let it be upon Lin Chuan. It would be best to expel Lin Chuan from the sect. After all, this matter has nothing to do with the sect master. Come on. Lin Chuan could not let such a splendid opportunity to escape from the Heavenly Demon Sect slip away. After all, what was it but taking the blame? He was more than willing to shoulder it. Being cast out from the sect suited his intentions perfectly. He had already devised a plan while at the Heavenly Demon Pool. He could not allow Cold Ningshuang to seize the chance to explode the Heavenly Demon Pool. A prime scapegoat. He must take the initiative to accept this burden. Only then would he have the opportunity to flee the sect. Saint Son, what nonsense are you speaking? Do you realize that such a grave offense cannot be borne by you alone? Being expelled from the sect is a trivial matter. It would be far more lenient to strip you of your cultivation and cast you into the abyss. If you wish to shield the sect leader, you must also recognize your limitations. Wei Wuyang said solemnly, trying to counsel him gently. Even a fool could discern that Lin Chuan was willingly taking the blame. Yet, this child seemed to have a flaw in his reasoning, believing the consequences were as simple as mere expulsion from the sect. They must also abolish their cultivation and cast them into the abyss. How terrifying. It was merely the destruction of a bathhouse, nothing too severe. Furthermore, we still possess the Heavenly Demon Pearl. As the sect leader proclaimed, it is of far greater importance than the Heavenly Demon Pool. Lin Chuan casually toyed with the Heavenly Demon Pearl, even spinning it on his fingertip as though it were a basketball. This spectacle left the 9 elders utterly astonished. Cold Ningshuang's expression shifted rapidly, fearing that Lin Chuan might accidentally damage the precious pearl. Of course, the Heavenly Demon Pearl is an exceptional treasure. It should not be so fragile. Yet, without having dropped it before, how could anyone ascertain its durability? Nonetheless, as Cold Ningshuang observed Lin Chuan at this moment, she couldn't help but find him remarkably charming. The Saint Son was willingly taking the blame for her sake. Could this not be a manifestation of love? There was no need for further discourse from the Saint Son. Each individual must bear the consequences of their actions. The destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool was the sect leader's decision. If the 9 elders sought punishment, they ought to address it to the sect leader. Resolute, Cold Ningshuang decided to forego any further argument and eagerly accepted the blame. Lin Chuan was utterly astonished. In this day and age, who would willingly shoulder the blame? He was so close to severing ties with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, the old witch thwarted his good fortune. No. The burden of blame must rest upon my shoulders. No one shall contest me for it. Lin Chuan resolutely vowed that even the Heavenly King himself could not impede his chance to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan raised the Celestial Demon Pearl. 10 pairs of astonished eyes turned in unison to gaze upon him. Standing tall with the Celestial Demon Pearl aloft, Lin Chuan adopted an air of reckless defiance. Son of the Holy, Lin Chuan, what are you doing? Quickly put down the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Wei Wuyang and Leng Ningshuang admonished in unison. The Heavenly Demon Pool has already been destroyed. If the Heavenly Demon Pearl were to meet the same fate, the consequences would be dire. It would likely not be as simple as Wei Wuyang taking her own life to atone for the sin. The 9 elders and the sect leader would probably have to sacrifice their lives in penance as well. The Holy Son proclaimed, the blame rests solely upon me. Why do you refuse to heed my words? I shall bear full responsibility for this matter. Esteemed elders and sect leader, you must expel me from the sect. Otherwise, I shall perish alongside the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Lin Chuan declared with indignation. He merely wished to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Why was it so arduous? It appeared that unless he resolutely took action, It would be impossible to extricate himself from the clutches of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A resounding thud echoed suddenly. The celestial demon pearl fell heavily to the ground. With a resounding crack, fissures rapidly spread across the surface. In the blink of an eye, the entire orb was covered. And then it shattered explosively, releasing a torrent of white mist. In an instant, the mist filled half of the grand hall. The 9 elders and Leng Ningshuang stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished that Lin Chuan had actually dared to throw it, and equally surprised that the heavenly demon orb was so fragile, shattering so easily. Surely not. This is one of the top 10 exquisite treasures, the celestial demon pearl. Is it truly so fragile as to be easily shattered? Or perhaps I have misjudged. Cold condensation enveloped her in turmoil. Regardless of whether the celestial demon pearl is genuine, it bodes ill for her. However, one thing is certain, Lin Chuan's transgressions far exceed her own. It is likely that mere expulsion from the sect will not suffice, given the nature of the 9 elders. It is probable that even dismembering Lin Chuan would not quell the resentment harbored in their hearts. Lin Chuan, Wei Wuyong's furious roar pierced through the white mist, ringing painfully in Lin Chuan's ears. Yet, a satisfied smile adorned his face. The intensity of Wei Wuyong's anger was a testament to the magnitude of his transgressions. At last, it seemed he could finally achieve his long-desired wish. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated throughout the grand hall. An overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth like a tempest, scattering in all directions. Debris continuously rained down from the vaulted ceiling. Under the weight of this formidable power, it felt as though the entire Saintess Peak had been shaken by a great earthquake. Alas, the 9 elders were incensed. The expression on Cold Condensation Frost's face transformed dramatically. Instantly, she summoned all her internal energy, intending to shield Lin Chuan. However, the actions of the 9 elders were evidently swifter than hers. Before Cold Condensation Frost could react, Lin Chuan was already encircled by the 9 elders. Their faces, far from youthful, were ablaze with fury. The 9 heavenly saints struck simultaneously. Even the heavenly emperor would find them formidable, let alone Lin Chuan. Have I overstepped my bounds? Lin Chuan grimaced awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Cold Condensation Frost shot him an incredulous glance. He had not merely overstepped, he had committed an egregious blunder. The Heavenly Demon Pearl was a treasured relic of the Heavenly Demon Sect, one of the 10 paramount treasures, and held immense value within the entire realm of cultivation. How dare he shatter it? Even as a holy son, he could not expect leniency. The 9 elders were seething with rage. In a severe scenario, they would execute Lin Chuan on the spot. At the very least, they would strip him of his cultivation and imprison him for eternity. In any case, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Seize the Holy Son. After questioning him, we shall determine further action. Wei Wuyong was not overwhelmed by fury. However, once Lin Chuan was apprehended, he would lose his freedom. The authority of the 9 elders surpassed even that of the sect master. Unless Cold Condensation Frost resolved to rebel against the sect, she dared not defy the 9 elders. Lin Chuan acted for my sake. Am I truly to stand idly by? Cold Condensation Frost furrowed her brow, at a loss for what to do. The usually resolute woman found herself in a quandary. The 9 elders approached Lin Chuan with heavy steps. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, who should have been the most anxious, stood rooted in place, unwavering like a mountain. It seemed the Holy Son recognized the gravity of his transgressions and was unwilling to resist. This was for the best, as it would prevent further conflict. Wei Wuyong sighed, his gaze toward Lin Chuan tinged with a hint of compassion. Although Lin Chuan possessed extraordinary talent, a rarity in a millennium, he could not be spared when weighed against the sect's greater matters. Sigh. Wei Wuyong shook her head, slowly extending her hand towards Lin Chuan. Just as she was about to make contact, a sudden and formidable force pushed back, sending Wei Wuyong hurtling away. Impudent. The Holy Son dares to assault the Grand Elder. Forgiveness is out of the question. The 8 great elders immediately sprang into action. However, as these 8 formidable heavenly beings simultaneously launched their attack on Lin Chuan, they were met with an overwhelming force the moment they made contact with him. The 8 elders scattered like celestial maidens dispersing flowers, their figures vanishing into the distance. Meanwhile, the previously anxious Leng Ningshuang stood astonished. Is this the path of the Heavenly Emperor? No, to be precise, it should be the foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Within the Grand Hall, mist swirled upward. Yet, amidst the fog, a mysterious opportunity entwined with Lin Chuan. This was the work of the Heavenly Demon Pearl, which had chosen Lin Chuan as its destined one. His fortune was remarkable. Among 11 individuals, he was selected by the Heavenly Demon Pearl. The foundation of the Heavenly Emperor title manifested as an invisible opportunity, merging seamlessly with Lin Chuan. The most immediate manifestation was that the 9 elders, upon attempting to approach, were repelled by an unseen force. These were 9 formidable heavenly saints, yet none could draw near Lin Chuan. Merely the foundation of the Heavenly Emperor title was already so formidable. One can only imagine. Should Lin Chuan one day achieve the title of Heavenly Emperor, there would likely be no force in this world capable of shaking his reign. Stop it. The cold, indifferent voice of Leng Ningshuang floated through the air, momentarily quieting the previously obstinate 9 elders. However, their anger remained unabated. Lin Chuan had dared to destroy the Heavenly Demon Pearl and assault the 9 elders, a transgression unheard of within the Heavenly Demon Sect, and he was bound to face severe consequences. Yet, they were unaware of the extraordinary events that had transpired with Lin Chuan. Nonetheless, it did not hinder their perception that something unusual was occurring with him. What is happening to the Holy Sun? Wei Wuyong, suppressing her intense pain, inquired of Leng Ningshuang. The foundation of the titled emperor was intertwined with the mysteries hidden within the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Yet, the sect leader herself could not fathom how one of the 10 supreme treasures could be so easily destroyed. Nevertheless, the existence of the titled emperor's foundation was irrefutable. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, the Holy Sun was destined to become a titled emperor. Leng Ningshuang asserted with unwavering conviction. She was not exaggerating. The facts spoke for themselves. Moreover, this would serve to validate her estimations. Beneath the Heavenly Demon Pool lay the concealed Heavenly Demon Pearl, a secret that had eluded the attention of all previous sect leaders, only to be inadvertently unearthed by Leng Ningshuang's unexpected actions. Yet, Lin Chuan had inexplicably lost his mind and shattered such a precious treasure. The thought of the Heavenly Demon Sect losing an exquisite treasure henceforth caused her heart to ache. She could only strive to protect Lin Chuan. Otherwise, given the gravity of his transgressions, the lightest punishment would be eternal imprisonment in the abyss. A titled emperor? Is the sect leader speaking the truth? Wei Wuyong exclaimed in disbelief. The other 8 elders wore expressions of incredulity. They had doubted the authenticity of the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Otherwise, they would not have jointly sought to hold Leng Ningshuang accountable. Yet, they could hardly have anticipated that Lin Chuan would destroy the Heavenly Demon Pearl and, against all odds, be chosen for a grand opportunity to merge with the foundation of a titled emperor. Such an astounding fortune had befallen a sinner, leaving the 9 elders in a quandary. Should they punish Lin Chuan? Uncertainty clouded their judgment. The talents of the Holy Sun were evident for all to see. He had achieved consecutive breakthroughs within 5 years, rising to the rank of Celestial Saint, a pace of ascension that even the sect leader could hardly match. Now, he had even obtained the remarkable opportunity of the titled Emperor's foundation. Could the 9 elders truly bring themselves to impose a heavy penalty on such a remarkable individual? Cold condensation frost let out a disdainful snort, confronting with an imposing demeanor. It was as if she were shifting the entire blame onto the 9 esteemed elders. If it were not for their actions, how could the Heavenly Demon Pearl have been shattered? Now, it seems that Lin Chuan has emerged as the greatest beneficiary. Sooner or later, he will ascend to become the Heavenly Emperor, an unparalleled powerhouse in this world. Such a prodigious talent, if not courted, will undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future. The question remains, should he be eliminated or courted? The decision lies in the hands of the 9 venerable elders. Indeed, Wei Wuyong's expression was exceedingly awkward. After listening to Leng Ningshuang's remarks, she immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The 9 elders had already offended Lin Chuan, even attempting to take his life. Should Lin Chuan ascend to the title of Heavenly Emperor in the future, retribution against them would be inevitable. To mitigate risk, it would be prudent to eliminate Lin Chuan now, thereby preventing future troubles. However, one must consider that with the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Pool and the loss of the Heavenly Demon Pearl, it would be exceedingly challenging for the Heavenly Demon Sect to produce another Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, Lin Chuan's innate talents were exceptionally formidable. Should he merge with the title of Heavenly Emperor now, the prospects would be nothing short of terrifying. If Lin Chuan were to pledge his unwavering loyalty to the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would not be long before a Heavenly Emperor emerged, undoubtedly elevating the sect to unprecedented heights. In the realm of cultivation, the Heavenly Demon Sect would stand as the unparalleled strongest faction. The 9 of them, steadfast supporters of the sect, would secure their place in history. The dilemma of whether to kill or spare him was truly confounding. Previously, the son had shattered the heavenly demon pearl to uphold the honor of the sect master, demonstrating his loyalty. Thus, even if the son were to become a heavenly emperor, his heart would undoubtedly remain with the heavenly demon sect. If such a talent could assist the sect master, how could the heavenly demon sect not thrive? I propose we retain the son. Furthermore, we ought to treat him with utmost respect. What say you all? After a prolonged contemplation, Wei Wuyong finally reached a decision. As the Grand Elder, she possessed the most influence among the 9 elders. Upon her decision, the other 8 elders swiftly aligned with her perspective. The Grand Elder spoke wisely. The Heavenly Demon Pool and the Heavenly Demon Pearl were merely 2 artifacts of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Ultimately, their purpose was to aid disciples in enhancing their realms. If they could cultivate a heavenly emperor, it would indeed be a fitting utilization of resources. The 8 elders chimed in, supporting Wei Wuyong's reasoning, thus providing themselves an avenue of escape. After all, moments ago, they had intended to punish Leng Ningshuang and even imprison Lin Chuan. It would be challenging to gloss over their previous intentions without some flattering words. Hee. Leng Ningshuang rarely displayed a hint of a smile, albeit one tinged with a trace of disdain. The 9th elder's knack for navigating the winds of fortune left her utterly astounded. Yet, this was not her first encounter with the 9th elder's formidable skills. Nonetheless, the matter of the destruction of the heavenly demon pool had at least reached a resolution. Leng Ningshuang silently exhaled a sigh of relief. This was perhaps the most arduous day of her life. A heavy sigh resonated through the tranquil hall, abruptly shattering the silence. Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. What transpired just moments ago? A sense of amnesia enveloped him. He could not even recall the significant confrontation involving the 9 esteemed elders. Upon awakening, he sensed an unfamiliar presence within him, though he could not articulate its nature. The heavenly demon pearl has been destroyed. You may punish me now, Lin Chuan declared, his tone a mixture of resignation and defiance. Given the circumstances, would the 9 elders consider leniency? A mere expulsion from the sect would suffice. He had no qualms about it. He fixed his gaze upon the 9 elders, a wary expression crossing his face. Though he feigned submission, his body betrayed a readiness for conflict. If the elders opted for a forceful approach, he would certainly not remain passive. Among the 10 individuals present, only the formidable cold condensation frost possessed the capacity to restrain him. Yet, in the realm beneath her, Lin Chuan had never feared anyone. Misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The Holy Sun is indeed a pillar of our heavenly demon sect, endowed with great fortune. The selection of the Holy Sun by the heavenly demon pearl must be a blessing for our sect. This elder shall now announce to the sect that the 2 great fortunes are in harmony with the Holy Sun. Any who dare to speak otherwise shall face severe repercussions. In the lecture hall of the heavenly demon sect, tens of thousands of cushions were filled with eager disciples, predominantly female. Their excitement was palpable, as if stars danced within their enchanting gazes. All eyes were fixated upon a single elevated platform. And the reason was singular. Seated cross-legged upon the lone cushion was Lin Chuan. Ever since the heavenly demon pool was destroyed, the 9 elders of the sect collectively issued an edict forbidding disciples from discussing the matter. Surprisingly, Lin Chuan seemed unaffected, carrying on with his leisurely ways as if nothing had transpired. Cold Ningshuang, the sect master, typically disdained idle disciples, yet she never inquired about Lin Chuan's behavior. It was well known that he was the epitome of laziness, rarely seen engaging in morning exercises or evening studies, and his presence was absent from the usual training and tasks. He would not leave his residence until well past noon, and even then, he would seek out a secluded, comfortable spot to slumber. Many male disciples had taken to calling him the god of sleep. Yet, despite this, Cold Ningshuang not only refrained from reprimanding him, but also dispatched resources for cultivation to his residence, inciting envy among countless male disciples. Today, at the behest of Grand Elder Wei Wuyong, Lin Chuan was to impart knowledge to the disciples. Marking the first time in 5 years he would undertake such a task, the disciples held no grievances, for he had ascended to the rank of heavenly sage, and moreover, he was the youngest heavenly sage in the history of the heavenly demon sect. Cough, cough. Today, this holy sun shall impart knowledge. I kindly ask everyone to maintain a modicum of silence. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, his expression replete with reluctance. The task of teaching was indeed a cumbersome one, particularly when faced with a multitude of infatuated female disciples. How bothersome. Originally, he had declined Wei Wuyong's request for him to teach. He believed that he should not be compelled to comply merely because Wei Wuyang held the esteemed position of Grand Elder. However, upon their first encounter, Wei Wuyang threatened him with the matter of the destroyed Heavenly Demon Pearl, asserting that it was the most treasured possession of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan was to face severe punishment for his actions, but due to his fervent desire to protect the sect leader, he had committed such a grave mistake. Thus, the 9 Grand Elders decided to show leniency. Wait a moment, when did I protect the sect leader? Shattering the Heavenly Demon Pearl was merely an act to prompt you all to expel me from the sect. These old hags truly possessed vivid imaginations. Lin Chuan grumbled silently. He initially intended to voice this sentiment outright, but Wei Wuyang's subsequent words extinguished his resolve. It is a tradition of the Heavenly Demon Sect for disciples to receive instruction from the Holy Sun, bearing the weight of responsibility. The Holy Sun ought to serve the sect. Should the Holy Sun refuse, the 9 Grand Elders will be compelled to convene again and cast him into the abyss, subjecting him to eternal torment. Wei Wuyang menaced him fiercely. To be cast into the abyss and endure eternal suffering? How terrifying! Without a second thought, Lin Chuan immediately acquiesced. What a jest! Since his transmigration, he had adhered to the fundamental principle of self-preservation. His usual caution was unparalleled. How could he endure a lifetime in the abyss? As for pride, what is that? What value does it hold? Is there a buyer? Subsequently, Lin Chuan found himself in the lecture hall. Confronted by the eager gazes of tens of thousands of disciples, he maintained an air of calm composure. The Holy Sun is truly magnificent. Having achieved a breakthrough to the Heavenly Saint in merely 5 years, he must possess profound insights into the Tao. We are indeed fortunate. Who could disagree? With such striking looks and formidable prowess, the Holy Sun is undoubtedly a dragon among men. To share the same sect as him is a fortune earned over several lifetimes. The female disciples were utterly beside themselves with excitement. Had it not been for the presence of the 9 Grand Elders and Leng Ningshuang, it is likely that thousands would have surged onto the stage. Cough, cough. Silence. Wei Wuyang's expression darkened as he raised his voice in admonition. The reckless behavior of his disciples was indeed a source of embarrassment. If this continued, the Tianma sect, a mere cultivation faction, would inevitably be reduced to a state akin to that of the Hahuan sect under Lin Chuan's reckless actions. The Holy Sun had recently achieved a breakthrough to the celestial saint level, a feat attributed to his profound comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Thus, it was only fitting that the Holy Sun share his insights with the numerous disciples in light of such a fortuitous opportunity. He gestured for the Holy Sun to commence. Wei Wuyang cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chuan, his piercing gaze glinting with a hint of menace. Lin Chuan forced a grin, feeling a surge of helplessness within. Is it the way of heaven? The Holy Sun was uncertain whether he had truly comprehended it. After merely taking a nap, he found himself having made a breakthrough. To claim that he had diligently cultivated would be utterly absurd, if one were to insist on interpreting his slumber as an understanding of the heavenly path. Could one also consider leisurely wandering and enjoying the mountains and waters as a form of enlightenment? Lin Chuan spoke innocently, his heartfelt words echoing in the hall. Yet, silence enveloped the room, as everyone wore grim expressions and glared at him with disdain. Even the female disciples who admired him were lost in thought upon their cushions. At that moment, Wei Wuyang gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. She felt an overwhelming urge to strike Lin Chuan. This insufferable brat was utterly infuriating. Could he not refrain from showing off? Regret washed over her for having allowed Lin Chuan to teach. Initially, she had only wished for him to share insights on the heavenly way, perhaps even his understanding of the foundation of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Who could have anticipated that it would devolve into a display of his own arrogance? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Casting a glance at Leng Ningshuang beside her. Since the beginning of the lecture, Leng Ningshuang had sat cross-legged with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in meditation. It was only when Lin Chuan began speaking those infuriating words that she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. A hint of discontent on her brow indicated her displeasure with Lin Chuan. It appeared that any reckoning with this insufferable brat would require Leng Ningshuang's consent. Master, the Holy Sun's blatant disrespect during the lesson warrants punishment. Wei Wuyang spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, a punishment is warranted. Cold condensation Frost declared without a moment's hesitation, surprising Wei Wuyang with her promptness. Nevertheless, the words of the Holy Sun held a grain of truth. The Grand Elder was compelled to acknowledge that the Holy Sun's usual demeanor was indeed as such. Yet, even in his idleness, his cultivation advanced at an astonishing rate. With such a prodigious talent, the Grand Elder ought to rejoice for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Cold condensation frost maintained a calm expression. The abrupt turn of events left Wei Wuyang at a loss. However, cold condensation frost was not mistaken. Lin Chuan was undoubtedly a rare genius within the Heavenly Demon Sect, a once-in-a-millennium talent. Perhaps there were others of his age who had already attained the status of Heavenly Sage. Yet those formidable individuals had all consumed vast resources and dedicated themselves tirelessly to cultivation. But what of Lin Chuan? To label him as idle would be an understatement. He indulged in sleep, laziness, tending to flowers, and wandering through mountains and waters. Yet, even such a mundane existence could not stifle his extraordinary potential. One could only imagine, if he were to exert even a modicum of effort, would he not soar to greatness and astound the world? The sect master was indeed correct. The Holy Sun was a talent rarely seen in a millennium. Yet, could the Heavenly Demon Sect truly contain such a genius? Once the Holy Sun achieved the title of Heavenly Emperor, would the sect master have the confidence to retain him within the sect? Reflecting on this, the matter was far from simple. It is hoped that the sect master will make a timely decision. Wei Wuyang was right, with Lin Chuan's aptitude. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed cold condensation frost and became a heavenly emperor, traversing the world with unmatched prowess. Such a defiant individual would surely not be constrained by the sect. However, Lin Chuan's foundational strength as a heavenly emperor was a result of the loss of the heavenly demon pearl, a treasured asset of the sect. To incur such a loss and yet allow Lin Chuan to depart would certainly leave Wei Wuyang feeling aggrieved. Yet, this matter required cold condensation frost's agreement. Moreover, given Lin Chuan's influence among the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, any misstep could lead to considerable complications. Thus, it necessitated careful handling. The Grand Elder was indeed correct. The heart of the Holy Sun should belong to the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, the Grand Elder seemed overly concerned. The sect master believed that the loyalty of the Holy Sun was beyond doubt, with no inclination to betray the sect. Cold condensation frost appeared unperturbed, betraying no hint of emotional turmoil. In truth, she was in a state of inner turmoil. Lin Chuan's loyalty? This rascal was perpetually contemplating fleeing the sect to pursue his leisurely life. Could this truly be deemed loyalty? His mind was consumed with thoughts of the sect's inevitable demise, urging him to flee while he still could. To speak of it so bluntly was akin to cursing the sect itself. Should Wei Wuyang discover this, it would surely lead to a charge of imprisonment. According to Leng Ningshuang's previous demeanor, even a holy son would meet a tragically dire fate if he dared to harbor any treacherous thoughts. Yet, her current disposition had undergone a profound transformation. It was not merely Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent that set him apart. He had also integrated the foundational essence of the Heavenly Emperor from the Heavenly Demon Pearl. Such an opportunity was coveted by countless cultivators and was a rarity among the myriad of those blessed with fortune. To eliminate Lin Chuan would be a tremendous loss. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that Lin Chuan was willing to bear the blame for her protection. This stirred within the typically frosty and unflinching female demon a sentiment that transcended mere camaraderie. Though she was unfamiliar with the concept of romantic love, she had certainly heard whispers of the complexities between men and women. Perhaps this was what love truly entailed. In any case, Leng Ningshuang's mindset had shifted, prompting her to make a judgment that starkly contrasted her past actions. She sought to shield Lin Chuan, to exonerate him. Was it possible that the sect leader had such unwavering faith in the Holy Sun? Indeed, the matter of the Heavenly Demon Pool and the Heavenly Demon Pearl has truly revealed to this elder the Saint Sun's unwavering loyalty to the sect leader. However, what I did not anticipate was the profound bond between the sect leader and the Saint Sun, despite their limited encounters. I had initially perceived the sect leader as simply ruthless and decisive in their actions, yet it appears they possess remarkable skills in the art of manipulation as well. It brings me great relief. Wei Wuyang expressed her contentment, clearly misunderstanding Lin Chuan's intentions. Yet, is this not precisely what Leng Ningshuang desired her to believe? Indeed, it is so. The Grand Elder can rest easy now. Leng Ningshuang feigned calmness, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. She then turned her gaze toward Lin Chuan, her brow subtly furrowing, her thoughts growing heavy. Though Lin Chuan seemed to harbor distinct feelings for her, she was, after all, the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, and effectively half of his master. If they were to shatter that boundary, would they not become the laughingstock of the immortal realm? Alas, what is to be done? A few anxious glances were lost among the tens of thousands of female disciples, nearly undetectable. Lin Chuan, of course, was oblivious to the fact that both Wei Wuyang and Leng Ningshuang had entertained various thoughts about him. Yet, his ostentatious lecture had incited the ire of many male disciples. What of the saint's son? Is he truly unafraid of retribution for his pretentiousness? Sure, lower your voice. Though the saint's son is laid back, he is still a formidable heavenly saint. If he hears you, beware of your head. He is more than just a heavenly saint. After being baptized by the heavenly demon pool, the saint's son has already shown the potential of a heavenly emperor. He is likely the next sect leader destined for our sect. Alas, what a pity for the thousands of female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They are bound to fall under the saint's son's spell. The male disciples express their discontent. Why, as fellow men, is there such a disparity in their paths? Unlike the male disciples' prejudice against Lin Chuan, the female disciples looked on eagerly, hoping he would impart more knowledge of cultivation, feeling the weight of their eager gazes. Lin Chuan felt he ought to share more, otherwise, it would seem rather unkind. However, he truly had no profound insights on cultivation to offer. Cough, cough. The great Tao is inherent in nature, and I coexist with the universe. All things are unified with me. The path of cultivation is indeed the route to the great Tao. One should follow their heart's desires, abandon the wise and the sage, and harmonize with nature. For all things return to unity. The great Tao encompasses 50, while heaven manifests in 49. To elude one aspect is to grasp the heavenly mysteries. Yet, these mysteries are elusive. Relentlessly pursuing them often yields no results. It is far better to be at ease with circumstances, for perhaps fortune will come knocking unexpectedly. Just like a misplaced item, the more fervently one seeks it, the more elusive it becomes. When one ceases to search, it miraculously reappears. Given this, why not simply relax and relish life, distancing oneself from worldly disputes, intrigues, and conflicts? Wouldn't that be delightful? Lin Chuan spoke eloquently. As a traveler from another realm, he understood profound truths better than anyone. Yet, he was also well-versed in fallacies. To articulate the concept of relaxation so elegantly and philosophically, one might struggle to find a second person in the entire realm of cultivation. When he fell silent, the entire hall was enveloped in a profound silence. Even Leng Ningshuang and Wei Wuyang were left in stunned disbelief. What is this great Tao in natural way? What does it mean to follow one's heart and abandon wisdom? What does it mean to relax and enjoy life? A multitude of individuals found themselves unable to comprehend, yet they felt that Lin Chuan's words held profound wisdom. There was simply no way to refute it. Wait, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. This scoundrel had presented his laziness in such a refreshingly unconventional manner. Did he truly believe that I, the master of this sect, would be deceived? Cold Ning Frost's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, her lips twitching in response. She had almost been swayed by this rascal. Fortunately, years of reading online novels had equipped her with a plethora of obscure and complex expressions. Perhaps, just perhaps, such rhetoric could befuddle these cultivators. Soon, I will allow them to comprehend it on their own, and then I can indulge in my laziness with great aplomb. Oh yes. Lin Chuan's excitement was laid bare within his heart. Yet, he maintained an air of solemnity and profound mystery on the surface. Were it not for Cold Ning Frost's ability to hear his innermost thoughts, she might have genuinely fallen for his seemingly harmless facade. Humph, though endowed with remarkable talent, he constantly seeks to evade effort. Is this not a grievous waste of potential? It is imperative to impose strict discipline on the Holy Son henceforth. Alternatively, perhaps I should impart the most profound techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sect to him. This might ignite his enthusiasm for cultivation. Cold Ningshuang glared coldly at Lin Chuan, secretly resolving to take action. Within the Heavenly Demon Sect, there exists an abundance of intricate techniques predominantly centered around demonic arts. Naturally, practitioners of the demonic sect focus primarily on mastering these arts. However, the more advanced the demonic techniques, the greater the challenges in their cultivation. A moment's negligence may lead one astray into madness, or worse, result in a reversal of inner strength, culminating in fatality. Thus, those lacking sufficient mastery are strictly cautioned against engaging with advanced techniques. Moreover, the most obscure and esoteric methods are safeguarded by the sect leader, rarely revealed to others. This is not merely to conceal the sect's treasured techniques, but also to prevent disciples from secretly engaging in perilous practices that may lead them astray. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan's cultivation level and comprehension have reached the requisite standards. It is only logical to assign him the task of studying advanced demonic arts. If this can anchor Lin Chuan's presence and stimulate his initiative, it would indeed justify Cold Ningshuang's efforts. The sect leader's words ring true. The Holy Son possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is inherently too indolent. If only he could become more proactive, his achievements would surely surpass the ordinary. Wei Wuyang could hardly contain her agreement, feeling that Lin Chuan, with his exceptional aptitude, squandered his potential through apathy. Yet, neither she nor Leng Ningshuang realized that Lin Chuan's distinction among the 100,000 disciples stemmed from his very laziness. It is impossible for him to embrace diligence. In this lifetime, he shall never be industrious. Unless the system were to vanish unexpectedly, relying on it allows him to coast through life with ease. Only a fool would choose to strive. With the elders' consent, the upcoming lessons shall be entrusted to him. The sect leader shall take the Holy Son away first. Leng Ningshuang slowly rose and, extending her delicate fingers towards Lin Chuan, unleashed a surge of formidable inner power that promptly ensnared him. Again, Lin Chuan exclaimed, his body uncontrollably hurtling towards Leng Ningshuang. Subsequently, the disciples heard a chilling scream pierce the air. Two figures swiftly darted overhead. By the time they regained their composure, Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan had long vanished from the lecture hall. Ahem. The subsequent lecture shall be conducted by this esteemed elder. Disciples, pay close attention. Sacred Maiden Peak, the great hall of the sect. With a thud, Lin Chuan fell heavily to the ground, landing squarely on his posterior, eliciting a grimace of pain. At his level of mastery, he should have been impervious to harm, even from a fall of 100 feet. Yet, the formidable cold condensation frost surpassed him in strength and had ensnared him with her overwhelming inner power. He wished to summon his own energy, but alas, he found himself utterly incapable. That wretched old hag, so fierce and unyielding, was destined to remain unmarried for all her days. How ironic it was. I once believed I might meet my demise in the chaos of a righteous confrontation. Yet now I realize that my end may very well come at the hands of this old witch. No, I must hasten my departure from the Heavenly Demon Sect. For if I do not, it is only a matter of time before I perish under her torment. Lin Chuan seethed with indignation. His feelings were hardly surprising. From his perspective, cold condensation frost was indeed ruthless. Whether it was compelling him to confront Hong Tianhe, subjecting him to the 9 heavens thunder prison in the heavenly demon pool, or hurling him from a great height for no reason, her actions seemed deliberately designed to target him, with an intent to inflict maximum suffering. Lin Chuan was baffled as to what offense he had committed against her. Or perhaps, as he conjectured, cold condensation frost was simply experiencing the whims of menopause, a time when women are often more capricious and irritable. Furthermore, it was rumored that she harbored a disdain for men, while he was renowned within the sect as a girl killer. With over 60,000 female disciples vying for his attention, some even clamoring to bear his children, it was likely that such gossip had reached the ears of cold condensation frost, a woman afflicted with misandry. How could she possibly spare him? If this were indeed the case, I must leave the Heavenly Demon Sect at once. It is truly terrifying. Lin Chuan shivered involuntarily, as if sensing that his end was imminent. Yet, unbeknownst to him, all of these thoughts had reached cold condensation frost's ears, and he remained oblivious to the increasingly frigid and displeased expression that graced her face. Misandry. How dare anyone propagate such absurd claims? It is intolerable. I must uncover the identity of the slanderer who dares to defame me. Otherwise, they shall face a fate most gruesome. Leng Ningshuang was on the verge of exploding with rage. At the age of 20, she had boldly stormed the Xinjian sect, solely due to the disrespectful words of its disciples. The graves of those she had vanquished had grown 3 feet high by now. It seemed she had secluded herself for too long, allowing the world to forget her fearsome reputation. Of course, the slanderer must be dealt with severely. Yet, the most critical task at hand is to prevent Lin Chuan from escaping the sect. At this juncture, the Holy Son still insists on betraying the sect. Could it truly be, as he claims, that I have been excessively harsh with him? Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brow, a flicker of unease glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Ever since she believed Lin Chuan had confessed his feelings for her, their relationship had transformed from one of mere comradeship into something far more complex. Initially, she had intended to treat him with greater kindness. However, her inherently cold nature left her oblivious to the concept of care, causing her well-intentioned efforts to backfire. To Lin Chuan and others, her actions appeared as cruelty. Is my image truly so dreadful in the eyes of the world? Very well. My previous methods may have been excessively radical. This time, I shall adopt a gentler approach. I will bestow upon Lin Chuan the opportunity to cultivate profound techniques. This is undoubtedly a chance that any practitioner of the demonic arts would covet. Surely he would not refuse such a gift. Among them, Lin Chuan must be included. With this thought, Leng Ningshuang's confidence surged, and a subtle smile graced her lips. She then parted her crimson lips and spoke. The Holy Sun has been with my Heavenly Demon Sect for nearly a decade now, correct? It has been 5 years since you ascended to the position of Holy Sun, has it not? 10 years ago. Lin Chuan was merely an ordinary 8-year-old child within the Heavenly Demon Sect. 5 years ago, upon his arrival, his extraordinary talents began to emerge. It was at that time that both I and Wei Wuyang recognized his potential and conferred upon him the title of Holy Sun. Since then, Lin Chuan has harnessed the system to achieve remarkable feats. Over these 5 years, he has transformed from an obscure disciple into a formidable heavenly sage. Such a meteoric rise astonished even me. However, little did Lin Chuan know that all these years, I had been closely observing him. But the question remains, is it a blessing or a curse to be under the watchful eye of such a ruthless female demon? Indeed, Lin Chuan replied cautiously, swallowing hard in silence. Haha, now, the Holy Sun has ascended to the realm of celestial sanctity. According to the regulations of the sect, anyone who reaches this level is permitted to cultivate the profound techniques of the order. The Holy Sun, endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable brilliance, has led the sect leader to make an unprecedented decision. You shall be granted the opportunity to learn 10 divine demonic arts in 3 days hence. I shall personally assess your mastery of the incantations. Divine demonic arts? Bestowed all at once. This is tantamount to endangering Lin Chuan's very life. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's declaration, Lin Chuan's expression transformed into one of despair. As a slothful individual who preferred to take things easy, the prospect of studying such esoteric and intricate divine arts was utterly repugnant to him. He, who often dozed off during lectures, could hardly imagine committing to serious study without shattering his carefully cultivated persona. Thus, he harbored a profound sense of reluctance. However, upon gazing at Leng Ningshuang's frostbitten visage, he faltered. What a jest! The formidable leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect stood before him, a woman who had single-handedly stormed the Xinjian sect, slaying hundreds. To dare rebuff her benevolence would surely suggest that Lin Chuan was seeking to court danger. Nevertheless, wisdom lies in self-awareness. Lin Chuan was acutely aware that he was no genius. He was merely an inconsequential figure. With only 10 days at his disposal, he would be hard-pressed to even skim through the 10 divine demonic arts. In light of this, what was the point of attempting to learn? He might as well remain within the grand hall and indulge in slumber. Given the nature of the system, it would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Moreover, considering how much Leng Ningshuang valued his potential, going so far as to offer him 10 volumes of divine arts for his development, any outcome that starkly contrasted her expectations would surely incite her wrath. This could very well result in a punishment of being expelled from the sect. Indeed, with the fierce temperament of that old hag, I would surely incur her displeasure. After 10 days, I shall voluntarily plead for forgiveness, citing my unworthiness to remain the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Let the charge be expulsion from the sect. A smirk crept upon Lin Chuan's lips as he reveled in his own cleverness. One must admit, his plan was flawless. Moreover, given Leng Ningshuang's disposition, it was likely that she would indeed punish Lin Chuan in a fit of rage. But this was contingent upon her ignorance of Lin Chuan's true intentions. Voluntarily pleading for forgiveness? You sly wretch, are you attempting to escape the sect under the guise of seeking leniency? The sect leader pondered. The divine demonic arts, coveted by countless individuals, are indeed a treasure. Why, then, does this fellow not feel the slightest stir of ambition? The chilling frost brought her excruciating pain. Lin Chuan's inner thoughts were in stark contrast to her intentions. She had originally planned to seize this opportunity to win Lin Chuan over, ensuring he remained steadfastly within the ranks of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, this young man, confronted with the allure of supreme demonic arts, remained unmoved. Solely fixated on escaping the sect, could it be that he has foreseen the impending calamity that awaits the Heavenly Demon Sect? In a bid for self-preservation, has he resolved to escape by any means necessary? It must be so. If not for the Saint Sun's awareness of certain hidden truths, he would never exhibit such unwavering resolve. It seems he harbors numerous secrets that even the sect master is unaware of. Humph. With that, the sect master resolved to pry open your mouth and uncover the truth. Cold condensation frost cast a frigid glance at Lin Chuan, her mind already made up. Nevertheless, she was determined to fulfill the promise made to Lin Chuan. Moreover, she was well aware of his thoughts, so there was no need for urgency. Just 10 volumes of divine-level techniques. Even if she bestowed them upon Lin Chuan, that impudent lad would undoubtedly refrain from practicing them. At most, they would merely squander 10 days together. Once the deadline arrived, Lin Chuan's illusions would inevitably shatter. Naturally, as the sect master, Cold Condensation Frost had issued a task that her disciples must strive to complete diligently. Not only did Lin Chuan cling to the divine-level techniques without studying them, but he also intended to shirk responsibility. A fitting punishment was certainly in order, even if the severity of the punishment was not great. It would surely create a stir within the sect. She intended for the entire sect to be aware of it. At that point, even if Lin Chuan harbored thoughts of betrayal, he would not dare to escape clandestinely. Otherwise, once the Heavenly Demon Sect issued a bounty in the cultivation world, Lin Chuan would find no refuge. Thus, his dream of descending the mountain to live a carefree life would remain unfulfilled. Hiki, facing this sect master, you are still too inexperienced. Cold Condensation Frost secretly chuckled to herself. Then, she casually tossed a volume of cultivation technique in front of Lin Chuan. These 10 supreme demonic techniques were all replicas. Though they were copies, they meticulously recorded the essence of the heart method. Cold Condensation Frost had never anticipated that Lin Chuan would fully master all 10 supreme demonic techniques within 10 days. She merely hoped he would remember the foundational principles. However, she was utterly unprepared for his sudden inclination to give up. If that were the case, why waste her breath? She decided to indulge Lin Chuan's sentiments, for after all, this lad could never escape her grasp. 10 days. Once the deadline passes, I shall personally inspect. Since the 9 elders hold the Holy Sun in high regard, I will invite them to witness the Holy Sun's grandeur alongside my disciples. The Holy Sun must not disappoint his fellow sect members. Leng Ningshuang chuckled mischievously and departed, leaving Lin Chuan alone, lost in thought over the demonic arts. That wicked old crone. She is clearly intent on making a fool of me, and in public no less. How will my female disciples, who look up to me, perceive me? Alas, it matters not. I am soon to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect. So why concern myself with others' opinions? Lin Chuan laughed it off, not letting it weigh on his mind. Such is his nature, carefree and at ease. Yet, he is overly cautious about his own life. While there is nothing inherently wrong with this, it is rather out of place in the world of cultivation, rife with deceit and the capriciousness of fate. Coupled with his extraordinary talents, he draws even more attention. If he refuses to strive, others will compel him to do so, further contrasting with his laid-back existence. How troubling. Lin Chuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. Yet, alas, one is often bound by circumstances in the martial world. Were it not for his lack of skill, would he truly be reliant on others? Must he await the moment the Heavenly Demon Sect faces annihilation? Should I take the initiative to cultivate? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chuan resolutely dismissed it. Why toil when one can earn rewards effortlessly? The prospect of divine demonic arts may seem alluring, yet it pales in comparison to the system's offerings. Moreover, cultivating divine demonic arts is exceedingly troublesome. I have heard that geniuses like Leng Ningshuang, with unparalleled talent, spent a full decade mastering just one volume of the heavenly demon arts before ascending to the rank of Celestial Emperor. In contrast, Lin Chuan has accomplished nothing in 5 years, yet he has already attained the status of Celestial Sage. The comparison is undeniably clear. Perhaps it's been too long since I last read. I might just doze off if I attempt it. Rather than torment myself, I might as well lie down for a grand slumber. The floor of this hall is cool and refreshing, perfect for resting. Lin Chuan chuckled and reclined on the spot. Before he could even close his eyes, a notification from the system rang in his ears. Ding. While cultivating the divine demonic arts, the host opts for leisure. The divine demonic arts are granted directly by the system, sparing him from the rigors of cultivation. Such delightful fortune is reserved solely for Lin Chuan. If a slacker can effortlessly obtain divine demonic arts, why should he endure the hardships of active cultivation? Lin Chuan disdainfully glanced at the 10 supreme magical texts beneath his feet. He casually stacked them together and used them as a pillow, reclining comfortably. At that moment, he lay in the great hall, crossing his legs and whistling, utterly carefree. This roguelike demeanor was visible only to Leng Ningshuang, who was nearly driven to the brink of fury. You little rascal, do you truly intend to indulge in 10 days of idleness? Do you realize that these 10 supreme magical texts are treasures coveted by countless individuals, yet so elusive? You dare to treat them as mere pillows. Such a heartless disposition is truly exasperating. Leng Ningshuang seethed. She had never felt such helplessness towards anyone else. It was precisely because she valued Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent that she resolved to capture his heart with these supreme magical texts. Yet, to her dismay, what was coveted by the world was, in Lin Chuan's eyes, merely a means for slumber. Even Leng Ningshuang found herself at a loss with him. Forget it. With today passing, only 9 days remain. Although he may be momentarily lost in his desires, it does not imply that he can genuinely restrain them. 10 days hence, I shall personally verify the situation. Cold as frost, Leng Ningshuang uttered a disdainful snort. The figure in the shadow of the grand hall gradually faded away. At the same time, Lin Chuan, reclining within the grand hall, was far from the leisurely demeanor he appeared to possess. Although he seemed languid, the system-bestowed primordial celestial demon art was steadily functioning within him. Even though Lin Chuan did not consciously wield this demonic power, the divine-grade technique was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivation methods. The primordial celestial demon art was a self-contained entity, seamlessly merging with Lin Chuan's physique. The essence of primordial unity transcends all distinctions of meridians, acupoints, and even the dualities of the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams. It embodies the most primal and innocent state of existence, beyond the confines of heaven and earth. In comparison to Leng Ningshuang's cultivated celestial demon art, this primordial celestial demon art was of a far superior caliber, even surpassing the 10 divine-grade techniques that Leng Ningshuang had bestowed upon him. Even if Lin Chuan refrained from active cultivation, the primordial celestial demon art would inevitably progress on its own. Day and night, it sought the path of enlightenment. An imminent prospect. Undoubtedly, this technique was tailored specifically for Lin Chuan, designed for his unique circumstances. Imagine whether Lin Chuan was sleeping, dining, or wandering amidst nature. All of it constituted a state of cultivation. Consequently, his progress would never stagnate. Who then would dare to claim he was slacking? An extraordinary technique, Lin Chuan mused, albeit with the understanding that it was not the opportune moment to reveal it. Otherwise, given my remarkable talents, it would likely prove even more challenging to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Thus, I shall conceal it and await the passage of 10 days. With a gentle sigh, he spoke to himself, a portrait of resignation. On Saint's Peak, amidst the azure heavens, a graceful figure approached, riding upon a sword. In the mountains, disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect gazed up at this enchanting silhouette, their faces alight with joy. Even the 9 elders were drawn by the news. Wu Nanming has returned. Surely, there must be some clarity regarding the great marsh illusion. Hasten, all of you, follow this elder to the grand hall, and pay your respects to the sect leader. Wei Wuyang exclaimed, her countenance brimming with excitement as she reluctantly diverted her gaze from the figure soaring above. The Wu Nanming she referred to is the esteemed senior sister of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a peer of Lin Chuan. Although her status within the sect does not rival that of Lin Chuan, the saint's son, she possesses considerable strength and an impressive cultivation level. Moreover, her demeanor is exceedingly amiable, perhaps even overly accommodating, which has endeared her to her fellow disciples. Upon hearing of Wu Nanming's return, many disciples rushed to Saint's Peak to offer their welcome. From afar, one could hear the enthusiastic shouts of the disciples, their fervor rivaling that of Lin Chuan's most ardent admirers. With a soft thud, the flying sword fell to the ground, and Wu Nanming gracefully alighted. Almost immediately, she was surrounded by a throng of male and female disciples. The female disciples were drawn to Wu Nanming's amiable demeanor, while the male disciples were captivated by her stunning beauty. If one were to rank the appearances of the women in the Heavenly Demon Sect, the first place would undoubtedly belong to the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang. The second position, however, would surely be claimed by Wu Nanming. Alas, Leng Ningshuang, known as the female demon lord, had long been etched in the minds of many as a figure of cold cruelty, instilling fear rather than admiration. Not only her disciples but the entire world of cultivation dared not harbor feelings of affection for her. In contrast, Wu Nanming was different. With her exquisite looks and amiable personality, she had endeared herself to her fellow disciples, making her the object of many unspoken crushes among the male disciples. Thus, it was entirely natural for a large group of male disciples to gather around her upon her return to the mountain. Dear fellow brothers and sisters, it has been a long time since we last met. Upon my return, I have pressing matters to report to the sect leader. Once my urgent business is concluded, I shall reminisce with you all, Wu Nanming said, slightly bowing and clasping her hands together before attempting to depart. Being newly returned, she was unaware of the events that had transpired within the grand hall. However, the sect's disciples were well informed. You cannot enter, one female disciple kindly cautioned. The doors of the Grand Hall have remained closed for 9 days. Ever since the sect leader took the Holy Sun away, no one has seen them. The disciples were equally curious about what the sect leader and Lin Chuan had been doing within the Grand Hall that had kept them hidden for so long. While the sect leader was somewhat excusable, after all, Leng Ningshuang had always been aloof. Lin Chuan was another matter entirely. It was unheard of for him to enter seclusion. He was known for his carefree wanderings, flitting about without a care. The very notion of him retreating for cultivation was bewildering. If indeed Leng Ningshuang had compelled Lin Chuan into seclusion, that would alter everything. Yet, the female disciples who longed for Lin Chuan were the ones truly suffering, having gone 9 long days without catching a glimpse of that handsome, captivating face. The anticipation had nearly driven them to distraction. Is it truly the case? It is indeed rare for the Holy Sun to enter seclusion. This bodes well. Wu Nanming smiled with a sense of relief. As the senior sister, she had often kept a watchful eye on Lin Chuan. Long before Lin Chuan ascended to the title of Holy Sun, Wu Nanming frequently urged him on. Yet, each time, Lin Chuan would merely acquiesce verbally, only to revert to his lazy ways afterward. What vexed her the most was that, despite his apparent lack of diligence, in a mere 5 years, his cultivation had surged remarkably. By the time Wu Nanming descended the mountain, Lin Chuan had already attained the status of a heavenly sovereign, even surpassing her by a considerable margin. How infuriating, after a year of her own experiences in the world. The senior sister seemed to have made some progress in her cultivation. Could it be that she had also reached the level of a heavenly sovereign? A particularly observant female disciple inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, many disciples cast envious glances in her direction. For them, attaining the rank of heavenly sovereign represented one of the rarest heights within the realm of cultivation, aside from the likes of the Tianma sect, which dominates a region. Even the leaders of many mid-tier sects are merely heavenly sovereigns. This implies that, should Wu Nanming so desire, she could easily sever ties with the Tianma sect and establish her own sect. Indeed, throughout the trials of this year, I fortuitously encountered an opportunity, allowing me to transcend my limitations and ascend to the esteemed rank of celestial sovereign. However, a few days ago, I heard whispers within our sect that someone has recently achieved the rank of celestial saint, causing quite a stir among many factions. I wonder who this individual might be? Wu Nanming furrowed her brow slightly, showing no signs of reveling in the joy of her own ascension to celestial sovereign. In response to her senior sister's words, she realized that this person was none other than the Holy Sun. What? Wu Nanming's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Chuan has broken through once again. How could this be possible? It is indeed true. Not long ago, the sect leader was on the verge of exiting his seclusion. In a public display, the Holy Sun broke through to the realm of Heavenly Saint, witnessed by our congregation of 100,000 disciples. We all observed this with our own eyes. There could be no doubt. Furthermore, the Holy Sun personally beheaded Hong Tianhe, the leader of the Xianjian sect, a fact that reverberated throughout the entire cultivation world. Surely, the senior sister is not unaware of this, is she? The female disciple blinked her bright, expressive eyes, seemingly nudging Wu Nanming. In the presence of so many disciples, she must avoid any embarrassment. Indeed, I had heard whispers of this event. Wu Nanming suddenly realized and promptly nodded in agreement. Fortunately, the female disciple had reminded her in time. Otherwise, she would have faced humiliation in front of her disciples. The news of Lin Chuan's slaying of Hong Tianhe had long since spread across the cultivation realm, the gossip flying through the air like wildfire. If she were completely oblivious to it, others would surely look down upon her. Her esteemed title as senior sister would become a subject of ridicule. In reality, as she hurried back to the sect, she had little opportunity to inquire about the details. She had only gleaned fragments of information indicating a conflict between the Xianjian sect and the Tianma sect, and that Hong Tianhe had perished amidst this turmoil. However, she remained unaware of who had delivered the fatal blow. Yet, she never anticipated that it was Lin Chuan who had not only slain Hong Tianhe but had also attained the status of heavenly saint. Good heavens! How could you be so biased? Nanming. The voice of the esteemed elder Wei Wuyong resonated through the crowd, reaching the ears of Wu Nanming. Numerous disciples turned in unison, bowing in respect alongside Wu Nanming. Great elder. Wu Nanming's brow unfurled, as if the worries that had plagued her moments before had dissipated entirely. At that moment, Wei Wuyong arrived, accompanied by the 8 esteemed elders. They had come to welcome Wu Nanming and also wished to personally meet Leng Ningshuang. 9 days prior, Leng Ningshuang had confined Lin Chuan within the Grand Hall, and since then, there had been no news. Wei Wuyong harbored concerns. fearing that Leng Ningshuang's temperament might provoke unforeseen troubles. Moreover, Lin Chuan had always been rather indolent. Should Leng Ningshuang decide to impart her profound techniques, there was a chance that Lin Chuan might still be reluctant to exert himself. It was entirely possible that this irascible sect leader might strike him down in a fit of rage. Lin Chuan was, after all, a once-in-a-millennium genius. His untimely demise would indeed be a lamentable loss. Nanming, your arrival is most fortuitous. The sect leader and the Holy Sun have been in seclusion for 9 days now. I have heard that the sect leader intends to personally teach the Holy Sun a divine-level magical technique. I wonder how the Holy Sun is faring today. Why don't we all go and pay a visit? Wei Wuyang said cheerfully. Previously, she had sought no reason to enter the Grand Hall, but with Wu Nanming's return, this opportunity seemed to fall from the heavens, aligning perfectly with Wei Wuyang's intentions. Unbeknownst to Wu Nanming, Wei Wuyang's thoughts were far from innocent. She readily agreed. Yet her heart was anything but tranquil. The sect leader intended to impart divine-level magical techniques to Lin Chuan. Such techniques could only be mastered by those who had reached the Heavenly Saint realm. It appeared that Lin Chuan's attainment of that level was now a foregone conclusion. How infuriating. Why was it that she always seemed to lag behind him? Wu Nanming felt a surge of indignation. After all, Lin Chuan had entered the sect later than she had, and was inherently lazy, rarely seen engaging in diligent practice. Yet, in the span of just 5 years, he had made astonishing progress, surpassing her by leaps and bounds after becoming the Holy Sun. Despite her own efforts to seek the path of the celestial sovereign through arduous training, upon her return to the mountain, she discovered that Lin Chuan had already ascended to the Heavenly Saint realm. It felt akin to a dedicated student laboring day and night, only to find themselves ranked second in an examination, while Lin Chuan, the first, seemed to achieve his results without any visible effort. If Wu Nanming was the diligent scholar, then Lin Chuan was the prodigy, the kind who could attain the highest accolades without breaking a sweat. How exasperating. Humph. It was not merely infuriating. The elder and the sect leader were also encircling Lin Chuan. I shall surpass him sooner or later, Wu Nanming murmured to herself, clenching her fists. It was not unusual for the junior disciple to surpass the senior sister in cultivation. However, the reason Wu Nanming disapproved of Lin Chuan lay in his indolence. In stark contrast, she epitomized diligence and perseverance. A person who toils and strives forward, yet is surpassed by a slothful individual. Naturally, she could not acquiesce to this indignity. Great Elder, she began. Our sect's divine-level demonic arts are exceedingly perilous, and despite the presence of the sect master personally imparting knowledge, without exceptional aptitude, one may not possess the qualifications to cultivate them. Since the Holy Sun has only recently ascended to the Heavenly Saint realm, why the urgency in bestowing upon him the divine demonic arts? Wu Nanming inquired, her expression remaining composed. What was she truly anticipating? Even she was unsure. Perhaps, deep down, she harbored a wish for Lin Chuan's cultivation to falter, even to the point of succumbing to madness. Yet, the moment this thought surfaced, she was taken aback. As a fellow disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, how could she entertain such malevolent notions? Fortunately, Wei Wuyang was oblivious to her inner turmoil and continued to elucidate. The Holy Sun's innate talent is unparalleled in my lifetime. On the day the sect master emerged from seclusion, hundreds of sect leaders, including formidable heavenly emperors and heavenly saints, came to demonstrate their prowess, only to be left astounded by the Holy Sun's victory over Hong Tianhe in battle. With such prodigious talent, it is reasonable to assume that cultivating a divine-level demonic art would pose no challenge. Moreover, Wei Wuyang hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to disclose her plan to win over Lin Chuan to Wu Nanming. Few were privy to this matter. Only the 9 great elders and Leng Ningshuang were aware. Even though Wu Nanming was the senior sister of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it did not necessarily mean her interests aligned with theirs. Given this, perhaps it was better to let it be. Could it be? This young man Lin Chuan possessed such audacity, daring to slay Hong Tianhe before the eyes of hundreds of sect leaders. Wu Nanming clenched her fists tighter. Previously, she had merely perceived Lin Chuan as languid, taking advantage of his high talent to indulge in idleness. Yet, upon hearing the account of Lin Chuan's slaying of Hong Tianhe today, Wu Nanming's heart was profoundly shaken. One must ask, if she were to face such a scene, could she ever be compared to Lin Chuan? I am grateful for the warm welcome extended by the 9 elders. I have returned with pressing matters to convey to the sect leader. There is news regarding the Grand Martial illusion. Wu Nanming hastily sought to shift the conversation. She feared that further discussion about Lin Chuan would arouse suspicion. As the senior disciple, harboring resentment towards the Holy Son is no trifling matter if discovered by others. Indeed, exclaimed Wei Wuyang, you have truly accomplished a great feat, Naming. Come, let us hasten to pay our respects to the sect master. With great delight, he grasped Nanming's delicate hand and proceeded toward the grand hall. The voices of the 9 elders and Nanming echoed as they sought an audience with the sect master. Yet, there was no response forthcoming. Behind them, thousands of disciples awaited with bated breath, eager to witness how the Holy Son fared after 9 days of secluded cultivation in the profound art of silence. With a creaking sound, the grand door gradually swung open, revealing a remarkably handsome visage. However, before Wei Wuyang and Wu Nanming could utter a word, the youth audaciously stretched his limbs, his eyes still heavy with slumber, and remarked, "Didn't we agree on 10 days? I distinctly recall only sleeping for 9. The interior of the hall was in disarray, with several tattered books piled haphazardly, seemingly having been used as makeshift pillows, coupled with Lin Chuan's recently awoken state. It was evident that he had indeed been indulging in idleness. Witnessing this, a surge of jealousy welled up within Wu Nanming. The sect leader had personally imparted divine magical skills to Lin Chuan, yet he dared to squander time in slothful slumber? How could this be tolerated? Lin Chuan, Wu Nanming exclaimed, her frustration palpable. While it may be excusable for you to be lazy on ordinary days, the sect master bestows upon you divine magical skills out of regard for your potential. How can you fail to distinguish between what is significant and what is not? Indulging in idleness without restraint? Curse be Lin Chuan. What extraordinary fortune had he stumbled upon to garner such admiration from so many? It was not merely the sect master's favoritism towards him. It seemed as though the heavens themselves had conspired to bestow upon Lin Chuan all that is splendid, while he remained oblivious to its value. In truth, this was of little consequence, for the path one chooses in life is ultimately a matter of personal discretion. Yet, Wu Nanming could not help but view Lin Chuan as a rival. This perception rendered the tireless efforts of diligent practitioners like herself appear all the more futile. Oh, it is the senior sister, Lin Chuan remarked with a chuckle, intending to deflect the situation. However, it was evident that Wu Nanming had already formed a bias against him, refusing to engage in conversation. Cough, cough. Wei Wuyang sensed the peculiar atmosphere and hurriedly cleared her throat to ease the tension. She then turned to Lin Chuan, her expression serious as she spoke. Though Nanming's words may have been somewhat harsh, they were indeed for the benefit of the Holy Son. Since you began your training under the sect master 9 days ago, have you made any progress? Her inquiry was casual. She expected Lin Chuan to offer a fleeting explanation, as mastering a divine-level cultivation technique within such a brief span was a formidable challenge. Are you referring to those 10 divine-level techniques? Lin Chuan replied, shrugging nonchalantly, adopting an expression that suggested he was unfazed by the situation. He had been anticipating this moment, as if he would ever engage in the arduous task of cultivation. He relished the thought of the entire sect discovering that the 10 divine techniques lay before him, yet he chose to disregard them. When Leng Ningshuang and the 9 elders inevitably expressed disappointment in him, perhaps even resorting to punitive measures, including expulsion from the sect as a warning, his desire would finally manifest. What 10 divine techniques? The sect master would never allow that. Wu Nanming was taken aback. Although she had yet to achieve the status of a celestial saint, she was aware of the tremendous difficulty in cultivating divine techniques. A single misstep could lead one to the path of demonic deviation. Why would Leng Ningshuang place her faith in Lin Chuan's abilities? Not only Wu Nanming harbored doubts. The faces of the 9 elders reflected a shared astonishment, yet they had yet to voice their inquiries. If the senior sister doubted him, she could simply observe. The 10 techniques scattered upon the floor were indeed bestowed upon him by the sect master. While they were challenging to learn, they served as a rather comfortable pillow. The cold floor of the hall was quite pleasant for a nap. Lin Chuan yawned and stretched contentedly, while he reveled in his comfort. He had managed to infuriate both Wu Nanming and the 9 elders. This child is beyond redemption. Wei Wuyang shook her head, while the other 8 elders sighed in dismay, clearly disillusioned with Lin Chuan. Yes, that was precisely the sentiment. It seemed the pressure wasn't sufficient, it needed to be intensified. Lin Chuan secretly rejoiced. At this rate, expulsion from the sect was imminent. However, his unique status within the Tianma sect made such a decision difficult, as it required the sect master's personal intervention. Senior sister's return to the mountain must indicate news from the great martial illusion, he mused excitedly. I shall request an audience with the sect master at once. Lin Chuan was positively elated. Everything was in place, except for the presence of Leng Ningshuang, the key guest he was eager to summon. Humph. Wu Niaming was in a fit of rage and could hardly be bothered to respond. However, Lin Chuan was quite enthusiastic, eagerly dashing towards the back hall. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the back hall, a slender figure stood there, exuding an aura of chilling beauty, her piercing gaze fixated on the approaching figure. You reckless brat. Do you truly wish to infuriate the sect leader to death? 10 volumes of divine magic, and yet within 9 days, you have not even glanced at a single one. I have never stooped so low to please anyone in this lifetime, and yet you do not cherish it. I truly wish to strike you down. Leng Ningshuang bit her lip, silently chastising him. It was one thing for her good intentions to be taken for granted by Lin Chuan. It was another that this rascal still contemplated fleeing the sect. Were it not for his extraordinary talent and the assistance he had provided her, his unwavering desire to betray the sect would have been enough to condemn him to death. Of course, had Leng Ningshuang not been able to hear Lin Chuan's thoughts, she would remain oblivious to his true intentions. It could only be said that this lad concealed himself exceptionally well. The human heart is a profound mystery. Oh, sect leader? Lin Chuan stumbled upon Leng Ningshuang midway and immediately greeted her with a beaming smile and a respectful bow. His face was alight with excitement, leading one to believe he had mastered his magical skills and was eager to boast. Only Leng Ningshuang understood that Lin Chuan was exhilarated at the prospect of being expelled from the sect today. How infuriating! Cold condensation frost trembled uncontrollably, her piercing gaze shifting away from Lin Chuan. She feared that she might lose control and truly harm him. Master, the senior sister has returned. She mentioned that Lin Chuan has been incessantly prattling on, someone reported. However, cold condensation frost absorbed none of it. How goes your cultivation of the demonic arts? Her frigid tone abruptly interrupted Lin Chuan as she strode towards the grand hall. Simultaneously, the 9 elders and Wu Niaming approached, only to halt abruptly at the spot where Lin Chuan had once slumbered. They stared in disbelief at the scattered divine-level demonic arts on the ground, their expressions darkening. These were the treasured relics of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Lin Chuan had the audacity to use them as a pillow. Truly outrageous. In response to the master, this disciple is foolish and unable to comprehend these divine-level demonic arts. I implore the master to punish me, Lin Chuan declared defiantly, particularly emphasizing the word punish, as if he eagerly awaited cold condensation frost retribution. At that moment, her gaze also lingered on the divine-level demonic arts strewn across the ground, treasures used as pillows. Not only did it cause her heartache, but it also ignited a desire to eliminate Lin Chuan. Yet, cold condensation let out a breath of misty air, her expression remaining composed as she remarked, "It is of no consequence. The mastery of divine sorcery is inherently arduous. This sect leader merely wishes for you to remember the heart method's incantation, harboring no expectations for your successful cultivation. You need not reproach yourself." With a dismissive gesture, she promptly extinguished Lin Chuan's aspirations. Really? Is it so challenging to receive a punishment? How can one endure such days? Lin Chuan, in a fit of frustration, implored. I beseech you, punish me. He clasped his fists once more and declared, Disciple dares not conceal the truth from the sect leader. I have not memorized the heart method's incantation. Furthermore, since my arrival 9 days ago, I have not even glanced at the cultivation techniques. I earnestly request that the sect leader must punish me. His tone was filled with urgency, suggesting a curious anticipation. The 9 elders and Wu Niaming were left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that the Holy Sun harbored a penchant for self-punishment? Cold condensation had already declared that he would not be punished, yet he was eagerly seeking it. Cold condensation felt a headache coming on. She was acutely aware of Lin Chuan's intentions. Such a punishment was merely an excuse for Lin Chuan to escape from the Heavenly Demon Sect. The initial aim of cultivating the divine sorcery was to draw Lin Chuan closer, and now it had transformed into a rigid demand. However, as the esteemed sect leader, she could not plead before her disciples for Lin Chuan to remain, for that would be too humiliating. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Sect had not yet reached a state of decline to such an extent. Brat, do you truly believe this sect leader is oblivious to your thoughts? Do you seek punishment? Very well. The sect leader granted your wish. Cold Ningshuang, filled with indignation, snorted and spoke. The 9 elders have heard. The Holy Sun seeks his own punishment. I shall fulfill his request. Wu Niaming, obey my command. Immediately cast the Holy Sun into the abyss for deep reflection. Without my order, he shall not be released. Upon hearing this, Wu Niaming's face brimmed with delight. The 9 elders remained silent. Lin Chuan was taken aback. Cast into the abyss for deep reflection? This punishment deviated from his plans. Wasn't the agreement to expel him from the sect? Master, the disciple exclaimed. confessing that he had not even glanced at a single martial arts manual. Not only was he disinclined to cultivate the divine techniques bestowed upon him by his master, but he also used them as a pillow to sleep soundly. The master ought to impose severe punishment upon him, perhaps even expelling him from the sect. Otherwise, how could he maintain authority among the disciples? Lin Chuan hurriedly tried to persuade, yet his words grew increasingly awkward. Rather than sounding remorseful, he came across as provocatively audacious. This lad possessed remarkable boldness, openly defying the master. Lin Chuan, you have quite the audacity. Wu Nanming fumed, immediately restraining Lin Chuan, as if fearing he might flee. But Lin Chuan had no intention of running. Instead, he eagerly anticipated Leng Ningshuang's wrath. Then, in a fit of anger, he commanded that Lin Chuan be expelled from the sect. At that moment, Wei Wuyang and the other 9 elders were filled with anxiety, yet they were equally puzzled. Lin Chuan was clearly courting disaster, but none could comprehend the motive behind his actions. Why forsake the exceptional martial arts to provoke Leng Ningshuang? Who was Leng Ningshuang, after all? A ruthless female demon who would kill without a second thought. Did he not fear that she might slay him in her fury? As for Lin Chuan, he was a once-in-a-millennium genius, bearing the title of Heavenly Emperor, a status hard won at the cost of the Heavenly Demon Pool. If he were to perish just like that, the ancestors of the Heavenly Demon Sect would surely not forgive them. Master, while Lin Chuan is indeed at fault, I believe he must have his reasons. I implore you, Wei Wuyang hurriedly attempted to mediate. But before she could finish, she noticed that Leng Ningshuang's expression remained eerily calm. Not only did she show no signs of agitation, but the corners of her mouth curled upward slightly, as if she were completely composed. The master was smiling. Was she still the feared female demon everyone knew? No, I have no hidden reasons. There is no need for the Grand Elder to excuse Lin Chuan. I humbly request that you impose all manner of punishment upon me. Lin Chuan once again clasped his hands in defiance of Wei Wuyang's attempts to intercede. Lin Chuan, you deserve to perish. Wei Wuyang seethed, her face flushed with anger. Were the circumstances different, she would have relished the opportunity to slap Lin Chuan. It was said that Lin Chuan possessed extraordinary talent, yet his emotional intelligence seemed sorely lacking. Lin Chuan, it seems you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Acknowledging your mistakes warrants an appropriate punishment. Wu Nanming let out a cold laugh, feeling quite satisfied. She too believed that merely making Lin Chuan reflect in solitude was too lenient a consequence. To squander such divine magical prowess, to remain unlearned, and to deceive both the sect leader and the elders, these are multiple transgressions that surely deserve a more severe penalty. This sentiment does not stem from jealousy. As the senior sister, Wu Nanming has always been revered by her disciples for her unwavering integrity. Errors must be met with consequences. This belief is ingrained in her very being. Furthermore, Lin Chuan has consistently been devoid of knowledge. If he has not imparted some lesson, how can the sect leader command respect? The senior sister is indeed correct. Regardless of the severity of the punishment, the disciples willingly accepted, harboring no complaints. Lin Chuan emphasized this point, showcasing a commendable attitude of acceptance, which left the 9 elders and Wu Nanming momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Wu Nanming had deemed Lin Chuan's admission of guilt commendable, yet she now found herself questioning her judgment. Something unusual is undoubtedly afoot. Lin Chuan is far too erratic. Humph. A cold snort interrupted the brief moment of awkwardness. Suddenly, a bone-chilling aura surged forth. The 9 elders and Wu Nanming were abruptly roused, instinctively turning to gaze. There stood Leng Ningshuang, exuding an imposing presence, her garments billowing elegantly. The formidable pressure of a heavenly emperor filled the grand hall in an instant, as if the very air had grown oppressively dense. In the next moment, a flicker caught the crowd's attention as Leng Ningshuang transformed into an ethereal shadow, hurtling towards Lin Chuan. The weight of her murderous intent left no room for doubt. Leng Ningshuang harbored a lethal intent towards Lin Chuan. Master, Wei Wuyang exclaimed in shock, instinctively attempting to intervene. Yet the disparity in strength between her and Leng Ningshuang was insurmountable. Despite her swift reaction, it was too late to prevent the impending doom. As for the 8 elders and Wu Nanming, they stood frozen in place, their expressions a portrait of utter bewilderment. However, the phantasm surged forward with alarming speed, its murderous intent palpable, targeting only Lin Chuan. The distance between the Heavenly Emperor and the Celestial Saint was but a mere step, yet the chasm between them was unfathomable. Lin Chuan had indeed provoked this female tyrant. His fate was sealed. In that moment, Lin Chuan could only marvel inwardly, his entire being instinctively channeling his inner strength. Danger loomed, and his instincts compelled him to muster every ounce of his power. After all, he faced a formidable heavenly emperor, and there was no room for arrogance. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, numerous exquisite spiritual treasures unfurled all at once. Whoosh! The surge of internal energy stirred the winds, sweeping across all directions. Bang, bang. The collision of internal forces with the external world produced a piercing sound that tormented the eardrums of all present. Yet, the 9 elders and Wu Nanming endured the discomfort, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon Lin Chuan. The confrontation between the celestial saint and the heavenly emperor should have been a path to certain doom. However, Lin Chuan appeared to be more than capable of fighting back, particularly with his innate internal energy, which seemed to embody the most primal and pure essence in existence. Although his energy was far less in quantity compared to Leng Ningshuang's, its quality was enough to barely withstand the threat posed by the heavenly emperor. Hunyuan Tiamagong. Wei Wuyang murmured the 5 words that instantly quelled the previously tumultuous atmosphere. Looking at Leng Ningshuang now, one could see the shock reflected in her beautiful eyes. You reckless brat, do you still dare to claim you haven't cultivated a divine-level demonic skill? Her incredulous voice was tinged with astonishment, her excitement leading her to speak without restraint. She hadn't considered the implications until later. In just 9 days, Lin Chuan had managed to master a divine-level demonic skill. A genius, unparalleled in the world. The fact that such a talent could not be harnessed by the celestial demon sect was truly infuriating. Leng Ningshuang's piercing gaze remained fixed on Lin Chuan, yet internally, she hesitated. Should such an extraordinary individual be vanquished? Meanwhile, the 9 elders and Wu Nanming stood in stunned amazement, resembling tin statues as they stared at Lin Chuan. The Hunyuan Tiamagong? This technique was the supreme art of the celestial demon sect, with only the ancestors of 36 generations having achieved mastery. The fact that the saint had accomplished this was utterly inconceivable. Wei Wuyang, in his excitement, spoke incoherently, inadvertently revealing the daunting difficulty of mastering the Hunyuan Tiamagong. It was no wonder that everyone was so astonished. However, one person remained utterly bewildered, Wu Nanming. The Hunyuan Tiamagong was a divine-level demonic skill known only to the leaders of the celestial demon sect, and her understanding of it was limited. Yet, even if it were a closely guarded treasure, it was still divine. For Lin Chuan to have cultivated a divine-level demonic skill within just 9 days. Could such a talent still be considered human? It seemed that mere defiance of the heavens was insufficient to describe him. Perhaps calling him a monster would be more fitting. I find it utterly ridiculous that I have been comparing myself to such a creature. Surely, there must be something amiss with my intellect. Truly, geniuses and ordinary individuals are worlds apart. Henceforth, it would be wise to refrain from such comparisons to protect my fragile self-esteem. Wu Nanming felt despondent. Unlike others, she was not overtly astonished. Deep down, she always believed that Lin Chuan possessed superior talents. Rather than surprise, she was enveloped by a profound sense of defeat. However, the same could not be said for cold condensation frost and the 9 esteemed elders. They were not like Wu Nanming, who possessed only a superficial understanding of divine-level magical arts, especially cold condensation frost. As a formidable celestial emperor, she had truly mastered the celestial demon technique to its pinnacle, achieving a breakthrough to the realm of celestial emperor. Thus, she possessed a clearer comprehension of the arduous nature of cultivating divine-level magical arts. The thought of cultivating a divine-level magical art in 9 heavenly cycles had been inconceivable to her until today. Had someone dared to suggest that such a feat was plausible, she would have deemed them a lunatic. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before her. Lin Chuan had accomplished it. Furthermore, he had mastered the even more challenging primordial celestial demon technique, a feat only achieved by the progenitor of the celestial demon sect. A miracle. She could conceive of no other term to encapsulate it. In summary, Lin Chuan's innate talents surpassed even her own and the 9 esteemed elders' expectations in unimaginable ways. Such a prodigious talent could not be allowed to defect from the sect. Moreover, she must ensure that Lin Chuan remained firmly tethered to the celestial demon sect. Congratulations, esteemed leader. Congratulations, holy son. The emergence of the Hunyuan heavenly demon technique is bound to astonish the myriad sects of the world. With the holy son's remarkable innate talent, his future ascension to the title of Heavenly Emperor is but a matter of time. Wei Wuyang's face flushed with embarrassment, tears cascading down uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this, even the uninitiated Wu Nanming could discern the gravity of the situation. Lin Chuan's mastery of the demonic art is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, It would not have provoked such an uncharacteristic display from the usually composed Grand Elder. Cold condensation frost forcefully suppressed the excitement within her. Yet her expression revealed no discernible change. Unlike Wei Wuyang, Lin Chuan's thoughts were far from simple. This mischievous lad was perpetually contemplating defection from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Given the slightest incentive, he would dare to rebel. Wei Wuyang's enthusiasm was enough to elevate Lin Chuan's spirits. If cold condensation frost, in her capacity as sect leader, remained inactive, Lin Chuan would certainly concoct various excuses to escape. The Grand Elder's fervor indicated that the primordial heavenly demon technique was indeed formidable. Should he seize the opportunity to seek merit from the old hag? Perhaps he could feign a desire for training in the lower realms as a pretext for his escape? With the current excitement, the old hag would likely acquiesce. Lin Chuan was indeed buoyant, audaciously contemplating overstepping his bounds. How audacious of him! At that moment, cold condensation frost, who could hear Lin Chuan's thoughts, clenched her fists in silence. Had it not been for her recognition of his exceptional talent and the past favor he had shown her, a single strike could have proven fatal for Lin Chuan. Fortunately, she managed to quell her impulse. With an impassive demeanor, she gazed at Lin Chuan and spoke softly. The Holy Sun has cultivated the primordial heavenly demon technique to the 9th day, demonstrating exceptional aptitude. However, the duration is still brief and unstable. It is imperative to enter seclusion for a period to solidify one's cultivation. During this time, the Holy Sun shall remain in the Heavenly Demon Sect and shall not venture elsewhere. Cold condensation frost provided Lin Chuan with no opportunity to voice his thoughts, swiftly extinguishing his aspirations in their infancy. Lin Chuan was left momentarily stunned. The old hag undoubtedly possessed the ability to read minds. He was utterly astonished, yet regrettably, he had no evidence to substantiate his claim. Your Majesty, the Sovereign, Wei Wuyang replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished by the Grand Elder, leaving Lin Chuan utterly dejected. Humph! Upon observing Lin Chuan's dejected expression, Leng Ningshuang's lips curled into a slight smile. Her spirits soared, for this impudent boy had constantly unsettled her. Today, she finally had the opportunity to exact her revenge upon him, and the satisfaction was indescribable. It became clear that retribution did not always necessitate the end of a life. Striking at the heart was far more gratifying. However, as the leader of her sect, she would not allow herself to be overly consumed by childish emotions. With the return of Wu Nanming from her trials, she had successfully fulfilled the task entrusted to her by the sect, to investigate the Great Marsh illusion. Legend has it that within the marsh lies a paradise-like realm, teeming with extraordinary flora and fauna. Those fortunate enough to venture into the Great Marsh illusion occasionally returned with rare and valuable specimens that garnered immense demand. Gradually, whispers of this fabled treasure trove spread among the various sections. A year ago, Leng Ningshuang had dispatched Wu Nanming to descend the mountain, both to undergo training and to gather intelligence on the Great Marsh illusion. Once news emerged, the Heavenly Demon Sect could seize the opportunity to infiltrate and procure cultivation resources. Now that Wu Nanming had returned, it was evident, even without Leng Ningshuang's inquiry, that she must possess some valuable information. Nanming, said Leng Ningshuang in a calm tone, indicating that Wu Nanming could speak. Upon hearing this, Wu Nanming immediately withdrew her gaze from Lin Chuan, her expression turning serious as she addressed the leader. Master, I have gathered intelligence regarding the location of the Great Marsh illusion. However, I am not the only one privy to this information. It is likely that within a few days, the whereabouts of the Great Marsh illusion will circulate throughout the realm of cultivation. In no more than half a month, numerous sects will dispatch their disciples to enter. Therefore, I implore you to mobilize our members at once and proceed. The location of the Great Marsh has been compromised. Various sects are already sending their disciples there. Within half a month, a fierce battle for the Great Marsh illusion is inevitable. This is the news that Wu Nanming brings upon her return to the mountain. The competition for resources has always been a traditional pursuit in the world of cultivation, elixirs, spiritual treasures, herbs, and inner alchemy. These consumables are coveted targets for every sect. If we delay, there may be nothing left for us. Moreover, it is vital that the disciples sent to the Great Marsh illusion possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, even if they attempt to seize something, they will only manage to scavenge the leftovers discarded by others. Master, the Great Marsh illusion is renowned as a treasure trove. Our sect has already made a name for itself due to your ascension to the position of Heavenly Emperor and the Sun's elevation to the saint level. This presents an opportune moment to assert our dominance and let all the sects know of the might of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Thus, I propose that the son's transgressions be set aside for now, allowing him to accompany Wen and Ming to the great martial illusion to redeem himself through merit. Wei Wuyong solemnly offered this counsel. Upon hearing her words, the 8 elders unanimously expressed their agreement with Wei Wuyong's strategy. Indeed, they held Lin Chuan in high regard. With his unparalleled talent among the younger generation, coupled with his successful mastery of the divine art of Hunyuan Tiangmo, he undoubtedly stands out as a prodigy. It is even presumptuous to consider that another cultivator of his age may never emerge again. Should he appear in the great martial illusion, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc, and his renown would spread far and wide, showcasing the extraordinary talent of Lin Chuan among the younger disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, Wei Wuyong underestimated Lin Chuan. Despite the boy's exceptional aptitude, he was eager to descend the mountain. Once he did, he would surely find a reason to flee, akin to a dragon entering the sea. Never to return. Master, I also concur with the arrangement of the elder. Since the son joined our Heavenly Demon Sect, he has been remiss in his training. Often distracted in class. Although he possesses rare intelligence and talent, he is sorely lacking in practical experience. This upcoming battle in the Great Martial Illusion is certain to be monumental. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for the Holy Son to undergo further trials. Wu Nanming also took a moment to add her thoughts, exacerbating the troubles of cold condensation frost. However, while some may be troubled, others find delight. At this moment, Lin Chuan wore a serene expression, yet the sparkles in his eyes betrayed his exhilaration. How splendid! Upon descending the mountain, he would swiftly seek an opportunity to escape. The Heavenly Demon Sect, the ancient hag, and the 9 esteemed elders, our paths may never cross again. Lin Chuan's inner musings were so abundant that cold condensation frost perceived every nuance of his thoughts with clarity. As she had anticipated, the Holy Son's departure was destined to be irreversible. Allowing him to descend the mountain would contradict cold condensation frost's original intentions. Nonetheless, Wei Wuyong and Wu Nanming's assertions held truth. The Great Martial Illusion was a focal point of contention among various sects vying for resources, as well as a platform showcasing the prowess of the younger generation of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In the realm of cultivation, it is rare to find someone as young as Lin Chuan who has attained the status of a heavenly sage. It is almost non-existent. Moreover, Lin Chuan wielded the transcendent skill of the primordial heavenly demon art. Once he entered the Great Martial Illusion, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc and instill fear throughout the world of cultivation. If all went smoothly, the Heavenly Demon Sect would surely gain immense notoriety, and no one would dare to challenge them. Previously, Lin Chuan had mentioned that the enmity between the Xianyuan Sword Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect, along with the death of Hong Tianhe, would inevitably incite animosity from the righteous sections. In future confrontations between good and evil, the Heavenly Demon Sect would be the primary target. One day, the Holy Maiden Peak would become a hell on earth. This was the rationale behind Lin Chuan's resolute decision to betray the sect. Initially, cold condensation frost had dismissed this notion with disdain. However, upon reflection, the possibility could not be entirely discounted. As the saying goes, excessive rigidity invites fracture. A towering tree attracts the wind. Cold condensation frost naturally attracted attention, especially with the death of Hong Tianhe at the Heavenly Demon Sect. The amalgamation of new grievances and old grudges made it difficult to ensure that the righteous sects would not harbor suspicions, leading to potential assaults on the Holy Maiden Peak. Nevertheless, while it is prudent to prevent minor issues from escalating, cold condensation frost dared not speak of unfounded matters. Would she request assistance from other sects based on a phantom pretext? True to her nature, cold condensation frost would rather face death than bow in subservience. Thus, the only course left for the Heavenly Demon Sect was to assert their dominance, instilling fear in the righteous sects that would deter them from making a move. Yet, such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary heavenly emperor, unless cold condensation frost's beautiful eyes slowly turned towards Lin Chuan. In her icy gaze lay her cunning calculations. As the sect leader, she had to consider the sect's welfare above all else. Should the Heavenly Demon Sect face peril in the future, only one person could save the sect, and that person could only be Lin Chuan. But not the current Lin Chuan. It would be the Lin Chuan who would one day attain the title of Heavenly Emperor. Cold condensation frost understood well that exceptional individuals like Lin Chuan could not be confined by ordinary means. Rather than imprisoning him under various pretexts, it would be wiser to allow him to descend the mountain. Only then would there be a chance for him to achieve the title of Heavenly Emperor. Of course, once Lin Chuan departed from the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would undoubtedly seek every possible way to escape. Relying on Wu Niaming would not suffice to restrain him. In the entirety of the Heavenly Demon Sect, there was only one person capable of limiting Lin Chuan, and that person was none other than Cold Condensation Frost herself. Very well. After 5 years of his initiation into the sect, the Saint's son had ascended to the rank of Celestial Sage, and it was time for him to descend the mountain and undertake some practical training. This expedition to the Great Marsh Illusion was arranged by the Grand Elder, who selected the candidates for this endeavor. The only expectation from me, the Sect Master, is that you all demonstrate the might of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Time is of the essence. You must depart swiftly. After giving her instructions, Leng Ningshuang dismissed the group. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the fleeting expression of excitement on Lin Chuan's face. Although it was but a brief moment, it did not escape her keen observation. However, as the others departed, Leng Ningshuang retained Wei Wuyang. Sect Master, do you have further instructions? Wei Wuyang inquired respectfully. Observing Leng Ningshuang's demeanor, it remained as indifferent as ever, betraying no sign of emotion. At merely 25 years of age, she had already matured into a remarkably capable leader of the sect. Great Elder. The sect had been tranquil of late, and the sect leader planned to embark on a distant journey. Certain matters necessitated her attention, and she requested the Great Elder to assist the 8 elders in overseeing her responsibilities. A distant journey? Could it be to address the grievances with the Xinjiang sect? Wei Wuing furrowed her brow. She did not oppose Leng Ningshuang's intentions towards the Xinjiang sect, after all. Lin Chuan's slaying of Hong Tianhe had already escalated the enmity between the Tianma sect and the Xinjiang sect to an irreconcilable state. If left unattended, the situation could grow dire. However, given Leng Ningshuang's capabilities, it seemed entirely plausible that she might eradicate the Xinjiang sect without hesitation. Her only concern was whether such absolute measures were truly wise. The sect leader should proceed without reservation. All within the Tianma sect stand united with her. Regardless of what the future holds, we shall share in the glory and disgrace with the sect leader. Wei Wuying's bold declaration underscored her loyalty to Leng Ningshuang. Even though she remained uncertain of the consequences of annihilating the Xinjiang sect, she steadfastly supported Leng Ningshuang's course of action. Thank you, Great Elder, replied Leng Ningshuang, her expression betraying no emotion. It was not that she was devoid of feelings. Rather, she believed that Wei Wuying's unconditional support for her as sect leader was only natural. The Xinjiang sect must be destroyed. Yet, her purpose in descending the mountain extended beyond merely dealing with the Xinjiang sect. Monitoring Lin Chuan took precedence. A rising star with the foundation of a titled emperor, yet constantly contemplating escape, demanded her utmost vigilance. Regrettably, she could not disclose the matter of trailing her disciples. Such revelations would be humiliating. Even if she were to reveal her ability to perceive Lin Chuan's thoughts to Wei Wuying, there was no guarantee that she would believe her. In the realm of cultivation, a technique that allowed one to constantly discern the thoughts of others was virtually unheard of. It would be absurd to expect her trust. Rather than waste breath, it would be more prudent to take matters into her own hands. After ensuring Lin Chuan's stability, she would conveniently extinguish the Xinjiang sect. Proceed. Frost Condensation gently gestured, commanding the Grand Elder to withdraw. She then swiftly vanished from the main hall, leaving no trace. Half a day later, atop Saint's Peak, 10 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, including Wu Niaming and Lin Chuan, stood in orderly formation. The 9 Grand Elders had just concluded their admonitions and had assigned the training task of the Great Marsh Illusion. Apart from Wu Niaming and Lin Chuan, the other 8 disciples were exceedingly exhilarated, aware that the Great Marsh was not solely the domain of their sect. According to the news brought back by Nanming, at least 100 sects were converging upon the Great Marsh. It was estimated that the number of participants would surpass 1,000, all of whom were the elite of the younger generation. Yet, these 10 were no less formidable than them. The sect master had decreed that they must, by all means, uphold the reputation of their sect and avoid bringing disgrace to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Wei Wuyang's impassioned words further ignited the enthusiasm among the disciples. Although the 8 disciples were the backbone of the Heavenly Demon Sect, in the grand scheme of the cultivation world, they were merely considered above average. In the face of 100 sect's disciples, they would not stand out. However, they harbored no fear. With a formidable figure like Wu Nanming, a celestial sovereign, and Lin Chuan, a celestial saint, at the helm, what was there to fear? The Grand Elder could rest easy. With the senior sister and the Holy Son leading the charge, they need not even lift a finger. The disciples from other sects would likely tremble in terror at the mere mention of the Holy Son's name. At this proclamation, Laughter erupted among the group. In terms of confidence, they surpassed Lin Chuan himself. Remarkably, even Wu Nanming found no grounds to refute such assertions. After all, a celestial saint was indeed immensely powerful. Cough, cough. Maintain a low profile, Lin Chuan said awkwardly. His fellow disciples held him in such high regard. Yet all he could think about was escaping. This weighed heavily on his conscience. However, in order to preserve his own life, he felt compelled to leave. To alleviate his conscience a little, it would be best to distance himself from his fellow disciples. Let us depart. With a single command from Wu Nanming, she led Lin Chuan and the others down the mountain. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of Saintess Peak, a shadow glided through the air. Heading swiftly towards the base of the mountain, its trajectory aligning with that of Lin Chuan and his companions. Yet, this figure moved silently, nearly imperceptible even in broad daylight. In the deep of the night, amidst the forest, 10 individuals gathered around a flickering campfire. After a half-day's journey, they were nearing the Great Marsh. The travel methods of cultivators diverge entirely from those of mortals. They possess the ability to traverse the skies with remarkable speed, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. 1,000 miles in a day is considered modest, and for a formidable being like Lin Chuan, traversing 10,000 miles in a day would be a mere trifle. However, Wu Nanming, in her consideration for the other 8 disciples of the Heavenly Sect, was compelled to reduce her pace. Otherwise, by the late hours of the night, they would have already entered the Great Marsh. The crackling sound of burning firewood infused the desolate night with a touch of vitality. A group of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect had scarcely settled down when Lin Chuan rose and sauntered over to a grand tree. He then, in full view of everyone, sat beneath the tree and fell into a deep slumber. Goodness, the Holy Sun is not a celestial sage. He is evidently the god of slumber. I have heard tales of the Holy Sun's remarkable ability to sleep soundly anywhere, regardless of the occasion. Such a talent, if possessed by us, would be deemed laziness. Yet for the Holy Sun, it is merely a reflection of his carefree nature, an art unattainable by others. It is no surprise. Having never witnessed the Holy Sun in cultivation, yet achieving the status of a celestial sage within 5 years, one might conclude that divine providence is generously bestowing upon him. The 8 disciples were filled with envy, yet their admiration reached its limit. The realms of Heaven Sect, Heavenly Venerable, and Celestial Sage may appear to differ by only 2 steps. Yet those 2 steps represent a lifetime of toil that countless cultivators may never traverse. While it is undeniably frustrating, the truth remains stark. Diligence is vital, yet innate talent is paramount. Even individuals like Wu Nanming, who ascend to the rank of Heavenly Venerable through sheer effort, possess commendable aptitude. It is merely a shade inferior when compared to Lin Chuan. Nonetheless, in the grand scheme of cultivators, he is undoubtedly a rare prodigy. Alas, the Holy Sun remains somewhat out of touch, despite his remarkable handsomeness. He has yet to find a romantic partner. Such a pity, one of the male disciples lamented. In truth, many male disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had fantasized about possessing a visage as handsome as Lin Chuan's. Otherwise, how could they still be single? Furthermore, the sect never prohibited romantic entanglements among its disciples, making their single status all the more disgraceful. What nonsense! As cultivators, we should embrace unity and banish distracting thoughts. Engaging in dual cultivation only hinders our progress. No wonder you are merely disciples of the Heavenly Sect. It seems the lectures lack sufficient rigor, Wu Nanming suddenly reprimanded, her voice piercing through the chatter. As the senior sister, she did not always maintain a gentle demeanor. Particularly regarding cultivation, she was even stricter than Wei Wuyan. Clearly, the casual conversation among the 8 disciples had crossed her threshold. It was no surprise, she had always aimed to surpass Lin Chuan. In contrast, these Heavenly Sect cultivators envied Lin Chuan's appearance, even fantasizing about transforming into him to escape their singlehood. Absurd. As they approached the Great Marsh, disciples from various sects would soon gather, heralding an impending battle. It would be wise to rest while the atmosphere remains tranquil. Wu Nanming, irritable, scolded them before sending everyone away. Following her admonition, the group refrained from further idle chatter and obediently retired to rest. Meanwhile, beneath a great tree, Lin Chuan was anything but settled. After spending half a day on the mountain, he had been seeking an opportunity to depart. At last, the moment he awaited had arrived. To leave? Now is the time. With a sudden surge, Lin Chuan rose, gazing into the night as he stepped forth in pursuit of hope. Saint Sun, where do you intend to go? A chilling voice pierced the darkness, reaching Lin Chuan's ears. It felt as if a shard of ice had been thrust into his embrace during the depths of winter. He shivered involuntarily, momentarily paralyzed. His foot halted mid-step, as the sound of rustling leaves swept through the air. The cool night breeze was not only damp, but also carried a hint of foreboding. Suddenly, a shadow flitted through the trees, startling Lin Chuan into retracting his foot. This is it. The old hag has discovered me. Wait, why am I panicking? I haven't done anything overtly suspicious. Even if the old hag appears, there's no need for alarm. I could simply tell her I went to the woods to relieve myself. What could she possibly do about it? Lin Chuan quickly regained his composure. His mind racing with thoughts, and even a rationale had formed in his mind, awaiting the appearance of cold condensation frost. However, after 3 breaths, there was still no sign of her. Doubt crept into Lin Chuan's mind, prompting him to question whether he had merely imagined the sound. Yet, he distinctly recalled a woman's voice, strikingly similar to that of cold condensation frost. Moreover, he had indeed seen a shadow flitting through the woods with his keen eyesight. He could not have been mistaken. Disciple Lin Chuan respectfully awaits the presence of the sect leader. Should the sect leader arrive, please reveal yourself. Lin Chuan boldly called out. If he had indeed been imagining things or had simply misperceived, he could leave without a care after this test. Conversely, if cold condensation frost did appear, he would have a ready excuse to deflect the situation, ensuring a peaceful resolution for all involved. Of course, there remained a third possibility. The old hag truly possessed the ability to read minds. If she were aware of his desire to defect from the sect, it would be entirely reasonable for her to follow him. However, knowing the old hag's temperament, had she truly grasped such thoughts, she would not have allowed him to live this long. Unless, perhaps, the old hag had taken a liking to him. Lin Chuan muttered to himself, his brows knitting into a tight frown as resentment bubbled within him. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the woods, the sound of something snapping, jolting Lin Chuan into alertness. Is that you, sect leader? He tentatively inquired once more. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a rabbit leapt from the underbrush, glancing at Lin Chuan before darting away like the wind. It turned out to be merely a rabbit. What a pity. Although the temperament of the old hag was somewhat fierce and her disposition rather unpleasant, she was not lacking in physical attractiveness. If she were to become my girlfriend, it would be something I could reluctantly accept. Lin Chuan found himself lost in thought. This was not a matter of narcissism, given his appearance. He was quite popular among the female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Not only could he effortlessly find a girlfriend, but he could also easily amass a harem of 3,000 beauties. Moreover, his past moments of intimacy with Leng Ningshuang made Lin Chuan realize that she was not entirely unattainable. However, dealing with a woman of such a difficult temperament was exceedingly perilous. It would require an audacity akin to risking his life. Regrettably, Lin Chuan held his life in the highest regard. When it came to love, he would much rather live a few more years. Click! A thunderous sound suddenly reverberated from afar, reminiscent of a colossal tree crashing to the ground. The intensity of this noise was such that it startled all within a 100-mile radius. What is happening? Wen Aming's voice echoed sharply through the night as she swiftly led 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect to the scene. The 10 of them quickly assembled, their expressions grave as they gazed into the shadowy woods. Holy Sun, do you know what has transpired? Wen Aming shot a wary glance at Lin Chuan. Upon their arrival, he was the only one present, prompting their inquiry. Yet Lin Chuan appeared utterly bewildered, perhaps even frightened. The earlier noise was undoubtedly not incidental. Though he had not ventured to investigate, he could ascertain that the fallen tree had been deliberately brought down. A single tree could easily be felled, even by a celestial master. However, considering that Leng Ningshuang was nearby, Lin Chuan found it impossible to remain calm. Could it be that the old witch is truly calm? She must have overheard my words and is now furious. I am doomed. Should I flee outright? If I do not, she will surely kill me. Panic surged within Lin Chuan. Leng Ningshuang's ferocity was renowned far and wide. The last person who dared to provoke her lay buried in the graveyard of the Xianjian sect, likely reduced to nothing but bones. He certainly did not wish to meet a similar fate. Yet, as he pondered further, he sensed something amiss. If the figure lurking in the shadows was indeed Leng Ningshuang, why did she not reveal herself? Was she perhaps watching him, ensuring he did not escape? The more he considered this, the more terrifying it became. He had never confided his plans to abandon the sect to anyone. How could she possibly know? Unless she possessed the ability to read minds. Or perhaps this cold and ruthless woman possessed an extraordinary sense of observation. This was even more formidable than Conan. Master Sister, I have just sensed an overwhelming surge of internal energy in this vicinity. This individual surpasses me in strength. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he remains hidden. Nevertheless, this has afforded us the opportunity to depart. I propose we leave post-haste. We must not provoke this person unless absolutely necessary. Lin Chuan fabricated a casual lie. But within that fabrication lay a kernel of truth. The person he referred to is indeed more formidable than he. It is none other than Leng Ningshuang. Even if targeted, her focus would solely be on him, and the safety of Wu Nianming and the others would remain intact. However, Lin Chuan's words struck fear into the hearts of the group. Could there truly be a being as powerful as the Celestial Emperor in this vicinity? Is it true? Wu Nianming furrowed her brows, cautiously inquiring once more. Lin Chuan nodded, adopting an air of perpetual vigilance. This heightened the alarm among the gathered crowd. Senior sister. The saint's perception cannot be mistaken. We should retreat at once. The disciples immediately echoed Lin Chuan's sentiment. Among their peers, they undoubtedly placed their trust in Lin Chuan, especially considering his formidable prowess. How could he possibly be wrong? Very well. Following the Holy Sun's command, they departed from this place, hastily making their way to the vast marshlands. Wu Nianming, harboring no doubts about him, promptly led her disciples to prepare their belongings and swiftly took their leave. At the very moment Lin Chuan and his 10 companions vanished from sight, a figure clad in a flowing black dress quietly emerged from the woods. The woman's exquisitely crafted visage bore a myriad of emotions. Her captivating eyes gazed at the retreating silhouettes, barely discernible in the distance. What a detestable brat! Is it truly so terrifying to you, the leader of this sect? My temperament is fierce, my disposition harsh. Is this how you perceive me? Yet, despite this, could I not aspire to be your girlfriend? Humph. The esteemed holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect possesses such a timid disposition. Perhaps, as the sect leader, I should provide him with a subtle hint. No, I am the leader of a sect. How can I act in such a manner? Leng Ningshuang muttered to herself, her expression a mixture of conflict. Oh dear, what am I saying? This rascal just attempted to defect from the sect. That is the crux of the matter. In the vast expanse of the Great Marsh, for many days, numerous sects have been preoccupied with the pursuit of the elusive Great Marsh illusion. This unclaimed treasure trove has naturally drawn the attention of countless cultivators. Whether they are disciples of sects or independent practitioners, they have all flocked here. The back-and-forth journey of Wu Nianming to the Heavenly Demon Sect has already led to overcrowding in the Great Marsh. However, the precise location of the illusion remains a mystery. Within the Linhai, fierce and formidable beasts roam. To venture in alone is to court danger. Thus, most who seek the Great Marsh illusion do so in groups. Whether they are disciples of sects or independent cultivators, they invariably band together. When the 10 members of the Heavenly Demon Sect arrived at the Great Marsh, the location of the illusion was still shrouded in secrecy. The Linhai stretches for thousands of miles, and even with a multitude of seekers, it will require considerable time to uncover its secrets. Nevertheless, it should not take more than half a month. Moreover, news of the illusion's emergence has already spread. It is likely that before long, tens of thousands will converge upon this place. Wu Nianming gazed at the bustling figures and calmly elucidated. She considered herself among the first true seekers of the Great Marsh illusion. However, other sects were no slower in gathering intelligence than the Heavenly Demon Sect. Long before the search in the Linhai commenced, she had already crossed paths with disciples from other sections. Unfortunately, their strengths were evenly matched, and the Heavenly Demon Sect had no reinforcements. Ultimately, Wu Nianming had no choice but to withdraw temporarily. In truth, her original intention was to dispatch more disciples to seize the opportunities within the Great Marsh illusion. Yet, Leng Ningshuang sent Lin Chuan along with 8 other disciples from the Heavenly Sect. It seemed that the purpose of their expedition to the illusion had little to do with resource acquisition. Instead, it appeared to be a means to bolster their prestige among the myriad sects through Lin Chuan's prowess while simultaneously providing the 8 disciples with practical experience. Indeed, Lin Chuan, despite his youth, had already attained the status of a celestial saint. In the entire realm of cultivation, his talents are undeniably remarkable. Yet, there is an old adage, a tall tree attracts the wind. Is Leng Ningshuang not concerned that such a prodigy might meet an untimely demise? Throughout the journey, Wu Nianming was enveloped in concern regarding the recent events, particularly those that transpired the previous night. The formidable figure cloaked in darkness was a source of dread even for Lin Chuan, coupled with the demise of Hong Tianhe. Lin Chuan's reputation had already soared to great heights, and it was conceivable that he had attracted the attention of others. In this world, while celestial emperors are indeed rare, they are not non-existent. Aside from Leng Ningshuang of the Heavenly Demon Sect, there is elder famings of the Fanyin Temple, the Sword Master Jianshan of the Qingyang Sect, the Blade Emperor of the Blood Fiend Sect, and the Elder Baiku of the 100 Ghosts Gate. These individuals are all celestial emperors. On that fateful day, so many celestial emperors witnessed Lin Chuan slay Hong Tianhe, and it is quite possible that they have harbored murderous intent towards him ever since. The Great Marsh Illusion presents an opportune moment for them to eliminate him, as well as a prime opportunity to stifle the growth of the Heavenly Demon Sect. How could such an opportunity be squandered? With this thought, Wu Nanming felt the weight of her responsibilities grow even heavier. Although Lin Chuan's cultivation surpassed her own, she was still the senior sister, and it was she who had been entrusted by the sect leader to lead the expedition into the Great Marsh Illusion. Clearly, the safety of her disciples rested upon her shoulders. Should any misfortune befall them, how could she possibly explain herself to the sect leader and the sect? Esteemed colleagues, it is inevitable that our venture into the Great Marsh Illusion will be fraught with chaos. However, the magnitude of this turmoil is unpredictable. My only hope is that the 10 of us who set out together may return together, particularly you, Lin Chuan. As the Holy Son and a talent of utmost importance to the sect leader, you must not encounter any misfortune. Do you understand? Wu Nanming fixed her unwavering gaze upon Lin Chuan, fearful of losing sight of him. In truth, had it not been for the events of the previous night, Lin Chuan might have already slipped away. Even now, he suspected that Leng Ningshuang was closely trailing him, perpetually monitoring his every move. Otherwise, how could he remain so compliant? Senior sister, forgive my candor, but the Great Marsh Illusion is rife with peril, and danger lurks at every turn. We may find ourselves in grave jeopardy at any moment. Rather than risk such a fate, it would be wiser to return home. As long as we preserve our lives, we need not worry about the resources for cultivation. Furthermore, the competition for resources is rather undignified. Our Heavenly Demon Sect is not lacking in wealth. Why not simply purchase what we need? Even thieves have their codes. And the demonic sect must adhere to a semblance of propriety. Lin Chuan proclaimed with righteous indignation. Initially, he had agreed to descend the mountain at Leng Ningshuang's behest. But his intention was not to partake in any trivial contest for resources. Rather, he sought to seize this opportunity to defect from the sect. Yet, as fate would have it, his plans were thwarted before they could even begin to unfold. Reluctantly, he found himself compelled to follow Wu Nanming into the Great Marsh. However, who decreed that entering the Great Marsh necessitated participation in the ensuing competition? The blade is merciless. What if he were to be fatally wounded? Even if one does not suffer a fatal wound, a mere scratch can still bring considerable pain for an extended period. Moreover, while others may be in dire need of cultivation resources, he finds himself abundantly supplied. The system generously bestows upon him a plethora of treasures, far more than he could ever utilize. Yet, the resources acquired through arduous struggle must be turned over to the sect in full. What folly is this? Thus, Lin Chuan contemplated whether he could persuade Wu Nanming to refrain from entering the Great Marsh Illusion, suggesting instead that they relish the beauty of the flowers and the moon from the periphery, enjoying a few days of leisure before returning home. How delightful that would be! The 8 disciples of the Heavenly Sect stared at Lin Chuan in disbelief. The atmosphere took on an odd quality. Lin Chuan braced himself, anticipating a sudden assault. However, in the next moment, the 8 disciples were unexpectedly moved. Does the Holy Son truly worry for us? They pondered, tears welling in their eyes. How fortunate we are to receive such concern from the Holy Son. Upon returning, I shall boast to my sisters. They will surely be envious. The 4 female disciples transformed into lovesick admirers, weeping profusely. Even the 4 male disciples wore expressions of self-indulgent sentimentality, leading one to question whether they harbored peculiar inclinations. Observing this, Lin Chuan could only place a hand on his forehead, murmuring to himself, what a miscalculation, an utter miscalculation. Having too much charm is not always advantageous. Headache. Wu Nanming gazed at her rather peculiar fellow disciples, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? During her absence from the sect, had Lin Chuan's popularity among the disciples soared to such absurd heights? No, something was amiss with what Lin Chuan had just said. This scoundrel had the audacity to retreat. How could he, a heaven saint powerhouse, be so timid, even more so than her? Indolent and cowardly, though undeniably handsome, his character was utterly lacking. She simply could not comprehend how such a lazy and fearful individual could garner the favor of the heavens. Oh, heavens! Have you truly lost your sight? In a fit of exasperation, Wu Nanming cast aside the notion of caution. Regardless of whether it was a chaotic battle or a desperate struggle, retreat was not an option. If Lin Chuan was unwilling to engage in conflict, she would boldly plunge into the fray. She was determined to discover just how much substance this so-called heaven saint truly possessed. Time waits for no one. Let us swiftly enter the vast marshlands and seize the resources. Any who dare to falter shall face my report to the sect leader upon our return, and will be expelled from the sect. In the marshlands, Wu Nanming led Lin Chuan and 9 fellow disciples deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, the disciples were filled with fervor and anticipation, eager for a challenge to showcase their skills. Yet, Lin Chuan lagged behind, displaying a languid demeanor. Occasionally, a peculiar smile would flicker at the corners of his mouth, suggesting a mind adrift. Expelled from the sect, haha. Lin Chuan chuckled to himself. Oblivious to the fact that no one else understood, he was secretly elated at the prospect of escaping from the Heavenly Demon Sect once more. Fortunately, Wu Nanming remained unaware of Lin Chuan's thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely have been driven to the brink of despair. Senior sister, what is wrong with the Holy Son? Has he been unsettled? The disciples, perplexed, could only turn to Wu Nanming for answers. Humph. Wu Nanming's response was succinct and to the point. These disciples were nothing more than devoted admirers of Lin Chuan. Little did they realize that Lin Chuan's true intention was to seek leisure. However, she would never grant him the opportunity to indulge in idleness. A thought struck her. It was him. Wu Nanming's piercing gaze instantly fixated on a group of individuals. In the vast expanse of the Great Marsh, countless cultivators traversed the terrain. Many held grievances against the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, the ones under Wu Nanming's scrutiny were not those with enmity towards the sect. They were her adversaries. The Blood Slaughter Sect, though also a faction of the demonic path. Their interactions were far from harmonious. Particularly when it came to matters of interest, treachery was commonplace. During Wu Nanming's previous venture into the Great Marsh, among those who had assaulted her were disciples of the Blood Slaughter Sect. And at this moment, one such individual stood among them, leading the disciples of the Blood Slaughter Sect in search of the entrance to the illusory realm within the marsh. Li Taifeng. He was one of the direct disciples of the Blood Slaughter Sect's leader, known as the Knife Emperor. 3 years prior, he had ascended to the rank of Celestial Sovereign, earning great renown among the myriad sections. It was unexpected that he would lead the expedition into the Great Marsh illusion this time. A voice of concern arose behind Wu Nanming. Li Tongfeng's fearsome reputation preceded him, and the Blood Slaughter Sect's notoriety was already well established. It was no wonder they felt apprehensive. At that moment, Li Taifeng seemed to sense the gazes of the crowd and turned his head to look. In an instant, his eyes locked with Wu Nanming's, and their stares clashed in the air, as if sparks were flying. Senior sister, they are approaching, whispered a disciple of the Heaven Demon Sect. As soon as the words fell, Li Taifeng decisively led his disciples forward with great strides. There were over 30 individuals accompanying him, all of whom surpassed the Heavenly Sect in cultivation. In terms of numbers, they held a clear advantage, and their cultivation levels were comparable. Should a conflict arise, it was evident that the Heaven Demon Sect would be at a disadvantage. However, Wu Nanming and her fellow disciples showed no signs of worry. The disciples sent by the Blood Slaughter Sect were right before them, and even a formidable celestial sovereign like Li Taifeng had made an appearance. This indicated that there would be no unforeseen variables from the Blood Slaughter Sect. Meanwhile, the Heaven Demon Sect had Lin Chuan on their side, which was their source of confidence. Hee. Sister Nanming, after our parting a few days ago, I am delighted to see you again today. I have yet to clarify the misunderstanding from our last encounter. If you do not mind, let us, as disciples of the demonic sect, embark together on a quest to explore the vast illusion of the Great Marsh. This would also provide me an opportunity to resolve our misunderstanding, would it not? Li Taifeng grinned widely. He was a towering figure, broad-shouldered and stout, standing there like an imposing rock formation. In contrast, while Wu Nanming was not exactly petite, she possessed a delicate form. Compared to Li Taifeng, her presence appeared significantly diminished, although both were of the same celestial rank. Li Taifeng had achieved a breakthrough 3 years prior, resulting in a 2-year disparity in cultivation. The difference in their respective abilities was evident, and it was clear that Wu Nanming was at a disadvantage. It was precisely for this reason that Li Taifeng exhibited such arrogance. Misunderstanding? The words of senior brother Li left me astounded. To say that asking me to become your wife is merely a misunderstanding. Wu Nanming's expression darkened, her tone frigid. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with indignation. Even Lin Chuan, not far away, was drawn in, craning his neck as if he were eavesdropping on gossip. This fellow dared to pursue a woman of such stature. What audacity! Lin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. In his eyes, Wu Nanming was even more formidable than Leng Ningshuang. 5 years prior, when he was not yet the Holy Son, it was Wu Nanming, as the Master Sister, who urged the disciples to diligently cultivate. Naturally, he was among them. Back then, he hardly had the chance to indulge in laziness or sleep. As Wu Nanming would relentlessly pull him from his warm bed each day, she would invariably repeat, "It's already noon. Do you still dare to linger in bed?" However, Lin Chuan's perception of Wu Nanming as fearsome stemmed from more than just this. He had been subjected to a sharp rap on the head for dozing off in class. When he attempted to escape training, he was caught by the ear and dragged back. After enduring 3 full years under Wu Nanming's watchful eye, he finally managed to break free. Yet he was left with the indelible impression of her as a tyrannical figure. Despite Wu Nanming being exceedingly popular among the male disciples and possessing great beauty, Lin Chuan would never entertain the thought of pursuing her. Sister Nanming is truly candid. Indeed, this is not a misunderstanding, but rather the heartfelt words of me, Li. If sister agrees, I, Li, have no interest in such trifles as the great Zhe illusion. Let us immediately return to the blood demon sect and wed. Li Tangfeng spoke with uncontainable excitement, as if Nanming had already acquiesced to his proposal. Bah! How could our esteemed senior sister possibly have any regard for someone like you? You self-absorbed fool, be gone at once. The 4 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect reprimanded vehemently. What a joke! The senior sister is not only beautiful but also gentle, treating her disciples with kindness. Such a flawless beauty, not even her own disciples dare to indulge in fanciful thoughts. What is Li Tangfeng after all? Even if Wu Nanming were to marry, she should at least wed someone of Lin Chuan's caliber, a true dragon among men, rather than a simpleton of your stature. Excuse me, when did it become your turn to speak? Begone! Li Tangfeng exclaimed sharply. The disciples of the blood slaughter sect behind him promptly surged forward, intent on attacking the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Are you ready to take action? Who is afraid of whom? Do not presume that your numbers intimidate us. With the Holy Son among us, you are all but refuse. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect immediately assumed their stances, faced with nearly 4 times their number. They were not daunted. Rather, they were filled with exhilaration. Once more, they would witness Lin Chuan in action, allowing the cultivators of the Great Marsh to behold the Holy Son's magnificent prowess. Son of the Holy One, Lin Chuan. He is the one who recently slain the master of the Xianjian sect, a celestial saint. The disciples of the blood slaughter sect were thrown into disarray. Li Tangfeng's face fell instantly, seemingly caught off guard by Lin Chuan's presence in the Great Marsh. He is a celestial saint, a being second only to the celestial emperor, a formidable adversary far surpassing the heavenly sovereigns among the youthful generation. If the rumors hold any truth, then he and the multitude of cultivators who entered the Great Marsh are indeed mere refuse. Indeed, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect has personally arrived. Li Tangfeng yearned to behold the countenance of the saint. Might he request an audience with the Holy Son? Li Tangfeng remained undeterred. The enchanting figure was right before him, and to falter now would leave him with nowhere to hide his face. Moreover, rumors can be a blend of truth and falsehood. How could he content himself without witnessing it firsthand? Wishing to see the Holy Son, is it? He is right there. Upon the conclusion of his words, the crowd followed the direction of the man's finger. There, standing 10 feet away behind the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, a young man was squatting on the ground. Yawning, seemingly aware of the multitude of gazes directed towards him, he paused in bewilderment. I concur. Lin Chuan found himself entirely out of sync with Li Tangfeng and the others. He mistakenly believed that they were seeking his counsel. Unbeknownst to him, there existed a deep-seated enmity between Wu Nanming and Li Tangfeng. The prospect of them becoming a couple was utterly implausible. Even engaging in a physical confrontation seemed a trivial matter. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan's nonsensical utterance surprisingly diffused the previously tense atmosphere. Li Tangfeng had anticipated that this son of the Heavenly Demon Sect would stand up for Wu Nanming. Moreover, as a formidable heavenly saint, he ought to exhibit some semblance of superiority. Yet, upon closer inspection, this young man, despite his handsome appearance, was merely an inexperienced novice in the world of martial arts. Haha, how splendid, Holy Son. If that certain someone were to marry your esteemed eldest sister, then the Holy Son would indeed be my little brother-in-law. We would be one family. Li shall certainly present the Holy Son with a magnificent gift. Li Tangfeng beamed with delight. His only concern was the potential interference from Lin Chuan. Against the celestial sovereign, he had not the slightest chance. Who would have expected that this Holy Son would surprise everyone so dramatically? Today, it seems, the heavens have truly opened their eyes. Indeed, Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly, nodding his head. Yet, he suddenly sensed a chilling intent to kill emanating from Wu Nanming. What on earth is happening? Lin Chuan was taken aback. Why would Wu Nanming harbor such murderous intent towards him for no apparent reason? Could it be that he had misspoken? Lin Chuan, I shall end your life. Wu Nanming suddenly erupted in fury. Her exquisite face was suffused with rage, gradually turning crimson. Her beautiful eyes radiated a chilling light. An overwhelming intent to kill aimed directly at Lin Chuan, as if he were her mortal enemy. As Wu Nanming was on the brink of losing control, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect grew anxious. Elder sister, please calm down. Holy son, do you not understand? The elder sister has a vendetta against the one surnamed Li. He has been tormenting her. The disciples hurriedly explained. It was evident that Lin Chuan was an outsider in this matter. His state of confusion was not new. He often seemed lost in thought, even on significant occasions like the sect leader's emergence from seclusion. What else could he possibly do? Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he had not heard Li Tongfeng's provocation. Huh? Lin Chuan blinked, still wearing a perplexed expression. Indeed, his thoughts were anchored in the moment when Li Tongfeng confessed to Wu Nanming. The subsequent dialogue had completely escaped his attention. Thus, the misunderstanding lay here. No wonder Wu Nanming wore a ferocious countenance, as if she wished to do him harm. It was all a misunderstanding. If the senior sister was unwilling to engage with Li Tongfeng, then she ought to simply decline. And Li Tongfeng, what were you thinking? My senior sister harbors no affection for you. Why persist in your obsequiousness? Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Sycophants meet untimely fates. Especially considering that my senior sister is rather unhinged, it would be wise to maintain a respectful distance and cut losses swiftly. Lin Chuan spoke earnestly. His intention was to kindly advise Li Tongfeng. The sooner one distances themselves from a woman as formidable as Wu Nanming, the better. Moreover, the grievances between Wu Nanming and Li Tongfeng bore no relevance to him. He was merely making a passing remark. Whether or not Li Tongfeng heeded his advice was entirely up to him. As long as it did not disturb his rest, he was content. What's this? Li Tongfeng was filled with confusion. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had already made their intentions clear. He had anticipated that Lin Chuan would stand up for his fellow disciples, which left him feeling quite anxious. However, Lin Chuan seemed completely oblivious and even began to offer him advice. It was strange. Was this fellow genuinely foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? If he were truly a heavenly saint, any attack from him would leave them utterly defenseless. This young man did not appear to be a fool. He seemed more like someone stalling for time. Could it be that he was merely a paper tiger? And that the death of Hong Tianhe was perhaps orchestrated by Leng Ningshuang? Should they test him? The disciples of the blood slaughter sect whispered among themselves. Lin Chuan's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. He exhibited none of the qualities of a true master. Even if he were naturally affable, you should not be considering the enemy's perspective. He did not even resemble a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, given Lin Chuan's myriad odd behaviors. It was no wonder the blood slaughter sect disciples harbored doubts about him. There was some merit to their suspicions. The news of the battle between the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect and Hong Tianhe had only circulated within the martial world. Moreover, the sect master had been present that day. Yet, after returning to the mountain, he had never mentioned the incident again. At that time, I found it peculiar. Perhaps the claims of the Holy Son achieving heavenly saint status were mere self-aggrandizement by the Heavenly Demon Sect. Nonetheless, one must remain vigilant and not jeopardize the friendship between the two sections. A slight probing would suffice. They must not harm him. Li Tongfeng decisively issued orders. Who said that a brawny figure lacked intellect? Li Tongfeng's thoughts were indeed quite astute. Tap, tap, tap. 3 disciples of the blood slaughter sect emerged from the crowd. Their steps deliberate. Each of them had been personally selected by the Blade Emperor, accompanying Li Tongfeng to explore the enigmatic Great Martial Illusion. Their cultivation was at the celestial level, placing them firmly among the backbone of the cultivation world. Yet, when compared to the heavenly saints, they were still significantly lacking. Although these disciples of the blood slaughter sect possessed a degree of self-assurance, they refrained from arrogance. Whether Lin Chuan was a mere paper tiger remained an open question for them. However, should their conjecture prove accurate, it would grant them leverage over the Heavenly Demon Sect. If they seized the opportunity to coerce Wu Nanming, Li Tongfeng's aspirations to win her favor could indeed materialize. With a bit of manipulation, they could even subdue the Heavenly Demon Sect, a feat that would be celebrated within the blood slaughter sect. With this thought, the 3 disciples grew increasingly exhilarated, their steps becoming noticeably lighter. As their figures swept past Wu Nanming, The gaze of the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples followed closely. The sudden approach of these blood slaughter disciples towards Lin Chuan raised questions. Were they truly fulfilling Li Tongfeng's promise by delivering a gift? However, Wu Nianming did not share this interpretation. If Li Tongfeng genuinely intended to offer Lin Chuan a present, he would have done so himself rather than delegating the task to unrelated individuals. Moreover, despite their light footfalls, the disciples exuded a sharp intensity, hinting at an underlying combat readiness. This did not resemble the demeanor of gift-bearers. It felt far more akin to that of warriors preparing for battle. Humph. A faint smile graced Wu Nanming's lips as she let out a cold huff. The anger that had once consumed her suddenly dissipated. Li Tongfeng actually doubted Lin Chuan's prowess and sent his disciples to test him. How foolish of him. Lin Chuan was inherently a languid individual. Even with a knife to his throat, he could hardly be bothered to open his eyes. He had once confided in her his personal motto, "If I can talk, I won't lift a finger." It could be said that Lin Chuan had reached an extraordinary level of laziness. For him to take action, it would require an imminent catastrophe threatening his life, compelling him to respond. In such dire circumstances, he would undoubtedly seek to conserve his strength and resolve matters swiftly. The most efficient way to eliminate his adversary would be to extinguish their life. Lin Chuan, are you truly too timid to offend Li Tongfeng? Allow me to provide you with a reason to confront him. Wu Nanming has misunderstood. Lin Chuan is not merely hesitant to provoke Li Tongfeng. He is undeniably timid. Indeed, Lin Chuan embodies timidity. Having lived 2 lives, he is acutely aware of the perils of attracting undue attention. He would rather embrace a life of quietude and gradual growth than engage in conflict, constantly pursued by enemies. Moreover, in his previous life, he became intimately acquainted with the intricacies of this world. In the realm of cultivation, one must contend with threats both young and old, for vengeance knows no bounds. If one cannot eradicate the roots of enmity, it is far wiser to evade confrontation altogether, unless one's life is at stake, in which case one must act swiftly to eliminate any potential informants to avert future troubles. Wu Nanming believes she comprehends Lin Chuan, yet she is woefully mistaken. Nevertheless, her attempts to coerce Lin Chuan into action have indeed crossed his threshold. For one who has chosen a life of passivity, the singular boundary is not mere laziness, but the imperative to survive. Thus, the 3 disciples of the Blood Fiend sect who dared to provoke Lin Chuan are destined for dire consequences. The name of the Saint's Son resonates like thunder. Today, we are fortunate to witness it. We, the 3 of us, feel a surge of excitement. Might we be so bold as to request your guidance? The 3 disciples, each taking turns to taunt Lin Chuan, sought to incite him into action. Their words, though diplomatically phrased, merely masked the underlying tension. When the moment for combat arrives, controlling the intensity of their strikes may prove challenging. After their remarks, the trio gazed eagerly at Lin Chuan, confident that their flattery would compel him to respond. Surely, he would not dare to refuse them, would he? Would you grant me some advice? Your skills are of no concern to me. If your hands are itching for action, why not simply rub them against the ground? Resorting to fights at every turn is, quite frankly, rather unrefined. Such energy would be better spent taking a few extra steps to swiftly uncover the illusions at hand. Furthermore, your esteemed Li Tongfeng is currently professing his feelings to my senior sister. What significance do you 3 foolish ones possess? In any narrative, the 3 of you would scarcely survive beyond the first level of imbecility. Lin Chuan unleashed a torrent of words, his eyes rolling in disdain, his face adorned with contempt. After this barrage, it was not merely the 3 disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect who were left dumbfounded. Even Wu Nianming, Li Tongfeng, and a throng of disciples from both the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Bloodslaughter sect were rendered speechless, especially Li Tongfeng, who was acutely aware that Lin Chuan lacked any semblance of a formidable presence. This fellow, despite being a heavenly sage, should at least maintain some facade of dignity. Even if his bravado was unfounded, his incessant chatter rivaled that of the most garrulous elder in the village. The irony was that some of his assertions bore a semblance of truth. Is it not infuriating? Simultaneously, Wu Nianming seethed with anger. This rascal Lin Chuan was still fixated on the matter of Li Tongfeng's confession. This scoundrel genuinely wished to bestow her upon Li Tongfeng. Did he truly believe she was well matched with him? Outrageous. This shall not be forgiven. Lin Chuan, should you continue your nonsensical prattle, I shall tear your mouth asunder. Unable to endure any longer, Wu Nanming took it upon herself to diffuse the situation. After reprimanding Lin Chuan, she could hardly bear to observe his reaction. She turned sharply to Li Tongfeng, exclaiming, Li Tongfeng, If you truly wish to marry me, you must first defeat Lin Chuan. The holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect holds the status akin to that of a half-sect master. Only by conquering him will you earn the right to court me. However, my holy son never deigns to challenge the mediocre. Your ability to defeat him will depend on your own prowess. This provocation struck a chord within Li Tangfeng. He was not oblivious to the fact that, with his current cultivation as a heavenly sovereign, he was no match for Lin Chuan. Yet, he was concerned about his pride. Having made such bold claims, could he retract them so easily? Moreover, he harbored doubts about Lin Chuan's true strength. The latter's behavior did not align with that of a genuine heavenly sage, further fueling Li Tangfeng's hopes. Nevertheless, caution is the mother of safety. He must avoid incurring Lin Chuan's ire. Thus he decided to engage him under the guise of a friendly spar. Tap, tap, tap. Li Tangfeng strode towards Lin Chuan. Having accepted the challenge, it was for the sake of his reputation, and also in hopes of winning the heart of a fair maiden. At that moment, Lin Chuan watched as Li Tangfeng approached, his expression filled with helplessness. What does this have to do with me? He truly did not wish to be a third wheel. Why was he being coerced into this? They say a gentleman should facilitate the happiness of others. Perhaps I could feign a few exchanges with Li Tangfeng, and then conveniently withdraw? The system would reward him, and he could contribute to the union of a couple. A win-win situation. Yes, that's the plan. With this thought, Lin Chuan broke into a smile. However, his grin instantly caused Li Tangfeng and the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect to erupt in panic. Oh no, the Holy Sun is about to strike. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were taken aback, and the three closest to Lin Chuan hastily retreated to preserve their lives. Even Li Tangfeng's advancing footfall became rigid, unable to proceed further. Holy Sun, please do not be angered. Li Tangfeng quickly raised his hand to halt Lin Chuan. Yet, his words left Lin Chuan bewildered. Was he truly angry? He was so amiable. How could he easily lose his temper? Nevertheless, Li Tangfeng was undeterred, convinced that Lin Chuan was indeed upset. He hurriedly clarified. I am well aware that I am no match for the Holy Sun. However, your esteemed senior sister has explicitly demanded my defeat. I can only muster the courage to accept this challenge. I implore the Holy Sun to show mercy. Li Tangfeng clasped his fists, genuinely believing in his own words. He did not aspire to truly defeat Lin Chuan, of course. Yet, if Lin Chuan were to prove himself weak, he would not remain in his current state and might even eliminate Lin Chuan, bringing infamy to the Heavenly Demon Sect. In doing so, he would earn himself renown throughout the world, and then, Wu Nianming would become his plaything. Please. Lin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To everyone's astonishment, he readily agreed. This left Wu Nianming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect utterly stunned. Had their Holy Sun truly changed his disposition? Lin Chuan's sudden enthusiasm was quite unexpected. Nonetheless, since he had accepted the challenge, it marked a promising beginning. There was no justification for intervening at this point. Wu Nianming could only suppress her displeasure and allow Lin Chuan to continue his performance. Such magnanimity from the Holy Sun was indeed admirable. Please, Li Tangfeng exclaimed with great delight. Opportunities to prove oneself are scarce, and he could also take the chance to gauge Lin Chuan's prowess. Naturally, he would not let this slip away. Swish! A blood-red blade was summoned. In an instant, the aura of Li Tangfeng transformed. He remained that disciple of the Blood Fiend sect, the favored disciple of the Blade Emperor. Yet, merely wielding a blood blade intensified his malevolence by more than 100-fold. This blade, a supreme spiritual treasure. Who among them lacks a supreme spiritual treasure? Holy Sun, show this fellow a thing or two, frighten him to death. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect clamored. They brimmed with confidence in Lin Chuan. The scene of Lin Chuan instantly bombarding Hong Tianhe was still fresh in their minds. Could a mere celestial sovereign stand against Lin Chuan? As the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect continued their taunts, Li Tangfeng and the Blood Fiend Sect disciples grew tense, their eyes fixated on Lin Chuan, awaiting the moment he would unveil his treasure. I, Lin Chuan, possess a sword capable of moving mountains, parting seas, subduing demons, suppressing evils, commanding gods, plucking stars, severing rivers, demolishing cities, and opening the heavens. This sword is named the Heavenly Sword. I wield a sword, named the Heavenly Sword. Lin Chuan raised his sword, exuding an air of grandeur. His words were indeed imposing. Yet, regardless of how grandly he boasted, he could not conceal the undeniable truth that he wielded merely 2 fingers. No spiritual treasure meant no spiritual treasure. What a boast. Return the celestial sword. Do you fancy yourself a god of swords? Li Tangfeng shot an annoyed glance at Lin Chuan, irritated by his pretentiousness. It was infuriating, considering he himself was the esteemed disciple of the Blade Emperor, a prodigy known throughout the Bloodslaughter sect. Never had he encountered someone audacious enough to flaunt their superiority in his presence. Even more vexing was the fact that Lin Chuan chose to show off in front of Wu Nanming. How was he supposed to maintain his dignity? Were it not for Lin Chuan's status as a formidable celestial saint, Li Tangfeng's fist would have long since sought to greet Lin Chuan's nose. Such words, Lin Chuan scoffed, casting a significant eye roll at Li Tangfeng. If I don't embellish my tales a bit, how can I possibly slack off? Those disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect have witnessed my spiritual treasures. If I were to summon those artifacts, how could I maintain my facade? Do you think they are fools, unable to discern my feigned indifference? A dog biting El Dombin signifies a lack of good intentions. Lin Chuan felt quite wronged, as he was merely trying to facilitate a budding romance, while also seeking his own leisure. It was truly disheartening that Li Tangfeng failed to appreciate his efforts. In truth, Lin Chuan was fervently attempting to foster a connection between Li Tangfeng and Wu Nanming, not out of any belief in Li Tangfeng's goodness, but rather because he perceived that Wu Nanming did not treat him well and often targeted him. Such a senior sister, it would be best for her to marry early. Lin Chuan, I caution you, she warned. Should you deliberately concede to Li Tangfeng, I shall take my own life. Wu Nanming seemed to perceive Lin Chuan's intentions. This mischievous lad consistently chose to shirk his responsibilities at critical moments. Despite possessing an abundance of exquisite spiritual treasures, he stubbornly refused to utilize them. Instead, he merely toyed with his fingers, blowing them for an eternity. Was he belittling Li Tangfeng? Certainly not. This fellow was merely concocting excuses, intending to intentionally lose to Li Tangfeng. Wu Nanming was incensed. Did Lin Chuan truly regard the honor and disgrace of their sect as inconsequential? What on earth was this reckless boy contemplating? Hiss. He was unexpectedly seen through. Lin Chuan inhaled sharply, and then glared at Li Tangfeng with evident fury. It was all this fellow's fault. Had it not been for his loose tongue, Lin Chuan was confident that his acting skills could have easily deceived everyone. What was it to him? Li Tangfeng, taken aback, wore a face of anxiety. Yet, it didn't take long for a smile to spread across his features. Lin Chuan's anger was not necessarily a bad omen. Rather, it presented an opportunity for a serious duel. Should he emerge victorious, it would be splendid. If he were to lose, knowing Lin Chuan's foolish disposition, he likely wouldn't press the matter further. It was a win-win scenario, after all. Saint's son, if we delay any longer, the great marsh illusion will no longer concern us. Furthermore, I, Li, am a person who values face. Your claims of the heavenly sword are merely trifles that cannot deceive others. Why not summon your spiritual treasure and engage in a proper battle? Li Tangfeng urged. He had no time to waste on idle chatter with Lin Chuan. Moreover, he was curious to witness what kind of spiritual treasure the saint's son of the Heavenly Demon Sect possessed. Even in defeat, he would acquire valuable information to report back to the Blade Emperor. Apologies, but I must decline, Lin Chuan suddenly countered. He reverted to his previous languid demeanor, plopping down onto the grass and yawning. My senior sister has stated that should I lose, she would take her own life. I cannot bear such a responsibility. Please, excuse yourself, young masterly. Initially, he had intended to act as a facilitator. However, a single remark from Wu Nanming had brought Lin Chuan back to reality. She had no desire to marry Li Tangfeng, so why should he meddle in such affairs? Nevertheless, his words were akin to mocking Li Tangfeng and a group of disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect. How could one not be incensed by such behavior? Lin Chuan, do you truly believe that my blood fiend sect is so easily trifled with? Can you dictate our actions at will? How shall my sect maintain its standing in the realm of cultivation henceforth? Regardless of the circumstances, you must engage in battle with me. Otherwise, do not even think of departing. Li Tangfeng seethed with rage, raising his blade to point directly at Lin Chuan. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent instantly permeated the atmosphere. The unique demonic fiend technique of the blood fiend sect grows stronger with an increase in malice. Hence, the disciples of the sect are notoriously irascible, prone to violence and cruelty. Even the temper of someone as volatile as Leng Ningshuang seems gentle in comparison to those of the Blood Fiend sect. Were it not for Li Tangfeng's prior knowledge of Lin Chuan's status as a heavenly saint, he would have been disinclined to utter another word. Yet, what does that knowledge matter in the face of impending confrontation? To let Lin Chuan go would tarnish the reputation of the sect, even in the event of defeat. Would the Heavenly Demon Sect truly dare to sever ties with the Blood Fiend sect? Let us not forget, this is the Great Marsh. and disciples from all sects are watching intently. If he were to perish, the Heavenly Demon Sect would also suffer the consequences. Master Sister, it appears that the situation has escalated significantly. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect have sensed something amiss. Li Tangfeng is behaving erratically, clearly driven mad by rage. Should Lin Chuan inadvertently cause Li Tangfeng's demise, it would ignite a blood feud between the two major sections. Yet, Li Tangfeng has explicitly issued a challenge. Are they truly to allow Lin Chuan to back down? Fear not. This matter concerns the enmity between myself and Li Tangfeng, and is of no concern to others. Shortly, you shall swiftly escort the Holy Sun away. I shall confront Li Tangfeng myself. Wu Nanming furrowed her brow, already feeling remorseful. To put it plainly, this situation was instigated by her. Even the coercion of Lin Chuan to engage with Li Tangfeng was incited by her. Should any complications arise, she would undoubtedly bear the responsibility. As the senior sister, it is her duty to step forward and ensure the safety of her fellow disciples. Alas, at the very moment when Wu Nanming lifted her foot, a sigh resounded softly through the air. Upon hearing the sound, Wu Nanming glanced over. At that moment, Lin Chuan was gazing sorrowfully at Li Tangfeng. Why must there always be a group of fools who court death? Yet, it is one thing to seek death for oneself, but to implicate me in eradicating them is quite another. Within this vast marsh, there are hundreds of sects, with at least 8,000 disciples. Capturing 8,000 swine is no trivial task. How then can one possibly kill them all? Lin Chuan muttered incessantly. Although his expression remained composed, his words were perpetually fixated on murder. What could he possibly mean? Did he intend to slaughter everyone present? He must be mad. Suddenly, Lin Chuan soared into the air. His cold eyes sparkled with a chilling light as he fixed his gaze upon Wu Nanming and inquired, Sister, I may need to distance myself from the Heavenly Demon Sect for a while. To avoid implicating the sect, if you encounter the sect master, please be sure to explain in detail. Otherwise, I may find myself at the mercy of the sect master's wrath. As his words fell, before anyone could react, Lin Chuan's icy gaze immediately locked onto Li Tangfeng. A series of explosive sounds reverberated around Lin Chuan. Exquisite spiritual treasures emerged one after another, leading onlookers to believe he was intentionally flaunting them. However, a surge of murderous intent surged directly toward Li Tangfeng, revealing Lin Chuan's true intentions. He was resolute in his desire to kill, determined to strike with lethal precision. The enmity between Lin Chuan and the Blood Demon Sect had nothing to do with the Heavenly Demon Sect. From this moment forth, Lin Chuan renounced his affiliation with the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should vengeance be sought, it is Lin Chuan who should be pursued. His voice resonated powerfully across the vast expanse, as if proclaiming to the world his liberation from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, Wu Nanming and a group of disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect remained ensnared in their emotions, mistakenly believing that Lin Chuan was sacrificing himself for their sake. In truth, this was far from the case. He merely sought the opportunity to extricate himself from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Finally, that opportunity had presented itself. Unbeknownst to Li Tangfeng, he had unwittingly become a pawn in this unfolding drama, destined to endure punishment. Without this element, the performance would remain incomplete. The Hunyuan Heavenly Demon Technique, an irreversible calamity. Lin Chuan raised his arms to the heavens, unleashing a surge of inner power. Dozens of exquisite spiritual treasures circled around him, their dazzling brilliance captivating under the scorching sun. Yet they paled in comparison to the might of the primordial Heavenly Demon Technique. This was a divine-level demonic art, exceedingly challenging even for the mightiest of heavenly emperors to cultivate. Yet here was Lin Chuan, merely a heavenly saint, capable of mastering such a formidable divine technique. In this moment, the many disciples from various sects in the vast marsh stood agape, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Were it not for the relentless howling winds, Li Tangfeng trembled in fear, his face drained of color. The overwhelming pressure was akin to that of a heavenly emperor's might. Even the fury of the Blade Emperor would scarcely compare. Regret washed over him as he pondered the nature of the entity he had inadvertently provoked. What was initially a mere sparring session had turned into a matter of life and death. Yet, under such immense pressure, he found himself at a loss for words. His mind blank, utterly forgetting to plead for mercy. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding echoes of the collision between the spiritual treasures reverberated incessantly. One exquisite artifact after another altered their trajectory, directly targeting Li Tangfeng. The sound of the wind was relentless, chilling to the bone. Lin Chuan's murderous intent had already ignited. There was no turning back. He was not timid, but rather valuing his life. Especially in the realm of cultivation, even the slightest oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. When would the cycle of vengeance ever cease? Only by eradicating the root of the problem could one hope for lasting peace. Li Tangfeng was destined to perish. Furthermore, the disciples of the sect, situated within the vast marsh, were witnesses to this impending doom. These individuals could not be spared either. Kill. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's eyes widened, and an enraged roar erupted from his lips. Simultaneously, dozens of exquisite spiritual treasures surged forth, imbued with an unparalleled intent to kill, hurtling towards Li Tangfeng. The 8,000 disciples of the sect gazed upon this clash, fully aware of the inevitable outcome. Li Tangfeng was doomed. Help! The desperate cries of Li Tangfeng were mercilessly shattered by the raging winds. At this juncture, aside from calling for aid, he could scarcely conceive of a better means to extricate himself from his plight, unless a miracle were to occur. Humph! At the critical moment, a cold snort pierced through the howling winds, resonating in the ears of the onlookers. The once ferocious array of dozens of exquisite spiritual treasures seemed to have encountered their nemesis, as they were abruptly subdued midair. One by one, these exceptional artifacts struggled desperately. Yet it was as if they were ensnared within an invisible cage, utterly unable to move an inch. After a prolonged silence, the crowd finally discerned the emergence of an even more formidable force within the vast expanse of the marsh. It was this very power that held the formidable celestial sage. Lin Chuan, in check. Master, Wu Nanming exclaimed in astonishment. She was all too familiar with this aura. There was no room for misjudgment. Whoosh! The wind swept through the garments, and a graceful figure descended as if from the heavens. She floated down, clad in a black dress, her cold gaze reminiscent of a frigid mountain. Indeed, the presence of a frost-like beauty has arrived. Lin Chuan couldn't help but inhale sharply. The events of the previous night in the woods echoed in his mind. Could it truly be her? Last night, he had intended to betray the sect. Yet he heard the voice of Leng Ningshuang. However, after calling out for a considerable time, she did not appear, leading him to believe he had misheard. Now, with Leng Ningshuang having revealed herself, it was sufficient proof that the voice he heard last night indeed belonged to her. It turned out she had been following him all along, only choosing to reveal herself now. Had Leng Ningshuang been observing him throughout the journey? Grumble. Lin Chuan felt a deep unease within. There was an incessant sensation that he had been thoroughly seen through by Leng Ningshuang. Yet, if that were indeed the case, how could someone with her temperament possibly have endured this situation until now? Thus, Lin Chuan found himself in a state of conflict, pondering whether he should make a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang was equally exasperated. She had indeed been shadowing Lin Chuan and his companions all along. The events of the previous night had heightened her vigilance. It became evident that Lin Chuan was resolutely determined to defect from the Heavenly Demon Sect. A moment's carelessness could allow him to slip away. Even upon reaching the vast marshes, should he encounter Li Tangfeng, he might concoct a justification for his betrayal. This was utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, Wu Nanming and her associates were foolishly expressing gratitude towards Lin Chuan, which only added to her ire. In truth, her intervention to save Li Tangfeng had been a last resort. Li Tangfeng was hardly a commendable individual, and she held a strong disdain for the Blood Fiend sect as well. Under normal circumstances, she would have had no qualms about eliminating him. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Lin Chuan had audaciously cited the killing of Li Tangfeng as a rationale for his defection. This was something she simply could not tolerate. Thus, she had no choice but to reveal herself. In any case, Li Tangfeng could not be allowed to perish, especially not as a pretext for Lin Chuan's betrayal. With a resounding crash, the formidable pressure of the Heavenly Emperor unfurled, instantly subduing Lin Chuan's numerous exquisite spiritual treasures. However, Leng Ningshuang did not impose further difficulties upon him. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she conjured a gust of energy, returning all the spiritual treasures to their rightful place. Lin Chuan smirked slightly, letting out a silent sigh. He then retracted the treasures back into his body, fully aware that his plan to betray the sect had once again met with failure. Begone! Cold Condensation Frost uttered a low rebuke, directed at none other than the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect. Having just salvaged a slender thread of life, Li Tangfeng was too elated to linger any longer. He promptly clasped his fist towards Cold Condensation Frost, expressed his gratitude, and hastily departed with his disciples. Though they had left, the animosity was firmly established. Lin Chuan observed the frigid glare Li Tangfeng cast before his departure and understood that the exploration of the Great Marsh illusion would undoubtedly entangle them in a web of grievances with the Bloodslaughter sect. Such a cliché plot line, easily avoidable. It was all the fault of that old hag, cold condensation frost. Why meddle when there was no need? Master. When Yiming led the disciples as they hurried forward, after all clasped their fists in respect, they stood reverently to one side, following Leng Ningshuang's gaze. They turned their attention to Lin Chuan. Not only they, but also the 8,000 disciples from other sects present in the vast marsh were engaged in fervent discussions about him. Although Lin Chuan had failed to slay Li Tangfeng, the terrifying prowess he exhibited was sufficient to subdue the crowd. Within this expansive marsh, it was predominantly young disciples from various sections. It could be said that there were hardly any celestial saints, let alone celestial sovereigns. Thus, Lin Chuan could easily navigate this realm with authority. Meanwhile, the disciples from other sects began to deliberate among themselves, deciding that in future encounters with Lin Chuan or the disciples of the celestial demon sect, it would be wise to take a detour. The Holy Son is indeed righteous, who grants you the right to sacrifice yourself for justice, to betray your sect. Remember this, my disciples, even in death, you shall remain the specters of the celestial demon sect. Nanming, keep this in mind as well. Should the Holy Son entertain such thoughts again, there is no need to take them seriously. In the vast marsh, the disciples of the celestial demon sect listened attentively to Leng Ningshuang's admonitions, their hearts deeply moved. They even felt a sense of gratitude for Lin Chuan. How fortunate he was to have such an admirable master. Ha, ha. Lin Chuan's laughter was so strained that it rendered his handsome face somewhat unappealing. He was uncertain whether Leng Ningshuang possessed the ability to read minds. However, her earlier words had completely severed his escape routes. His plan to defect from the sect had once again met with failure. It seemed that even in death, he would be bound to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Was this a form of soul binding? Yet, none of this was of utmost importance. At present, Lin Chuan's greatest concern was the realization that Leng Ningshuang had been monitoring him all along. Should he reveal even the slightest inclination to flee, he would likely find himself a mere cold corpse. Given Leng Ningshuang's ruthless and unyielding nature, there was no doubt she would carry out such a deed. Lin Chuan had absolutely no room for skepticism regarding this. Alas, to be entangled with a sect leader who relished in stalking was indeed a stroke of profound misfortune. One could only imagine the day he attempted to escape, and she might suddenly appear, sealing his fate. Cursed old hag. It would be a disgrace for you not to pursue a career as an assassin. Frustrated, Lin Chuan could only vent his feelings silently within. He believed that his inner thoughts were concealed from all, yet Leng Ningshuang could hear his very heart. Surprisingly, this time, she did not react with anger. Instead, a smirk graced her lips, filled with pride. Witnessing Lin Chuan's predicament brought her an unexpected sense of satisfaction. You troublesome brat, have repeatedly caused trouble for this sect leader. Now, let this serve as a psychological scar. Let us see if you dare to flee again. Leng Ningshuang felt fortunate to have been vigilant this time. Otherwise, Lin Chuan might have truly escaped. Nonetheless, while her appearance was compelled by necessity, it seemed to have yielded an unforeseen outcome. In the future, should Lin Chuan contemplate fleeing again, he would undoubtedly recall today, and the seeds of fear had been sown. Very well. The sect master has merely passed through on this occasion. The exploration of the Great Marsh requires you all to rely on your own abilities to achieve remarkable results. Once the exploration concludes, you shall return to the sect on your own. The sect master has other matters to attend to and cannot linger. Leng Ningshuang cast a cold, indifferent glance over the crowd. Yet, as her gaze swept around, it lingered on Lin Chuan. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes, which seemed to convey unspoken words. However, these were far from tender sentiments. They were a warning. I will be watching you closely. Leng Ningshuang's gaze conveyed such a message. Most critically, Lin Chuan understood it. Thus, he felt a sense of trepidation. After all, he was uncertain whether Leng Ningshuang truly had other obligations or if she was deliberately addressing him. Should he attempt to flee, and she were to suddenly appear before him, the situation would be far more than merely awkward. It could very well spell disaster. Humph. You may all take care of yourselves, especially you, Lin Chuan. The somber voice of cold condensation frost drifted away, and in an instant, her flowing black gown swept through like a dark wind. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and before they could react, the master of the Heavenly Demon Sect had vanished without a trace. After a considerable time, Dazay finally emerged from the oppressive silence, and the atmosphere became lively once more. Although cold condensation frost had departed, discussions about her did not diminish in the slightest. However, most began to converse only after confirming her true departure. After all, the tragic demise of the disciples from the Xianjian sect served as a cautionary tale. Those who valued their lives would not dare to point fingers at her in her presence. It has been said that recently, the TNG Pavilion released a ranking of enchanting cultivators. I learned that cold condensation frost secured the second position. Initially, I had doubted it, but having witnessed her today, I can affirm that the reputation is well-deserved. Hush, keep your voice down. The last person who mocked her beauty now has grass growing 3 feet high on their grave. Do you wish to tempt fate as well? Higi, I think I shall refrain. It is a pity that such a captivating visage belongs to a demoness. She is not someone to provoke, indeed. Cold condensation frost's notorious reputation precedes her, even after witnessing her true appearance. The disciples from other sects dared not entertain any notions of desire towards her. In contrast, Wu Niaming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect felt a warmth in their hearts, especially Wu Niaming, who regretted her previous machinations against Lin Chuan. He had forsaken his identity as a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect for her sake, a bond that moved her profoundly. At this moment, her delicate face flushed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion, as if tears were about to fall. In all her years, she had never encountered a man who demonstrated such loyalty and affection towards her. Moreover, Lin Chuan was exceedingly handsome. If she were to choose a partner, could there be a better choice than him? Thank you, Lin Xingzi. Wu Nanming nodded, her tone unexpectedly gentle. She genuinely wished to express her gratitude to Lin Chuan. Although her thoughts were tinged with complexity, Lin Chuan found it quite disconcerting to see Wu Nanming acting so bashfully. Was this truly the fierce woman who had dragged him from his warm bed? Of course, Wu Nanming's gratitude stemmed from his expulsion of Li Tangfeng. Although the plan had deviated somewhat, it had ultimately not spiraled into a worse scenario, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. How could you say such things, senior sister? We are the same sect. When a senior sister is in trouble, how could a junior brother stand idly by? However, when outside, it is often better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Lin Chuan spoke with utmost seriousness. Originally, he had intended to eliminate Li Tangfeng and then flee. Even though there were numerous witnesses at the scene, the world of cultivation was vast. There would always be a place for him to hide. However, the current situation was vastly different. Due to the influence of Leng Ningshuang, he was compelled to remain within the Tianma sect. While one might escape the monk, one could not evade the temple. If trouble arose, others could easily trace him back to the Tianma sect and expose him. For the sake of his own life, he resolved to avoid stirring up trouble. Of course, if Li Tangfeng insisted on seeking vengeance for past grievances, he would find a secluded spot and eliminate him to prevent any future complications. Moreover, the environment within the day's illusion was intricate and fraught with peril. It was entirely possible that ferocious beasts lurked within. Should Li Tangfeng meet his demise at the jaws of such a creature, it would be a death without witnesses. If there were any witnesses, then they too would have to be dealt with. Eradicating the root of the problem was Lin Chuan's style. Indeed, that would be the plan. Lin Chuan squinted, stroking his chin, occasionally nodding and talking to himself, lost in contemplation. Wu Niaming and a group of disciples from the Tianma sect gazed at him, utterly bewildered. They simply could not fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of their esteemed son. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the vast marsh. The wave of sound stirred the air like a tempest, causing the trees to sway wildly. It startled the disciples from various sects, snapping them to attention. 8,000 pairs of eyes turned towards the source, each face illuminated with exhilaration. At last, it has been found. The illusion of the Great Marsh has finally emerged. The entrance to the illusion of the Great Marsh is now open. Instantly, 8,000 disciples from various sects were drawn toward it, momentarily casting aside their concerns for cold condensation frost and Lin Chuan. They prepared to enter the illusion and seize resources. Looking around, amidst the depths of the forest, a throng of people gathered, but each disciple poised themselves as if ready to sprint. This tension in the air suggested that a mere moment's delay might result in the treasures being snatched away by others. Saint Sun, esteemed colleagues, we are about to set off, Wu Niaming declared with utmost seriousness. Within the vast expanse of the Great Marsh illusion, resources abound. Merely relying on 8,000 individuals would certainly be insufficient to seize them all. Where there are people, conflicts inevitably arise. It is the pursuit of self-interest that delineates the boundaries of virtue and vice. Once one steps into the illusion, even the most innocent soul will be swept into the fray. As the saying goes, when one is in the world, one is not the master of their own fate. Not all matters can be navigated according to one's whims. Even Lin Chuan remained acutely aware of this reality. Thus, as he trailed behind Wu Niaming, the languid demeanor he once wore had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Yet, Deep within, he harbored a sense of reluctance. He truly wished to avoid such troublesome affairs. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect have arrived. This phrase echoed most frequently along their journey, with Li Tongfeng's misadventure serving as a cautionary tale. Only the foolish or the exceptionally foolish would dare provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even with Leng Ningshuang absent, Lin Chuan, a heavenly saint, remained. And that was no trivial matter. Among the younger generation, it could not be said that heavenly saints were rare. Rather, it was more accurate to assert that he stood alone, unparalleled. To provoke Lin Chuan? That would be akin to courting death. Moreover, every individual possesses but one life, and no one is inclined to willingly face demise. Fortunately, most disciples from various sects prudently made way, fearful of offending the Heavenly Demon Sect. This feeling of being revered and yielding to others was undeniably delightful. Each disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect walked with their heads held high, brimming with pride. They were acutely aware that their status was bolstered by Lin Chuan's presence. Yet, what did it matter? They were all fellow disciples, after all. Had this been in the past, Wu Nanming would have felt a plethora of grievances. However, following the disturbances caused by Li Tangfeng, her feelings towards Lin Chuan had grown complex. A man willing to defy the sect for her sake, though somewhat reckless, displayed a genuine disposition. Coupled with Lin Chuan's striking good looks, renowned as a killer of young maidens, and his prodigious talent that transcended time, he embodied the very essence of a dragon among men. If such a man were to pursue her, would she truly dismiss his advances? Alas, how vexing! With the impending battle, why was she lost in such frivolous thoughts? She needed to gather her wits. The great marsh illusion harbored countless dangers. Wu Nanming slapped her cheeks, striving to calm her racing heart. Yet, in the throes of youthful infatuation, her rationality waned. Before long, her reason was overwhelmed by romantic notions. She occasionally stole glances at Lin Chuan, only to turn away with an innocent smile. Is the senior sister unwell? She has been acting rather oddly since earlier. This is quite unfortunate. In a critical moment, the absence of our esteemed senior sister leaves our Heavenly Demon Sect at a significant disadvantage. The disciples are filled with concern. However, considering that Wu Nanming possesses a strong-willed nature, it would be inappropriate to inquire directly. Thus, it is best to let Lin Chuan take the lead and devise a plan. Is senior sister ill? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Wu Nanming. Instantly enveloped in melancholy, he had initially intended to find a place to relax once they entered the illusory realm. Alas, the timing of Wu Nanming's ailment could not be more inconvenient. Yet, her illness may not be entirely detrimental. This way, he has a valid reason to conceal everyone. Resources and such are of little concern. It is crucial to understand that those who have come are disciples from prominent sections. Offending even one would be akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Even if he were to eliminate the 8,000, it would be impossible to guarantee that unforeseen circumstances would not arise. After all, fire cannot be contained by paper. He has no desire to experience the troubles that come from provoking the small and then facing the larger. Thus, avoiding conflict is the wiser strategy. Given this, once they enter the great marsh illusory realm, he will find a place to hide away. After senior sister's condition improves, they can convene and discuss matters further. Lin Chuan spoke with firm conviction, exuding an impression of reliability. Indeed, the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect are already his devoted admirers. And this has only deepened their admiration. Tap, tap. Lin Chuan strode towards Wu Nanming, then maneuvered to block her path directly. What are you doing? Wu Nanming slightly raised her head to glance at Lin Chuan, her beautiful eyes quickly darting away. A faint blush crept onto her delicate face, resembling a shy flush. However, Lin Chuan, with his preconceived notion, assumed that Wu Nanming was genuinely unwell, attributing the rosy hue to a fever. Do cultivators also suffer from fevers and colds? Nonsense. Cultivators are still human, not celestial beings. If one were to become an immortal, what need would there be for any cultivation? After days of arduous travel, his senior sister must surely be fatigued. This time, leading the team into the great marsh illusion fell upon him. His senior sister could certainly take a moment to rest. Lin Chuan declared with unwavering decisiveness, not granting Wu Nanming the slightest chance to refuse. He understood this woman well. She was fiercely competitive and never one to concede. Given that this venture into the great marsh illusion was a task assigned by their sect, she would undoubtedly resist any notion of relaxation. Moreover, Lin Chuan had already prepared for a second round of persuasion. Should Wu Nanming decline, he would enlist the support of the 8 disciples to convince her. At worst, they could hold a vote. Regardless, he was determined to seize control. Saint's son, you show concern for me. How could I possibly accept such kindness from my senior sister? When Nianming lowered her head, fidgeting with her thumb, the blush now extending to the nape of her neck. This was troubling. Her condition seemed to be worsening. The disciples were in a state of great anxiety. Yet, Lin Chuan furrowed his brows. Was Wu Nianming truly ill? It didn't seem quite right. Nevertheless, these details were inconsequential. Seizing control was the priority. Senior sister, we are of the same sect. Throughout our journey, you have labored tirelessly without a moment of proper rest. Surely, you must be exhausted. Since the sect leader has entrusted me with this task, and among us, I, Lin Chuan, possess the highest cultivation level. It is only natural that the responsibility of safeguarding our fellow disciples falls upon me. You may rest assured, senior sister, and need not worry. Lin Chuan stated solemnly. In the past, whenever he mentioned his cultivation level, Wu Nianming had not reacted positively. He was aware that she had always aspired to surpass him. This woman was undeniably competitive. However, the facts were clear. Even if Wu Nianming were unwilling, she had no choice but to concede. Yet, she would surely be upset. Wouldn't she? The saint's son is so concerned for his senior sister. How delightful. Then I shall heed my junior brother's words. Lin Chuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Wu Nianming's demeanor and words were indeed peculiar. Could it be that a fever had clouded her mind? It appears that her condition is far more severe than her disciples had anticipated. Realizing this, Lin Chuan could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He was merely lazy and reluctant to part with life, not malevolent. As a fellow disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Wu Nianming had been akin to a half-master to him since he entered the sect. Despite her stern and harsh demeanor, and her frequent visits to his residence to disturb his slumber, such actions did not adversely affect their bond. With the elder sister so gravely ill, how could he stand idly by? Quickly, follow me into the illusory realm and find a secluded spot to recuperate. Lin Chuan commanded decisively, leading the disciples directly to the great marsh illusory realm. The so-called illusory realm is merely a place distinct from the mundane world, where birds sing and flowers bloom, and lush grass carpets the ground. Spirit herbs abound, and ferocious beasts roam in abundance. Although fraught with peril, fortuitous opportunities also accompany such dangers. Not to mention the wealth of spirit herbs scattered across the land. The defeat of ferocious beasts yields valuable beast cores, skins, and meats. Each sect relies not only on martial arts and spiritual treasures to sustain its numerous disciples, but also on vast amounts of wealth and cultivation resources. The larger the sect, the greater the daily consumption of resources. Without the replenishment of finances and resources, the sect would have long since perished. Of course, treasures such as the great marsh illusory realm are rare and precious. However, the treasures found there are merely delightful surprises, contributing to the sect's prosperity. Yet, if the number and quality of the treasures and spirit herbs brought back were substantial, it could potentially elevate a sect's standing by an entire tier. Nonetheless, this time, numerous sects have ventured into the great marsh illusory realm. Though there are only 8,000 participants, they are all the elite of the younger generation from their respective sections. The Heavenly Sect boasts a significant number of divine beings, making it challenging to determine a victor in the event of a clash. For someone like Lin Chuan, a heavenly saint, it would be akin to fishing with dynamite in a pond, an exceedingly unfair advantage. Therefore, it is unlikely that any would willingly approach the Heavenly Demon Sect. Indeed, disciples from other sects would maintain a considerable distance. Holy Son, we have entered the illusory realm. Please command us on which direction to proceed. The disciples inquired with curiosity. However, as they surveyed the surroundings, it was evident that the area was predominantly occupied by disciples from other sections. To seize territory would likely entail a fierce battle. It was not that their movements were slow. Rather, the entrance to the illusory realm was simply too far away. Some fortunate disciples from various sects had entered the realm ahead of them, naturally securing advantageous positions without conflict, occupying uninhabited areas instead. Furthermore, the treasures at the entrance were not necessarily of great value. Perhaps the resources deeper within are even more abundant. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan began to perceive the possibilities. Logically, the heart of this land should be suffused with a denser aura, yielding superior resources. However, it stands to reason that the ferocious beasts dwelling therein would also be more formidable. The beasts that have been observed entangled with disciples from other sects are certainly not weak. They possess at least the strength of the celestial sect. Conservatively estimating, it is plausible that within the depths of the illusion, beasts of celestial venerable or even celestial sage caliber may exist. Should that indeed be the case, venturing recklessly into the depths could pose a grave risk to one's life. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan contemplated that engaging with disciples from rival sects would inevitably lead to conflict. When clashing with others, enmity is born. However, when battling ferocious beasts, the best course of action may simply be to flee if overmatched. Thus, one might evade the entanglement of karmic retribution. With a swift motion, 10 figures entered the illusion and swiftly broke away from the crowd, heading straight into the depths of the mirage. These figures were remarkably striking, undoubtedly among the most captivating individuals within the vast expanse. Their actions did not escape the attention of the onlookers, particularly Lin Chuan, a formidable being of the celestial sacred realm. Such powerful entities are often shrouded in mystery and exude confidence. His unwavering determination to plunge into the depths of the illusion instilled a profound sense of purpose among the many disciples. The Heavenly Demon Sect was aware of the secrets concealed within the vast illusion. They were undoubtedly in pursuit of the hidden treasures of the mirage. Hurry, keep up. If we are late, we might not even get a taste of the soup. With a chorus of affirmative guesses, thousands surged forward, pursuing the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even those who initially intended to guard their modest plots of land abandoned their territories in a frenzied chase after Lin Chuan. What is happening? The tumultuous sounds behind him were impossible to overlook. Lin Chuan turned around, utterly astonished. He truly wished to remain untouched by the consequences. Yet, why were these disciples from other sects relentlessly pursuing him? Could it be that his prominence had incited their ire? Lin Chuan felt as though a colossal character for danger loomed above his head. Now, he faced two choices. One was to eliminate all 8,000 disciples of the sect. The other was to evade them as much as possible and seek refuge in an uninhabited place. 8,000 individuals. Even herding 8,000 pigs would take at least 3 days. Such a laborious task was one he was unwilling to undertake without dire necessity. Thus, he had no choice but to opt for the latter. Step back, Lin Chuan exclaimed coldly, suddenly coming to a halt, before the eyes of all present. He summoned the Lin Fire Sword. This sword was a supreme spiritual treasure, possessing extraordinary fire attributes. Even a gentle swing could unleash a torrent of flames. When combined with the inner strength of a celestial saint, its effects were even more pronounced. The Hunyuan demon, with a single strike, could cleave the heavens and the earth. The manifestation of divine demonic techniques surged forth. His immense inner strength swept across the land like a tempest, and the brilliant flames soared into the sky. Even disciples from distant sects, 100 miles away, were struck with fear, deterred from advancing by the terrifying pillar of fire. Whoosh! The blazing inferno seemed poised to scorch the heavens. The might of a celestial sage was indeed capable of shaking the earth and the sky. Thus, such overwhelming power was anticipated by the onlookers. However, the sudden eruption of such chaos by Lin Chuan raised questions about his intentions. Could it be that he harbored murderous thoughts towards them? The terror of a celestial sage was unmistakable. Yet, the might of a single sword was insufficient to harm those within 100 miles. Should circumstances shift, retreat would be the wisest course of action. Numerous disciples from other sects had already prepared to scatter. Nevertheless, the opportunity to witness a celestial sage's strike was rare, and driven by curiosity, few were willing to depart. At this moment, among the crowd, a segment of individuals bore the most intricate emotions. They were the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. Li Tangfeng gazed intensely at Lin Chuan amidst the towering pillar of flames, his expression dark and foreboding. The might of this strike was undeniably terrifying. Had Lin Chuan chosen to wield this level of power against him half an hour prior, he would have faced certain death. Yet, Lin Chuan had not even revealed a fraction of his strength. This scoundrel not only belittled me, but also humiliated me. I cannot swallow this grievance without seeking retribution. Li Tangfeng ground his teeth in fury. With a resounding roar, a single sword cleaved the heavens and the earth. The Linhua sword forcefully split the ground asunder. The inferno of celestial flames separated Lin Chuan and his companions from the disciples of the other sect, creating an insurmountable divide. Both sides gazed longingly at one another, yet they remained unable to bridge the chasm. Before them lay a vast and blazing ravine, extending for 300 miles. Even if they attempted to circumvent it at full speed, considerable time would be required. The prospect of pursuing Lin Chuan had become utterly futile, leaving the disciples of the other sect to lament the retreating figures with heavy hearts. Extinguish the flames swiftly. Within the depths of the illusory realm, the abundant spiritual energy surely heralds the emergence of treasures. The Heavenly Demon Sect dares to monopolize it. How can we allow their wishes to be fulfilled? Waves of murmurs echoed throughout the illusion, revealing the true intentions of the 8,000 disciples from various sections. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan remained oblivious, merely seeking a safe haven. Yet, his path serendipitously collided with the desires of the other disciples. In truth, he held no particular longing for any treasures. Even if he did nothing at all, the system would still bestow upon him an array of rare artifacts, such as the Qilin Fire Sword and the Falling Star Hammer, each a paragon of spiritual treasures. To others, these items are treasures that one could only hope to encounter. Since a mere idle existence could yield such riches, why would he risk his life to vie with a multitude? Yet, the winds of fate are relentless. Saint Sun, how long must we flee? One disciple inquired. It appears no one is pursuing us from behind. Should we not take a moment to rest? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were filled with bewilderment. Previously, Lin Chuan's sword strike exuded the might of creation, granting the sect considerable prestige and driving away 8,000 disciples from other sections. However, afterward, Lin Chuan led them on a frenzied flight. Did he perhaps know the hidden secrets of the illusory realm? As an hour passed, they continued their frantic pace, surrounded by exotic flora, yet deprived of the opportunity to gather any. The hearts of the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples bled with regret. Remain vigilant. Dangers lurk in the shadows of the world. Countless tales abound of those who have capsized in the mire. Caution steers the vessel through the ages. Life is singular. Do not treat it as a trifling matter. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, speaking earnestly. It was not that he feared danger. Rather, life is fraught with peril. Had he not acted decisively earlier, he might have already fallen victim to the encirclement of 8,000 disciples from rival sections. Even as a formidable being of the Heavenly Saint rank, facing 8,000 formidable adversaries from the Heavenly Sect left no room for complacency. Moreover, with a group of burdens to protect, he had to exercise even greater caution. Saint Sun speaks wisely. It is always prudent to remain cautious. We must not slacken our pace. Let us hasten to catch up. Wu Niaming found his reasoning compelling, positioning herself firmly alongside Lin Chuan. They stood united, one as the elder sister, the other as the saint's son. Who would dare ignore their words, even in the presence of vast treasures? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect would not dare to halt their steps without the permission of the two. They could only gaze at the extraordinary flora and fauna, silently shedding tears. After a while, another hour passed. The leader, Lin Chuan, finally slowed his pace. Upon noticing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were filled with joy. At last, they could gather the rare flowers and herbs that lay before them. This place, with its towering mountains stretching for hundreds of miles, should serve as an excellent hideaway. Everyone, conceal yourselves. No one is permitted to emerge without my command. Lin Chuan issued a stern decree. Wu Niaming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were left utterly bewildered. Hideaway? What about those rare flowers and herbs? Were they to abandon them entirely? What was the purpose of their journey into the illusion? To stroll about aimlessly? However, before they could voice their concerns, Lin Chuan strode purposefully, almost impatiently, into the mountains. With the leader having departed, who among them would dare to lag behind? Wu Niaming and the others traversed through patches of spiritual herbs, hastily plucking a few as they followed Lin Chuan into the mountains. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed in at the most inopportune moment. Ding, Illusion Realm Exploration. Host is slacking off. Reward, 9-tailed Qilong Inner Pill, Level 9 Beast. This announcement irked Lin Chuan greatly. What did they mean by slacking off? He was merely safeguarding his life. Within the illusion, numerous ferocious beasts lurked, and behind him, 8,000 disciples from rival sects pursued him. He had sought refuge in the mountains to preserve his life, yet the system interpreted it as idling away. Absurd. Why does the Holy Sun appear so glum? Is he troubled by something? Wu Niaming inquired, concerned upon seeing Lin Chuan's discontent. From the moment they entered the illusion, her attitude toward him had undergone a complete transformation. To the other disciples, this was of little consequence. After all, Wu Niaming had always been exceptionally gentle with others, endearing herself to many. Yet, she seemed to have a particular focus on Lin Chuan. Otherwise, how could he have nicknamed her the fierce old hag? Yet, now this fierce old hag had suddenly turned gentle. Lin Chuan's first thought was that Wu Niaming must be feverish, perhaps even losing her mind. Nevertheless, out of a sense of camaraderie, he refrained from expressing this sentiment. Moreover, their group was currently ensnared in a perilous situation, trapped between wolves in front and tigers behind. Unity among them was of utmost importance. However, He was the only one in the entire vast illusion who held this belief. To be honest with you, my dear senior sister, I find myself deeply concerned about our predicament. While the fierce competition for resources is a common occurrence in the realm of cultivation, it invariably brings with it a tempest of bloodshed and turmoil. A person's life is singular and irreplaceable. Once lost, all is lost. Given that the sect leader has entrusted the lives of each of you into my care, I am resolute in my commitment to safeguard your well-being. In this battle, the preservation of life must be our paramount objective. Matters of resources pale in comparison to this vital priority. Let us remember, we embark on this journey with but one singular aim. Alas, Lin Chuan fervently imparted the philosophy of survival to the group led by Wu Niaming. As his words echoed through the air, an eerie silence enveloped the entire mountain range. The 9 individuals before him gazed at him in astonishment, as though he had uttered profound and earth-shattering truths. Observing their reaction, Lin Chuan felt a sense of gratification wash over him. He had finally persuaded these practitioners, who were accustomed to violence and conflict. He was confident that if Wu Nanming adhered to his counsel, they could safely navigate their way out of the illusion. Even if they returned empty-handed, it would not be a matter of great concern. Surely, even the formidable Leng Ningshuang would not resort to punishment for their inability to procure resources. The saint's son was perhaps being overly cautious. Indeed, within the illusion lurked countless ferocious beasts, and practitioners often engaged in treachery. However, if one were to adopt such a timid and fearful demeanor, how could they ever hope to grow strong in this world of cultivation? It is essential to recognize that the essence of cultivation lies in defying destiny and altering one's fate. Merely clinging to survival renders one unworthy of the path of cultivation. The disciples, feeling dissatisfied, voiced their grievances. Wu Niaming, with her brow furrowed, bowed her head in contemplation, seemingly weighing the intricacies of the cultivation path. Yet it was evident that she harbored considerable discontent towards Lin Chuan's assertions. You are mistaken, gravely mistaken. The Great Way comprises 50 paths, while the heavenly principles encompass 49, leaving only one to elude us. The 49 represent the essence of the Great Way, while the solitary path offers but a glimmer of hope. This flicker of opportunity is ethereal and elusive. Grasp it, and one may leap through the dragon's gate, standing proudly apart from the mundane. Failure, however, results in demise and the extinguishing of one's path, leading to the loss of everything. Yet, all beings yearn to ascend effortlessly. Even when the odds are scant, they flock like moths to a flame. This embodies the gambler's mentality. Yet, you fail to perceive the 49 paths of the Great Way, which is the true pursuit of the cultivators. The path of cultivation offers a plethora of 49 relatively secure avenues. Yet, you choose to embark upon the most arduous one. Do you wish for your life to be prolonged, or do you find the thrill of dancing on the brink of death exhilarating and entertaining? If one possesses a lack of intellect, they could extend it to others. However, to wield ignorance as a means to instill fear is utterly unethical. Lin Chuan's tone shifted, and he began to admonish the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Upon hearing his lengthy discourse, Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect trembled, their expressions revealing profound astonishment. They had never encountered such notions articulated by Lin Chuan. Even within the hallowed halls of the Heavenly Demon Sect, such rhetoric was unheard of. The 9 esteemed elders, all paragons of the Heavenly Saint, consistently emphasized the treacherous nature of the path of cultivation, warning that a moment's negligence could lead to death and the obliteration of one's Tao. Thus, the pursuit of the heavenly path is deemed a rebellion against fate, akin to traversing a perilous tightrope in search of a sliver of hope. However, through Lin Chuan's lens, the path of cultivation appears resplendent. There are indeed 49 avenues, each promising a luminous future. One need not risk their life to achieve the supreme Tao. How could such fortuitous opportunities have eluded their ears until now? Had the 9 esteemed elders erred, or had so many heavenly saints inadvertently narrowed the paths available? Wu Niaming, a person of firm principles, seldom alters her convictions. It is precisely her indomitable spirit that has enabled her to attain the revered title of Heavenly Sovereign. Yet today, after hearing Lin Chuan's words, her resolve wavered. This was due to Lin Chuan's extraordinary aptitude and his cultivation prowess rivaling that of the 9 elders. If one could attain the status of Heavenly Saint by merely reclining, who would still wish to engage in arduous meditation and cultivation? Might as well have all cultivators languish in bed, indulging in slumber. Your Highness, I cannot concur with your assertions. Indeed, Your talents are exceptional, and even idleness could lead to the attainment of heavenly saint status. However, how can you be so certain that others can emulate your sought-after path and carve out their own destinies? Those present are the backbone of the Heavenly Demon Sect, possessing a certain foundational prowess. By what right do you dismiss us all with a sweeping generalization, declaring our paths to be erroneous? Wen On Ming furrowed her brow, her previously amiable demeanor replaced with a stern countenance. She confronted Lin Chuan on the spot. How delightful. This is the fierce and formidable senior sister I know. Lin Chuan, far from feeling intimidated, instead breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wu Nanming remained unconcerned. With her singular focus on the path of cultivation, she was now eager to delve into the topic that mattered most to her. Even in the presence of Leng Ningshuang, she was determined to uncover the underlying reasons. At this moment, the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were all ears, eagerly anticipating the unfolding discourse. For those who pursue the path of cultivation, their aspirations extend beyond mere combat. They must also place great emphasis on nurturing their inner selves. If one cannot comprehend the very path they seek, their future prospects will likely remain dim. Does the senior sister wish to uncover the reasons? This is simple. Beyond the mountains, the 8,000 disciples of various sects embody the answer you seek. Each one of them represents the intricate web of causality between us. Behind these 8,000 disciples lies a multitude, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, even millions, of formidable cultivators. Rather than merely engendering a single cause and effect, they weave together countless threads of fate. The sects, families, and friends associated with them all contribute to this complex tapestry of causality. To slay one person invites a multitude of avengers. If one were to take the life of a celestial sovereign, one would inevitably attract the wrath of celestial saints, celestial emperors, and even those with the esteemed title of celestial emperor seeking vengeance. What significance does your extraordinary talent hold in the face of such relentless pursuit? How much time can you afford to cultivate your strength? How much energy do you possess to confront these ceaseless adversaries? Should there come a day when you find yourself asleep, injured, or in a state of unconsciousness, and your enemies arrive at that moment, your fate would be to perish in slumber. Without life, the path you so ardently pursue loses all meaning. Lin Chuan spoke with deliberate calmness, as a transmigrator. If he could not grasp this fundamental truth, he would indeed have wasted 2 lifetimes. Thus, upon his arrival in the realm of cultivation, he has always been exceedingly cautious of his life. Only by preserving his existence does he hold the right to attain all that he desires. As the adage goes, once life is extinguished, nothing remains. Causality. Wu Nanming's eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit. Lin Chuan's assertions were unlike anything she had ever encountered. Although she could not accept them outright, she was profoundly shaken. The most troubling aspect was her inability to refute him. After all, Lin Chuan had already attained the status of a celestial sage, which was sufficient to validate the path he pursued. Yet, whether it is suitable for all cultivators remains uncertain. According to the Holy Sun, during this expedition into the great marshland illusion, should we conceal ourselves in a cave? If that is the case, why venture into the illusion at all? Would it not be safer to remain outside? A disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect expressed his confusion. If Lin Chuan harbors such fears, then they should not have entered the illusion in the first place. Yet, he had never hesitated. Clearly, his current stance was inconsistent with his previous assertions. Oh, do you think I desire this? The journey through the illusion was a direct command from the sect leader. Previously, the sect leader had made an appearance. Who can say if she has truly departed? What if she is still in the vicinity? We would be foolish to flee so heedlessly. Would the sect leader easily forgive our transgressions? A necessary charade remains indispensable. Do you understand? Lin Chuan shot them a disapproving glance, clearly exasperated. This group of cultivators seemed to have lost their wits, utterly oblivious to the most rudimentary art of pretense. Teaming up with such inept companions was exhausting. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect nodded in unison, their expressions reflecting a dawning realization. Perhaps they grasped Lin Chuan's intentions, but persuading them to fully embrace his cautious philosophy would prove challenging. After all, returning empty-handed from a treasure-laden site would equate to a significant loss. Even if dangers lurked nearby, they had yet to confront any real threat, hadn't they? A modicum of risk-taking was only natural. Saint, outside this mountain lies a plethora of exotic flora. We could cautiously gather some, they proposed. Moreover, this cavern is vast, seemingly containing its own universe. While the saint may wish to avoid entanglements with others, surely confronting fearsome beasts does not carry the same implications. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect attempted to persuade him, eager to reap some rewards before their departure. If they were to return empty-handed, they would feel the sting of disappointment without needing any external prodding. Stay put and do not venture anywhere, Lin Chuan admonished, his voice low but firm. With a single command, he quelled the eager disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, pulling them back from their impulsive desires. Time was of little value to cultivators. Even someone as laid back as Lin Chuan occasionally engaged in meditation. Yet, in this brief moment of distraction, his meticulously crafted plan encountered unforeseen complications. Ultimately, 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect delved deeper into the cavern. Roar! The thunderous sound reverberated through the mountains, abruptly awakening Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming. As they surveyed the desolate expanse before them, Lin Chuan rolled his eyes. This is not good. They are in trouble. Let us hasten to their aid. Wu Nanming urged anxiously, glancing at Lin Chuan. Help is of no use. This exudes the aura of a 9th-level ferocious beast, comparable to a celestial emperor's might. They must have already succumbed. To be on the safe side, we should flee. In the vast illusion of the great marsh, the ground trembles violently, and the creatures of the sky and land seem to face a formidable foe. The 1,000-mile illusion descends into chaos. Even the ferocious beasts engaged in battle with the cultivators suddenly become agitated. They gaze in terror towards the mountain range, trembling incessantly, before fleeing in the opposite direction. The 8,000 disciples from various sects find themselves at a loss. They can distinctly feel the earth beneath them quaking violently, as if some colossal beast is about to break through the surface. Anomalies often signal the presence of something sinister. There must be something extraordinary within the mountains. Li Tangfeng, with his keen insight, deduces some clues from the reactions of the various ferocious beasts. However, the disciples present are not fools. Such obvious indicators cannot remain hidden from them. Yet, the abruptness of this upheaval is overwhelming. Almost all the ferocious beasts seem to be facing an impending calamity, indicating that the creature about to emerge from the earth is anything but ordinary. To charge and recklessly could lead to uncertain fates. If one were to lose their life, what value could treasures hold, no matter how precious? If I recall correctly, Lin Chuan and the people of the Heavenly Demon Sect headed towards the mountains. This treasure, capable of causing such a commotion, must be extraordinary. If it falls into the hands of the Heavenly Demon Sect, it would undoubtedly elevate their power significantly. Li Tangfeng snorts coldly, analyzing the situation for himself. Though his voice is not loud, it effectively reaches the ears of the crowd. He seeks vengeance against Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming. How could he easily forgive those who dared to humiliate him? Senior Brother Li is correct. If there are significant treasures within the mountains, the son of the Heavenly Demon Sect would certainly not leave empty-handed. Yet, the emerging creature is formidable as well. When strong contenders meet, a battle will not yield a quick resolution. The saying goes, when the clam and the snipe quarrel, it is the fisherman who profits. We are not without our own opportunities. A pallid young gentleman, gracefully wielding a folding fan, cast a cheerful glance at Li Tangfeng, although he appeared refined and amiable. An unsettling solitude surrounded him, as not a single soul dared to approach. Those nearest to him recoiled as if confronted by a harbinger of misfortune, keen to distance themselves. This individual was none other than a disciple of the 100 Ghost Sect, known as the Ghost Scholar. The 100 Ghost Sect specialized in arcane arts and supernatural techniques, effortlessly wielding spells that others would consider rudimentary, such as the summoning of minor spirits. It was rumored that they possessed the ability to cast curses, subtly ensnaring their targets without their awareness. Those who fell under their gaze were as vulnerable as if shadowed by the enforcers of life and death, with their fates dictated not by themselves, but by the whims of the 100 Ghost Sect. When Li Tangfeng encountered the Ghost Scholar's inscrutable expression, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Unbeknownst to himself, the smile at the corners of his mouth stiffened into an unappealing grimace. Even the disciples of the Blood Slaughter sect behind him instinctively took a few steps back, anxious to avoid the Ghost Scholar's attention. It is often said that a gentleman aids in the success of others. Li, in his genuine affection for the Witch Nanming of the Heavenly Demon Sect, had touched the Ghost Scholar's heart. Should the Ghost Scholar fulfill Li's aspirations, it would amount to a favor bestowed by the 100 Ghost Sect upon the Blood Slaughter sect. The Ghost Scholar, habitually fanning himself, exuded an air of self-assuredness. Despite the widespread disdain for the 100 Ghost Sect throughout the cultivation world, few dared to provoke them. Given the terrifying nature of their supernatural abilities, Thus, the ghost scholar's confidence was firmly rooted in the formidable reputation of the 100 Ghost Sect. However, despite his enigmatic prowess, his cultivation level merely reached that of a heavenly sovereign. The Heavenly Demon Sect boasted not only Nanming but also Lin Chuan, a formidable heavenly saint. Did the ghost scholar truly believe he could challenge a heavenly saint as a mere heavenly sovereign? Certainly. If he succeeded, it would be a tremendous triumph. Even if he did not, it seemed Li Tangfeng would suffer little loss. He could vent his frustrations on Lin Chuan while simultaneously forging a connection with the 100 Ghost Sect, a win-win situation, indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tangfeng beamed. Esteemed Ghost Young Master, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Bloodslaughter Sect for your generous intentions. As the precious treasure approaches manifestation, it matters not who claims it, but it must not fall into the hands of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I am willing to accompany the Ghost Young Master to quell the arrogance of the Heavenly Demon Sect and Lin Chuan. If Lin Chuan had been present, he would undoubtedly have protested his innocence, for he had never been arrogant. How had he become the most ostentatious figure in Li Tangfeng's words? He had always yearned for a life of humility. Yet, the more he desired to remain inconspicuous, the more elusive that wish became, especially this time. The entire great Zhe Phantom realm erupted with a cataclysmic force, drawing every gaze towards it. Meanwhile, he found himself perilously close to losing his life. He wished to flee. He could have escaped in time. However, Wu Nanming had firmly grasped him, causing Lin Chuan's plans to once again perish before they could even blossom. Sister, elder sister, great aunt, if you wish to perish, please do not drag me along with you. I implore you, take a moment to sense the situation. That creature emerging from the ground is a level 9 beast, truly comparable to a heavenly emperor in strength. I am merely a humble disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, not a war god. Could you not allow me to leave? Lin Chuan lamented despondently. Ding. A calamity approaches, yet the host remains idle. Reward, Agility 1. At this critical juncture, the system chose to mock Lin Chuan. Is life not meant to be lived in peace? Lin Chuan's frustration deepened. Although his agility had improved, without the opportunity to utilize it, it was as though it had not increased at all. When Yiming blocked his escape, leaving him with no choice but to confront the ferocious beast head-on. Danger alert. A level 9 beast, the young Emperor Wolf, is about to emerge. The chance of winning in a direct confrontation is 1. The host is advised to evacuate the danger zone immediately. The system had issued a warning. This was a first for Lin Chuan since his arrival in the realm of cultivation. The formidable nature of this level 9 beast was evident. But why was it a cub? Was this Emperor Wolf merely a baby? Yet, even as a cub, it possessed level 9 strength. Should it reach maturity, would it not ascend to unparalleled heights? Help! Master Sister, Holy Son, please save us. The 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, who had been missing for a considerable time, came rushing back. They were covered in dirt and despair, their cries echoing with terror. It was not merely a state of disarray, it was utter chaos. What was most perilous, however, was the sandstorm surging behind them, within which a young wolf was relentlessly pursuing them with frenzied aggression. Even in the pitch-black cave, the chilling, bloodthirsty green eyes of the creature were starkly visible. Lin Chuan drew in a sharp breath. This intense aura of murderous intent was all too familiar to him, reminiscent of the chilling frost. So, the old hag is a wolf at heart. In this critical moment, Lin Chuan could not help but silently ridicule the situation. However, once the jest was made, he resolved to fight to the death. To his astonishment, you all managed to return alive. In light of this, I, Lin Chuan, too must engage in a desperate struggle. If I perish, I implore the senior sister and all of you to report to the sect leader that Lin Chuan died in the service of saving his comrades. Though I harbor regrets, I can at least deem my death to be meaningful. It is rare to see Lin Chuan so spirited, yet he uttered such despondent words. Nevertheless, Wu Nanming and her companions were hardly surprised. The 9th level ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf Cub, possessed strength that could rival that of a celestial emperor. Even though Lin Chuan was a heavenly saint, he was no match for the Emperor Wolf. This battle was destined to be one of perilous odds. Swish, swish, swish. Wu Nanming led the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, swords drawn and poised. They all understood that life and death hinged upon a fleeting moment. Even though the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were filled with regret, their hearts heavy with remorse. This was not the time to dwell on who was right or wrong. Lin Chuan. Wu Nanming gazed at Lin Chuan's silhouette, softly uttering his name. She did not require Lin Chuan to take any action, nor did she need to comprehend how he intended to confront the Imperial Wolf Cubs. Merely repeating Lin Chuan's name served to alleviate her feelings of guilt towards him. Originally, Lin Chuan could have departed without jeopardizing his own life. Yet, because of her, he was thrust into such perilous circumstances. Should Lin Chuan meet his demise, she would be utterly at a loss as to how to explain the situation to her sect and to Leng Ningshuang. Woo! The roar of the imperial wolf resonated harshly within the confines of the cave. Not far away, sand and debris coalesced into a tempest. Infused with the intense malevolence of a ninth-level beast, hurtling towards the gathered assembly. At this moment, Lin Chuan stood motionless. His back turned to Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The promise of a desperate fight lingered in the air, yet he remained unprepared, instilling both concern and confusion among the disciples. Unfortunately, at such a critical juncture, they had no opportunity to inquire about Lin Chuan's intentions. They could only remain vigilant and support Wu Nanming as she set up an array to provide even a modicum of defense. Closer. Just a bit closer. Lin Chuan was oblivious to his comrades behind him, muttering incantations under his breath. He had devised a strategy to confront the wolf cub, but witnessing the current scenario left him questioning whether he would be swept away by the approaching storm the moment the imperial wolf drew near. How absurd it was that a powerhouse of the Heavenly Saint realm found himself outmatched by a mere beast cub. Clearly, he had not yet indulged in enough idleness. Nor had the system bestowed upon him sufficient rewards. If he were to survive this ordeal, he resolved to embrace laziness with renewed fervor, hastening his ascension to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. Naturally, he would never divulge this sentiment to others. Should they learn that his fortitude was rooted in lethargy, they would undoubtedly deem him mad. Holy Son, why do you not act? A disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect cried out in urgent exasperation. The imperial wolf cub was now perilously close, yet Lin Chuan had not even made a motion to summon his treasures. The promise of a desperate struggle seemed to have been replaced by a choice to await his fate. Shoo! Without waiting for others to inquire, Lin Chuan immediately gestured for silence. Lower your voices, do not startle it. Furthermore, put away your weapons, Lin Chuan stated with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether Lin Chuan had lost his senses. In such a perilous situation, he actually urged them to disarm? Was that not akin to surrendering? The cacophony within the cavern intensified, echoing with an unsettling restlessness. As the arrival of the Emperor Wolf loomed imminent, Lin Chuan remained utterly still. The others, however, began to exhibit signs of confusion. Were they truly to heed Lin Chuan's counsel and relinquish their weapons, trusting his judgment? Wu Nanming resolutely stowed away her armament first. Witnessing her decisive action, the disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect had no choice but to follow suit. Here it comes. A startled exclamation resonated. The imperial wolf cubs had ultimately arrived. A swirling sandstorm advanced relentlessly. Yet, one wolf's head surged forth first, its emerald green eyes radiating a chilling glare. The imposing aura of a ninth-level ferocious beast swept through like a tempest, causing Lin Chuan's robe to flutter wildly. Following closely, a massive maw lunged directly at Lin Chuan's head, the size of which alone equaled that of an adult. Can you truly call this a cub? Saint Child. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect instinctively cried out. For them, their fate hinged entirely on Lin Chuan. If Lin Chuan were to perish, their chances of survival would evaporate. In this critical moment, it seemed as though Lin Chuan had heard their desperate pleas. At last, he began to stir. He slowly raised his arm and extended his hand towards the royal wolf cub. This gesture, though not swift, was executed with an almost ethereal slowness, reminiscent of someone beckoning a beloved pet. However, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the royal wolf cub lunged forward with startling ferocity. Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect could only open their mouths in shock, unable to utter a single cry. In an unexpected turn of events, the royal wolf cub abruptly came to rest at Lin Chuan's feet, nuzzling its head against him and emitting a sound akin to snap, snap. Lin Chuan remained unscathed. While the royal wolf cub appeared to indulge in some delightful feast, the crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the situation. Despite their trepidation, they cautiously approached to discern the unfolding events. At that moment, an imperial wolf cub was engrossed in gnawing on a perfectly round inner elixir, savoring every bite. Only half of the elixir remained, while the ferocious inner energy within it was being voraciously consumed by the cub. The potency contained in this elixir far surpassed that of even the most formidable celestial beings, likely reserved only for the likes of the Celestial Emperor. However, this inner elixir was a unique treasure of ferocious beasts. Thus, it was not difficult to deduce that this elixir belonged to a ninth-tier beast, the nine-tailed Chi dragon. Wu Nanming's eyes widened in astonishment. her expression mirroring that of the other 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. To use the inner elixir of the nine-tailed Qi dragon to nourish an imperial wolf cub was an extravagant act indeed. Setting aside how Lin Chuan had acquired the inner elixir of a 9th-tier ferocious beast, he had managed to pacify the imperial wolf with it, ultimately saving the lives of all 10 of them. What an ingenious thought on Lin Chuan's part. Lin Chuan exhaled a breath of foul air. He had narrowly escaped with his life, yet he had also forfeited a priceless inner elixir. This transaction was utterly unprofitable. Originally, he could have refrained from engaging in this losing venture. It was all the fault of those 8 disciples. Humph. Lin Chuan glared fiercely at the 8 individuals before him. The 8 disciples, fully aware of their shortcomings, lowered their heads and forced a bitter smile. Saint Lin, this is not the time for reproach, he thought. Although they had temporarily appeased the Emperor Wolf, their safety was not guaranteed. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent to exit the cave as soon as possible. At that moment, Wu Nanming stepped forward. She aimed to ease the tension among the disciples, and she genuinely worried that once the Emperor Wolf had consumed its inner core, it might turn its lethal intentions upon them. What you say is indeed wise. However, in my opinion, retreating from the cave is less advantageous than delving deeper. After all, do we not believe that one must not leave a treasure mountain empty-handed? Given that the cave is guarded by the Emperor Wolf cubs, it must surely be a land rich in treasures. Why not seize a fortune before we depart? Lin Chuan, breaking from his usual cautious demeanor, actively encouraged the group to seek out treasure. This left Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect utterly astonished. Was this truly the prudent saint they had come to know? In truth, Lin Chuan's audacity was not born of newfound courage, but rather from his observations of recent events, which led him to contemplate the world beyond the cave. The emergence of the Emperor Wolf had undoubtedly caused a significant uproar, shaking the very mountains. It was improbable that other areas of the illusory realm remained unaffected. Perhaps, at this very moment, a multitude of disciples from rival sects were hastening toward the mountains. Men die for wealth while birds perish for food. Great risks often accompany great rewards. In the realm of cultivation, one can scarcely find a shortage of those willing to gamble their lives. Brother Wolf, we have become acquainted through our skirmishes. I bring you a flock of plump sheep. Please indulge yourself, and do not hesitate on my account. Lin Chuan spoke to the Emperor Wolf cubs, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. This unsettling expression sent shivers down the spines of Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. What a cunning ploy to drive the wolves and devour the sheep. Beyond the vast illusory realm, thousands of disciples from various sects had gathered at the foot of the mountains. Previously, the tremendous commotion had incited chaos among ferocious beasts, drawing the attention of these cultivators. The tremors from below had guided them toward the mountain range. It is often said that unusual occurrences herald the presence of something sinister, and peril frequently accompanies immense opportunity. In truth, the ranks of cultivators were not devoid of those who would dare to risk it all for the sake of treasure. Moreover, Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect had previously made haste toward the mountains, leading many to speculate that the Heavenly Demon Sect had prior knowledge of some hidden treasure. Thus, the gathering of thousands at the mountain's base was hardly surprising. Strange. Just moments ago, the earth was trembling violently, yet now an unexpected tranquility has descended. Could it be that it is already concluded? Li Tangfeng furrowed his brow, his thoughts in disarray. This treasure hunt was merely a part of his intentions. The true objective lay in avenging the grievances against Lin Chuan and Wu Nanming. He was acutely aware that even if Lin Chuan remained passive, his prowess as a celestial saint rendered him the most remarkable entity within the grand illusion of the Great Marsh. The phrase "a tall tree attracts the wind" rings true. For the younger disciples of various sects, eliminating Lin Chuan first would yield the greatest advantage in the illusion, and targeting him, or even the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, would be the most prudent choice. This sentiment was not merely a reflection of Li Tangfeng's personal ambitions but echoed the collective mindset. However, every endeavor begins with a challenge. Someone must take the initiative, and that individual must possess the ability to rally others. Thus, Li Tangfeng volunteered to spearhead the quest for the treasure. Naturally, the machinations of the Ghost Scholar provided an additional impetus. Furthermore, the alliance between the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost sect offered other sects a compelling reason to join the fray, even with a celestial saint among them. The sheer number of several thousand could muster the strength to confront Lin Chuan. Li Tangfeng's strategy was straightforward, since he alone could not contend with Lin Chuan. He aimed to gather as many allies as possible to encircle and eliminate Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect within the cave. It seems that the malevolent creatures within the cave have devoured nearly all the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. We shall seize this opportunity and claim what is readily available. The ghostly scholar licked his lips and chuckled softly. This was merely a possibility, yet it revealed the deep-seated desires of all present. Murder and treasure-seeking are, after all, the most commonplace occurrences in the world of cultivation. Should the treasures within the cave be exceedingly precious, it is not merely the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect who would perish, even among these thousands. They would turn upon one another. The greed for wealth is indeed a fundamental aspect of human nature. With this in mind, what are we waiting for? The early bird catches the worm, and it is merely a matter of who possesses the greater fortune. One individual let out a hearty laugh and was the first to break from the crowd, rushing into the cave. His actions immediately sparked discontent among others. However, despite the incessant complaints from the multitude, none were willing to be left behind. In an instant, these thousands surged into the cave like wild horses, clamoring and jostling. Even Li Tangfeng and the ghostly scholar found themselves among them, unwilling to lag behind. The sound of footsteps echoed chaotically within the cavern, a cacophony of thud, thud, thud. Thousands of individuals surged into the cave, obscuring the sole source of light. At that moment, the interior of the cave was shrouded in dimness, and a vague figure, cloaked in white fur, lay upon the ground, accompanied by a faint rustling sound. What is that? Li Tangfeng raised an eyebrow slightly, leaning forward to observe intently. As the footsteps faded away, the surrounding air grew remarkably still. Consequently, the sound of gnawing became eerily unsettling. Burp. The fluffy white creature seemed to have just satisfied its hunger, letting out a burp in the process. Its large head swayed twice before slowly revealing its pair of emerald green eyes. The terrifying green glow emanating from them caused the crowd to collectively gasp in fear. Although their cultivation levels were not particularly high, they could discern that the formidable beast before them possessed extraordinary power. What was most alarming was its extreme danger. Even if all of them combined, they would stand no chance against this ferocious entity. A ninth-tier beast? How could such a perilous creature exist here? What of Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Could it be that they have already fallen prey to this beast? Li Tangfeng's face contorted with 3 questions. The news of Lin Chuan's demise should have brought him joy, even elation. Yet now, he found himself confronted by a 9th-tier beast, and his life was in imminent peril. Perhaps he would soon meet Lin Chuan in the afterlife. What joy could he possibly feel then? Calm down, everyone. This creature has just feasted. It should be sated. Let us retreat slowly from the cave and devise a plan to enter later. We must not disturb it, otherwise we shall all perish. Li Tangfeng urged, lowering his voice. Those present were all outstanding youths from various sections. Even if they were not particularly cunning, they were certainly not fools. With a beast powerful enough to rival an Empyrean standing before them, retreating to preserve their lives was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Thus, not a single person among the thousands dared to contradict Li Tangfeng. Instead, they cooperatively began to withdraw. To avoid provoking the beast into a sudden frenzy, they kept a vigilant watch on it, moving stealthily like thieves as they exited the cave. Before long, the once crowded cavern was now desolate, void of any presence. Not a single shadow could be seen. In contrast, the young emperor wolf, presumably satisfied after its meal, lazily yawned and promptly lay down, drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, Lin Chuan held his forehead, rolling his eyes in exasperation. This was a failure, an utter failure. The tactic of driving the wolf to devour the sheep had completely backfired. He muttered to himself in frustration. His troubles were not solely due to the conflict between the emperor wolf and the disciples of other sections. The emperor wolf stood guard at the entrance. If they did not move aside, escape was impossible. Furthermore, Li Tangfeng and his thousands of followers would not easily relent. They would undoubtedly wait patiently, determined to exhaust Lin Chuan and his companions. With such double barriers, Lin Chuan and his 10 companions had no retreat whatsoever. This, he believed, was the most significant reason for his perceived failure. It appeared that leaving was not an option for the time being. It would be wiser to delve deeper. Let us contemplate the treasures guarded by this royal wolf cub, shall we? Wu Niaming has regained her composure. Just moments ago, the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect recounted all that they had witnessed. Previously, they had disregarded Lin Chuan's warnings and insisted on entering the cave, which ultimately provoked the royal wolf. Fortunately, Lin Chuan, with his astuteness, temporarily pacified the royal wolf using the inner core of a 9th-tier ferocious beast. Otherwise, the lives of the 10 of them would have been forfeit. Although these 8 individuals acted recklessly, their folly was not entirely without merit. At the very least, they had the opportunity to behold the original lair of the royal wolf, where an exceedingly precious treasure was enshrined. Is it truly a treasure? Lin Chuan's expression grew serious once more. The 8 nodded in unison, yet dared not speak further. Previously, they had deemed Lin Chuan overly cautious, believing it unnecessary. However, after the incident with the Emperor Wolf, their respect for him had deepened. In their eyes, Lin Chuan was not only powerful but possessed an uncanny ability to foresee events. What appeared to be an inconspicuous cave was, in fact, home to a 9th-level ferocious beast. Had they heeded Lin Chuan's warnings, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Do you suspect there is an issue with this treasure? Wu Niaming inquired softly. Since descending the mountain with Lin Chuan, her perspective had shifted significantly. She had once been intolerant of laziness, yet she recognized his bravery. In the midst of a complex environment, he demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for making accurate judgments that defied ordinary expectation. Upon reflection, Lin Chuan epitomized the strength of one who remains unperturbed in the face of calamity. Such strength captivates others, and undoubtedly, Wu Niaming found herself enchanted by Lin Chuan. Consequently, she lost her ability to think critically and was more inclined to trust his judgment. It should be fine. You have not misjudged. It is indeed a treasure. However, a commoner with a precious gem may invite calamity. Whether this treasure brings fortune or misfortune remains uncertain, Lin Chuan replied, shaking his head slightly, his demeanor grave. Yet, this time, no one dared to question him. The reasoning was straightforward. Any treasure is a coveted prize sought after by various sections. Even within the Tianma sect, it would be regarded as a revered artifact. Should the treasure guarded by the Emperor Wolf be one of the 10 most prestigious, the ensuing uproar would be magnified 100-fold. Although Lin Chuan and his companions possessed unique advantages to acquire the treasure first, the exposure of such a prized possession would undoubtedly attract lethal threats. Perhaps the first to attack them would be the Emperor Wolf's offspring. Even if they evaded this ferocious beast, they would still face the frenzied assaults of 8,000 disciples from rival sections. Thus, from the moment they obtained the treasure, Lin Chuan and his group would encounter an unceasing tide of danger until their return to the Tianma sect. According to the Holy Sun, should we pursue this treasure? The disciples of the Tianma sect felt a sense of anguish. Ultimately, they relinquished the decision to Lin Chuan. Although Wu Niaming was leading the expedition, it seemed the disciples had nearly forgotten their senior sister. Even Wu Niaming herself remained oblivious to this fact, gazing intently at Lin Chuan. Well, Lin Chuan pondered, stroking his chin. His serious demeanor only accentuated his charm, had it not been for the perilous circumstances surrounding them. The 4 female disciples might have succumbed to infatuation once more. The conclusion Lin Chuan reached was that while it was tempting, it was ultimately unnecessary. However, the group led by Wu Niaming remained perplexed. What did he mean by it can be desired, but it is not essential? They yearned for an explanation from Lin Chuan. But he merely smiled and turned to venture deeper into the cave. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow, eager to witness what remarkable feats Lin Chuan would conjure next. Previously, the 8 disciples of the demon sect had already surveyed the route, so they were relatively familiar with the cave's interior structure. The group encountered little difficulty in locating the original position of the Imperial Wolf. Before them lay a simple stone chamber, wherein stood a solitary 7-foot spear. This spear had remained undisturbed in the cave for countless years, yet it appeared as pristine as ever. Remarkably, even in the pitch-black cavern, it emanated a dazzling silver light. The 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, ranked 5th among the top 10 treasures. Indeed, it was a hot potato. When Niaming furrowed her brow, her expression grave. After being influenced by Lin Chuan, she and the disciples of the demon sect had become far more cautious than before. Although the treasure was right before their eyes, they dared not even touch it, let alone seize it. Such an enticing bait. With 8,000 fish ensnared here, surely it could sever the threads of fate. Safety was paramount. Before such a grand treasure, Lin Chuan remained utterly unfazed. When Niaming and the disciples of the demon sect looked to him for guidance, and naturally, they did not dare to act recklessly. Yet, entering a treasure mountain only to leave empty-handed felt like a significant loss. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan seemed to harbor other plans. The group had no choice but to suppress their impulses to claim the treasure. At that moment, the Imperial Wolf cub within the cave continued to slumber. A 9th-level beast core sufficient for its refinement for a considerable time. As long as they did not disturb it, it showed little interest in the cultivators. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from within the cave. Outside, thousands of disciples from various sects anxiously deliberated on how to enter the cavern and seek the coveted treasures. Unfortunately, a formidable 9th-level beast stood guard. To intrude recklessly would entail consequences that none could bear. Even the most desperate souls would prefer a fate devoid of value. Moreover, these cultivators were the pride of their respective sects, valuing their lives far more than the average person. Is someone coming out? The crowd, with keen ears, immediately turned their gaze upon the sound of approaching footsteps. Soon, several figures emerged from the dark cave, led by none other than Lin Chuan, the one they had yearned for. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing accompanied countless figures swiftly surrounding the cave's perimeter. In an instant, Lin Chuan and his companions found themselves encircled, confronted by an array of bizarre and menacing weapons. The intent to kill was unmistakably evident among the disciples from various sections. Within the vast illusion of the Great Marsh, Lin Chuan's prowess was widely acknowledged as the strongest. Even the renowned heavenly sovereign, Li Tangfeng, was left far behind, nearly meeting his demise at Lin Chuan's hands. Such a formidable adversary, if not eliminated soon, would likely claim the majority of treasures within this illusion for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Previously, they had refrained from confronting the Heavenly Demon Sect directly, wary of Lin Chuan's celestial-level cultivation. Yet, the situation had drastically changed. With their numbers overwhelming, they believed that sheer determination could bring Lin Chuan to his end. Brother Lin, the treasures within this cave are rightfully yours. However, you may not have anticipated that after exerting such effort, we would be waiting here for you. Surrender the treasures, and we shall spare your life. How do you see this? Li Tangfeng remarked with a triumphant smile. This situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by him, as he had successfully cornered Lin Chuan and his companions, thereby regaining a semblance of dignity. His sense of satisfaction was, therefore, understandable. Yet, confronted with such overwhelming odds, Lin Chuan appeared unfazed. Not a trace of panic marred his expression. If it were merely him feigning composure, it would be one thing. However, the striking calmness exhibited by Wu Niaming and the 8 disciples of the Tiangmo sect was decidedly peculiar. Li Taifeng, we had anticipated your presence waiting outside the cave. To speak candidly, we have already discovered the treasure, yet we have chosen to leave it within. Would you care to know why? Wu Niaming scoffed lightly and began to elaborate. This rhetorical question momentarily caused the eager assailants to hesitate. The treasure remains inside the cave? Would they not then have to confront the Emperor Wolf? If that were indeed the case, even if they were to slay Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, they would merely be taking a few lives, without any knowledge of the treasure's whereabouts. It seems rather unwise, does it not? Sister Niaming, all your words are merely a ploy to buy time. Even if you do not take the treasure, I can procure it myself. However, Lin Chuan and you are formidable adversaries to those of us who have ventured into the Great Marsh illusion. If you both remain alive, you shall undoubtedly become a grave concern for us. Li Taifeng let out a cold chuckle, surveying the crowd around him. He then raised his voice, calling out, "Everyone, there is no need for hesitation. Let us unite to eliminate Lin Chuan, and subsequently, we can peacefully divide the resources within this illusion." Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in agitation. Undoubtedly, Li Tangfeng had articulated the sentiments shared by all. The existence of Lin Chuan posed the greatest threat to them. The sooner he was disposed of, the less trouble they would face in the future. Do you truly possess the confidence to contend with the Emperor Wolf? Or do you believe you have the capability to seize the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear in the presence of the Emperor Wolf? A calm voice, laced with mockery, resonated among the crowd. Only 2 questions, yet they ignited a fervor among the assembly. The 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, the 5th-ranked treasure on the top 10 treasures list. It is actually here. Excited whispers spread like wildfire. No one could resist the allure of a supreme treasure, especially one that ranked 5th among the top 10. Even the mightiest of heavenly emperors would find it hard to withstand such temptation. A group of heavenly lords and celestial sect cultivators were even less capable of resisting. Is this true? A voice of skepticism emerged from behind Li Tangfeng. The ghostly figure of Ghost Scholar, with his pallid, ghastly visage, came into view. Lin Chuan had encountered many from the 100 Ghosts sect, but none appeared as feeble as Ghost Scholar. It was a pity that in the world of cultivation, while a plethora of elixirs existed, the 6-flavor Rehmannia pill was conspicuously absent. Otherwise, he would have certainly recommended it to Ghost Scholar to remedy his frail condition. Whether true or not, why question it if you do not believe? Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at Ghost Scholar, disliking his face, which exuded an aura of malevolence. Li Tangfeng, on the other hand, appeared rather foolish and easily deceived. He decisively dismissed the grumbling Ghost Scholar and turned his attention to Li Tangfeng, smiling. Brother Li must be quite puzzled as to how I managed to survive the Emperor Wolf, am I right? Allow me to enlighten you. My decision not to take the treasure was not out of fear of your encirclement outside the cave, but rather to avoid alarming the Emperor Wolf. Consider this. The Emperor Wolf exists to guard the treasure. If the treasure were to be disturbed, it would surely incite the wrath of the Emperor Wolf. Alas, I had no choice but to seek your counsel on this matter. Counsel? Are you out of your mind? Li Taifeng gazed at Lin Chuan with an expression of incredulity, as if he were observing a fool. The large assembly he had gathered was indeed there to eliminate Lin Chuan. How could this fellow still entertain thoughts of seeking assistance? Surely, he could not believe that everyone was merely here for amusement. Oh dear, why must you all regard Lin with such disdain? Acquiring treasures is no simple feat. If you desire them, naturally, Lin desires them as well. However, we currently share a formidable common adversary, the Emperor Wolf. Until we address this threat, how can we even discuss seizing treasures? Just imagine, the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear is right within the cave, beckoning to you all. Lin Chuan's tone resembled that of a child coaxing another. Though it may come off as childish, it is nonetheless a profound truth. They say there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Whether it is the slaying of Lin Chuan or the acquisition of treasures, it ultimately hinges on where the collective interests of the crowd lie. At this moment, the hesitation visible on the faces of the thousands of disciples from various sects clearly indicates their greater anticipation for the treasures. Even Li Taifeng, who harbors deep animosity towards Lin Chuan, shares this sentiment. Pray tell, how did you manage to pass through the trial of the Emperor Wolf unscathed? Li Taifeng ultimately could not resist the allure of the treasures. He fell into the trap meticulously crafted by Lin Chuan the moment he let his guard down. Lin had already anticipated the thousands gathered outside the cave and knew they had come with the intent to seize the treasures. Coupled with the threat of the Emperor Wolf, Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect found themselves in a perilous predicament. If Lin Chuan were to act ruthlessly, carving a bloody path would not prove difficult given his strength. Yet it becomes a challenge when burdened with the likes of Wu Niaming, who are akin to dead weight. Although he frequently speaks of fleeing and yearns to escape the Heavenly Demon Sect, can one truly abandon the bonds of camaraderie so readily? If Wu Niaming and the others were to meet a tragic end in the illusion, how could he return alone to the Heavenly Demon Sect? How would his peers perceive him? He is merely lazy, not heartless. If he is destined to remain within the Heavenly Demon Sect for life, he must continue to exist there. Perhaps to others, such dire circumstances would warrant a reckless charge fueled by fervor. However, for someone like him, who prefers ease, even lifting a finger feels like a waste of energy. Why exert oneself when matters can be resolved with mere words? The sheer satisfaction of intellectual superiority far surpasses that of brute force. Cough, cough. Lin Chuan placed his fist to his mouth and coughed twice. His affectation of profundity left the crowd quite displeased, yet Lin Chuan reveled in the delight of their irritation. There's something exquisite about deceiving a throng of fools. To appease the Imperial Wolf, one merely requires a 9th-level beast's inner core. Alas, Lin possesses but a single one, which has already been devoured by the Imperial Wolf. Should any of you still possess such a treasure, you could effortlessly obtain the coveted prize and depart unscathed. Lin Chuan spoke with eloquence. While the inner cores of ferocious beasts are indeed precious, they are but consumables, brought into this world with no means to carry them away upon death. If one could exchange a single inner core for a treasure such as the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, it would be an unequivocal bargain. Once Li Taifeng and his entourage enter the cavern, preoccupied with seizing the precious relics, he would then be able to swagger away from this den of conflict with Wu Niaming and the others, should fortune favor him. The Imperial Wolf could hold back the throng of thousands, leading to a mutually destructive clash, from which he could reap the benefits. What a flawless scheme. At this moment, Lin Chuan was still lost in self-satisfaction, oblivious to the bewildered expressions of Li Taifeng and his companions. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, as the vast expanse was filled solely with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, with not a soul daring to utter a word. What happened? Lin Chuan realized that a moment had already passed. He cast a curious glance around him. Ha. The corners of Li Taifeng's mouth twitched several times, a look of helplessness nearly spilling over. Brother Lin, are you jesting with us? A 9th-level beast's inner core. If I possessed such a treasure, would I lament the presence of an Imperial Wolf? Even within my blood slaughter sect or your Heavenly Demon Sect, an inner core worthy of rivaling a celestial emperor's power is a treasure of the sect. Yet you propose to feed it to a mere beast? The last words he nearly shouted. However, this was not an expression of hatred towards Lin Chuan, but rather a sympathetic pain for him and the Heavenly Demon Sect. After all, it was an inner core from a 9th-level beast. Regardless of the creature, such inner cores are exceedingly rare and precious. The Blade Emperor of the Bloodslaughter sect has been a celestial emperor for a century, yet his cultivation has stagnated for at least 40 years. He has devoted immense effort to seek a 9th-level beast's inner core, declaring that no matter the cost and resources, he would spare no expense. This illustrates just how rare a 9th-level beast's inner core truly is. It is common knowledge among cultivators. How could Lin Chuan, a formidable figure of the Heavenly Saint and the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, be unaware of this? Li Tangfeng began to doubt whether this young man had any sense. Is it truly precious? Lin Chuan gazed at Wu Nanming, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he inquired. Indeed, Wu Nanming responded decisively to his inquiry. In truth, when she witnessed Lin Chuan offering the 9-tailed Qilong pill to the Imperial Wolf, a pang of regret pierced her heart. However, at that moment, her life was hanging by a thread, leaving no room for contemplation. She had been contemplating how Lin Chuan could relinquish such a precious treasure to save the lives of many, and she felt profoundly moved. Yet now, doubt began to creep in. Perhaps Lin Chuan was unaware of the true value of such treasures, merely selecting the most suitable feed for the Imperial Wolf without a second thought. Very well, Lin Chuan said, raising his hands in a gesture of confusion. He simply did not comprehend the matter at hand. After all, many treasures were directly bestowed upon him by the system. Over the span of 5 years, he had amassed an inconceivable number of treasures, elixirs, and various rare artifacts. He had little inclination to delve into their intricacies. It just so happened that the system had recently gifted him a core, but he had given it no further thought. Even now, he merely felt disappointment at the absence of the 9th-level beast core, which hindered his ability to persuade Li Tangfeng and the others to enter the cave. It was merely a sense of letdown. Without the 9th-level core, an 8th-level one would suffice. Surely, they could be more generous. If they were to acquire a magnificent treasure, the others could simply pool some funds to compensate him later. Lin Chuan earnestly began to organize the matter. However, as soon as these words left his lips, at least 10 individuals spat blood on the spot. Moreover, the expressions of Li Tangfeng and Guo Rushing turned even more grim. Lin Chuan, are you mocking us for amusement? An 8th-level inner elixir? Do not presume that we can produce such a thing. Even with the might of the Heavenly Demon Sect, we could scarcely conjure 3. If you are ignorant of this, it would be wise to remain silent. Or perhaps I shall forfeit the treasure entirely. I could easily end you right now. Li Tangfeng, enraged and humiliated, immediately summoned his treasured artifact, unleashing a surge of malevolent energy. Observing this, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect braced themselves, poised for action, awaiting Li Tangfeng's command to strike first. Meanwhile, the ghostly scholar closed his folding fan with a decisive snap, his dark eyes narrowing into slits. Coupled with his identity as a disciple of the 100 Ghost sect, he exuded an aura of enigma. As the tension escalated, thousands followed suit, readying themselves for conflict. The weapons that had recently been lowered were now once again poised against Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A brutal confrontation was on the verge of erupting. Saint Sun, let us break free. The disciples of the Celestial Demon Sect could endure no longer. Despite their small numbers, they were formidable cultivators of the Celestial Sect. Wu Nanming, in particular, was a powerful celestial sovereign. Coupled with Lin Chuan, the sole celestial sage of the great marsh illusion, they possessed the strength to contend. Rather than living in humiliation, it would be far nobler to fall bravely in battle. What are you killing for? Always resorting to violence. Just like the old demon and the sect leader. Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the speaker. He then turned to Li Tangfeng and chuckled. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a mere 8th-level beast inner core? I, lacking in talent, happen to possess 2. Allow me to bestow them upon you, my dear brotherly. Before his words even settled, Lin Chuan suddenly tossed forth 2 dark shadows, which soared directly towards Li Tangfeng. With a resounding clap, Li Tangfeng seized it in his grasp, his face etched with skepticism as he scrutinized his clenched fist. The ghostly scholar, unable to contain his curiosity, craned his neck to get a better view. Surrounding them, thousands of disciples from various sects cast inquisitive glances toward the same focal point. As Li Tangfeng's palm gradually unfurled, every pair of eyes widened in astonishment. Even Wu Nanming and the 8 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect stood in sheer disbelief, murmuring incessantly, "Goodness! It truly is an 8th-grade ferocious beast's inner core. 2 of them. How wealthy is the Holy Sun? Is it truly astonishing to possess merely 2 8th-level beast inner Dan?" Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at everyone present. This group of simpletons likely had no inkling of the myriad rare treasures he had amassed over the past 5 years. An 8th-level beast inner Dan hardly holds any significance. However, considering that he possesses over a dozen exquisite spiritual treasures, gifting away these inner Dan seems hardly remarkable. Yet, bestowing treasures upon others certainly does not stem from his generosity. Lin Chuan has never been one to play the fool. Absent a greater benefit, he would not engage in a losing venture. Nonetheless, on the surface, he continues to masquerade as a selfless angel, and perhaps, if fortunate, he may even earn the title of a sage. That way, no one would dare to bother him again. 8th level beast inner Dan. Is it truly for Li? Li Tafeng regarded Lin Chuan with suspicion, yet his gaze inadvertently darted towards the too plump and particularly enticing inner Dan. In all his years, he had never encountered an 8th level beast inner Dan, let alone 2. Even within the Blood Fiend sect, a 7th level beast inner Dan was the pinnacle of rarity, obtained only through the personal efforts of the sect leader, the Blade Emperor. Yet here, the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect nonchalantly produced 2. How affluent the Heavenly Demon Sect must be. Brotherly, you are mistaken. These 2 inner Dan are not bestowed upon you, but rather intended to placate the Emperor Wolf. Only by soothing the Emperor Wolf can we seize the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear. However, in my humble opinion, the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear is guarded by the Emperor Wolf. The moment we attempt to move it, we risk provoking this beast, which could lead to a fierce battle. I, Lin, am acutely aware of my limitations against a 9th level beast. Thus I seek to join forces with you all. What are your thoughts on this matter? Lin Chuan maintained an unruffled demeanor, lying without the slightest hint of embarrassment. By his own words, this was akin to the acting prowess of an acclaimed performer. Were there awards for acting in the realm of cultivation, he would surely be the recipient. Naturally, the allure of 2 8th level beast inner Dan is already considerable. Should Li Tangfeng act greedily and abscond with them, Lin Chuan would be at a loss. However, when comparing treasures to inner Dan, it is clear to any fool which holds greater allure. It all hinges on whether Li Tangfeng possesses ambition. Brother Lin is astute. I admire you. However, are you not concerned that, after obtaining the treasure, there may be none left for you? Li Tangfeng, indeed the favored disciple of the Blade Emperor, was not so easily deceived. Even the scholarly specter beside him, fanning himself, regarded Lin Chuan with a cold smile. These 2 had not fully placed their trust in him. The Holy Son's extravagant display was likely an attempt to use them as mere shields. Indeed, among the cultivators, there are quite a few desperate individuals. Yet even these reckless souls would not willingly embrace death without cause. It seems that the saint's scheme may very well falter. The ghostly scholar chuckled, revealing that this enigmatic figure was not only astute but remarkably clever, promptly unraveling Lin Chuan's intentions. Wu Nanmeng and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect furrowed their brows in unison. 9 pairs of eyes instinctively turned towards Lin Chuan. A sense of tension enveloping the atmosphere. Surrounding them, the multitude of disciples from various sects began to murmur amongst themselves. Among this vast assembly, there existed both the sagacious and the foolish. However, the ghostly scholar's words jolted them into realization. They were, after all, living beings, not mere mindless puppets. Even if a treasure lay within arm's reach, one must possess the means to claim it. Without tangible benefits, they would not risk their lives for anyone. TSK. Lin knew that no one would trust him. Very well. Since the inner cores of 2 level 8 ferocious beasts cannot earn your trust, allow me, Lin, to take the lead. However, let me make one thing clear from the outset. It is uncertain how long one can withstand the might of a level 9 beast with mere heavenly sanctity. Should I perish, you will be left with no choice but to fight for your lives. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chuan resolutely summoned the Lin Fire Sword. This is a supreme spiritual treasure, a rarity even among the most esteemed sections. By wielding such an exceptional artifact at the onset, Lin demonstrates his unwavering resolve to the gathered assembly. Upon witnessing this, the murmurs of doubt quickly dissipated. Yet, Li Tangfeng and Gui Russian furrowed their brows, engulfed in uncertainty. Hiki, with such sincerity from the Holy Son, if we were to still harbor doubts, it would be akin to measuring a noble heart with the mind of a petty person. Very well, even though the path ahead is fraught with peril, Gui Mao chose to venture forth alongside the Holy Son. The scholar of the ghostly arts chuckled softly, taking the lead in expressing his stance. This individual, adept in strategizing, had finally relented. It was evident that he truly found himself at a loss against Lin Chuan. Li Tangfeng merely scoffed, remaining silent. However, he gestured for the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect to follow, thereby indicating his willingness to enter the cave. Lin Chuan had initially intended to present 2 inner elixirs to Li Tangfeng to soothe the concerns of the group. Yet, Li Tangfeng outright declined. After all, they were all intended to nourish the imperial wolf, so it mattered little to whom they were given. Lin Chuan, are you truly prepared to engage in battle with the Emperor Wolf? Wu Naming's expression was tense. This was not in accordance with Lin Chuan's original plan. Although Lin Chuan had not disclosed the details of his strategy to her, she could surmise some aspects. It was merely to lure Li Tangfeng and the others into the cave to seize the treasured artifact. At the moment the Emperor Wolf awakened, they would engage in combat, allowing the Heavenly Demon Sect to reap the rewards. This plan was initially flawless. However, the cultivators were not foolish. They saw through Lin Chuan's intentions. Left with no other choice, Lin Chuan had no option but to confront the peril himself. Of course, Lin Chuan shrugged, casting a sidelong glance at Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing, who hovered just behind him like bothersome flies. Though they feigned indifference, it was likely they were straining to catch the whispers he shared. The quest for the treasured artifact was fraught with difficulty. Despite the vast expanse of the Great Marsh illusion stretching over 800 miles, the Emperor Wolf was a fierce beast rivaling the Heavenly Sovereign. If it lived, escaping even 100 miles would not guarantee our safety. In this battle, no one could hope for tranquility. Should I perish, I implore my senior sister to swiftly guide our comrades out of the illusion, lest we face total annihilation. Lin Chuan sighed softly, his expression heavy with foreboding, as if this venture were a march towards certain death. Yet, while his words seemed directed at Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, they were, in truth, a subtle maneuver to sway Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing. The implication was clear. He would indeed venture into the cave. But Wu Nanming and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect would not accompany him, citing their bond as fellow disciples. Should these two lack the compassion to understand, Lin Chuan would state outright that he would not go. It was likely that, in such a case, it would be the multitude of disciples from other sects who would grow anxious. Aha! The great righteousness of the Holy Sun. This journey is fraught with peril, and the Holy Sun is the most formidable among us. Should he perish, we too would find ourselves in grave danger. Fear not, Sister Nanming. We shall undoubtedly cooperate fully with the Holy Sun. We will ensure his safety at all costs. The ghost scholar, rarely serious, then patted Li Tangfeng on the back and led several thousand disciples of other sects into the cavern. As the crowd stepped into the cave, a pair of emerald green eyes pierced through the darkness, observing them. This beast has surprisingly completed the refinement of the 9th level inner core so swiftly. Lin, it's your turn. The royal wolf cub awakened. The 9th level ferocious beast stood within the cavern, as formidable as a solitary guardian, despite the presence of 8,000 experts within the illusionary vastness. If the royal wolf were to unleash its fury, there would surely be significant casualties. None of us emerged from the cracks of stone, and naturally, we do not wish to meet our end without reason. If we could subdue the royal wolf with deft strategies, everyone would be more than willing to reap the benefits. Lin, it's your turn. Li Tangfeng maintained a calm demeanor. In this instance, he did not reveal an ounce of hostility towards Lin Chuan, for he would still require the other's assistance. Whether he would remain so tranquil after serving his purpose, however, remains uncertain. Not a problem. Lin Chuan gestured an okay sign towards Li Tangfeng, indifferent to whether the other party comprehended it. The crux lay in deceiving these fools. However, the Emperor Wolf was certainly not his pet. Whether the inner core of an 8th-tier ferocious beast would satisfy this creature remained uncertain. Thus, despite Lin Chuan's composed demeanor, he was ever ready for battle. Alas, the Imperial Wolf, with its vigilant green eyes, fixated intently on Lin Chuan. Remarkably, this beast refrained from launching a direct attack, which could be interpreted as a favorable omen. It seemed the previous 9-tailed Qi Long Dan had indeed borne some fruit. If he could seize the opportunity to tame it, that would be even better. Lin Chuan licked his lips, indulging in such fanciful thoughts. Since traversing into the realm of cultivation, he had yet to hear of anyone daring enough to harbor a grade 9 ferocious beast as a pet. In the current world, the Heavenly Emperor stood at the pinnacle of power, with titles of Heavenly Emperors being the stuff of legends, elusive and scarcely seen. Lin Chuan had never encountered any reports of a titled Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, this young Imperial Wolf already possessed the strength of a Heavenly Emperor. Its proud instincts would never easily yield to a mere human. Thus, the most favorable outcome would be to cast down 2 grade 8 inner elixirs to placate the Imperial Wolf. While Li Tangfeng and his companions ventured into the cave in search of treasures, he would make a hasty retreat. And when Li Tangfeng and the others seized the treasures, it would undoubtedly incite the Imperial Wolf's wrath. Amid the ensuing chaos, Lin Chuan would then reap the rewards. How delightful. Aha. Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle as his imagination ran wild. The Imperial Wolf tilted its little head, and its emerald eyes displayed a hint of perplexity, as if questioning what this foolish human found so amusing. Fortunately, Lin Chuan was turned away from the crowd, so they could not see the mischievous smile on his face. He, on the other hand, had the opportunity to observe the imperial wolf pop up close, perhaps due to his proximity. Lin Chuan suddenly realized that the wolf's size appeared to have increased significantly. If the previous imperial wolf could be likened to a small puppy, then the current one resembled a fully grown dog. Should it grow even larger, it would undoubtedly become a striking Siberian husky, one that Lin Chuan could ride around with abandon. Using a 9th-level ferocious beast as a mount seemed rather extravagant, yet if such fortune were to befall him, even Leng Ningshuang would have to step aside. In that moment, Lin Chuan pondered whether he should leave the Heavenly Demon Sect or remain, for the old witch's words would no longer hold sway. He stroked his chin, lost once more in his daydreams. "Brother Lin, why are you moving so slowly? Are you merely passing the time?" Suddenly, the voice of Li Tangfeng echoed. "The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are in a frenzy. He is indeed excessively cautious." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan shrugged his shoulders. Unhurriedly, he took out 2 8th-level fierce beast inner cores and waved them before the imperial wolf's eyes. "Good dog. I bring you food once more. A full belly ensures a good night's sleep. Given my kindness, you mustn't bite me. If you must bite, then direct your fangs towards those villains behind." Lin Chuan spoke to the royal wolf cub in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly within the cavern. The expressions of Li Tangfeng and his companions darkened in an instant. However, they were acutely aware that Lin Chuan's willingness to re-enter the cave stemmed solely from their coercion. Some resentment was only natural. Their intentions were quite straightforward: to utilize Lin Chuan to placate the royal wolf. Once the coveted treasure was secured, this individual would have outlived his usefulness. Whether to spare or dispose of him would no longer be a matter for deliberation. The imperial wolf cub, unable to comprehend Lin Chuan's words, fixated its gaze on the 2 level 8 inner elixirs, licking its tongue in anticipation. Indeed, whether human or beast, delectable cuisine stands as the most potent means of ensnaring one's heart. This pitiful little creature, having likely resided in its cave since birth, has yet to savor the exquisite flavors of the human realm. One wonders if a roasted chicken leg might win its affection. As Lin Chuan squatted on the ground, pondering with a hand on his chin, a series of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Li Tangfeng and his companions were exceedingly urgent, their brisk pace serving as a clear indication. "Leave a portion behind to keep an eye on this lad. We cannot afford to have no escape route once we acquire the treasure." The ghostly scholar observed Lin Chuan with a cold smirk. "Damn it!" Lin Chuan silently cursed, realizing his thoughts had been laid bare by the ghostly scholar. Could these side characters not possess a modicum of self-awareness? What purpose does their cleverness serve? It was truly vexing. As the chosen one under the care of a system, Lin Chuan had regarded himself as the protagonist of this cultivation world from the very beginning. Yet, were not the side characters in novels typically portrayed as lacking intelligence, fragile as porcelain dolls? Why then? Did each of them appear as astute as cunning foxes in his presence? I refuse to accept this. Lin Chuan sulked on the ground, his arms crossed in indignation. A group of people stared at him, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. What on earth is this guy thinking? Let us set aside our concerns for now. Securing the treasure is of paramount importance. Li Tangfeng called out to the crowd, leading away the majority. Those who remained were either paralyzed by fear, eager to flee should any misfortune arise, or they were vassals of the Blood Slaughter sect and the 100 Ghost sect, compelled to obey the commands of Li Tangfeng and Gui Rusheng. In any case, there were still a considerable number of guards watching over Lin Chuan. Should he choose to confront them head-on, it would not be impossible to break through. However, such an action would render his prior strategies utterly meaningless, casting him in a foolish light. "Hey brother, have you brought any food? Don't be so stingy. I've already sacrificed 2 inner cores of 8th level ferocious beasts. So what's wrong with sharing a bit of food? Ideally, I would prefer something like cooked meat. If that's not available, grilled meat will suffice." Lin Chuan forcibly pulled a few disciples from other sects who seemed relatively agreeable and began to pester them with such a brazen demeanor. If it weren't for his formidable cultivation and rather handsome appearance, he would have been beaten up long ago. How delightful. I surmise that this roasted meat hails from Baixiang Lu. It cost a hefty 2 taels of silver per pound. You truly possess considerable wealth. Lin Chuan incessantly praised the young man who provided him with the food. Yet, his eyes furtively darted towards the imperial wolf. "Is it fragrant? Surely. You have never tasted it. If you wish to savor it, you must first deal with these fools." He brandished the roasted meat in his hand. as if deliberately flaunting it before the imperial wolf. No one can resist the allure of Bai Xiang Lu's roast. At this moment, the imperial wolf appeared to find the essence of the 8th-grade ferocious beast within its mouth rather unappealing. Its pair of emerald eyes fixated hungrily on the roasted meat, drool cascading uncontrollably. It was craving. The essence of the ferocious beast no longer held any appeal. It was the tantalizing roasted meat that truly made the imperial wolf salivate. This tactic, one might say, is akin to offering flowers to Buddha. What of the 9th-grade ferocious beast? It is, in essence, merely an undeveloped wolf cub. With a touch of temptation, it is not impossible to tame it. Here you go. Lin Chuan casually tossed the roasted meat over, a smile gracing his face as he observed the imperial wolf devouring it with fervor. He even attempted to extend his hand, gently stroking the wolf's head as one might do with a puppy. As long as the imperial wolf did not resist, it could be deemed a success. However, his audacious act left the onlookers utterly horrified. This was a level 9 ferocious beast, possessing strength comparable to that of a heavenly emperor. If it were to unleash its fury, it could indeed claim lives. Brother Lin, please do not bring about our demise, the crowd urged with concern. Yet, Lin Chuan appeared oblivious to their warnings, resolutely proceeding with his actions. In the next moment, his fingers brushed against the wolf's bristly fur. This beast, resembling a husky, continued to savor the roasted meat, displaying no additional reaction whatsoever. Success. Lin Chuan's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. He was overjoyed. Subsequently, he became increasingly vigorous in his actions, vigorously rubbing the head of the imperial wolf. The tactile sensation was neither exceptional nor subpar. It was merely adequate. Although this did not equate to taming the ferocious beast, it certainly established a connection with the young imperial wolf. It seemed that his prior attempts at feeding had not been in vain. However, this was only applicable to the juvenile beasts. Persuading an adult ferocious creature would prove to be a far more daunting task. A circle of individuals gazed in disbelief at Lin Chuan's audacious maneuver. They could not ascertain whether Lin Chuan had indeed tamed the emperor wolf. However, judging by the current atmosphere, it seemed that a certain rapport had been established between the man and the beast. What was most alarming was that Lin Chuan was a formidable figure of the celestial sage realm. Now, with the addition of a heavenly grade 9th-tier ferocious beast, should he truly endeavor to break free, they would be utterly powerless to impede him. Brother Lin, congratulations. Once Brother Li Tangfeng retrieves the treasured artifact, we shall depart in peace, and Brother Lin's contributions are paramount. He shall also partake in the spoils. The crowd forced smiles, hastily uttering flattering remarks, lest any discord arise and entangle them, the insignificant ones. Haha, indeed, congratulations to all. The division of the treasure is assured, for it was Lin who, alongside the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, first laid claim to it. However, it is also time to settle accounts with those who pursued the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect under the banners of Li Tangfeng and the Ghost Scholar. Lin Chuan grinned, his eyes crescent-shaped with glee. Yet beneath his jovial facade lay cutting words. Any fool could discern that Lin Chuan intended to settle scores later. Those who aided Li Tangfeng and the Ghost Scholar would undoubtedly face repercussions. Brother Lin, why must you take such a stance? You know well that we, the minor sects, are compelled to align ourselves with the greater factions. Whatever Li Tangfeng dictates, we must follow. Why impose your grievances upon us? At worst, once we exit the great martial illusion, we could bury this matter in silence, treating it as though it never occurred. Would that not suffice? The crowd wore expressions of panic, feeling powerless in the face of both Li Tangfeng and Lin Chuan. This is the tragic fate of the lesser individuals. In truth, these minor characters are not without their utility. Their sheer numbers provide a semblance of deterrence. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would not have been cornered to such an extent. Let us not forget, with his prowess, he could easily contend with Li Tangfeng and the Ghost Scholar. It is solely due to the overwhelming presence of these minions that his hands have been tied. Alas, it is not that Lin harbors distrust towards you all, but rather that you are simply unworthy of such trust. Allow me to convey this. Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing are undoubtedly doomed. Should they meet their demise, you shall bear the knowledge of it. If one does not eradicate the roots of the weeds, they shall sprout anew with the spring breeze. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Chuan's gaze transformed into one of chilling malevolence. A wave of icy, murderous intent swiftly permeated the cave, as if the temperature had plummeted by several degrees in an instant. The crowd was struck with terror. Every visage bore the mark of profound fear. Clang, clang, clang. Various weapons were instantly brandished in their hands. The sharp edges of the swords all pointed menacingly at Lin Chuan. Even in the face of fear, They were unwilling to relinquish their desire for survival. Once again, a confrontation is imminent. Such a hassle. Lin Chuan sighed with a hint of exasperation. He was accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, and even though he understood the necessity of engaging in this battle, he still felt a deep-seated aversion. If only he could avoid getting his hands dirty. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but glance at the nearby Emperor Wolf. Perhaps he could devise a way to have the Emperor Wolf take charge? Brother Wolf, shall we discuss a matter? I shall offer you 2 essence cores from 8th level ferocious beasts in exchange for your assistance in dealing with these more than 10 individuals. If that is insufficient, I shall provide 2 more. Lin Chuan said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He merely spoke in jest, harboring no real expectation that the Emperor Wolf would comprehend human language. Suddenly, the royal wolf discarded the remnants of its roasted meat. With its round green eyes fixed ahead, it nodded its large head and then glanced at Lin Chuan. As if to convey, it is settled. This scene left Lin Chuan and the others utterly astonished. The royal wolf could comprehend human speech. This creature had truly transcended its nature. Aha! Brother Wolf, catch! Lin Chuan exclaimed with delight. He was indifferent to the loss of a few inner pills, for he possessed an abundance of them. To him, using inner pills to tame ferocious beasts felt like an immense profit. Of course, this notion remained hidden from others. It is essential to understand that a creature of comparable strength to a celestial emperor is merely a cub among ferocious beasts. An 8th level beast, however, embodies true celestial saint power. Such beasts are not only formidable but also exceedingly rare. An 8th level inner pill is a treasure of immeasurable worth, often beyond reach. Lin Chuan's nonchalance was one thing. He even intended to treat the Emperor Wolf to candy. Such extravagance was almost Taoist in nature. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the immortal cultivation world could swiftly grasp why the Emperor Wolf would develop a fondness for him. Lin Chuan was essentially a treasure trove of nourishment. Who could resist such a lure? Don't come over here. The anguished cries of the crowd soon erupted within the cave. Roars and screams intertwined, yet they could not sustain for even 20 breaths before the cave returned to its eerie silence. Meanwhile, whether outside the cave or deep within it, anyone who heard the cacophony of screams could not help but turn pale. Something has gone awry. Wu Nanming stared blankly into the pitch-black cavern, her delicate form trembling incessantly. Undoubtedly, she was consumed with worry for Lin Chuan. Had it not been for the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect blocking her way, she would have ventured into the cave to search for him. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, Li Tangfeng and his companions had already claimed the treasured artifact as their own. Initially, these individuals harbored their own ulterior motives, each plotting to eliminate the others and seize the prize for themselves. However, the frenzied rampage of the Emperor Wolf temporarily united them. They resolved to first deal with the beast before deliberating on how to divide the spoils. The ghostly scholar, rarely serious, felt the weight of unprecedented pressure from the 9th-tier ferocious beast, rivaling that of an emperor-level warrior. Should Lin Chuan also fall victim to the wolf's jaws? It would be a perilous journey for them, mere celestial sovereigns and heavenly sect elites, facing a near-certain demise. Inside the cave, thousands of individuals were crammed into the narrow passage, moving slowly with palpable tension. The formidable prowess of the Emperor Wolf instilled a profound psychological terror within them. The chilling cries they had previously heard sent shivers down the spines of the faint-hearted, with some even resorting to prayers and supplications. Why panic? Can we truly fear a mere beast with so many of us gathered here? Moreover, with the 9 heavens dragon roar spear in hand, defeat is not a foregone conclusion. Listen closely, everyone. This is a moment of life and death. If we remain disunited like scattered sand, our demise is certain. However, if we unite as one, our chances of survival will significantly increase. When we encounter that beast, I, Li Tangfeng, shall lead the charge. Who among you is willing to join me in this fight? With a thunderous roar, Li Tangfeng sought to rally the spirits of the crowd. After all, he is a direct disciple of the Blade Emperor. Even if he lacks cunning, he is certainly no fool. In times of peril, making the right judgment is entirely reasonable. Nevertheless, he is not alone in his wisdom. The Ghost Scholar is another of such intellect. He understands that in the face of such grave danger, only by fighting with all our might can we hope to survive. Without hesitation, he positioned himself beside Li Tangfeng. With a leader in place, others soon followed suit. Before long, hundreds expressed their determination to carve a bloody path alongside Li Tangfeng. Very well. Subsequently, Li and Gue devised the following strategy. Soon, upon rounding the corner, we shall behold that wretched beast. At that moment, we shall have no retreat. We can only forge ahead, with a decisive bite. Li Tangfeng shall put an end to this, sparing these individuals from future regret. Thereafter, hundreds convened to discuss a seemingly meticulous yet fundamentally superfluous plan. A group of celestial lords and formidable cultivators from the Heavenly Sect, when confronted by the might of the Celestial Emperor, find their strategies utterly futile. Such schemes serve merely as a psychological solace for the masses, devoid of any tangible utility. We shall proceed according to plan. Charge forth. With a thunderous roar, Li Tangfeng decisively brandished the recently seized Jiuxiao Longyin spear, a treasure ranked 5th among the top 10 artifacts. Although he had only just acquired it and had yet to study its intricacies, its status as a sacred relic promised extraordinary capabilities, perhaps even the power to conjure miracles. Upon his command, hundreds surged out from the corner, driven by a grim determination that bordered on the suicidal. Even those who wished to survive understood the necessity of confronting their dire circumstances head-on. Consequently, their battle fervor was palpable, and their war cries resounded with fervent intensity. However, this fervor was short-lived. The moment they burst forth from the corner, their shouts abruptly ceased. Even those who followed closely behind fell silent upon entering the turn, leaving thousands behind in a stunned quietude. The sudden stillness bred a profound sense of bewilderment. Surely, if these hundreds had plunged into an abyss, there would be at least some sounds of struggle. This eerie silence was undeniably unsettling. What on earth has happened? Unable to suppress their curiosity, someone called out. They soon received a reply, though it seemed somewhat irrelevant to their inquiry. Yet, it was clear that the speaker was even more perplexed than those who remained. Ultimately, driven by curiosity, the thousands left behind crowded towards the corner, straining on tiptoe and craning their necks, peering through the sea of heads. What lay before them was a scene of utter disarray, with a wolf the size of a fully grown husky sprawled across the ground. Atop the wolf sat a smiling young man, whose visage was far more handsome than any present, though his smile bore a mocking quality that was decidedly irksome. Lin Chuan, they were all slain by you. Li Taifeng pointed at the tattered corpses strewn across the ground. Those were dozens of formidable warriors from the Heavenly Sect. All perished within a mere 20 breaths. The staggering disparity in strength between the two sides sent chills down one's spine. Understood, Lin Chuan nodded. This time, he couldn't be bothered to dissemble. His mind was resolutely set on eradicating the problem at its root. There was simply no need to deceive those already marked for death. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Chuan casually sketched a semicircle before him. A dazzling array of exquisite spiritual treasures emerged, displayed like a grand exhibition. 18 weapons, each one a supreme spiritual artifact, left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Even within the prestigious sects like Blood Fiend Sect and 100 Ghost Sect, it would be exceedingly challenging to present 18 supreme spiritual treasures. A sect leader would likely not possess such a wealth of treasures. Yet, Lin Chuan, merely the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, seemed to possess this extraordinary fortune. Li Tangfeng felt a pang of envy. Whether it was the 9th or 8th grade beast cores that Lin Chuan effortlessly produced, or the 18 supreme spiritual treasures now on display, all of it ignited a fierce jealousy within him. However, he knew he was no match for Lin Chuan. Nevertheless, the situation, wherein Lin Chuan had forced thousands of disciples from other sects into a dire predicament, had inadvertently created a golden opportunity for him, a chance to eliminate Lin Chuan. Esteemed friends, you have all witnessed it. Lin Chuan commands the Imperial Wolf, seeking to slay us and seize our treasures. If we wish to survive, we must fight with all our might. Today, it is either his demise or ours. We have no other choice. Li Tangfeng cleverly sowed discord, successfully inciting the fury of the crowd. In an instant, thousands drew their swords, their hearts ablaze with murderous intent. Well, the Imperial Wolf became agitated as well. It possessed a sense of smell far more acute than that of humans. The intense aura of murder was enough to drive it into a frenzy. Conversely, the instigator, Lin Chuan, remained remarkably composed. In truth, he had anticipated the murderous intentions of the crowd. Li Taifeng was correct. In this battle, only one side could survive. Except for the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, everyone present must perish. Brother Wolf, do not hold back any longer. Unleash your fury. Annihilate these individuals, and I shall treat you to a grand feast. Lin Chuan chuckled, dismounting from the wolf's back. He then skillfully manipulated 18 exquisite spiritual treasures, completely sealing off the soul exit. The Emperor Wolf licked its lips and broke into a grin. At this sight, Li Tangfeng and his companions were struck with terror, their faces paling instantly. Can this beast truly comprehend human speech? Li Tangfeng thought in disbelief. If that were the case, then their conversation upon entering the cave must have been overheard by the Emperor Wolf. Infuriating. This creature possesses intelligence, cunningly toying with them like mere pawns. A sudden gust of wind surged forth, unleashing a tremendous flash of silver that surged toward the crowd. Instantly, chaos erupted within the tranquil cave, filled with cries of slaughter. Shrieks, pleas for mercy, and furious roars, an orchestra of disarray permeated the cavern. The pitch-black expanse morphed into a veritable purgatory of humanity. Outside the cave, Wen Ming and the others stood transfixed, observing the entire mountain range tremble under the terrifying pressure of the Heavenly Emperor. How profoundly fearsome could the Emperor Wolf be? The exit had been sealed by Lin, leaving them with no choice but to vanquish both the Emperor Wolf and Lin if they wished to escape. They were urged to persevere. Lin Chuan gazed at the individuals within the cave with a grin, occasionally uttering sardonic remarks to unsettle their spirits. As a time traveler, Lin Chuan's thoughts were far more agile than those of these cultivators. The art of psychological manipulation was merely a fundamental tactic for him. If a few well-chosen words could shatter the resolve of thousands, he would certainly relish the opportunity to expend a bit more breath. However, even with his unparalleled verbal prowess, it rested upon the foundation of overwhelming strength. Without such might, no amount of rhetoric could extinguish the lives of the thousands following Li Tangfeng. Ultimately, it was merely his good fortune that he had tamed the Emperor Wolf as his enforcer. Otherwise, he alone could not have retained so many cultivators. Lin Chuan, do not act too decisively. We are all esteemed disciples from prominent sections. Should we perish, your Heavenly Demon Sect will undoubtedly face a furious retaliation. Leng Ningshuang possesses formidable strength, capable of withstanding the onslaught of hundreds of sects. Li Tangfeng shouted in a fit of rage. He was desperate. It was precisely because he understood the imminent danger to his life that he resorted to invoking the authority of his sect to threaten Lin Chuan. He recognized this as a last resort. Perhaps it would cause Lin Chuan to hesitate and spare them. However, it was more likely to incite Lin Chuan's suspicion, leading to their extermination. Yet, what he failed to realize was that Lin Chuan had already contemplated this from the outset, regardless of Li Tangfeng's justifications. Eradicating the threat was firmly embedded in Lin Chuan's plans. Ah! The howl of the Emperor Wolf echoed, accompanied by the anguished cries of numerous disciples, casting an even more sinister atmosphere within the cave. With every passing moment, lives were claimed by the jaws of this formidable beast, a creature powerful enough to rival the might of the Celestial Emperor. Even though thousands huddled together, they were utterly incapable of resisting this ferocious entity. Engaging in combat with the Emperor Wolf offered no hope of survival. The sole opportunity for escape lay with Lin Chuan. If they could slay him, they could break free from the cave. Once they left the Great Marsh Illusion, it would spell disaster for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Brotherly, why waste words with him? Let us eliminate Lin Chuan and fight our way out together. The ghost scholar remarked with a sinister expression. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation. Amidst the chaotic gathering, more than 60 individuals promptly emerged. Li Tangfeng and the ghost scholar were among them, their singular aim focused on Lin Chuan. To slay him was their only chance of survival. Have you finally remembered Lin? However, you may have forgotten that Lin is none other than the Celestial Sage. Are you truly willing to engage in combat with me? Lin Chuan languidly remarked. If possible, he genuinely wished to avoid taking action. A person as indolent as he found even sitting in a lecture hall to be a waste of energy, let alone engaging in a brawl. Nevertheless, when faced with the prospect of losing his life, one must expend the necessary effort, especially this time, even if he were to reveal all his trump cards. He could not afford to let a single soul escape. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly bring endless calamity upon him and the Celestial Demon Sect. Whoosh! 18 exquisite spiritual treasures hovered in the air. Lin Chuan had long since prepared for battle. Even the languid expression on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a rare seriousness. The true Heavenly Saint had finally decided to take action. One could only ponder whether it was a stroke of fortune for Li Tangfeng and Gui rushing, or an omen of misfortune. Kill! Commanded Li Tangfeng with an urgency that echoed through the cavern. Over 60 individuals surged in the narrow passage of the cave, resembling a herd of enraged bison charging towards Lin Chuan. A myriad of weapons gleamed ominously, infused with the inner strength of both the Celestial Sovereign and the Celestial Sect's formidable practitioners. The pressure exerted upon the cave walls caused them to crack incessantly, as fragments of stone tumbled from the ceiling, suggesting the very mountain might collapse at any moment. Yet, despite the perilous circumstances, Lin Chuan displayed no inclination to retreat. Even if it meant being buried alive beneath the earth, he could not allow Li Tangfeng and his cohorts to escape. The Hunyuan Heavenly Demon Art. Celestial Demons in Chaos. Lin Chuan whispered softly, his voice cutting through the howling tempest. reaching the ears of Li Tangfeng and the others. The renowned and divine martial art, the primordial demonic technique, was effortlessly unleashed by Lin Chuan. How could this be possible? Yet, before Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing could voice their doubts, an overwhelming force surged forth like a tsunami. The oppressive aura enveloped them, inflicting a suffocating agony upon all present. Even more terrifying were the 18 exquisite spiritual treasures that hovered behind Lin Chuan, each infused with profound internal energy, swirling like a dance of celestial demons as they hurtled toward them. Boom, boom. A cloud of blood mist erupted beside Li Tangfeng. Those who came into contact with the exquisite spiritual treasures met their demise on the spot, unable to utter even a single cry of agony. The might of a celestial saint truly instills terror. Soon, the onslaught subsided. Originally, there were over 60 celestial sovereigns and celestial sect experts, but now only about 20 remained. Li Tangfeng, filled with dread, cast a fearful glance around, only to discover that the ghostly scholar lay in a pitiful state, kneeling on the ground. The spiritual treasure fan in his hand was reduced to a mere half of its skeleton. Had he not possessed a supreme treasure, his fate would likely have been no better than that of the ghostly scholar. Defeat was inevitable. Li Tangfeng's mind was a blank slate, and the remnants of his consciousness urged him to concede. In just a brief exchange, the outcome had been sealed. Though he, as a celestial sovereign, was merely one realm below Lin Chuan, the difference felt as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. At that moment, he recalled that not long ago, Lin Chuan had effortlessly dispatched the leader of the Xinjiang sect, Hong Tianhe. In retrospect, the rumors held true. He had indeed underestimated Lin Chuan. With a resounding clang, the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar spear fell to the ground, producing a sound akin to the clash of metal and stone. With a thud, Li Tangfeng collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. In a single strike, Lin Chuan effortlessly shattered Li Tangfeng's confidence. He had deftly pierced the very heart of his spirit. Cough, cough. The ghostly scholar clutched his chest, expelling 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood. With a bitter smile, he turned to Li Tangfeng and said, "We have met our defeat. It seems we are destined to perish here. Yet, I cannot resign myself to this fate. That young man, Lin Chuan, is several years our junior. Yet his prowess is terrifying. Even in death, I cannot find peace." At this moment, the ghostly scholar felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Especially after having personally experienced Lin Chuan's capabilities, he realized that in this life, and perhaps even the next, he would never surpass him. This realization only deepened his jealousy. Both he and Lin Chuan were young disciples within the same sect, their ages not far apart, yet their talents and cultivation levels were worlds apart. Such a stark contrast was utterly despairing, leading the ghostly scholar to contemplate the notion that if he must die, he would take Lin Chuan down with him. Does the ghostly brother have a brilliant plan? Li Tangfeng exclaimed with newfound joy. Initially engulfed in despair, he felt a flicker of hope upon hearing the ghostly scholar's words. However, like the ghostly scholar, he had long since abandoned any desire for survival. His only wish was to perish alongside Lin Chuan. If such a prodigious talent could be dragged down into the abyss with them, it would bestow upon them a sense of accomplishment. Life-connecting curse. I yearn to bind Lin Chuan's fate to my own. All it requires is a single drop of his blood. I implore you, brotherly, to procure it at any cost. I wish to descend into the underworld alongside Lin Chuan. The 100 Ghost sect is feared for its incessantly bizarre and formidable methods. The use of cursed insects is merely one aspect. It is rumored that within the sect lies mastery over ghostly control, puppet manipulation, and corpse summoning techniques. Such practices, deemed detrimental to one's moral standing, have historically been scorned by the major sections. Yet, within the 100 Ghost sect, they serve as mainstream techniques. 50 years ago, a coalition of self-proclaimed righteous sects attempted to eradicate the 100 Ghost sect, numbering as many as 30,000. However, the outcome was catastrophic, with countless casualties among the attackers. Their deaths marked by unfathomable horrors. Subsequently, every sect involved in the assault was utterly annihilated, leaving a legacy of terror that still haunts the major sects today. That failed extermination has rendered the 100 Ghost sect untouchable for decades. In the 50 years since, the sect's progress cannot be deemed remarkable, yet it is far from dismal. The primary reason for this lies in their terrifying methods. Few are willing to join unless absolutely necessary. Those who do become members are invariably the most vile of individuals. Undoubtedly, Gue Rushing stands as the most nefarious among them. He fears not death, but is solely consumed by vengeance in his final moments. He is more fearsome than a desperate outlaw. Just a drop of blood. Is that sufficient? Li Tangfeng's fingers trembled as he slowly picked up the precious artifact that had fallen to the ground. It represented the lone possibility of injuring Lin Chuan. Yet, how substantial is that possibility? He could not be certain. 10%? Or perhaps even less than that. Hey. The whispered conversation had barely concluded when a loud shout yanked Li Tangfeng and Gui rushing back to reality. They lifted their gazes, only to find Lin Chuan fixated on them. Suddenly, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, Lin Chuan unleashed a torrent of internal energy, pulling back the scattered exquisite spiritual treasures. The 100 Ghost Sect is notorious for its ruthless and unpredictable methods. Surely, you two do not think Lin is unaware of this. Do you? I suspect you are deliberating on how to perish together with me. If that is indeed the case, then I shall take the initiative and eliminate you both. With that, Lin Chuan pointed his sword, immediately commanding 18 exquisite spiritual treasures to charge towards Li Tangfeng and Gui rushing. Wait. Li Tangfeng's complexion changed drastically as he hastily relinquished his precious artifact. Instinctively, he raised his hands in surrender. Gui Rushing's face turned ashen in an instant. Damn you. Lin Chuan, you have ascended to the Heavenly Sage, and the situation is entirely under your control. Why are you still so cautious? You wretched fellow. You are not playing by the rules. I neglected to inform the two of you. To preserve one's life, the most effective strategy is to remain inconspicuous. However, if one cannot maintain such a low profile, one must eradicate all threats completely, regardless of whether you are a celestial sovereign, a heavenly sect, or an emperor of heaven. In my presence, there is only one path. Death. Lin Chuan let out a cold laugh, disregarding whether Li Tangfeng's surrender was genuine or not. He commanded 18 exquisite spiritual treasures to strike directly with lethal intent. Scoundrel. Li Tangfeng seethed with indignation. He had already surrendered, yet Lin Chuan still pursued him relentlessly. He was driven to a desperate corner, left with no choice but to fight to the death. Let us proceed. With our fates already sealed, why linger in hesitation? If I can drag Lin Chuan down to hell with me, it would be a victory for us both. The ghostly scholar spoke with a somber expression. The current situation required no further incitement from him. Crack. Li Tangfeng tightly grasped the Jiushu longing spear, a treasured weapon he had discarded on 2 previous occasions, now reclaimed. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. A torrent of bloody killing intent erupted from within him. In this blood-soaked battle, I shall sever the enemy's head with my life. Each word was forced through clenched teeth, accompanied by a surge of his own blood. His inner strength surged forth like a mist of crimson. Undoubtedly, this move was a desperate technique that consumed his lifespan. Renowned as the most formidable art of the Blood Slaughter Sect. Only disciples of the Blood Slaughter Sect, on the brink of death, could invoke this technique, sacrificing their lives to perish alongside their foes. It was evident that Li Tangfeng had reached a critical juncture. Regardless of the outcome of this blood-soaked battle, death was inevitable. Thus, he resolved that before his demise, he would drag Lin Chuan down with him. Hoo-hoo. The howling wind was intertwined with an overwhelming scent of blood. Lin Chuan could also perceive the surging aura of Li Tangfeng, which was escalating uncontrollably. The formidable celestial sovereign was forcibly elevating his cultivation at the expense of his lifespan, drawing ever closer to the realm of the celestial saint. Impressive. Yet, alas, to be infinitely close to the celestial sage but never attaining it is ultimately a failure. But what if one were to forcibly break through to the celestial sage? I have slain Hong Tianhe before. An ordinary celestial sage cannot compare to me. Lin Chuan chuckled softly, dismissing the notion. Despite his disdain for Li Tangfeng, he remained ever vigilant of Gui rushing. Compared to a brash individual like Li Tangfeng, a cunning character like Gui rushing was far more formidable. Although he was unaware of any schemes the two might have concocted, he understood that eliminating Gui rushing first, denying him any opportunity to employ his devious tactics, was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Thus, with a decisive flick of his sword, he allocated the majority of his power. 18 supreme spiritual treasures, more than half, were all directed towards Gui rushing. In that moment, the terrifying cultivation of the celestial sage was unleashed without reservation, crashing through Li Tangfeng and hurtling towards the retreating Gui rushing. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars reverberated within the cavern. Clouds of dust swirled chaotically as flames erupted suddenly. 10 exquisite spiritual treasures converged upon the same location, instantly engulfing the figure of the ghostly scholar. Even Li Tangfeng was unable to respond in time. The battle concluded in an instant. You, Li Tangfeng exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening, as he shifted his gaze from the direction of the ghostly scholar to Lin Chuan. He was taken aback to find a shadow suddenly soaring into the air from that very spot. leaving the place where Lin Chuan had been standing utterly vacant. How swift! Li Tangfeng could only exclaim. He watched as Lin Chuan's handsome and composed visage brushed past him. Stand aside. A nonchalant voice swept by. Before Li Tangfeng could react, 8 exquisite spiritual treasures came crashing down upon him. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a torrent of blood, his body uncontrollably hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily against the mountainside, embedding himself within it. Simultaneously, Lin Chuan plunged into the swirling clouds of dust, wielding an exquisite spiritual treasure to disperse the haze. When the tumult finally subsided, only a deep crater remained on the ground. All traces of presence had vanished. Indeed, he was gone. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and let out a soft sigh. He had sensed something amiss earlier. The ghostly scholar had merely incited Li Tangfeng to act, while he himself remained utterly still. Although he appeared to be in disarray, he had sustained no injuries whatsoever. Coupled with the enigmatic techniques of the 100 Ghost sect, it was virtually impossible to ascertain the manner in which the ghostly scholar had eluded capture. Earth escape technique. Lin Chuan crouched at the edge of the deep pit, inhaling sharply. A chilling scent reminiscent of the residual energy left by the ghostly scholar permeated the air. Even if it were not the earth escape technique, the ghostly scholar had undoubtedly departed from this very spot, just like everyone else. Can't you just wait for death and peace? You compel me to expend additional energy in pursuit of you. How troublesome. Within the cavern, the news of the ghostly scholar's escape spread like wildfire. The most affected by this revelation was Li Tangfeng, who had intended to sacrifice his life in a desperate bid against Lin Chuan. In the end, he felt as though he had been used as a pawn. How infuriating. Yet, his current predicament was exceedingly awkward. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the ghostly scholar, but had also incurred Lin Chuan's wrath. He found himself caught between two fires. Should his life come to an end here, he would undoubtedly carry the burden of regret for eternity. Damn that foreign scoundrel. May you find no peace in death, even as a ghost. I shall not let you off the hook. Li Tangfeng gritted his teeth in fury. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed a chilling gaze directed towards him. Lin Chuan's handsome face wore an expression devoid of emotion, as if he were gazing upon a corpse, with not a trace of sentiment to be found. Brotherly, you must understand that allowing the ghostly scholar to escape would spell disaster for my Heavenly Demon Sect. Hence, my time is exceedingly precious. Would you kindly consider dying, so as to spare us both the waste of time? Lin Chuan said, idly toying with the Lin fire sword. For one who was inherently lazy, even the act of taking a life seemed a drain of energy. Yet, out of caution, he recognized that Li Tangfeng was among the strongest and most cunning of the thousands present. Without securing his life, Lin Chuan would not dare to leave so carelessly. Clang! The 9 Heavens Dragon Cry spear fell to the ground. Li Tangfeng, with a dejected demeanor, lowered his head and offered a bitter smile, saying, This treasured artifact inherently belongs to you. I shall return it to its rightful owner. However, I have one request. Allow me to personally eliminate the ghostly scholar. If you can grant me this wish, I shall comply with your wishes afterward. As he spoke these words, Li Tangfeng's face was etched with fury. His desire to devour the ghostly scholar alive palpable. His animosity was certainly not feigned. Yet, the phrase I shall comply with your wishes was far from sincere. He was acutely aware of Lin Chuan's resolve, which would undoubtedly lead to the complete eradication of all who posed a threat to him today. The demise of the ghostly scholar was a foregone conclusion. Given that the ghostly scholar was destined to die, why should he dirty his hands? To put it plainly, he was merely seeking an opportunity to escape. Alas, he gravely underestimated Lin Chuan's prudence. Or perhaps it was that Lin Chuan, valuing his own life too highly, would never allow for any gaps in his plans. I shall accept this 9 Heavens Dragon Cry spear, but I must also claim your life, my brotherly. Rest assured. Once you have perished, the ghostly scholar will surely accompany you to the depths of hell. It will not exceed half an hour. Lin Chuan chuckled lightly. At that moment, with a subtle movement of his finger, 18 exquisite spiritual treasures pointed towards the same target. Compared to before, Lin Chuan's aura had intensified significantly. He revealed his heavenly sage cultivation without reservation, not out of an inflated sense of the enemy's importance, but rather to avoid the hubris that had allowed the ghostly scholar to escape once before. No, you cannot take my life, for I am a direct disciple of the Blade Emperor. Should I perish, the Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Brother Lin, please lend me your ear. The events of today shall remain a secret between us. There is no need for matters to escalate to this extent. Li Tangfeng, in a blend of threats and persuasive words, realized that his only recourse lay in attempting to sway Lin Chuan through dialogue. Yet, no matter how he appealed to reason and emotion, The 18 exquisite spiritual treasures continued to draw near. Lin Chuan's intent to kill had not waned in the slightest. Lin Chuan, you will regret this. You cannot kill me. Li Tongfing's desperate roar reverberated through the cave. Yet, it was soon completely drowned out by a thunderous noise. The mountain trembled violently, and rocks continuously crumbled away. The residual force of internal energy unleashed a tempest that ravaged the cave for a full moment. When the dust settled, Lin Chuan found himself utterly alone. Not only was there no trace of Li Tongfing's corpse, but even a scrap of flesh had vanished without a trace. What a tragedy! The thousands of disciples from other sects were left in shock. If Li Tongfing had met such a grim fate, what chance did they, the mere foot soldiers, have of survival? It was only now that they realized they had grossly underestimated Lin Chuan's power. The might of a celestial saint was indeed terrifying. How could they dare provoke such a force? Furthermore, with a wolf comparable to a celestial emperor by his side, the prospect of escaping was bleak. Even retaining a whole corpse upon death would be considered a stroke of fortune. Woe is me, I do not wish to die. It is all Li Tongfing and Gui Rushan's fault. We fell into their trap. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Please spare my life. I beg you. The cries echoed, shattering the silence. The escape of Gui Rushing and the tragic demise of Li Tongfing had severely dampened the morale of this group. Among the thousands, there were nearly all timid cowards devoid of any fighting spirit, including disciples from the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts sect. Burp. The Emperor Wolf let out an untimely belch. After an intense battle, it had feasted excessively. Yet, if these thousands of lives were not dealt with, would all of Lin Chuan's previous efforts not be in vain? To eradicate the roots of the grass is essential. Otherwise, with the spring breeze, they shall grow anew. It was time to make a decision. 10 8th grade beast intercourse. Lin Chuan spoke indifferently. In exchange for the lives of these 2,321 individuals. Brother Wolf, do you agree? He was aware that the Emperor Wolf comprehended human speech. Thus, he decided to be straightforward. After all, these were over 2,000 lives. The act of slaughtering them would undoubtedly be exhausting. Nevertheless, he possessed an abundance of beast intercourse. It would be far simpler to hire a ready-made henchman to do the dirty work. Ding! At the moment of massacre, the host slacked off. Reward, 1,000 miles in an instant. Once again, an unexpected gain. Lin Chuan vowed that he had not slacked off merely to obtain the reward. It was purely his instinctive laziness. However, 1,000 miles in an instant seemed to be a technique capable of saving much time while traveling. It appeared to be particularly useful in pursuing someone, especially when chasing after fleeing scholars. It was quite fitting. It seemed the system was truly considerate of him. Could this be the fortune of the lazy? Lin Chuan smiled contentedly. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Chuan's conditions, the Emperor Wolf turned its head and grinned at him. This man and Wolf, without the need for words, could understand each other's intentions. It felt rather strange. Nonetheless, the Emperor Wolf's intelligence saved Lin Chuan considerable effort. If communication required significant exertion, a lazy person like Lin Chuan would likely contemplate whether to subdue it. When the Emperor Wolf's emerald eyes once again gazed upon the crowd, a chilling glint suddenly erupted forth. Help! Within the cavern, the only sound that echoed was that of anguished cries. The mournful wails resonated through the hollow space, haunting and desolate. Even outside the cave, the hairs on the necks of Wu Niaming and her companions stood on end. What on earth was transpiring inside? Wu Niaming pondered incessantly, unable to quell her urge to enter and investigate. Yet, her disciples resolutely restrained her, adhering strictly to Lin Chuan's prior instructions forbidding entry. Indeed, these disciples were excessively obedient. However, it was not merely their compliance. The cave housed a formidable Emperor Wolf of the Heavenly Sovereign level, a beast that even Lin Chuan could not subdue. Entering would be tantamount to courting death. Remaining outside the cavern provided a chance to escape swiftly if necessary. Though they were consumed by curiosity regarding the relentless cries emanating from within, they had to suppress their inquisitiveness, for curiosity can indeed lead to peril. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged. The harrowing screams gradually faded, yet the hearts of the group raced even faster. They feared that Lin Chuan might have encountered grave danger. What could possibly be done? Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of footsteps. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the inky cave. Following closely, a handsome visage pierced through the darkness, revealing itself to the eyes of Wu Niaming and others. Son of the Holy, Lin Chuan. The crowd erupted with joy. Lin Chuan had emerged alive, and astonishingly, he appeared unscathed. How was this possible? A wave of shock and delight coursed through them. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions froze. 9 pairs of terrified eyes simultaneously turned to gaze behind Lin Chuan. A wolf, its entire body cloaked in silver fur, followed closely in his wake, its head seemingly adorned with a prominent character for danger. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan remained blissfully unaware, flashing a V sign towards Wu Niaming and the others. "Hooray!" exclaimed the large-headed spirit. Wu Niaming felt a throbbing pain in her head. Is this truly a time for relaxation? Beware. She swiftly unsheathed her sword, recklessly charging toward Lin Chuan, undeterred by the peril to her life. Formation. The disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect decisively initiated the formation, aware of the overwhelming power of the Emperor Wolf. Thousands of disciples from other sects had met a tragic fate within the cave. With merely 10 of them, how could they possibly withstand such a force? It seemed that this battle would lead to their inevitable demise. Nevertheless, despite the grim circumstances, Wu Nanming and her companions did not relinquish their desire to survive. Yet, in stark contrast to the other 8 disciples, Wu Nanming instinctively shielded Lin Chuan. This simple act did not go unnoticed by Lin Chuan, stirring something deep within his heart. From now on, I shall no longer refer to you as the fierce old woman. He acknowledged his own feelings of gratitude, yet recognized that it was merely the bond of camaraderie among fellow disciples. Even within such relationships, the matter of entrusting one's life was not uncommon. Had he not harbored similar thoughts before? Senior sister, you misunderstand. Brother Wolf and I are friends. He would not harm us, right? Lin Chuan said with a smile, tossing an 8th-level beast core toward the Emperor Wolf. Oh well. The Emperor Wolf let out a languorous growl, swallowed its inner core, and then sprawled on the ground to doze off. This indolent demeanor was strikingly similar to that of Lin Chuan. Upon witnessing this, Wu Niaming and the others couldn't help but think of a phrase, birds of a feather flock together. However, the fact that Lin Chuan, as a celestial saint, could subdue a 9th-level ferocious beast was bound to stir up quite a sensation in the world of cultivation if it were to spread. Naturally, Wu Niaming and her companions also discerned that Lin Chuan's ability to tame the Emperor Wolf was merely the result of bombarding it with a plethora of ferocious beast intercourse. Just how many he had in reserve remained a mystery to all. Yet, another pressing question followed closely behind. If Lin Chuan were to run out of those inner cores, whether he could still maintain control over the Emperor Wolf was uncertain. At that point, would the Emperor Wolf succumb to its primal rage? That too was difficult to ascertain. In any case, the presence of this 9th-level ferocious beast by their side was a double-edged sword, the outcome of which was still unclear. They were eager to inquire about Lin Chuan's thoughts on the matter. Just as Wu Nanming was preparing to speak, Lin Chuan broke the silence first. Sister, and esteemed junior brothers and sisters, can I trust you? He scanned the 9 of them, his brow furrowed, an expression of gravity evident in his eyes. Rarely did he, who was typically so laid back, display such a serious demeanor, indicating that what he was about to convey was undoubtedly of great importance. Certainly. Wu Niaming and the 8 disciples nodded in unison, each one displaying a solemn demeanor, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. That's good. Lin Chuan nodded and continued. Everyone, please remember that today's events pertain to the very survival of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should even the slightest whisper escape, the consequences would be dire. I believe none of you wish for our negligence to incite an onslaught from various sects upon the Heavenly Demon Sect, leading to a devastating annihilation. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to grasp Lin Chuan's earnest intentions. Within the cave lay nearly 3,000 disciples from various sections. Though these individuals were primarily slain by the Emperor Wolf, it was Lin Chuan's design that led to their demise. Consequently, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon him and the Heavenly Demon Sect. It is crucial to understand that these 3,000 individuals represented the backbone of the younger generation across multiple sects, particularly Li Tangfeng and Gue Rushing. Their status within the Blood Slaughter sect and the 100 Ghost sect was not inferior to Lin Chuan's within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should news of their deaths leak, it is certain that these 2 sects would seek retribution from the Heavenly Demon Sect, demanding accountability from Leng Ningshuang. Regardless of the Heavenly Demon Sect's circumstances, Lin Chuan would undoubtedly face grave repercussions. Now that all were deceased, the outcome was irrevocable. The only course of action left was to eliminate all traces. It was unforeseen that matters would escalate to this extent. What do you plan to do, Lin Chuan? Wu Niaming sighed softly, her mind in disarray at this moment. She could only comply with Lin Chuan's arrangements, for the entire affair had been orchestrated by him from the very beginning. Despite his notorious laziness, he possessed a wealth of cunning ideas. Entrusting this to him should not pose any issues, right? Quite simple. Please step back, everyone. Leave the rest to me. Lin Chuan waved his hand and casually kicked the emperor wolf, signaling it to keep its distance. With a soft whimper, the regal wolf lazily opened its eyes and emitted a dissatisfied sound directed at Lin Chuan. Yet, that was the extent of its protest. It seemed to comprehend Lin Chuan's intentions, promptly retreating a considerable distance of 500 to 600 steps. Was it truly necessary to distance itself so far? Wu Niaming pondered. What was Lin Chuan planning that could possibly affect such a vast expanse? In truth, Lin Chuan was somewhat astonished himself. They say animals possess a keen sense of smell, but he had never encountered one with such remarkable intellect. It appeared that the wolf's intelligence was astonishingly high. In future dealings, he would have to exercise greater caution when attempting to deceive it. He muttered to himself before advising Wu Niaming to ensure they retreated as far as possible. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted from the ground. This was not a change in the weather of the Grand Marsh's illusions, but rather Lin Chuan mobilizing all his inner strength. Simultaneously, he summoned 18 exquisite spiritual treasures and one supreme artifact. Compared to his previous encounters with Li Tangfeng and Gui Rushing, he was now truly unleashing his full power. However, this time he faced an entire mountain range, stretching for hundreds of miles. Was he truly contemplating the collapse of a mountain? Had he lost his sanity? Wu Niaming was taken aback. Was it truly necessary to expend such effort against an entire mountain range merely to erase the evidence? While the celestial sage was undoubtedly formidable, possessing the power to shift mountains and fill seas, such descriptions were often exaggerated. The genuine ability to accomplish such feats would not be realized until the arrival of the Celestial Emperor. Furthermore, did Lin Chuan not fear attracting the attention of disciples from other sects by launching an assault on a mountain range spanning hundreds of miles? Let us not forget that there were still 5,000 individuals outside. The Hunyuan Heavenly Demon Technique. Celestial demons bury the world. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Lin Chuan's internal strength surged once more, doubling in intensity. The residual power swept across a distance of 10 miles, nearly sending Wu Niaming and others, situated 600 paces away, tumbling through the air. Impressive. This must be the true strength of the Holy Sun. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were filled with exhilaration, believing they would finally witness Lin Chuan unleash his full potential. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming celestial might descended from the heavens, piercing through the clouds. 19 beams of varied hues plummeted towards the mountain range. The magnitude of the spectacle reverberated throughout the entire Great Marsh illusion. Even the fleeing ghost scholar paused, terror etched across his face as he gazed at the firmament. Lin Chuan. He actually intends to shatter the 100-mile mountain range. This madman. The thought filled him with dread. He regretted ever provoking him. It was imperative to escape, for remaining in the Great Marsh illusion would inevitably lead to his demise. I must flee at once, the ghostly scholar exclaimed, his face awash with panic. After a brief moment of hesitation, he scrambled towards the only exit. Lin Chuan, however, was far from idle. Having resolved to eradicate all threats, he would leave no trace behind. Within the cavern lay a heap of corpses. Perhaps among them were a few fortunate souls who had narrowly escaped death. To err on the side of caution, obliterating the entire mountain seemed the most prudent course of action. Furthermore, there remained the ghostly scholar, an oversight that could not be ignored. It was essential to eliminate him before he could escape the illusion. For time was the one thing Lin Chuan could least afford to waste. Boom, boom. The earth trembled with a force capable of shaking the very foundations of the world, startling all who were present. A mountain range, stretching for hundreds of miles, collapsed at a visibly alarming rate. The terrifying technique known as the Heavenly Demon Burial was unleashed, its destructive power far surpassing that of an ordinary celestial saint. The reason for this lay in Lin Chuan's unconventional cultivation of a divine demonic arts. While he often appeared indolent, the accumulation of his efforts over the years had been substantial. The rewards from the system were exceptionally practical. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chuan had been transformed into an extraordinarily formidable being. He simply remained oblivious to this fact. Truth be told, his laziness had kept him from engaging in battles frequently. Even when compelled to act, he relied on surprise tactics, never fully exerting his strength. However, this time was different. Lin Chuan was pressed for time, and the mountain range spanning hundreds of miles was no easy target for destruction. Thus, he cast aside all reservations and committed himself wholeheartedly. As for the results, they were astonishingly effective. My goodness, is this truly the work of a saint? Such terrifying destructive power could rival that of an emperor. Could it be that the saint has already transcended to the level of an emperor? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect could not help but speculate. Their thoughts were entirely reasonable, considering how deeply Lin Chuan had concealed his abilities. Even among his peers, they rarely witnessed him in action, let alone at full capacity. With this display, surely the threat could be eradicated. Wen Yiming's brow unfurled, and she secretly sighed in relief. The towering mountain that once reached a height of 100 zhang was now reduced to mere dozens. Within a 50-mile radius, chaos reigned as it transformed into a heap of rubble. Anyone trapped in such a place would have no chance of survival. No, it is still not enough. Suddenly, Lin Chuan shook his head and retorted in an exceedingly grave tone. What? Wen Yiming was filled with confusion. The entire mountain had been reduced to such a state. And yet it was still deemed insufficient? Did one think that those thousands of disciples from other sects were akin to cockroaches, possessing such resilience? Sister, do not let your guard down. This matter concerns the survival of the Heavenly Demon Sect and ourselves. No degree of caution is excessive. Moreover, this mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles, and there may well exist unseen caverns. If, due to a moment of carelessness, even a single survivor remains, it could spell disaster for the Heavenly Demon Sect. A cautious approach ensures longevity. Lin Chuan glanced back at Wen Yiming, speaking with utmost seriousness. As a transmigrator, he fully understood the dire consequences of negligence. In dramas and novels, there are often arrogant villains who, due to a moment's oversight, allow the protagonist to escape death. The protagonist, seizing the opportunity of a feigned demise, undergoes tremendous growth, ultimately turning the tables on the villain. In terms of ruthlessness, Lin Chuan could undoubtedly be considered a villain at this moment, for he held the fates of thousands in his hands. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly create a sensation in the world of cultivation. Even the slightest oversight could lead to immeasurable calamity. Thus, exercising caution is certainly prudent. Yet, the entire mountain has been obliterated to such an extent. What more can be done? Are we to exhume the bodies and slay them again? Wen Yiming sighed in resignation. Indeed, inspecting the bodies would be the most prudent course of action. However, it was simply unrealistic. First, the mountain had collapsed into a chaotic graveyard, making it impossible to retrieve the corpses. Furthermore, the previous commotion would undoubtedly attract a multitude of onlookers. Time was already of the essence for Lin Chuan and the others. Second, Lin Chuan would not be able to hee-hee. Are you jesting? Wen Yiming's lips twitched slightly, her face a portrait of disbelief. She did not wait for Lin Chuan's response, but instead witnessed him unleashing his internal energy once more. This time, he exerted his full strength. In contrast to before, his aura not only did not diminish but appeared to have intensified. How was this possible? It was astonishing to realize that he had not yet revealed his full potential. Wen Yiming was both bewildered and exhilarated. The presence of such a young powerhouse as Lin Chuan was indeed a blessing for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even if the sect were to face dire tribulations in the future, there would be no need to rely solely on Leng Ningshuang. Moreover, Lin Chuan was still in the bloom of youth, with ample opportunities for growth ahead of him. Perhaps in time, his achievements would rival those of Leng Ningshuang. No, it would be more accurate to assert that he would undoubtedly surpass her. With the Hunyuan Heavenly Demon technique, Lin Chuan seemed to attempt a simple punch. Though it appeared effortless, it unleashed a formidable momentum. Even a formidable figure like Wen Yiming, a celestial being, could not withstand such power. Was it possible for a mere punch to possess such strength? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were left dumbfounded. Having witnessed Lin Chuan's terrifying prowess, they dared not dismiss his display as mere bravado. This seemingly ordinary punch possessed the potential to shatter mountains. Yet, to level a mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles, it would require far more than this. With a tremendous explosion, dust and smoke erupted into the air. However, the small cloud of debris was insufficient to obscure the gaze of the onlookers. At that moment, a deep chasm of 100 feet was forcefully carved into the mountainside by Lin Chuan's strike, clearly illustrating the formidable power of his blow. Quite satisfactory. Lin Chuan was genuinely pleased with this outcome. However, he was acutely aware of the time constraints he faced and had no leisure to linger. Resolutely, he channeled all of his inner strength. This time, he intended to obliterate the mountain range entirely before intercepting the ghostly scholar. With the Hunyuan Tiamat skill and a series of earnest punches, a low roar escaped his lips, heralding the arrival of a true tempest. The might of the celestial saint was now unfalteringly displayed by Lin Chuan. Yet, to the astonishment of Wen Yiming and the others, Lin Chuan possessed a terrifying power that transcended even the celestial saint. Subsequently, countless shadows of fists rained down upon the mountain range. With each strike, the mountains erupted in a cacophony of destruction. The extensive range, stretching for hundreds of miles, could not withstand the onslaught of one as diminutive as Lin Chuan. Akin to an ant, The saint was indeed formidable, but was it truly necessary to go to such extremes? The disciples of the demon sect were filled with bewilderment. At this moment, not only were the thousands of corpses within the cave obliterated, but the entire mountain range had nearly vanished from existence. Lin Chuan had orchestrated a textbook execution of total eradication. Although it was indeed somewhat exaggerated, it assuredly left no trace behind. In the Great Marsh Illusion, as the fierce winds finally abated, 5,000 individuals stood frozen on the plains, gazing into the distance. There had once been a mountain range extending for hundreds of miles. Yet now it had entirely disappeared without a trace. Who knows what transpired there? Due to their great distance, they could only witness 9 beams of light descending from the heavens, followed by a tremor. When they regained consciousness, the mountain range had vanished entirely. While the cause of its destruction remained uncertain, all were acutely aware that such an immense force was not of natural origin, it was undoubtedly man-made. To obliterate a mountain range of such magnitude in an instant could only be achieved by a celestial emperor. Could it be that a celestial emperor was concealed within the Great Marsh Illusion? As this thought emerged, many were struck with fear, their faces paling. It is important to note that all present were young disciples of various sects, with Lin Chuan being the strongest among them, merely a celestial saint. If a celestial emperor were indeed to intervene, it was likely that none of the 8,000 entering the illusion would have any hope of survival. What should I do? In comparison to one's own life, the extraordinary treasures within this illusion are certainly expendable. Perhaps this place is the domain of some reclusive sage, and our intrusion has provoked their ire. If we were to depart now, it might still be possible to escape. A frenzy of speculation ensued among the group. As fear of the unknown is inherently human, in this moment, even avarice can be momentarily set aside. Yet, their unwitting conjectures inadvertently aided Lin Chuan immensely. Initially, he was concerned that the commotion he had caused would attract many observers. However, he overlooked the fact that his displayed prowess had surpassed the collective understanding of the celestial saint, inadvertently drawing the ire toward an unknown celestial emperor. Whether such a formidable being truly exists remains a mystery known only to the spirits. Of course, Lin Chuan never relied on others for opportunities. After obliterating the mountain range, he did not waste a moment. He decisively employed the technique of traversing vast distances, making a beeline for the exit of the illusion. Presently, all those privy to the truth are deceased, leaving only the ghostly scholar as a lingering threat. Eliminating him would grant Lin Chuan peace of mind. However, there exists a temporal discrepancy between the two parties. If he were to rely solely on his feet to pursue, it is likely that the ghostly scholar has already fled back to the 100 Ghosts Gate. Fortunately, the system proved to be quite considerate, rewarding him with a technique for traversing vast distances. The so-called traversing 1,000 miles is not as fantastical as the legends suggest, nor can it achieve the feats of the Monkey King, who could leap vast expanses in a single somersault. Nevertheless, it does facilitate spatial folding and accelerates travel. Compared to the method of Earth escape, the effectiveness of traversing 1,000 miles is approximately 50-fold greater. While Earth escape covers 10 zhang in a breath, traversing 1,000 miles achieves 500 zhang in the same span. Despite such a significant disparity, Lin Chuan remained apprehensive. His concerns were not unfounded. After all, within the Great Marsh Illusion, there exists but a single exit. Once the ghostly scholar departs the illusion, locating him would be akin to finding a needle in the ocean. Sister, remain here and do not wander. I will eliminate the ghostly scholar and then return to reunite with you. Brother Wolf, you are forbidden from harming them. Upon my return, I shall bestow upon you 2 8th-grade ferocious beast course. Lin Chuan hastily left behind a few instructions before vanishing without a trace. His sudden disappearance startled the Emperor Wolf, who remained oblivious to the fact that this technique, seemingly designed for swift travel, was not easily mastered, rivaling even the complexity of the primordial celestial demon art. It could certainly be classified as a divine-level skill. Unfortunately, neither the Emperor Wolf nor Wu Nanmeng recognized its value. They merely noted that Lin Chuan had vanished in an instant, unable to discern any clues with their limited perception. Meanwhile, at the other end of the vast illusion, the ghost scholar was in a state of utter disarray, fleeing desperately. With the exit of the illusion finally within sight, a hint of relief began to illuminate his weary countenance. Escaped at last, finally free from this wretched place of strife. I never imagined that the holy son of the celestial demon sect would be even more formidable than the rumors suggested. It seems I have truly struck a hard wall this time. However, do not revel in your triumph. Judging by the earlier display of power, I dare say that Li Tangfeng and his companions have surely perished at your hands. That amounts to 3,000 lives. Once the news spreads throughout the realm of cultivation, the entire celestial demon sect will face utter destruction. Lin Chuan, even if I cannot defeat you, I possess means to ensure your utter obliteration. The ghost scholar gritted his teeth, speaking to himself. His animosity towards Lin Chuan is palpable. Disciples of the 100 Ghost sect are known for their vengeful nature, and the ghost scholar is no exception. Moreover, he has always been regarded as a prodigy, basking in the adoration of his peers. He has never encountered such a significant setback before. This time, he nearly lost his very life. As peers among the younger generation, how could the disparity be so vast? He feels indignant. Yet indignation alone will not suffice. He is acutely aware that with Lin Chuan's unparalleled talent, even if he were to devote his entire existence to surpassing him, it would likely remain an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, he refuses to resign himself to a life haunted by inner demons. Thus, he resolves to employ every means at his disposal to annihilate Lin Chuan. Whoosh! Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the air. Before the ghostly scholar could comprehend the situation, an agonizing pain pierced his chest, causing him to be uncontrollably hurled away. In that moment, a shadow, akin to a flash of lightning, pursued him relentlessly. In a daze, the ghostly scholar discerned the identity of his pursuer, Lin Chuan. He cried out in terror, a reflexive response that seemed to provoke his adversary. Damn it! How could I have overlooked this? Had I known, I would have sealed your lips. Lin Chuan shook his head in frustration. While his concerns may have been somewhat excessive, it is prudent to exercise caution. What if someone was hidden nearby, concealed from even his keen senses? That cry from the ghostly scholar could very well have unveiled his identity. Nevertheless, one thing was certain, the ghostly scholar must perish. Once this individual was dealt with, he would meticulously scan the surroundings. A dull thud jolted Lin Chuan back to reality. The ghostly scholar collapsed onto the ground. Already in a disheveled state, he now appeared even more wretched, although his countenance was inherently unrefined. He had made an effort to dress appropriately, striving to present himself as a genteel gentleman in every gesture. All of this was due to Lin Chuan. The carefully cultivated image he had so painstakingly maintained lay in ruins. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan brandished the 9 Heavens dragon chant spear. Simultaneously, his eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, revealing his murderous intent. Gulu. The ghostly scholar's face was etched with terror. He was frightened. Wait, can we have a conversation? He implored. Impossible, Lin Chuan retorted succinctly. He then raised the Jioshu longing spear and thrust it directly towards the ghostly scholar. Did he think he could perish due to excessive chatter? Such naivety. At the exit of the Great Zay illusion, the ghostly scholar lay in a pool of blood, a gaping wound marring his chest, marking his fatal injury. Just moments ago, he had been full of life. Now, he was on the brink of death. Yet, he harbored no regret. Instead, he was engulfed in shock. He was astonished by Lin Chuan's decisiveness in killing. Rather than being curious about how Lin Chuan managed to catch up to him so swiftly, he was more intrigued by the ferocity and resoluteness of Lin Chuan's methods. As a fellow disciple of the younger generation, he perceived Lin Chuan's temperament as far removed from that of a typical 20-year-old. Instead, he resembled a seasoned veteran, well-versed in the ways of the world. It was a misfortune for the ghostly scholar to provoke such a person, forcing him into the role of an adversary. Given another chance, he would never have entangled himself with someone like Lin Chuan. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. And his life was swiftly ebbing away with the loss of blood. Cough, cough. The ghostly scholar expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his breath faint as he murmured. To perish by your hand is not entirely unjust. All I wish to ascertain is the fate of Li Tangfeng and the 3,000 disciples of the other sections. They cannot have already. Suddenly, the ghostly scholar seemed to realize something. With a bitter smile, he ceased his discourse. In truth, at the moment the distant mountains vanished from view, he comprehended that those 3,000 souls could not possibly have survived. Yet, he could not bring himself to accept that the celestial prowess of Tiansheng could reach such heights. He preferred to believe that Lin Chuan merely surpassed the ordinary strength of Tiansheng rather than entertain the notion that Lin Chuan had concealed his true power, having ascended to the realm of Tiandi. After all, acknowledging such a conclusion would only amplify his sense of defeat. Indeed, they have all perished, leaving but you. Who would have thought that even wielding the 9 Heavens dragon roar spear would not suffice to slay you on the spot? Do the disciples of the 100 Ghosts sect possess such tenacity for life? Lin Chuan candidly revealed the truth, simultaneously expressing his frustration. The fact that he could not eliminate the ghostly scholar in a single strike had already cost him precious time. Should there be others lurking nearby? The situation could become considerably more dire. Regardless, The ghostly scholar was destined to meet his end. It would be wiser to redirect his focus towards assessing the surroundings. By the time the ghostly scholar finished his ramblings, Lin Chuan had thoroughly surveyed the vicinity. Fortunately, there was not a soul in sight. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. Lin Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked with a faint smile. Although today had presented numerous challenges, the outcome was, fortunately, satisfactory. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to swiftly deal with the ghostly scholar. Blade of Qi, Lin Chuan murmured, promptly channeling his inner energy into a sword-like form. Subsequently, with a powerful swing, he struck the ground, creating a deep pit of human size. Phoenix Fire Sword, he uttered with a low exclamation, summoning a supreme spiritual treasure imbued with the essence of fire. As the weapon struck the deep pit, flames began to rise gradually, illuminating the surroundings. Satisfied with his handiwork, Lin Chuan nodded approvingly before shifting his gaze towards the bewildered ghost scholar, who remained utterly perplexed. Oblivious to the purpose behind Lin Chuan's elaborate preparations. Brother Ghost, I admire your spirit as a man. Since your demise is imminent, I shall refrain from tormenting you further. This fiery pit shall serve as my parting gift to you. Do feel free to leap in. Lin Chuan gestured invitingly, choosing to remain idle by the side. Were it not for his concern about the ghost scholar potentially divulging secrets, he would have had no inclination to chase after him. Yet, even at this pivotal moment of eradicating threats, he still preferred to take the path of least resistance. Indolence had become ingrained in his very being, a trait that seemed irredeemable in this lifetime. Ding. The host has been idling while pursuing the enemy. Reward, carefree mastery, divine level. Rewards have been fully dispersed. The host has commenced automatic cultivation of the technique. Carefree mastery continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, automatically converting it into internal strength. As long as the world endures, so shall the cultivation persist. Though the system consistently and accurately discerned when Lin Chuan was genuinely slacking off, the feeling of being exposed was always irksome. After all, idling was not a commendable act, and being called out for it was even more discreditable. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lin Chuan felt a twinge of guilt. However, the bountiful rewards offered by the system made it hard for him to refuse. Regarding this latest reward, Lin Chuan was exceedingly pleased. He had always preferred to conserve his energy rather than expend it on dedicated training. The carefree mastery allowed for self-cultivation without requiring his conscious effort. Was this not the ultimate technique for the lazy? As long as the world exists, so too shall his cultivation endure. Well said. From now on, I shall indulge in the luxury of sleeping in without any shame. Should anyone dare to disturb my slumber, I shall strike them with this very tome, except for my esteemed senior sister and the old hag, of course. Lin Chuan was prudent enough to amend his words, wary of the potential repercussions of making unfounded claims that might later come back to haunt him. This monologue absorbed a full 30 breaths of time. When he finally regained his senses, the ghostly scholar had already succumbed to the cold embrace of death. Alas, Lin Chuan shook his head with a wry smile. He had completely forgotten that the ghostly scholar was already in a state of severe blood loss. The only reason he had managed to endure for so long was due to his status as a cultivator. It was a miracle that he had not perished after being left to languish for such an extended period. Well, it seems I must personally take it upon myself to incinerate you. How utterly ridiculous. Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the corpse of the ghostly scholar. Then, he seized the man's garments and with a vigorous flick, the body was propelled with precision into the fiery pit. Crackling sounds filled the air as the great fire blazed. A pungent aroma of charred flesh wafted around. Lin Chuan was instantly filled with regret. The sin of incineration was overwhelming. Even if it did not attract disciples from other sects, it would certainly draw nearby ferocious beasts. Although Lin Chuan was not particularly afraid of these lower-tier beasts, there was no guarantee that a frenzied creature would not seize the corpse of the ghostly scholar. If that were to happen, all his efforts would be in vain. Indeed, eradicating the roots of trouble was not as simple as he had imagined. He had hoped to conserve some energy, but it seemed that would not be possible. Lin Chuan promptly adjusted his stance. Resolutely, he summoned 18 exquisite spirit treasures and the revered 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Spear. Thunder roared ominously, as dark clouds coalesced and lightning crackled across the sky. Before long, the world within 100 miles was engulfed in darkness. This phenomenon once again stirred the thousands of disciples from various sects within the illusion. What was happening today? In just half an hour, 2 celestial disturbances had occurred. Could it be that the Great Marsh illusion housed more than one formidable emperor? This was dire news, as one of them was positioned at the exit. If indeed there were 2 emperors, one of them would surely block our path of retreat. The disciples from various sects were consumed by wild speculation, once again elevating Lin Chuan to the status of a reclusive master. Please, esteemed elder, do not take offense. If we have unwittingly transgressed, we humbly seek your forgiveness. As for the rare treasures we have gathered within the illusion, should they belong to you, we are willing to return them in full. With that, a multitude of treasures, painstakingly acquired, were cast onto the ground in a chaotic heap. The sheer volume formed small mountains before each individual. Despite their reluctance, they dared not act recklessly under the imposing presence of two emperors. Better to relinquish their treasures than to risk their lives. Suddenly, the charged atmosphere calmed, as if the heavens had chosen to forgive the avarice of humankind, retracting its fury. A collective sigh of relief swept through the thousands of disciples, who gazed at the piles of exotic treasures at their feet, lamenting their fate. Though they felt a pang of regret, greed was no longer an option. Yet, the act of discarding these hard-earned possessions required immense fortitude. Had their lives not been in peril, few would have been willing to do so. The sight of the dazzling array of treasures left them breathless with anguish. Ultimately, nearly 5,000 individuals resolutely abandoned their treasures and departed without a backward glance. Their exodus marked the conclusion of the adventuring journey within the Great Marsh Illusion. However, for Lin Chuan and the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the quest for treasures was only just beginning. Initially, they had come with the intention of unearthing rare artifacts. Yet, they soon discovered an overwhelming abundance of treasures scattered about. Most astonishingly, these countless items appeared to be ownerless. Such strange occurrences were commonplace, but today was particularly peculiar. Could this vast array of treasures have fallen from the heavens? The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were simultaneously astonished and delighted, yet confusion lingered. Nevertheless, after pondering their doubts, they eagerly collected the riches. What they had anticipated as a modest venture to uncover a few high-quality spiritual herbs had transformed into a bounty beyond their wildest dreams. Among the heaps of treasures lay over 10,000 7th-grade spiritual herbs and nearly 1,000,000 of those below the 4th grade. If they were to bring this haul back to their sect, it would surely send shockwaves through their ranks. The disciples were filled with exhilaration. Although their achievements may have come by chance, fortune is undeniably a facet of strength. In the realm of cultivation, the significance of destiny is paramount. Those blessed with profound fortunes often attain opportunities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Such is the nature of fate. Resistance to this truth is futile. However, possessing an abundance of treasures is not necessarily advantageous. While it remains uncertain whether disciples from other sects have experienced similar fortunes, the quantity we have amassed is unparalleled. A grand tree attracts attention, and wealth should remain concealed. All acquired rare and exquisite treasures must be stored within spatial rings. Speak of them to no one. Otherwise, before we can return to our sect, we may find ourselves ambushed. Do you understand? Wu Nanming reminded with utmost seriousness. Compared to her junior disciples, she was indeed a seasoned veteran. She comprehended the intricate nature of human intentions. Moreover, the astonishing gains of the day warranted utmost discretion. Not only they, but even their sect refrained from divulging any information lightly. Lin Chuan was right. One must embody humility. With this thought, Wu Nanming lifted her gaze towards the distance. On a small mound, Lin Chuan was intently surveying the surroundings. Just a moment ago, he had proactively suggested taking watch, a first for him, displaying an unprecedented level of initiative. It nearly led Wu Nanming to suspect that the Lin Chuan before her was an imposter. In retrospect, it seemed Lin Chuan deemed the treasures they had acquired too numerous and conspicuous, necessitating vigilance against potential thieves. Yet, it appeared that fortune smiled upon them today. They had first stumbled upon an astonishing quantity of unclaimed treasures, and remarkably, they had yet to encounter another soul during this extended time. It seemed the heavens were particularly benevolent towards them. Senior sister, everything is ready. 5,000,000 spirit herbs have been safely stowed in the spatial ring. We can depart at any moment. A disciple from the Heavenly Demon Sect reported succinctly. The 8 of them were overjoyed, their smiles nearly stretching to the back of their heads. Wu Nanming shared in their exhilaration, yet she remained acutely aware of her role as their senior sister, necessitating a composed demeanor. Thus, she merely nodded, her expression betraying no emotion. Though her calmness was fade, it provided immense reassurance to her disciples, a sense of comfort that even Lin Chuan could not impart, given his habitual nonchalance. While he often wrought miracles, he lacked the steadiness they needed. Junior brother Lin, we may proceed, Wu Nanming urged her disciples. After all their efforts, they had amassed considerable rewards, and it was high time to depart. Their time spent in the Great Marsh Illusion was not extensive, merely 2 or 3 days, But it had shifted Wu Naming's perception of Lin Chuan. It was not his strength that impressed her, but rather his discernment in handling matters. Lin Chuan's excessive caution was well-founded. The world was fraught with peril, where a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Only through meticulous caution could one ensure absolute safety. Remarkably, this fledgling, Lin Chuan, had demonstrated an aptitude for this that surpassed her own. "Senior sister," Lin Chuan declared with a grave expression, "I fear I can no longer accompany you." The revelation took everyone by surprise. Fortunately, Wu Naming and the others were unaware of Lin Chuan's fleeting thoughts of defection from the sect. Otherwise, they would have never permitted him to depart alone, even at the cost of their lives. Naturally, Lin Chuan himself would never dare to flee. The terrifying sensation he experienced just days prior, when Leng Ningshuang had suddenly appeared, still lingered in his mind. It was possible she was lurking nearby, waiting for him to escape, only to emerge and startle him once more. "Have you all grasped the importance of eradicating threats at their roots over these past few days?" he continued, his voice heavy with concern. "Furthermore, I killed Hong Tianhe, the leader of the Xianjian sect, a fortnight ago. The members of the Xianjian sect harbor an intense hatred for both the Heavenly Demon Sect and myself. This situation poses a significant peril. Unless it is resolved, I shall find no peace." Lin Chuan's somber demeanor reflected the weight of his thoughts. In truth, the death of Hong Tianhe had been a source of lingering unease for him. He did not regret taking the man's life. Rather, he lamented his failure to contain the news, which had left him with considerable trouble. Ever the cautious individual, his greatest fear was the day the Heavenly Demon Sect might find itself besieged. With Leng Ningshuang's formidable reputation and her fearless disposition, it was only a matter of time before calamity struck. If old grudges and new enmities were to converge, the Heavenly Demon Sect would undoubtedly face utter ruin. Regrettably, he found himself trapped within the confines of the sect, unable to escape. Even if he refused to accept his fate, he knew he must eliminate potential threats as much as possible, allowing him to rest peacefully at night. Of course, if Leng Ningshuang were to oppose him, she would undoubtedly hinder his efforts. Should she refrain from doing so, it would imply her tacit acceptance, granting Lin Chuan the freedom to act without reservation. Very well. The junior disciple was inherently cautious. Although it was his first foray into the martial world, he possessed a deeper understanding of it than I did. The senior sister felt no apprehension. However, considering your status as the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, your position is indeed exceptional. In all endeavors, one must act according to their capabilities. Depart early and return promptly. Wu Naming nodded. Although her expression was grave, she did not deter Lin Chuan. It was the first time Lin Chuan had witnessed such tenderness from the senior sister, leaving him momentarily speechless. The other disciples, however, were unfazed. To them, Wu Naming had always been gentle. Was I the only one treated differently? Was her deliberate teasing a means to capture my attention because of her affections? Lin Chuan gazed at Wu Naming, his heart brimming with astonishment. Ah, could it be that even the senior sister harbors feelings for me? The last time I received a confession, it was from Leng Ningshuang. To this day, Lin Chuan remains perplexed as to why, after taking the initiative, he ended up receiving a beating. And now, it appears that the spotlight has shifted to Wu Naming. Despite Lin Chuan's awareness that with his captivating and strikingly handsome visage, it would be a mere trifling matter to attract a harem of beauties, he finds himself hesitant to readily accept Wu Naming's affections. The reason is simple: Wu Naming's unparalleled status among the myriad male disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If one were to inquire about who enjoys the highest popularity among the female disciples of the sect, it would undoubtedly be Wu Naming. Apart from Lin Chuan, she embodies gentleness, composure, and understanding in the hearts of all male disciples. It is no exaggeration to declare that she is the goddess in the eyes of every male disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should that goddess ever be claimed by a man, the 70,000 male disciples of the sect would undoubtedly erupt in fury. After all, Lin Chuan is the Holy Son. He still has to navigate life within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Just imagine, wherever he goes, he would be met with a multitude of hate-filled gazes fixated upon him. That sensation would surely be terrifying. Furthermore, considering his naturally low profile, how could he possibly live so brazenly? Oh, if I were to directly reject my senior's affections, I would surely incur her resentment. It would be prudent to seek a suitable opportunity to gently and subtly decline her advances. Lin Chuan contemplated this matter quietly within himself. He then cast a glance at the Emperor Wolf, who lay sleeping nearby. His brow immediately furrowed. The size of the Emperor Wolf was quite formidable. Previously, it had been no larger than a Siberian husky while in the cave. However, as Lin Chuan continued to feed it with inner elixirs, its size grew exponentially. Now, It towered over him. Most troubling was the Emperor Wolf's notorious reputation. Even the simplest of minds recognized it as a ninth-tier ferocious beast, its power rivaling that of the Heavenly Emperor. Should I venture out of the illusion with it and be seen by others? All of Lin Chuan's previous efforts would be rendered futile. Brother Wolf, may I have a word with you? Many novels depict ferocious beasts as capable of altering their size at will. Surely, you possess this ability as well. Do not misunderstand. I do not wish to regard you as a mere pet. I merely intend to offer you a word of caution. The world beyond is fraught with peril. Are you aware of the adage that a tall tree catches the wind? Although you possess great strength, there exist many who are far more formidable than you. As the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people, not to mention wolves beyond wolves. Prudence is the mother of safety, surely. You do not wish to meet a swift downfall the moment you step outside. Lin Chuan spared no effort in persuading the Emperor Wolf, wielding his silver tongue with finesse. For a novice in the realm, his eloquence was more than sufficient. It was evident that the Emperor Wolf, once brimming with arrogance, gradually curled up. Trembling in response to Lin Chuan's words, Lin Chuan recognized that his persuasive tactics had borne fruit. Brother Wolf, if you can comprehend my sincere intentions, that would be most splendid. For your safety, it would be wise to minimize your size as much as possible, thus facilitating my ability to escort you. He patiently reiterated his instructions. Woo. The Imperial Wolf nodded, seemingly comprehending. Subsequently, he swiftly diminished in size until he resembled the palm of a hand. How adorable! The female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect were overtaken by a surge of maternal instinct, unable to resist gathering around the miniature Emperor Wolf. Fortunately, they had not forgotten that this ninth-level ferocious beast had just slain 3,000 individuals. With all their belongings in tow, it was prudent to depart from this treacherous place without delay. Lin Chuan grasped the Emperor Wolf and tucked it into his embrace. Thus, the expedition into the Great Marsh Illusion came to an end. However, the group remained oblivious to the fact that, aside from the Heavenly Demon Sect reaping immense rewards, the other sects had not dared to take even a single strand of hair. Thankfully, Lin Chuan was sufficiently cautious, adhering to the principle of keeping wealth concealed. Therefore, even if they encountered others, they would not easily reveal their secrets. Approximately half an hour later, the group finally emerged from the Great Marsh Illusion. Yet, the moment they stood at the exit, they were bewildered by the scene before them. Outside the illusion, a multitude of dejected and even despondent cultivators filled the area. Undoubtedly, these nearly 5,000 cultivators were the disciples of other sects who had exited the Great Marsh Illusion. For some inexplicable reason, the atmosphere had turned unusually somber. As if a dark cloud loomed over each of their heads, the tension was palpable. The Heavenly Demon Sect? You were the last to leave the illusion? Someone had spotted Lin Chuan and his companions. This inquiry drew many curious gazes. Previously, these disciples from other sects had pursued Lin Chuan's group, only to be deterred when Lin Chuan unleashed a sword that split the heavens, intimidating most of them. Subsequently, only Li Taifeng and Gui Rusheng led 3,000 followers in pursuit, while the others remained in the illusion to scavenge for rare treasures. Then came the collapse of the mountains, leading to the complete disappearance of the illusion. The exit also triggered a celestial phenomenon, instilling sheer terror in the hearts of these 5,000 disciples from other sections. However, even after Lin Chuan and his companions exited the illusion, sealing it behind them, Li Taifeng and Gui Rusheng's 3,000 followers were nowhere to be seen. A bold and terrifying thought immediately took root in everyone's minds. Those 3,000 individuals had perished. The previously oppressive atmosphere suddenly became animated. Everyone fervently discussed this topic. It is worth noting that all disciples who entered the Great Marsh Illusion were the chosen young talents from their respective sections. Particularly, Li Taifeng and Gui Rusheng, two rising stars, were on par with many seasoned cultivators. In their respective sects, they were cherished by the sect leaders. It is easy to imagine the uproar that would ensue when the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghost sect learned of their demise. It would not be long before the cultivation world experienced a seismic shift. Who could have anticipated that a mere illusion could result in such catastrophic casualties? To have escaped unscathed is already a stroke of fortune. The crowd expressed their astonishment. To this day, they still believe that there existed more than 2 celestial emperors within the vast illusion of the Great Marsh. It was indeed at the hands of these celestial emperors that Li Taifeng and others met their demise. Naturally, the reason the crowd did not cast suspicion upon Lin Chuan was due to his meticulous execution. Furthermore, although he publicly presented himself as a celestial sage, his true power surpassed that of a celestial sage without anyone realizing it. Lin Chuan once again savored the sweetness of remaining low-key. which also left a profound impression on Wu Nanming and her companions during this operation. They resolved to learn from Lin Chuan in the future, vowing that whatever they undertook, it must be approached with an excruciating level of caution. However, could they truly reach the level of Lin Chuan? Senior sister, let us not take a moment's respite along the journey. Though it may induce some fatigue, it will significantly mitigate the perils ahead. The junior brother has matters yet to attend to, so we part ways here. Lin Chuan clasped his fists in salutation, his earnest demeanor rendering those around him quite uneasy. He was acutely aware that the seeds of vengeance had already taken root within him, thus he resolved to eradicate all potential threats in one decisive effort. In doing so, even if he were unable to depart from the Heavenly Demon Sect, he would no longer live in constant dread. Xinjin Mountain, a renowned peak, is home to the illustrious Xinjin sect within the realm of cultivation. The unfortunate demise of its former leader, Hong Tianhe, has sent shockwaves throughout the world of cultivation, stirring countless sections. In recent days, the Xinjin sect has been draped in white cloth, a symbol of mourning that resonates deeply within the hearts of its members, who grieve and lament, filled with hatred for the perpetrator. The call to arms against the Heavenly Demon Sect has grown increasingly fervent within the sect, igniting the interest of several other sects with grievances against them. Moreover, the residence of Hong Tianhe has seemingly transformed into a council chamber for avengers. A gathering of 20 representatives from various sects has convened, underscoring the multitude of enemies the Heavenly Demon Sect has accumulated over the years. Should these sects unite to besiege the Heavenly Demon Sect, the calamity foretold by Lin Chuan would undoubtedly descend upon them. The death of our former sect leader serves as a clarion call for the cultivation world. Since its inception, the Heavenly Demon Sect has proclaimed itself a demonic cult, inherently a formidable adversary to us righteous practitioners. Today, we, as a united front with our esteemed colleagues, aim to eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect and restore tranquility to the world of cultivation. The Grand Elder, real person Zhang, sat at the center, his expression resolute. As a champion of righteousness, he must embody an aura of integrity. Only thus could he persuade other sects to join forces in the annihilation of the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, despite the presence of numerous individuals, few shared his convictions. The primary reason for this lies in the formidable presence of Leng Ningshuang. Her ascension to the rank of Heavenly Emperor signifies the official elevation of the Heavenly Demon Sect to a super sect. It is no exaggeration to assert that a Heavenly Emperor possesses the strength to rival countless adversaries. Even if the most powerful of the sects were to band together, they might still falter against Leng Ningshuang alone. This explains why, although 20 sect leaders have gathered, their intentions remain shrouded in ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the Xinjin sect finds itself at a crossroads with no avenue for retreat. The long-standing grievances between the Xinjin sect and Leng Ningshuang have long plagued the minds of its disciples. Now, with the sudden emergence of a holy son of heavenly saint caliber from the Heavenly Demon Sect, who reportedly dispatched Hong Tianhe in a single strike, the world is left in astonishment. Should the Heavenly Demon Sect be permitted to flourish unchecked, not only would vengeance be an unattainable dream, but the Xinjin sect would inevitably face annihilation at their hands. Thus, even for the sake of self-preservation, the Heavenly Demon Sect must be obliterated. Alas, the words of Master Chongying resonated with the understanding of all present. Yet we are merely second-tier sects. Even if we were to mobilize our entire strength, we would still find it arduous to contend with the might of the Heavenly Emperor. To rashly unite in an assault against the Heavenly Demon Sect would be tantamount to courting death. His heartfelt sigh immediately stirred a wave of apprehension among the crowd, followed by a flurry of discussions that echoed the sentiment of his words. The individuals gathered here hold statuses and ranks not dissimilar to that of the Xinjin sect. Absent the support of a superlative sect, they would never dare to provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect. Could it be that the plan to besiege the Heavenly Demon Sect is doomed before it even begins? I had anticipated the concerns of all present. Indeed, the emergence of cold condensation frost as a Heavenly Emperor has instilled profound fear. However, in the realm of cultivation, she is not the sole Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, we are not the only ones who harbor disdain for the Heavenly Demon Sect. To be candid, I've already established connections with the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts Gate. Both the Blade Emperor and the Elder Ghostly Tree have pledged their support to help the Xinjin sect eradicate the Heavenly Demon Sect. We need only raise our arms high and rally the Holy Maiden of the Forbidden Army. Powerful allies shall come to our aid, and with a single command, we will obliterate the demonic cult. Master Chongying rose and proclaimed with fervor, his ambition laid bare for all to see. Yet, such an impassioned declaration did not elicit the anticipated response. Most attendees merely widened their eyes in surprise. The Blade Emperor and Elder Ghostly Tree? Does Master not realize that the Blood Fiend sect and the 100 Ghosts Gate are also part of the demonic cult? The alliance of the righteous faction with the demonic sect to eliminate another is indeed an extraordinary maneuver, one that leaves us perplexed. The speaker wore a dissatisfied expression. Even their salute was perfunctory. They harbored significant reservations about Master Chongying's plan to ally with the demonic sect. Many shared this sentiment. For the campaign against the Heavenly Demon Sect was initially mounted under the banner of righteousness, lending it a semblance of legitimacy. However, should a demonic sect assist us in this endeavor, the noble banner we have so carefully erected will be rendered meaningless, and we may find ourselves criticized by future generations. Audacious. Suddenly, Master Chonin let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, a wave of energy surged forth, crashing outward like a tumultuous tsunami. Ack! A piercing scream reached everyone's ears. All heads turned toward the source of the sound. There, lying in a pool of blood, was the man who had just opposed Elder Chonin. Though still alive, his body was riddled with over a dozen gaping wounds. At a glance, it was clear these were injuries inflicted by Sword Chi. Chonin, what is the meaning of this? The crowd was both astonished and fearful. This place belonged to the Xuanqian sect, and they had come alone, initially believing they were here to discuss cooperation. Thus, they had not taken any precautions. Little did they expect that Master Chonin would resort to violence over a mere disagreement. Should hostilities ensue, it was likely that none present would emerge unscathed. Nothing much. This serves as a reminder to all that the ominous force of the demon sect has already taken shape. Should we continue to harbor our individual thoughts and fail to unite against a common foe, we shall merely await our inevitable consumption by the demonic teachings. The eradication of the Heavenly Demon Sect is an inevitable trend. All factions involved are but sharp blades, whether righteous or demonic. As long as we can eliminate the Heavenly Demon Sect, I care not for the means. I implore each of you to acquiesce, otherwise. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The expression of the esteemed Master Chonin was grim, his tone foreboding. This was no mere negotiation, it was, quite evidently, a threat. Even if the Xianjian sect were a pirate ship and the others wished to leap overboard, it is already too late. At this very moment, the leaders of various sects are weighing the pros and cons. To put it plainly, they are merely concerned with their pride. They insist on a righteous cause before they would dare to engage in a life-and-death battle with the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, if they were to relinquish this vanity and allow the Bloodslaughter sect and the 100 Ghosts sect to join forces, these two super sects would stand against the Heavenly Demon Sect alone. The odds of victory would already be assured. Yet, if they cling to their principles, they will inevitably become adversaries of the Xianjian sect. Should hostilities erupt, the outcome remains uncertain. A resounding explosion shattered the tranquility, abruptly bringing the contemplative crowd back to reality. What on earth is happening? The esteemed Master Chonin furrowed his brow, gazing beyond the Hall of Spirits. A blaze illuminated the Xianjian sect and the entire Shenzhen mountain. Is it a natural disaster, or rather a human-made calamity? A resounding boom echoed through the air once more. The entire Shenzhen mountain trembled violently, as if shaken by an earthquake. The expression on Zhong Yin's face darkened considerably. This time, he was certain that the source of the commotion was not a natural disaster, but rather the result of human intervention. Who dares to act presumptuously within the Xianjian sect? Show yourself. With that exclamation, the esteemed Zhenren Zhangyin shattered the stone floor beneath him and swiftly emerged from the spirit hall. He lifted his gaze, and above the sect, a figure clad in a flowing black dress glided through the air. Her exquisitely beautiful visage seemed perpetually adorned with frost. She was stunning, nearly unparalleled in beauty across the realms. Yet, even such a captivating woman failed to stir the slightest desire within any man. For she was known as Leng Ningshuang. From her elevated position, Leng Ningshuang surveyed the world below. Her frigid eyes, akin to the aloof light of the moon, cast an icy chill upon all who stood beneath her gaze. To the Xianjin sect, she was nothing short of a demon. Even now, they could not forget the blood-soaked storm of 6 years past, a day that irrevocably forged a bitter enmity between the Xianjin sect and the Tianma sect. Time has passed, and Leng Ningshuang has ascended to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. Upon her return to the Xianjin sect, she became an unstoppable force of terror. Moreover, Zhenren Zhangyin was still conspiring with other sects on how to eradicate the Tianma sect. The relationship between the two factions had long since devolved into a state of irreconcilable enmity. Cold condensation. You have slain the leader of the Xianjin sect. If this grievance remains unavenged, how shall the Xianjin sect maintain its dignity in the world? The gaze of Zhong Yin, the true man, was icy and filled with murderous intent. Indeed, cold condensation was formidable, yet she had come alone. The Xianjian sect was Zhong Yin's territory. With the presence of all the heavenly saints gathered here, it was not impossible to confront cold condensation in battle. Time was of the essence. This was an opportune moment to eliminate her. Esteemed colleagues, the female demon stands before us. If we do not strike now, when shall we? He bellowed, issuing a public challenge to cold condensation on behalf of all present. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those from other sects shifted dramatically. They harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhong Yi. Do not speak foolishly. We have no intention of opposing the Heavenly Demon Sect. We came today solely to mourn the late sect leader Hong. We implore you, sect leader Cold, do not misunderstand our intentions. The crowd hastily clarified, fearful of being implicated. Begone! A chilling whisper echoed in the ears of the crowd. Instantly, they were met with the frigid gaze of the ice-cold frost. Despite the humiliation, they felt as if a great reprieve had been granted, each face alight with joy. Thank you. The crowd quickly clasped their fists and swiftly fled, vanishing without a trace from the Xianjian sect in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the disciples of the Xianjian sect were left in a state of shock. Just moments ago, they had gathered the leaders of 20 sects, all of whom were formidable heavenly saint experts. If they had united to besiege Leng Ningshuang, even if they could not prevail, they would have remained undefeated. Alas, their resolve faltered. They were ultimately nothing more than a disorganized mob. The only ones truly brave enough to stand against the Heavenly Demon Sect were the Xianjian sect itself. Disciples, heed the command. Everyone, prepare the demon-slaying formation. Today marks the memorial of our esteemed leader, Hong Zhongzhu. Let us offer the head of this female demon as a tribute. With a commanding voice, Master Chong'an rallied his 80,000 disciples to swiftly arrange the formation. The demon-slaying formation is a unique array of the Xianjian sect, devised specifically to combat the forces of the demonic sections. Ironically, it was established under the leadership of Hong Tianhe, who aptly named it with the intention of eradicating the Heavenly Demon Sect. Given its recent inception, the formation had never been truly employed. Thus even Leng Ningshuang had yet to witness it. However, the combined might of 80,000 disciples from the Xianjian sect is formidable. Were she not a powerful being of the Heavenly Emperor level, she would likely not dare to act so recklessly. Lin Chuan was indeed correct. The seeds of causality I have sown over the years are bound to backfire upon the Heavenly Demon Sect. The day I slayed Hong Tianhe may very well have been the catalyst for the destruction of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In retrospect, this notion holds even greater significance. Therefore, my efforts over the past few days targeting the Xianjian sect have not been in vain. Leng Ningshuang mused to herself, now convinced that Lin Chuan's concerns were not unfounded. A towering tree attracts the wind. All things are interconnected. Yet, it is she who has sown these seeds of causality. It is he. A resounding blast echoed through the air. Flames surged skyward from the peak of Xianjian Mountain. Above, ominous clouds gathered in the heavens, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, as if heralding an impending clash of titans. The might of the Celestial Emperor's forces was sure to conjure extraordinary phenomena across the realm, visible to the naked eye within 1,000 miles. This display of overwhelming power persisted for a full hour, affecting even the towns nestled at the foot of Xianjian Mountain. Meanwhile, far from this tumult, a young man rode swiftly atop an imperial wolf, the oppressive weight of the dark clouds above instilling within him a profound sense of foreboding. Strange. After inquiring along the way, he found that the destination was indeed the location of the Xianjian sect. Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Could it be that someone within the sect has achieved a breakthrough? Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, feeling a heavy sense of oppression. He had heard that the Xianjian sect was not particularly formidable. Within the sect, aside from Hong Tianhe, there was only the true Saint Chongqing. The other disciples were merely at the level of Heavenly Sovereign or Heavenly Sect. Even among first-rate sects, they ranked at the bottom. With his strength, he could easily overpower the Xianjian sect. However, Lin Chuan's intentions were far more ruthless than mere dominance. He planned to annihilate the Xianjian sect. In his eyes, having slain Hong Tianhe, an irreconcilable enmity had been established between the Xianjian sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect. Should the Heavenly Demon Sect face adversity one day, the Xianjian sect would undoubtedly be the first to suffer their wrath. Such a glaring threat must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Brother Wolf, once we ascend Xianjian Mountain, you must lend your strength. Rest assured, once the Xianjian sect is vanquished, I shall ensure you are well fed. Lin Chuan shook the 8th-level beast core in his hand. Temptation was the only means by which he could coexist peacefully with the Emperor Wolf. Fortunately, he had managed to preserve a significant amount over the past 5 years. Otherwise, he would have fallen short of satisfying this glutton. Help! Suddenly, a series of desperate cries captured Lin Chuan's attention. Startled, he quickly leaped off the wolf's back. "Brother Wolf!" Lin Chuan whispered sharply. Without hesitation, the Emperor Wolf shrank its form, transforming into a miniature version of itself, and promptly nestled into Lin Chuan's hands. Its movements were so practiced that they evoked a pang of sympathy. Alas, throughout their journey, the Emperor Wolf had no choice but to maintain this diminutive state. Lin Chuan had warned him, the world of martial arts is fraught with peril, teeming with skilled individuals. Despite the Emperor Wolf being a 9th-level beast, human greed is unpredictable. Once targeted, it would encounter countless troubles. Could it withstand the onslaught of 3,000 foes, or even 10,000? For cultivators, a 9th-level beast is a treasure trove, with its inner core considered a priceless gem. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The human heart can be far more terrifying than overwhelming strength. Poor Emperor Wolf, despite its formidable prowess and imposing demeanor, had been hoodwinked by Lin Chuan into becoming a coward. Whenever humans were near, it would instinctively conceal itself without Lin Chuan's prompting. However, this circumstance did alleviate some of Lin Chuan's burdens. It seemed there were numerous refugees ahead. Perhaps he should inquire about their situation. Lin Chuan carefully tucked the Emperor Wolf into his embrace and cautiously approached the group of refugees. When immortals clash, it is the mortals who suffer. He couldn't help but wonder how the once mighty Xianjian sect had provoked such a fearsome woman. It appeared that the Xianjian sect was doomed. The murmurs of the refugees inevitably reached Lin Chuan's ears. From the fragments of their conversation, it was clear that the Xianjian sect was in dire straits. It seemed that a remarkably powerful master had invaded the sect, seemingly intent on eradicating them entirely. This ferocity resembles that of an ancient hag. Moreover, it is the type of formidable expert who confronts head-on, at least a being of the Heavenly Emperor caliber. Could it be true that it is the old witch? Lin Chuan surveyed his surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. Ever since departing from the great marsh illusion, he had ample opportunities to escape. He would never return to the Heavenly Demon Sect again. Yet, he hesitated. Ultimately, it stemmed from his uncertainty regarding whether Leng Ningshuang was still trailing him. The last encounter with her had left him with a significant psychological scar. A person as cautious as he would never gamble with his life. It was precisely because he suspected that Leng Ningshuang was following him that he had ventured boldly to Xinyuan's sect. But if Leng Ningshuang had already infiltrated Xinyuan's sect, then why should Lin Chuan adhere to his original plan? Gulch. He silently swallowed his saliva. The thought of escaping the Heavenly Demon Sect surged uncontrollably within him. This was an extraordinarily rare opportunity, perhaps the only one he would ever have in his lifetime. Yet, if he were to misjudge the situation, it could lead to his demise. Given the malevolent nature of the old witch, it was indeed plausible that she might enact her justice upon him on the spot. Cough. Cough. Lin Chuan, a disciple, sought an audience with the sect leader. If the sect leader is present, I humbly request a moment of your time. With utmost reverence. Lin Chuan clasped his fists and bowed deeply. His head was slightly raised, and his eyes roamed restlessly, for he was uncertain of where Leng Ningshuang might materialize. A group of refugees nearby regarded him as if he were a fool. Time passed, yet there was no sign of response. Was the leader truly absent? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, his heart fluttering as if it were caught in a vice, a sensation both ticklish and uncomfortable. He felt the urge to flee. Yet fear held him back. What if Leng Ningshuang was lurking nearby, deliberately remaining hidden, waiting for him to escape? Would he not then fall into her trap? Caution is the mother of safety. One must be wary of the unforeseen. Overly cautious, Lin Chuan dared not act recklessly. Yet, he could not remain motionless indefinitely. Unless he could ascertain Leng Ningshuang's exact whereabouts, he was left with no choice but to ascend the mountain. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to make a bold decision. How can one catch a tiger cub without entering its den? If he were to stay with the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Xianjin sect would surely face annihilation. If he chose to depart, he must first confirm whether the entity engaged in battle with the Xianjin sect was indeed Leng Ningshuang. Once he established that the immortal spoken of by the refugee was indeed her, Lin Chuan could confidently sever ties with the sect. The thought of freedom filled him with exhilaration. With that, he brushed past the refugees and made his way towards Xianjin Mountain. Boom! The deafening thunder reverberated incessantly. The dark clouds high above seemed as if they were about to collapse, ready to crash upon the peak of Xianjin Mountain. Amongst the ominous clouds, dozens of thunder dragons coiled, familiar to Lin Chuan's gaze. It appeared that this was none other than the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison of the Heavenly Demon Sect. A thunderous roar resounded as a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the Xianjian sect. The blinding brilliance instantaneously ignited a towering inferno, while the overwhelming shockwave caused the entire Xianjin mountain to tremble violently. For 100 miles around, it felt as though the earth itself had quaked, instilling fear in the hearts of all. It was no wonder that the surrounding towns were in disarray. This spectacle resembled a celestial battle. In a desperate bid for survival, the common folk had no choice but to evacuate. After all, in the eyes of cultivators, mortals are but insignificant ants. Furthermore, with Leng Ningshuang being a reckless and unyielding sorceress, should she be confirmed as the instigator of this turmoil, the reputation of the demon sect would undoubtedly be irrevocably tarnished. Alas, with such a domineering leader, how can I find solace within the sect? Though the reputation of the demonic cult is already tarnished, must you be so brazen? I implore you to take a lesson from the Blood Slaughter sect and the 100 Ghost sect. They too are part of the demonic lineage, yet they remain remarkably discreet. Lin Chuan sighed heavily. His understanding of the immortal cultivation world was rather shallow, and he often felt envious of others' beautiful spouses and flourishing sections. His expectations were modest. Even as a member of a demonic sect, he simply desired a bit of humility. He had no aspirations to acquire godly techniques, for with his system, such skills were not in short supply. What he truly sought was a tranquil existence, one where he could rise late, indulge in leisurely days, and spend his time wandering the mountains and fishing by the riverside. He yearned for a life of ease, where a lazy fish could grow strong. That was all he desired. Yet, the winds of fate are relentless. He wished for a low profile but found himself entangled with the likes of Leng Ningshuang. Was it a debt from his past life, or merely the misfortunes of his destiny? Never mind, I shall not dwell on such thoughts. Upon ascending the mountain, I will ascertain whether this person is indeed the old hag. If so, I shall depart without hesitation, never to cross paths again. I long for my blissful life. Lin Chuan exhaled a heavy breath, and his thoughts began to clarify. There was no need for him to be conflicted. The choices of his future would reveal themselves upon reaching the mountain's peak. Meanwhile, atop Xianjian Mountain, a figure clad in black was besieged by 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect. The demon-slaying Grand Array harnessed the full strength of the Xianjian sect to confront the threat, its might surpassing even that of the Heavenly Emperor's strongest. With a heavy sigh, Condensed Frost sat cross-legged, her expression betraying a hint of fatigue. She had just expelled a breath of stale air to alleviate her shortness of breath. Indeed, she found herself at a disadvantage in the battle against the Xianjian sect, a reality she had not anticipated. Although she had vanquished nearly 100 foes during the skirmish, the exertion had drained much of her internal energy. It is worth noting that over 90% of the disciples from the Xianjian sect were below the heavenly sovereign rank. Under normal circumstances, they would be as easily crushed as mere ants beneath her feet. Yet, when confronted with a swarm, even the mightiest of creatures can fall. Moreover, the demon-slaying Grand Formation had amalgamated the strength of those 80,000 ants, elevating their previously scattered might to an extraordinary level. Haha, cold condensation frost. You never anticipated that my Xianyuan sword Sect.Possesses a trump card against you. Before your demise, allow me to enlighten you. The demon-slaying formation was devised by our former sect leader, Hong Tianhe, specifically to combat your demonic cult. It is a pity that that little brat, Lin Chuan, did not come with you to meet his end. Otherwise, we could have seized this opportunity to avenge the deep-seated enmity against sect leader Hong. The visage of Master Chonin twisted in fury as he gritted his teeth. The mere thought of Hong Tianhe falling to the hands of an obscure junior like Lin Chuan filled him with profound humiliation. Many outsiders were present at that time, and the reputation of the Xianyuan sword sect was tarnished. Fortunately, due to the pressure from cold condensation frost, the news did not spread widely. Yet, one cannot contain the fire with mere paper. For some time now, the word of Hong Tianhe's death at the hands of a mere youth has circulated. And to this day, the resentment towards Lin Chuan within the Xianyuan sword sect has even surpassed that directed at cold condensation frost. Rest assured, after your demise, my Xianyuan sect shall summon other sects to collectively vanquish the Heavenly Demon Sect. I will also wield this demon-slaying formation to sever Lin Chuan's head, allowing you and your disciple to reunite in the depths of hell. The peril that befalls Leng Ningshuang is but one reason. The true crux lies within the demon-slaying formation. For years, the Xianyuan sect has concealed its depths. All 80,000 disciples within the sect have participated in the practice of this formation, and not a single soul has betrayed our secrets. Consequently, Leng Ningshuang's understanding of the Xianyuan sect is fundamentally flawed. Now, she ventures alone into the enemy's ranks, utterly suppressed by the demon-slaying formation. Even should she muster every ounce of strength to forcibly breach the formation, the likely outcome would be the sacrifice of thousands of Xianyuan disciples for her single life. At present, barring any unforeseen variables, Leng Ningshuang is left with no choice but to tread a path of darkness. Impressive calculation. The sect master acknowledged the extraordinary nature of the demon-slaying array. However, should they attempt to take his life, the Xianjian sect would undoubtedly pay a bloody price. Sacrificing the lives of tens of thousands of disciples for the sake of one life, would the esteemed Chonin truly be willing to make such a trade? Leng Ningshuang exhaled a breath of stale air, her icy visage betraying no emotion. It was her nature to remain unyielding, even in the face of death. One could not expect to witness an ounce of weakness from her. Upon hearing her words, Changnin's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of Leng Ningshuang's ruthless methods. Even with the demon-slaying array as support, slaying a celestial emperor would demand a heavy toll. Was it truly worth sacrificing tens of thousands of Xianjian disciples for the sake of pride? A fleeting moment of hesitation flashed through his mind. But he quickly regained his resolve. Heart demon, although I am loath to admit it. The formidable Leng Ningshuang and the Tianma sect have become the very heart demon of my Xianjian sect. All 80,000 disciples of our sect are ensnared by your influence. Should we fail to dispel this heart demon, our progress may soon become insurmountable. Moreover, our righteous sect has always been at odds with the demonic teachings, facing them as mortal enemies. In this battle, I aim to demonstrate to the world that the essence of righteousness endures, that the spirit of justice remains unyielding. With a resounding shout, Master Chonin's commanding voice instantly galvanized the resolve of every member of the Xianjian sect. In that moment, the gazes of the 80,000 disciples transformed into an unwavering determination. As if slaying Leng Ningshuang were an act for the salvation of all living beings. Even in death, they would find purpose. Thus, once the conflict commences, many will undoubtedly charge forth without fear of mortality. The smallest of creatures dares to dream of shaking the mightiest of trees. Humph! Cold condensation frost remained expressionless. Although she was indeed shaken by the fearless gaze of the disciple from the Xianjian sect, as the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, she could not show weakness. Even in death, she must ensure that the world understands the cost of disturbing the Heavenly Demon Sect must be paid in blood. Celestial Demon Technique. 9 heavens of thunderous abyss. Kill. A chilling whisper echoed through the air. Above the clouds, the thunderous dragon that had lingered for an eternity unleashed a deafening roar. Subsequently, colossal thunder dragons, resembling towering mountains, plummeted downwards. The first of these thunder dragons swiftly descended upon the rear mountain. With a resounding boom, a blinding flash of lightning erupted. The searing wave of heat, accompanied by a raging inferno, recklessly devoured the Mount Xinjian. And this was merely the first of the thunderous dragons. Attack! The real man Chongying exclaimed with urgency, decisively issuing the command for an offensive. He understood well that the might of the celestial emperor was overwhelming. Although the demon-slaying formation could contain Leng Ningshuang, should she unleash her full power, even the 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect would find it an insurmountable challenge. In essence, the primary function of the demon-slaying formation was merely to confine the opponent. The so-called lethal move was nothing more than waiting for the enemy to tire. Only when Leng Ningshuang was fatigued could they hope to strike her down in a single blow. However, he had still underestimated the terrifying strength of the celestial emperor. The explosive power of Leng Ningshuang could effortlessly level Xianjian Mountain in an instant. Once a gap appeared in the formation, restraining her would become exceedingly difficult. Unless lives were sacrificed. Whoosh! The wild winds surged. A seemingly endless multitude of heads converged towards the center. The torrent of internal energy coalesced into a tumultuous wave. Various martial techniques, though disparate in nature, amalgamated into a formidable force due to their sheer numbers. Thousands of disciples from the Xianjian sect charged fearlessly forward. Undeterred by the prospect of death, behind them, even more awaited their moment to strike. These countless Xianjian disciples, akin to moths drawn to a flame, recklessly advanced towards Leng Ningshuang. They had completely lost their senses, almost forgetting the very reasons for their relentless pursuit of her. Boom! The second thunder dragon arrived as expected, striking perfectly amidst the crowd. Ah! The chilling scream sent shivers down one's spine. Fiery infernos, billowing smoke, shattered stones, desolation, and a ground strewn with charred corpses. In the blink of an eye, the Xianjian sect transformed into a hell on earth. The fortunate survivors among the disciples stood frozen in shock. Abruptly, they emerged from their frenzy, a singular question echoing in their minds. What was it that compelled me to strive so desperately? However, before they could uncover the answers they sought, they were abruptly pulled back to reality by the resounding cries of battle. More of their fellow disciples, undaunted by the specter of death, charged valiantly into the fray. Even though thousands perished, in comparison to the 80,000 disciples, their losses seemed but a drop in the ocean, utterly negligible. Subsequently, the third, fourth, and fifth thunderous dragons descended in succession. The earth-shaking tremors nearly brought the entire Xianjian mountain to the brink of collapse. The raging inferno illuminated the sky, and even from the mountain's base. The shouts and cries of the Xianjian sect disciples resonated clearly. Gulp. Indeed, she is a wicked old hag. I have finally witnessed her most malevolent side. It is utterly terrifying. This is the consequence of provoking her. Indeed, by annihilating the Xianjian sect. These fools will no longer have the opportunity to hold me accountable for Hong Tian's grievances. Hee. Now is the perfect moment to depart from the Tianma sect and indulge in a carefree life. On the mountainside, Lin Chuan immediately caught sight of the flowing black dress. Illuminated by the flames, Leng Ningshuang's exquisite visage remained as frosty as ever. Coupled with her ruthless and merciless tactics, her title as the female demon was indeed well-deserved. Although the fierce battle claimed the lives of thousands of disciples from the Xianjian sect in every fleeting moment, what concern was it to Lin Chuan? Not long ago, he had also annihilated 3,000 disciples of a rival sect. It is worth noting that both he and Leng Ningshuang could be deemed as demons. The only distinction lies in one being prudent while the other is tyrannical. Given their conflicting ideologies, it is better to part ways. The world is vast, and there will always be a place for Lin Chuan to seek refuge. Subsequently, Lin Chuan adjusted his course and took steps down the mountain, preparing to make his escape. Boom! Another clap of thunder resounded. The sixth lightning dragon had fully formed, ready to descend. This was all within Lin Chuan's expectations. Boom! The thunder grew increasingly louder and clearer. This was a portent of the thunder dragon's escape. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, its target remained the Xianyuan sword sect. However, as soon as this thought crossed Lin Chuan's mind, he was rendered speechless. He lifted his gaze to the clouds. The sixth thunder dragon roared, opening its abyssal maw. Suddenly, it surged directly towards the mountainside. In other words, the thunder dragon was coming for him. Surely not. Once again discovered. It remains uncertain whether it is the extraordinary perception of the celestial emperor's might or merely a stroke of bad luck for Leng Ningshuang. The nine heavens thunder prison fortuitously descended upon Lin Chuan. The resounding roar left Lin Chuan in a state of shock, equally astonishing the disciples of the Xianjian sect. The esteemed Zhenren Chonin and his 80,000 disciples inexplicably evaded calamity. They could not help but speculate that Leng Ningshuang's internal energy had been excessively depleted, resulting in an errant strike. Yet, Lin Chuan understood all too well. It was not a mere oversight on Leng Ningshuang's part. Rather, he had been discovered. Rascal! At this juncture, you still contemplate fleeing. However, your arrival is quite fortuitous. With your presence, we can certainly shatter the demon-slaying array. Leng Ningshuang felt a surge of secret delight. In truth, she was unaware that Lin Chuan would indeed come to the Xianjian sect. After all, this lad values his life. How could he possibly dare to challenge a medium-sized sect alone, risking his own life? Yet, upon sensing Lin Chuan's presence, she was taken aback and soon comprehended the truth. Lin Chuan was not cowardly. On the contrary, he possessed remarkable audacity. Out of caution, he could eradicate an entire sect, all to erase the consequences of slaying Hong Tianha. In Lin Chuan's eyes, even the bonds of camaraderie and moral constraints held little weight. As long as he could preserve his own life, he would sacrifice anyone, even a medium-sized sect, without hesitation. This sentiment coincided with Leng Ningshuang's own views. Since he had arrived, why hide? Did you not also desire to annihilate the Xianjian sect and eliminate the threat? This sect leader offers you that opportunity. Leng Ningshuang's voice resonated like an ancient bell, echoing through the mountains and forests, effectively extinguishing Lin Chuan's thoughts of escape. Haha. The sovereign deity was remarkably formidable, leaving no room for disciples to interfere. With his cultivation still in its infancy, Lin Chuan thought it best to cheer for the sovereign from the mountainside. He said with a playful grin, engaging in such troublesome fights is not something I wish to partake in. If one could simply enjoy victory without effort, who would be inclined to expend unnecessary energy? Enough of the nonsense. Cold Ning Frost admonished. If you do not take action, I shall dispose of you myself. At this juncture, his reluctance to act was utterly inexcusable. Stop! The disciple exclaimed, and Lin Chuan reluctantly shuffled his feet, his expression one of clear discontent. Hurry up! The sharp reprimand of cold condensation Frost followed closely. That little rascal Lin Chuan truly knows how to linger, retreating only when pressed. She couldn't help but suspect that Lin Chuan was akin to a stubborn donkey. Without a good whip, he wouldn't even know how to walk. Her heart felt utterly exhausted. What on earth are you doing, you wicked sorceress? The expression of Master Chongyin was exceedingly grim. In the midst of a fierce battle, could they not take things more seriously? As for the identity of the individual descending from the mountain, he cared not at all. within the entire celestial demon sect. All he desired were the lives of Cold Condensation Frost and Lin Chuan. Surely, Lin Chuan wouldn't come to court death as well. Achoo! A resounding sneeze echoed through the sect. Outside the gate, a young man with a nonchalant demeanor was rubbing his nose. Upon raising his gaze and witnessing the throng of heads on the mountain, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, so many people. Lin Chuan was utterly astonished. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. You little rascal, how dare you? Cold Ningshuang bellowed. Stop him. Master Chongyin decisively commanded. In that instant, it appeared as though Cold Ningshuang and the Su Ngin sect were united as one, while Lin Chuan had become their common target. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures descended before Lin Chuan, effectively sealing all avenues of escape. In truth, had Lin Chuan genuinely desired to flee, these disciples of the Xianjian sect might not have been capable of hindering him. However, the call of cold condensed frost caused him to hesitate momentarily. Master, are you not pushing me into the fiery abyss? A mere glance reveals that there are at least tens of thousands here. The disciples lack the prowess for such a feat. Lin Chuan lamented, his face contorted in despair, pleading for mercy. You wretched old hag. It would be one thing if you were to meet your demise alone, but why must you drag me into this? I have exercised caution throughout my life, only to meet my end at the hands of a woman. How tragic. His inner thoughts were far less decorous than his spoken words, which led Cold Condensed Frost to promptly grasp Lin Chuan's sentiments. She understood that the Xianjian sect had laid forth all its resources this time. To dismantle the demon-slaying array would not be a simple task. Should other disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect arrive, they might prove ineffective. Even Wei Wuyong and the 9 elders would be unable to assist her in unraveling the array. Yet, Lin Chuan possessed the capability to succeed. Enough with the idle talk. Although the master of the sect was reluctant to admit it, the demon-slaying array created by the Xianjian sect had indeed caused significant trouble for him. You would not wish to be perpetually remembered by others in the future, would you? Therefore, exert every effort to assist me in breaking this formation. Leng Ningshuang publicly revealed the truth. Is this truly the fearless female demon lord we all know? Lin Chuan furrowed his brows. He was taken aback by Leng Ningshuang's moment of vulnerability. This was a stark contrast to the resolute leader he had always known. It was evident that the demon-slaying array had brought her considerable distress. Otherwise, the typically unyielding Leng Ningshuang would never utter such words. If he were to refrain from intervening, and should Leng Ningshuang meet an untimely demise, the Tianma sect would inevitably weaken. When the walls crumble, the crowd will push. Within days, a multitude of sects would gather beneath the sacred Maiden Peak, poised to devour the Tianma sect. Even if Lin Chuan were to flee, his past achievements, including the slaying of Hong Tianhe, would render him a target for the Xianjian sect and numerous other factions. In such a vast world, it seemed there would be no refuge for him. Thus, it was imperative that nothing happened to Leng Ningshuang. In this battle, he must devote all his strength. Leng Ningshuang, you have finally admitted it. And Lin Chuan, you have willingly walked into the trap. Truly, heaven has favored our Xianjian sect. Today, many disciples under my command shall avenge the profound enmity of Master Hong. All disciples, heed my command. Activate the grand formation immediately and slay the vile creatures. The resounding laughter of Zhong Yinzhenren was excruciatingly shrill. The two greatest enemies of the Xianjian sect stood before him, a cause indeed for exhilaration. With his decree, 80,000 disciples of the Xianjian sect stirred restlessly, utilizing the demon-slaying formation while consuming the power of the demonic sect. The Xianjian sect could simultaneously augment their own combat strength. In this ebb and flow, Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Zhong Yinzhenren was well prepared for a protracted battle. Even if it took 10 days or half a month, he possessed the patience to eradicate the wicked. The internal energy was gradually dissipating. Although this disappearance was slow and scarcely perceptible, prolonged combat under such circumstances would be greatly disadvantageous for our side. No wonder it was called the demon-slaying formation. Lin Chuan discerned the essence of the formation at a glance. In truth, uncovering the nature of the demon-slaying formation was not particularly challenging. Even Leng Ningshuang had realized it long ago. However, as she faced the battle alone, she had no leisure to decipher it. Moreover, she and Lin Chuan were originally disciples of the demonic sect, having cultivated only demonic arts. Essentially, they were already in a passive position. In Leng Ningshuang's view, to break the demon-slaying formation, one could only rely on brute force to overcome 1,000 troops. There was no other recourse. However, Lin Chuan held a different opinion. Wolf brother, I have run into trouble again. But this time, it is not like the last. If I perish, you will lose your granary. Can you bear that? As the great battle loomed, Lin Chuan whispered to a little wolf cub nearby. What nonsense! Did this impudent wretch truly not understand the gravity of the situation, or was he deliberately slacking off? Leng Ningshuang glared at Lin Chuan through gritted teeth. Were it not for the pressing circumstances of the battle, she would have loved to slap him into silence. However, the moment that little wolf cub poked its head out, her fury vanished without a trace. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. This is impossible. Lin Chuan, possessing only the cultivation of a mere celestial being, could hardly hope to subdue such a formidable beast. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Leng Ningshuang shook her head slightly, resolutely dismissing her own thoughts. However, the Emperor Wolf would not cease to exist simply due to her musings. It landed gracefully on the ground, shaking its small head with abandon. Its astute eyes lazily glanced at Lin Chuan, as if to convey, "You ought to keep your word," for reasons unknown. Lin Chuan was able to comprehend the expression of the Emperor Wolf. He nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured. Not a single one of the 30 level 8 beast cores will be missing. However, none of the disciples from the Xianyuan sword sect can be left alive. They must be dealt with thoroughly. Only Lin Chuan would dare to haggle with a level 9 beast." Fortunately, the disciples of the Xianyuan sword sect were unaware of the true rank of the Emperor Wolf. Otherwise, even the venerable Jinren Chonin would be struck with terror. Are we done with the nonsense? Jinren Chonin was exceedingly frustrated. The battle had reached a stalemate, with both sides simmering with pent-up fury. Yet, Lin Chuan remained unperturbed. It was merely a beast the size of a palm. Was it truly worth everyone's time? Since Lin Chuan placed such importance on this little wolf, it was time to make him the target. At that moment, Jinren Chonin directed a sword chi straight at the Emperor Wolf. The piercing sound of the air being sliced reverberated through the crowd, striking the Emperor Wolf squarely on the forehead. Humph! Master Zhangyin chuckled with pride. He anticipated that when the Emperor's wolf fell to the ground lifeless, Lin Chuan would no longer wear a smile. However, in the next moment, all present were taken aback. The small wolf, no larger than a palm, not only remained alive but also widened its vibrant green eyes, subsequently bristling with fury. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening bellow. The size of the Emperor Wolf rapidly swelled. In an instant, it transformed into a creature larger than 3 men combined. Its resplendent silver fur radiated an imposing presence, and its overwhelming aura instilled fear in all who beheld it. Just moments ago, it had appeared to be a harmless little creature, but it had now metamorphosed into a fearsome beast. What was most terrifying, however, was its cultivation level, which rivaled that of an emperor-level powerhouse. A 9th-tier ferocious beast. Master Chongyin stammered as he recounted the rank of the Emperor Wolf. Regret washed over him. He lamented his inability to perceive the true strength of the Emperor Wolf. The sword chi he had just unleashed had likely provoked this formidable beast. Is it truly real? Leng Ningshuang was equally incredulous. She simply could not fathom how Lin Chuan could coexist peacefully with a 9th-tier ferocious beast. It seemed that Lin Chuan could even command the Emperor Wolf to perform tasks. The allure of a person could captivate both genders, which was understandable. Yet, the fact that even a ferocious beast could be influenced was something Leng Ningshuang never could have anticipated. Monster. The boy has become increasingly inscrutable. However, with the assistance of the Emperor Wolf, matters have become considerably more manageable. Leng Ningshuang exhaled a breath of murky air, her previously taut nerves relaxing slightly. If a formidable heavenly emperor could not unravel the demon-slaying formation, then surely those 2 heavenly emperors could. The tides of fortune have shifted, this time. It is the Xianjian sect that faces adversity. Go. With a low command from Lin Chuan, the Emperor Wolf darted forth with astonishing speed, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow in its wake. Unlike cultivators, ferocious beasts cannot cultivate techniques and lack the finesse to harness inner strength. However, the instinctive combat style of these creatures is far more direct and exudes an overwhelming presence. The wolf, swift as the wind and as electric as lightning, surged into the crowd, instantly inciting a wave of chaos. The speed of the Emperor Wolf surpassed the limits even of cultivators, not even the formidable cold. A peer among the heavenly emperors could achieve such a feat, ah? The cries of anguish echoed relentlessly. In a fleeting moment, the disciples of the Xianjian sect suffered heavy casualties. They fell victim to the jaws and claws of the wolves, their demise exceedingly tragic. This only heightened the sense of dread that permeated the air. Do not panic, he commanded. Form groups of 10 and guard every exit. Upon the slightest sign of that beast, everyone nearby must converge and surround it. Our Xianjian sect boasts 80,000 disciples, sufficient to slay a 9th-tier ferocious beast. Master Chongyin relentlessly issued orders, striving to restore order to the chaotic crowd. Indeed, his proposed strategy could momentarily suppress the speed of the Emperor Wolf. However, to capture or even slay the Emperor Wolf was nothing short of a fantastical dream. Navi, a cold snort descended from the heavens. Upon hearing this, the esteemed Zhang Yin raised his gaze, his pupils trembling in an instant. He had been so preoccupied with countering the Emperor Wolf that he had momentarily forgotten about Leng Ningshuang. Could the Xianjin sect truly withstand the combined might of two formidable heavenly emperors? No, that was not all. There was also Lin Chuan. Zhang Yin regained his composure and immediately turned his attention towards the mountain gate, only to find Lin Chuan seated on the ground, devouring half a roast chicken. Truly, the roast chicken from Bai Xiang Lu was exceptional. He resolved to indulge there in the future. As Lin Chuan feasted, he mumbled some trivial remarks, as if the fierce battles within the sect and his own world were entirely disconnected. This lad is utterly inscrutable, Zhang Yin lamented. Compared to someone as straightforward and rash as Leng Ningshuang, Lin Chuan exuded an air of enigma. His unpredictable demeanor rendered his thoughts nearly impossible to decipher. Only Leng Ningshuang could perceive Lin Chuan's true intentions, recognizing that he was merely indulging in laziness. However, to the eyes of others, Lin Chuan might simply be feigning weakness, waiting for his adversaries to lower their guard before striking unexpectedly. This notion alone compelled Zhang Yin and the Xianjin sect to allocate at least a third of their focus to guard against him, even if Lin Chuan remained inactive. Ding! While Leng Ningshuang and the Emperor Wolf were locked in a bloody struggle, the host was idling. Reward: Hunyuan Overlord Blade, 4th on the treasure ranking. The reward was secured. Lin Chuan smiled contentedly. He had anticipated the system's rewards, knowing that the more pressing the situation, the more generous the rewards would be. Clearly, being ensnared in the Demon Slayer array and facing the onslaught of 80,000 disciples from the Xianjin sect was a perilous predicament. Thus, the rewards from the system would undoubtedly be enhanced. However, Lin Chuan had not expected that the system would bestow a treasured artifact as a reward. Profoundly fortunate. Lin Chuan joyfully savored the roasted chicken, his mind racing with thoughts on how to utilize the precious treasure he had just acquired. Meanwhile, the situation for Cold Condensation Frost and the Wolf King was far from easy. 80,000 disciples of the Xianjin sect, under the command of the esteemed Master Chongyin, dared not show any signs of complacency. Before them stood a female fiend of emperor-level prowess, alongside a beast rivaling that very level. A moment's carelessness could result in their souls scattering and bodies disintegrating. As a prestigious sect, although the disciples of the Xianjin sect varied in capability, they were indeed a congregation of formidable talents. There were over 1,000 who had attained the level of celestial sovereign. Yet, when confronted with two emperor-level entities, they were rendered insignificant. With a mere flick of her finger, Cold Condensation Frost could summon thunderous spells capable of obliterating them entirely. At this moment, the Xianjin sect faced imminent annihilation, leaving them with no options. Moreover, they were not simply contending with these two, but also with a saint-level scion. This scion had a few disciples under Master Chongyin's command, fixating their gaze on Lin Chuan. Yet, this young man was utterly engrossed in relishing his roasted chicken. The scene left not only Master Chongyin but also the Xianjin disciples in disbelief. Was this youth devoid of reason? It was a life-and-death battle, with his master fighting valiantly ahead, while he hid away indulging in food. Nevertheless, despite their astonishment, they could not afford to underestimate him. Lin Chuan possessed more than mere saint-level strength. The sect leader, Hong Tianhe, of the same caliber, had been dispatched in an instant. This seemingly foolish young man had the capacity to vanquish a multitude with a single strike. At that moment, Cold Condensation Frost unleashed her palm energy, forcing back over 1,000 Xianjin disciples. Waves of thunderous energy surged ominously, even before it descended. The resounding booms awakened a deep-seated terror in the hearts of the Xianjin disciples. Indeed, this female fiend was worthy of her emperor-level title. Curse be it. My sword had almost grazed her, yet her palm energy rendered it futile, regardless of her formidable strength. The 80,000 disciples of the Tianjin sect were not to be trifled with. The disciples of the Xianjin sect voiced their grievances, yet none dared to advance. For those repelled by Cold Condensation Frost's palm energy had suffered significant casualties. Just then, Cold Condensation Frost cast a glance toward Lin Chuan. His strength was undoubtedly commendable. But would he be able to withstand the overwhelming numbers of the Xianjin sect? A flicker of concern crossed her mind, for originally, Cold Condensation Frost had intended to single-handedly obliterate the Xianjin sect. Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan, while contemplating an exit from the sect, still harbored thoughts of its safety. To ensure the sect's well-being, he had audaciously ventured alone into the heart of the Xinjiang sect. However, in the next moment, her frustration peaked. This young man was audaciously indulging in his roasted chicken at such a critical juncture, in the face of life and death. How can one nonchalantly indulge in roasted chicken? This is truly intolerable. Lin Chuan, at such a critical moment, how dare you still be idle? If you do not take action soon, I assure you that you will enter the gates of the Heavenly Demon Sect sideways. Leng Ningshuang bellowed fiercely. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings, causing the disciples of the Xinjiang sect who had planned to surge forward and attack amid Leng Ningshuang's distraction to be violently repelled several dozen steps back. The disciple closest to Leng Ningshuang, unable to withstand this oppressive force, spat blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. Why is this female demon so powerful? Damn it! Is this the pressure of an emperor level? Brothers, let us fight together. The Xinjiang sect disciples were filled with rage, but before they could voice their anger, a chilling wind suddenly swept through, sending a shiver down their spines. Turning around, they were met with the piercing gaze of a green-eyed, ferocious beast fixated upon them. A level 9 ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf. Before they could react, the Emperor Wolf lunged into the crowd, having completely regarded these Xinjiang sect disciples as its prey. Beneath its massive frame, despair washed over the Xinjiang sect disciples. They were utterly powerless. Countless disciples of the Xinjiang sect swiftly became meals for the Emperor Wolf. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan jolted awake. Leng Ningshuang's voice had been thunderous. He was not deaf, after all. He stood up with a grave expression, his gaze fixed intently upon the disciples of the Xinjiang sect. This is bad. The demon is about to strike. Fear not, the other two are at the Emperor level. He is merely a heavenly saint. Wait, how dare you, a disciple of the heavenly sect, utter such words? Lin Chuan's actions left the nearby Xinjiang sect disciples utterly dumbfounded. They hurriedly retreated several steps, fearful that Lin Chuan might suddenly attack. This was an entity capable of annihilating a sect leader with a single blow. Leng Ningshuang heaved a sigh of relief. This boy, at a crucial moment, indeed knew the gravity of the situation. Damn it, a bone is stuck in my teeth. This roasted chicken is delicious, but why does it feel somewhat dry? Lin Chuan mused to himself, raising his hand to cover his face as he fiddled with his teeth. This left the nearby Xinjiang sect disciples horrified. This is bad. The demon's action suggests he intends to use a hidden weapon. Quick, prepare the formation to defend against enemies. This is a strike from a heavenly saint. We must not be careless. Leng Ningshuang's face flushed with anger. This boy, I should never have believed he could accomplish anything. A hidden weapon? Nonsense. Picking his teeth in public, while covering his face, how embarrassing. If it weren't for the throng of Xinjiang sect disciples surrounding her, preventing her from moving, Leng Ningshuang would have surely gone over and turned Lin Chuan into a pig-ass head. At this moment, Leng Ningshuang silently vowed that once she dealt with these disciples, she would thoroughly teach this insufferable fellow a lesson. Lin Chuan found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Must there truly be conflict? Why must there always be violence? Couldn't a group simply gather amicably over tea to discuss more pleasant resolutions? As Lin Chuan's incongruous thoughts spiraled within, Leng Ningshuang felt her frustration mount. Yet, she found herself unable to act against Lin Chuan at this moment. Instead, she chose to unleash her pent-up fury upon the disciples of the Xinjiang sect nearby. In but a fleeting breath, the very heavens shifted in hue. The air surrounding the Xinjiang disciples seemed to be violently torn asunder. Thunder rumbled ominously, with flashes of lightning intermittently illuminating the scene. Witnessing this, the esteemed Lin Ningshuang felt an overwhelming shock. Was this a technique? A lightning-based technique? It was said to possess the power to rend space itself, transforming an area into an isolated realm, allowing the wielder to effortlessly annihilate those ensnared within. Although Lin Ningshuang had only heard tales of such prowess, he had never beheld it with his own eyes. To think that Leng Ningshuang had achieved such a formidable level of strength. Alarmed, Lin Ningshuang instinctively shouted, "It is indeed a technique. Quickly, gather together. Mountain guard formation." The term Femen caused Lin Chuan to pause in astonishment. He had heard his senior sister, Wen Niaming, mention this term before. The Femen is a technique that can only be mastered by those who have reached the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, with an extremely slim probability. Only those who achieve the title of Heavenly Emperor can fully comprehend this ultimate killing technique. It is said that when the Femen is unleashed, not a blade of grass will grow within 100 miles. Lin Chuan gazed at Leng Ningshuang in utter shock. How could this ancient witch possibly wield the Femen? Was she on the verge of attaining the level of a titled Heavenly Emperor? This was disastrous. Wouldn't her attacks become even more ruthless against me? As Leng Ningshuang concentrated on forming the Femen, she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Lin Chuan's thoughts, while others were profoundly astonished by the Femen. Why was this boy's line of thinking so peculiar? Nevertheless, at that moment, Leng Ningshuang had no time to ponder such matters. Once the Femen was invoked, there would be no turning back. The heavens would change color, and not a single blade of grass would survive. In truth, Leng Ningshuang had already mastered the Femen long ago, but had refrained from revealing it. After all, showcasing the Femen would undoubtedly attract unnecessary troubles, especially from concealed experts, heavenly emperors, and even titled heavenly emperors. That would be catastrophic. However, now, she could no longer concern herself with such issues, for the Xinjiang sect still held a trump card, an array even more formidable than the demon-slaying array, the mountain guard sword array. Though the Xinjiang sect had never produced a single heavenly emperor, it still enjoyed considerable prestige among the righteous sects, largely due to the mountain guard sword array. This array requires a minimum of 10,000 participants to activate. Each participant must offer a portion of their own blood essence to the formation. Thus, the greater the number of participants, the more powerful the mountain guard sword array becomes. After all, it harnesses the collective strength of all involved, making its might truly formidable. Currently, the Xinjiang sect boasted a total of 80,000 disciples. An array fueled by 80,000 individuals could potentially slay even a heavenly emperor. However, the time required to initiate this formation is substantial, and it would inflict a certain degree of harm on those who participate. Yet, faced with the imminent threat of annihilation, Leng Ningshuang had faith that these individuals would not hesitate to act. This was also why she had always been reluctant to take action against the Xinjiang sect. If struck by such a blow, even she might not withstand it. Now, with 80,000 disciples gathered and ready to activate the Mountain Guard Sword Array at any moment, Leng Ningshuang initially believed that with herself, Lin Chuan, and a 9th-tier magical beast, dealing with these enemies of merely the celestial sovereign level would be as easy as pie. However, it seemed that the 9th-tier magical beast was merely a cub, limited to using its mouth and claws to inflict harm. As for Lin Chuan, he was infuriatingly nonchalant, seemingly unconcerned about the gravity of the situation. Thus, the condensation frost reluctantly revealed the existence of its arcane method. Given the present circumstances, a swift resolution is imperative. As for the potential intervention of prominent figures, that is a concern for another time. As long as one acts with sufficient alacrity, no one will discern the true identity of the one who unleashed such a method. Celestial Demon Technique. Ninefold Thunder. Heavenly Thunder punishes the world. The Thunder Execution Prison Technique. As Leng Ningshuang's crimson lips parted, she uttered a series of esoteric incantations in an incomprehensible tongue. An ominous wind surged forth, and from the recently torn fabric of space erupted a cacophony of thunderous roars. The violent sounds caused even the composed Jinren Chongyin to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. This female demon was utterly insane. Not only they, but even the menacing Emperor Wolf beside them took a couple of steps back, wary of the lightning emanating from the rift in space. It was a primal instinct of fear. Lin Chuan stood frozen, his expression one of sheer shock as he beheld Leng Ningshuang, this old witch had truly transformed into an ancient sorceress. The terrifying aura radiating from her instilled a profound dread among the disciples of the Xinjiang sect. It felt as though, in the next moment, they would be obliterated by the very lightning itself. Fortunately, the release of the technique did not signify that Leng Ningshuang had lost her consciousness. She was still able to direct the flow of the surrounding lightning. Jinren Chongyin was now in a state of panic. The air around them began to twist and fracture, rendering the 80,000 disciples incapable of even the most basic breaths. Quick, offer your blood, and activate the Guardian Sword formation. Today, we must eradicate this female demon. As Jinren Chongyin spoke, he bit into his own tongue, releasing a drop of vital blood that surged towards the center of the formation. Yet, it was nearly too late. The time required for the technique's release was considerable, nearly on par with that of the Guardian Sword formation. However, Leng Ningshuang had revealed her trump card ahead of time. This meant that no matter how swiftly they acted, she would annihilate the disciples of the Xinjiang sect before they could activate their protective array. Gazing at Leng Ningshuang's icy visage was akin to witnessing the impending doom of the entire Xinjiang sect. We shall never allow this to happen, Jinren Chongyin bellowed, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. Leng Ningshuang, you have forced my hand. Today, I shall ensure you find no resting place. With that, Jinren Chongyin bit his tongue once more. A torrent of vital blood erupted from his mouth, flowing into the openings of the Guardian Sword formation. causing the originally golden array to seep with streaks of crimson, rendering it particularly sinister. Leng Ningshuang immediately narrowed her eyes. What did this man intend to do? Such an action would surely drain him of all his vital blood. In doing so, regardless of his strength, he would be left with no path but death. Had he lost his mind? At this moment, Zhenren Chongyin wore a chilling smile. With all his vital blood expended, his complexion had turned ashen, and his form swayed precariously, as though a mere touch would send him crashing to the ground. Leng Ningshuang, you know of our guardian sword formation, but you are unaware of the swift activation method we possess. As long as one can sacrifice the essence and blood of an individual of soul master level or above, the mountain guard sword formation can be swiftly activated. Regardless of your status as a heavenly emperor, before the mountain guard sword formation, there lies only a path of demise. Master Chongyin, nearly exhausting every ounce of his strength, uttered his final words. Ultimately, he fell to the ground, a mere husk of bones, shattered to pieces. Without the essence of blood, his life flickered like a candle in the wind. Yet, for the sake of the entire Xinjiang sect, Master Chongyin had no choice but to proceed with this sacrifice. What an enigmatic formation is this? Whatever happened to the righteous sects? Why must such a formation demand the complete essence of a person? Is this truly not the exclusive domain of the demonic sects? Cold Ningshuang once again heard Lin Chuan's voice of disdain. However, at this moment, she could not afford to linger on such thoughts. If the mountain guard sword formation were to be activated, everything would be over. Cold Ningshuang had calculated every possible scenario. Yet she never anticipated that Master Chongyin possessed such a card up his sleeve. The mountain guard sword formation can be initiated in an instant. No wonder so few demonic sects dared to provoke the Xinjiang sect. It was due to this. A self-deprecating smile unconsciously surfaced on Cold Ningshuang's face. Who would have thought she would meet her demise here? At this time, 80,000 disciples of the Xinjiang sect had assembled. At their center, a vast symbol of yin and yang, formed of jade, radiated a brilliant golden light. Countless strands of sword energy spiraled within. Cold Ningshuang was acutely aware that the mountain guard sword formation was on the verge of completion, ready to unleash at any moment. However, her own method still required some time. At this moment, Lin Chuan could no longer remain passive. Was this truly the end? How had the Xinjiang sect concealed such a trump card? If the mountain guard sword formation were to be unleashed, striking directly at them, both Cold Ningshuang and himself, along with the Emperor Wolf, would surely meet their end. Even Cold Ningshuang, a heavenly emperor, found herself utterly helpless. Flee. This thought surged into Lin Chuan's mind. With the ability to traverse great distances underground, if he exerted all his strength, escape was within reach. However, Cold Ningshuang had already set up a barrier. He was completely unable to exit its confines. Oh, that old witch, she has truly led me to ruin. After today, she must compensate me. Upon hearing this, Cold Ningshuang was momentarily taken aback. Why was Lin Chuan still uttering such bizarre remarks? Compensation? What was there to compensate for when life itself was at stake? Yet, in that instant, Lin Chuan finally made his move. Countless treasured artifacts surged forth from behind him, their golden brilliance nearly blinding the eyes of the Xinjiang sect disciples. How could this fellow possess so many treasures? These aren't merely artifacts. These are divine treasures. Nonsense. Most of them are supreme divine treasures. How did this young man amass such wealth? No, the crux of the matter is why he has summoned forth such a plethora of priceless treasures. Countless disciples engaged in fervent discussions, yet in their eyes, Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang's endeavors seemed utterly futile. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's brow furrowed with concern. Alas! Among the numerous treasures at his disposal, not a single one seemed applicable to the current predicament. Ultimately, Lin Chuan's gaze landed upon the fourth-ranked innate treasure bestowed upon him by the system, the Hunyuan Overlord Blade. This blade was designated as an innate treasure due to its remarkable ability to momentarily suspend time and sever the very fabric of time itself, though merely for an instant. It might prove invaluable against the formidable mountain-protecting sword formation before him. However, once utilized, it was likely that the Hunyuan Overlord Blade would be rendered irretrievable. Yet, at this juncture, Lin Chuan could afford no further deliberation. Survival took precedence. Subsequently, Lin Chuan rummaged through his spatial ring and produced a fiery red pill, which he promptly placed into the mouth of the imperial wolf. As he stroked the wolf's majestic mane, he implored, "Little wolf, for our survival, I beseech you to assist me. This pill will swiftly enhance your speed and strength." Simply grasp this great blade and charge towards the mountain-protecting formation. Upon hearing this, the imperial wolf's vibrant green eyes narrowed in apprehension, and it began to retreat. Goodness, How could the Imperial Wolf not realize that this was tantamount to courting death? Lin Chuan, with a grin, reassured, "You shall not come to harm. This blade, along with the pill, will safeguard you completely. Your fate hinges entirely upon this endeavor." Nevertheless, the Imperial Wolf remained unconvinced, continuing to back away. With gritted teeth, Lin Chuan extended 3 fingers. "Upon success, I shall reward you with 38th grade ferocious beast intercourse." The Imperial Wolf was intrigued but still harbored reservations. 50. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Leng Ningshuang was momentarily stunned. Wait, what did Lin Chuan just say? 58th level beast intercourse? Is he speaking nonsense? Although 8th level beast intercourse are not as rare as those of 9th level beasts, they are certainly not to be taken lightly. The entire Tianma sect scarcely possesses a handful. This lad actually dares to present 50 of them, intending to feed them to the Emperor Wolf? Moreover, that fiery red pill he just fed to the Emperor Wolf seems oddly familiar. The 9-grade pattern dragon pill. Upon recalling its name, Leng Ningshuang was taken aback. The 9-grade pattern dragon pill is even rarer than a 9th level beast inner core. This item can only be concocted by combining a 9th level beast inner core with other rare materials. However, despite its rarity, it is not meant for human consumption, but rather for beasts. When consumed by a beast, it unleashes their latent potential, significantly enhancing all their abilities, and for a brief period, they can withstand any form of attack. However, upon seeing the 9-grade pattern dragon pill, Leng Ningshuang began to deduce Lin Chuan's intentions. He aims to have the Emperor Wolf use its physical form, along with the 9-grade pattern dragon pill, to counter the Mountain Guardian Sword formation. This is not unfeasible. Theoretically, it is quite likely to succeed. Yet the question remains, why does this young man possess such an abundance of treasures? Leng Ningshuang realized she was increasingly unable to see through him. How many secrets does he still harbor? She finally comprehended what Lin Chuan meant when he mentioned compensation. However, this item seems beyond her means to repay. Just the 58th level beast inner cores alone are enough to be life-threatening. Lin Chuan himself felt a pang of regret. When it comes to 8th grade beast inner cores, he could have as many as he desired, as the system provides them freely, like candy. Yet 50 still feels excessive. But for the sake of survival, he had no choice. Primarily, he possessed only one 9-grade pattern dragon pill. Furthermore, he had to sacrifice the recently acquired supreme innate treasure, the Hunyuan Overlord Blade. Only by utilizing the Hunyuan Overlord Blade to temporarily freeze the time surrounding the Mountain Guardian Sword formation could the Emperor Wolf effectively withstand it. In this way, they could completely avert this crisis. At that moment, the disciples of the Xinjian sect were oblivious to Lin Chuan's actions. All they could see was the Emperor Wolf charging recklessly towards the Great Formation. They had no idea what the pill Lin Chuan had given was, nor the large blade the Emperor Wolf clutched in its jaws. "Beast, seeking death," they roared. "First, eliminate this creature, and then deal with those 2 demons. Avenge our master." With their furious shout, the Mountain Guardian Sword formation erupted with a brilliant golden light. Countless sword energies surged towards the Emperor Wolf, who was instantly engulfed in terror, tightly shutting its emerald eyes. After consuming the 9th-grade pattern dragon pill, it felt an inexhaustible power within, yet never anticipated the formidable nature of this sword formation. 58th-grade ferocious beast cores were gone, vanished. However, at that moment, the primordial overlord blade in its mouth suddenly radiated a brilliant glow. At first, Leng Ningshuang paid little attention to the Hunyuan tyrant sword presented by Lin Chuan, assuming it was merely an ordinary innate treasure. However, when the peculiar radiance unfolded and all visible sword energies abruptly froze in midair, she suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Hunyuan tyrant sword, ranked 4th among innate treasures. It is said that in the past, heavenly emperors simultaneously sought this innate treasure, resulting in the demise of 2 and the severe injury of the others, yet the Hunyuan tyrant sword vanished without a trace. To her astonishment, it had ended up in the hands of this young man, Lin Chuan. What had he been doing before? How could he possess such an abundance of treasures? If this were to be damaged, what could possibly compensate for it? Yet, at this moment, she had no time for such thoughts. Under the influence of the Hunyuan tyrant sword, all sword formations came to a sudden halt before being drawn toward it. Countless sword energies surged toward the Emperor Wolf's face. However, at that moment, the 9th-rank pattern dragon pill also took effect. The sword energy seemed to strike an invisible barrier, vanishing without a trace. The Hunyuan tyrant sword not only halted time but also accelerated the flow of time in the surrounding area. In a brief span, These sword energies were being absorbed at an imperceptible speed by the Emperor Wolf. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect were utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? Although the Emperor Wolf was indeed a ninth-rank ferocious beast, they had never heard of it possessing such abilities. This ferocious protective sword formation had summoned the full vitality of a heavenly saint, yet it seemed to have no effect on the beast. The entire process lasted a full minute. Within that minute, all the sword energies of the protective formation were absorbed by the Emperor Wolf. Subsequently, the radiance at the center of the formation gradually faded. The formation was broken. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect were on the brink of despair. How could the protective sword formation be so easily dismantled? They looked at Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang with faces full of unwillingness. The Emperor Wolf turned around and swiftly landed, clutching the Hunyuan tyrant sword. At that moment, thunder and lightning erupted. Leng Ningshuang's long-prepared thunder-killing secret technique was finally completed. At this instant, all disciples of the Xinjiang sect were completely enveloped in lightning where the technique made contact. With a resounding crack, the sound of thunder and lightning reverberated through the air. The atmosphere surrounding Leng Ningshuang seemed to plunge into an icy chill. In an instant, the multitude of disciples from the Xinjiang sect, numbering in the tens of thousands, were obliterated by the relentless bolts of heavenly thunder. A pungent aroma of charred flesh lingered in the air. As the mystical energies dissipated, the only remnants around Leng Ningshuang were a few blackened corpses, still emitting wisps of smoke. The remaining disciples of the Xinjiang sect were left utterly stupefied. A single technique had effortlessly annihilated over 10,000 of their brethren. Such overwhelming power? Could this truly be the strength of a heavenly emperor? Fear not, everyone. This female demon has exhausted her spiritual energy. If we unite, we shall surely vanquish her. A voice rang out, jolting the remaining disciples into action. Indeed, there were thousands of us. We could easily eradicate this exhausted female fiend. At last, we can avenge our master. Isn't the holy son of the Heavenly Demon Sect over there? Let us eliminate him together. Witnessing the destruction of so many sects, the protective mountain sword formation was shattered as well. The disciples of the Xinjiang sect directed all their wrath towards Leng Ningshuang and Baifeng. They longed to eradicate these two to the last remnant. However, although Leng Ningshuang had expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, she was not someone these insignificant fish could harm. The disparity between a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse and a heavenly saint-level individual was not merely in strength, but also in the recovery of spiritual energy. While casting techniques consumed vast amounts of energy, the surrounding ambient lightning-type energy allowed Leng Ningshuang to absorb it rapidly. With her hands forming seals, countless streams of spiritual energy erupted forth, as if an invisible barrier were pushing the surrounding disciples of the Xinjiang sect away, preventing them from approaching her. Damn it, how can this female demon still possess spiritual energy? They lamented. Forget it, let us first deal with that holy son. He is the one who killed our sect leader and shattered our sword formation. As the disciples realized they could not harm Leng Ningshuang, they swiftly redirected their focus towards Lin Chuan. In their eyes, although Lin Chuan possessed heavenly saint-level strength, he was far easier to deal with than Leng Ningshuang. Furthermore, since the beginning, Lin Chuan had not made a move. Instead, he had been leisurely enjoying roasted chicken. To them, this solidified their perception of Lin Chuan as a mere weakling with a lofty realm but lacking true power. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? Lin Chuan shot a cold glance at the swarm of advancing Xinjiang sect disciples. In an instant, with a mere thought, countless weapons and blades surged forth behind him. Supreme treasures, innate supreme treasures. Those items, which could only be seen in legends, now appeared behind Lin Chuan as if in wholesale abundance. What is happening? What are those things appearing behind him? Are they supreme treasures? Innate supreme treasures? How is this possible? The disciples of the Xinjiang sect gasped in shock. They suddenly recalled that Lin Chuan was the one who had exterminated their sect leader. Although Lin Chuan had no desire to engage, the situation had escalated to the point where they were now at his doorstep. If he did not act now, would he not be akin to a turtle hiding in its shell? In an instant, the treasured artifact behind Lin Chuan surged forth as if endowed with its own consciousness, relentlessly slaughtering the weaklings of the Tianzong. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Although Lin Chuan possessed ample spiritual power, the Xinjiang sect still had over 70,000 members remaining. Even if he were to eliminate them all, it was likely that the surrounding sects would soon arrive upon hearing the commotion. Contemplating this, Lin Chuan turned to face the Emperor Wolf. The Emperor Wolf was evidently displeased with Lin Chuan's earlier decision to send it into danger, as it turned its head away in a fit of petulance upon his approach. Oh, my dear Wolf, do not be so petty. The Grade 9 Dragon Pattern Pill I bestowed upon you is a precious item that can ensure your survival. Moreover, I have suffered the loss of a primordial treasure myself, Lin Chuan said with a calm smile, extending his hand in an attempt to pet the Emperor Wolf. Yet, the creature swiftly evaded him, turning its head once more, displaying an expression that suggested it would never trust him again. Lin Chuan smiled faintly. Brother Wolf, there is no grand formation this time. Please assist me once more. I assure you, your life will not be in jeopardy. The Emperor Wolf continued to ignore him. Seemingly indifferent, Lin Chuan rummaged through his spatial ring and produced a multitude of inner cores. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall give you the inner cores I previously promised, plus an additional 30. The Emperor Wolf cast a glance at Lin Chuan before turning away again. Lin Chuan clenched his teeth. 50. This proclamation was clearly heard by Leng Ningshuang. An additional 50 inner cores from 8th level ferocious beasts. What did this lad think these were? Confectionery? At that moment, the Emperor Wolf's bright green eyes flashed with excitement. It then turned back to regard Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan chuckled awkwardly. What an opportunistic creature. Oh, no, a wolf. Meanwhile, the Xianjian sect disciples, engaged in a fierce battle with the primordial treasures unleashed by Lin Chuan, were left utterly dumbfounded. What was he doing? This was a confrontation. Why was he casually chatting with the Emperor Wolf as if nothing was amiss? The disciples' anger ignited. Although they were powerless against the primordial treasures, their numbers gave them confidence. Soon, some of them maneuvered around to launch a surprise attack on Lin Chuan. However, before they could reach him, the Emperor Wolf suddenly sprang into action, opening its gaping maw and lunging at the disciples. With a single strike, it claimed the lives of over 100 members. This left the remaining disciples hesitant and cautious. This wolf was a 9th-level ferocious beast, comparable to a celestial emperor. Should it unleash its fury, it would be no less formidable than Leng Ningshuang. After the Emperor Wolf consumed the essence of the 8th-level fierce beast from Lin Chuan's hand, it tilted its head, evidently perplexed about its newfound capabilities. Subsequently, Lin Chuan produced a pale purple elixir, gently patting the Emperor Wolf's head as he instructed. After consuming this, sprint forward and unleash as much of your innate spiritual energy as possible. The Emperor Wolf's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing that it could consume an essence. It promptly swallowed the pale purple pill and, adhering to Lin Chuan's guidance, dashed ahead. As it ran, the Emperor Wolf's form began to expand significantly. Soon thereafter, an indescribable aroma emanated from its body. Leng Ningshuang caught a whiff and was taken aback. This scent, was it not the beast-summoning pill that Lin Chuan had just fed to the Emperor Wolf? She found herself utterly bewildered by the treasures that Lin Chuan seemed to possess. The very existence of such a pill was astonishing. As its name suggests, the beast-summoning pill is a concoction designed to attract all nearby fierce beasts. This item can be consumed by both humans and fierce beasts. To humans, the scent resembles that of delectable food. However, to fierce beasts, it incites their primal desires. Typically, such pills are utilized by beings of the Heavenly Emperor rank to lure a multitude of fierce beasts for a swift extermination. Without the prowess of a Heavenly Emperor, consuming this pill would likely result in being devoured by the very beast it attracts. Even Heavenly Emperors must exercise caution when using this item, as it might draw forth formidable adversaries. Moreover, the allure of the scent emitted by fierce beasts far surpasses that of humans, given their distinct constitution, which allows them to attract even more formidable creatures. The acquisition of such a pill is exceedingly challenging, as it requires materials that are rare and precious. Generally speaking, a Heavenly Emperor without substantial resources would find it nearly impossible to afford such a treasure. As a Heavenly Emperor, Leng Ningshuang was well aware of this item's significance. Yet, how could Lin Chuan, a mere novice at the Heavenly Saint level, possess such a remarkable object? Just as she grappled with this inconceivable reality, the ground began to tremble violently. Countless indistinct auras emerged in the vicinity, surging towards the direction the Emperor Wolf had taken. Even Leng Ningshuang felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of energies surrounding her, which was indeed alarming. Quickly, let's go. In an instant, the icy demeanor of cold condensation frost shifted, and with a gust of wind at her feet, she pulled Lin Chuan away into the distance. Wait, Brother Wolf. Lin Chuan looked back longingly at the Emperor Wolf. Oh, Brother Wolf, please do not hold it against me. The old witch is far too terrifying. I simply cannot withstand her. However, you are a 9th-level ferocious beast. These other beasts should not dare to harm you. Once I return, I shall surely compensate you with the finest inner core of an 8th-grade beast. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, cold condensation frost hesitated momentarily. At their current distance, They had reached a relatively safe zone. She never anticipated the profound bond between Lin Chuan and the Emperor Wolf. It seemed he possessed a deeply sentimental side. Witnessing Lin Chuan's rare sincerity, she realized that forcibly taking him away might incite his resentment. It would be wiser to grant him a favor. And once her spiritual energy was restored, she could directly take the Emperor Wolf with her. With that thought, cold condensation frost turned her gaze back towards the ruins of Xinjiang Mountain. Has the old witch lost her strength? Why isn't she pursuing us? Lin Chuan's thoughts surged into cold condensation frost's ears, causing her expression to stiffen. It appeared she had overthought the situation. This young man was nothing short of a rogue. Yet, what astonished cold condensation frost even more was the presence surrounding the Emperor Wolf. The ferocious beasts, both large and small, were drawn to the powerful aura emanating from him. Perhaps after consuming the beast attraction pill, the 9th-level beast had amplified its scent and influence. In a remarkably short span, an impressive horde of beasts had gathered. The array of creatures was astonishingly varied, ranging from 3rd-level to 8th-level ferocious beasts. It was akin to a grand migration. A moment of realization struck cold condensation frost. A migration? Suddenly, she comprehended Lin Chuan's intentions. The migration of ferocious beasts. Even if the Xinjiang sect had a multitude of disciples, they would undoubtedly struggle against such a massive tide of beasts. With this thought, cold condensation frost's gaze towards Lin Chuan became exceedingly complex. Who would have thought that this seemingly frivolous young man could conceive such a meticulous and audacious plan? To use the beast tide to annihilate a sect, what a remarkable stratagem. However, the involvement of 8th-level ferocious beasts seemed somewhat far-fetched. Though the Xinjiang sect was merely a mid-tier sect, it still boasted 80,000 disciples and several formidable heavenly saints. While a migration of this magnitude would inflict significant damage, it was unlikely to eradicate the remaining 70,000 disciples. It seemed Lin Chuan had overlooked some critical details. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very air. Cold condensation frost pupils constricted as she turned towards the source of the roar. A fearsome creature with a tiger's head and an elephant's body, its countenance grotesque and covered in scales, emerged prominently from the horde of beasts. Although the surrounding ferocious beasts were driven into a frenzy by the scent of the beast-attracting pill, they instinctively retreated upon witnessing this particular creature. Nevertheless, countless 3rd and 4th-tier beasts were mercilessly trampled underfoot. Even the inner cores expelled by the crushed beast were effortlessly shattered beneath the lingering force of this creature's steps. This beast was the quasi-10th-tier creature known as the soul-leaving scaled armor beast. This being, even cold condensation frost had only encountered in ancient texts. Legend has it that this beast is one of the 3 most formidable among the apex of 9th-tier ferocious beasts. A single soul-leaving scaled armor beast could annihilate any beast below the 5th tier in a mere breath. Moreover, any cultivator beneath the heavenly sect would be crushed by its residual might should they venture too close. Though the soul-leaving scaled armor beast is deemed the weakest among the legendary 3, its mere appearance heralds endless calamity, leaving desolation in its wake. The small beasts that were caught off guard and crushed, their inner cores shattered, serve as testament to this fact. However, the events were far from over. From another direction, a deafening roar reverberated through the air. Cold condensation frost looked again. With a tiger's head and an elephant's body, its countenance fierce and scales glistening. Another soul-leaving scaled armor beast emerged. Was this creature merely a figment of legend? Why on this day did 2 appear simultaneously? It would not be surprising if the disciples of the Xinjiang sect were utterly annihilated. With these 2 soul-leaving scaled armor beasts, confusion would reign supreme. Not just one, but even 2 Xinjiang sects could be obliterated. At this moment, cold condensation frost cast a glance towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan appeared gravely serious, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and astonishingly showed no signs of fear upon witnessing the 2 beasts. Did he already know? What on earth was happening? A beast tide? Was it truly a beast tide? That is the soul-leaving scaled armor beast. I have seen it in books. What? A peak 9th-tier beast? How could such an entity appear in our Xinjiang sect? The remaining disciples of the Xinjiang sect were utterly astonished. The initial beast tide was already enough to leave them in awe, yet now, a being comparable to a heavenly emperor had appeared. This meant that no one in this world could contend with it. And now, 2 had emerged. When did the Tianma sect gain the ability to summon ferocious beasts? Damn it, they are charging towards us. Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. Under the oppressive presence of the soul-leaving scaled armor beasts, the disciples of the Xinjiang sect found even breathing to be an arduous task. Yet, astonishingly, the surrounding ferocious beasts collectively turned their gaze upon these disciples of the Xinjiang sect. Originally, They had been drawn in by the aroma of the beast-attracting pill. However, due to the presence of the soul-devouring scale beast, they dared not approach the Emperor Wolf, which exuded an overwhelming scent. The Emperor Wolf itself was a formidable 9th-level ferocious beast. Among ferocious beasts, their perception of those far more powerful than themselves is significantly heightened compared to that of humans. Moreover, having consumed the inner cores of 9th-level ferocious beasts, along with several inner cores of 8th-level beasts, the mere scent emanating from these cores was sufficient to instill a deep-seated fear in them. Consequently, they refrained from approaching the Emperor Wolf and shifted their focus to the nearest disciples of the Xianjian sect. Do not come near, do not come near. At that moment, the closest disciples of the Xianjian sect quickly activated their spiritual swords and swung them at the advancing ferocious beasts. This tactic may have been effective against lower-tier beasts, but it was utterly futile against those of a higher rank. Particularly, the emergence of the 8th-level ferocious beast, the Shiza savage ape, was a force to be reckoned with. Soon, the tide of beasts surged into the crowd, and chaos ensued on Xianjian Mountain, where the air was filled with cries of despair and rivers of blood flowed. Though the disciples of the Xianjian sect numbered in the thousands, they found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer volume of ferocious beasts. The death of the esteemed Master Zhongyin was a critical blow, though there were several formidable beings among them at the Heavenly Saint level. Their strength paled in comparison to that of Master Zhongyin. When faced with the 8th-level beasts, the disciples of the Xianjian sect were rendered powerless. The Shiza savage ape, in particular, became their nightmare. Not only was it swift in its movements, but its destructive power was immense. A single roar from it could incapacitate numerous disciples from the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Sect. Following this, the Shiza savage ape would feast upon them, targeting their brains specifically, and discard their lifeless bodies with a heavy thud. Neither the corpses of the deceased nor the living were spared from its ravenous appetite. Even those disciples of the Xianjian sect who had been reduced to charred remains by the thunder prison killing method could not escape the clutches of this beast, being devoured entirely. The most alarming aspect was that there was not just one Shiza savage ape, but 3 or 4. Their hide was astonishingly tough. Even the most powerful strikes from Heavenly Sect warriors could only inflict minor wounds upon them. The scene left the disciples of the Xianjian sect utterly stunned. As they contemplated fleeing, they soon realized that ferocious beasts were surging from all directions surrounding the mountain, with no escape available. They were left with no choice but to confront their impending doom. In the face of such a formidable tide of beasts, they had little hope of victory. It was little more than a slaughter. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the grounds of the Xianjian sect were littered with corpses, severed limbs, and rivers of blood. The number of disciples had drastically dwindled from over 70,000 to less than half in an instant. Yet, this was merely the prelude to the true ferocity of the soul-devouring scale beast, which had yet to make its appearance. Woe unto you, all sorceress! The Tianma sect shall meet a dreadful fate. At this moment, a high-ranking disciple of the Xianjian sect let out a piercing roar towards the heavens. His blood-red eyes fixated intently on the direction of Leng Ningshuang and Lin Chuan. Subsequently, countless ferocious beasts pounced upon him, tearing him apart and feasting on his innards. This gruesome scene even caused Leng Ningshuang to furrow her brow. Although she had taken many lives, she had never engaged in such brutal slaughter, let alone witness such a horrific spectacle. In stark contrast, Lin Chuan maintained an unruffled demeanor, casually picking up the remaining half of a roasted chicken, eating while observing the chaos. Leng Ningshuang found herself increasingly unable to decipher Lin Chuan's enigmatic nature, even though she could hear his inner thoughts. She remained awestruck by the myriad secrets he harbored. To remain so composed amidst such carnage, even managing to eat, was a testament to his remarkable willpower. Moreover, there was still the presence of the soul-departing armored beast lurking below. As a pinnacle-grade ferocious beast, it was comparable to a peak emperor. Even several emperors working in unison might struggle to subdue it. Goodness, what manner of creature is this? It looks far from benign. Brother Wolf, I am truly sorry for you. These thoughts rendered Leng Ningshuang momentarily speechless. This young man appeared utterly oblivious to the peril. Regardless, we must flee. If the soul-departing armored beast sets its sights on us, our demise is inevitable. With a fierce shout, Leng Ningshuang hastily attempted to lead Lin Chuan away. At this juncture, she could no longer concern herself with the fate of the Emperor Wolf. Before such a savage beast, even the Emperor Wolf, despite being a formidable predator, was merely a cub, vastly outmatched by the fully grown soul-departing armored beasts. At such close proximity, should those two creatures fixate on them, even in her prime, she could not guarantee her escape. Not to mention, Lin Chuan was merely a celestial saint-level cultivator. Wait, Lin Chuan quickly gestured, hastily interrupting Leng Ningshuang. With a grave expression, she fixed her gaze on him and said, "I understand. This Emperor Wolf must have been a formidable creature you painstakingly subdued. However, if life is lost, then nothing else matters." Lin Chuan looked at her in astonishment, taken aback that the old witch could utter such words. It seems even she harbors a fear of death. Nonetheless, there is no need for concern. The effects of the beast-attracting pill should have worn off. Brother Wolf, unless you are truly a fool, you should flee at once. Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang's expression froze, not due to Lin Chuan's words, but rather because she suddenly sensed something unusual within her body. At that moment, the scent emitted by the beast-attracting pill gradually dissipated. The effects have indeed faded. The Emperor Wolf, with its vibrant green eyes, was fixated on the distant soul-devouring armored beast. As a fellow ferocious creature, it could distinctly sense the looming threat of death. However, the Emperor Wolf primarily relied on scent to locate its adversaries. The previous overpowering aroma of the beast-attracting pill, while not enough to disturb its focus, had interfered with its keen sense of smell. Once the scent faded, it realized that two soul-devouring armored beasts had approached from either side. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the Emperor Wolf dashed towards Lin Chuan. The fear of death propelled its speed beyond the norm. The lesser beasts surrounding it were no match. Toppling to the ground as it charged through, Lin Chuan quickly descended to support the Emperor Wolf, which, understanding the need, shrank in size and burrowed into his embrace. Lin Chuan promptly retrieved 10 8th-tier ferocious beast inner cores and stuffed them into the Emperor Wolf's mouth, exclaiming, "Well done, Brother Wolf. With this, no one will suspect the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master, we must leave swiftly. If we linger, the cultivators drawn by the noise will arrive too late," Lin Chuan urged. Upon hearing his words, Leng Ningshuang finally regained her senses. However, she couldn't shake off the peculiar sensation coursing through her. Just moments ago, her spiritual energy seemed to have surged remarkably, dispelling the fatigue that followed the release of her techniques. Moreover, there was an extraordinary feeling accompanying it. Nevertheless, with pressing matters at hand, Leng Ningshuang swiftly led Lin Chuan away at lightning speed. With such a formidable beast tied, and the emergence of a 9th-tier pinnacle ferocious beast, they would undoubtedly evade suspicion from the Heavenly Demon Sect. If they did not act quickly, the consequences could be dire. Just then, as the last few disciples of the Xianjian sect succumbed, overwhelmed by the ferocious beasts, the annihilation of the entire sect was declared. 80,000 disciples, none spared. A once prestigious sect, brutally washed away by the beast tide in a single day. "Brother Wolf, come quickly," Lin Chuan shouted loudly. The Emperor Wolf hurried over, transforming into its previous adorable cub form and burrowing into Lin Chuan's embrace. Having just faced a life-threatening moment, the Emperor Wolf's mind was now solely occupied with Lin Chuan's promised 9th-tier ferocious beast core. After tasting its sweetness once, the Emperor Wolf had become enamored. Just one of these cores could significantly enhance its strength. What would 5 do? However, not long after Lin Chuan joined forces with Leng Ningshuang, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision, and she nearly fainted. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chuan realized he had no choice but to intervene. Engaging in combat was not an option, but when it came to fleeing, Lin Chuan had become an expert. Into the depths of the earth, 1,000 miles. With a mere thought, Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang's figures vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the townsfolk at the foot of the mountain gazed in bewilderment at the extraordinary spectacle of Xianjian Mountain, hardly able to believe their eyes. What could possibly be causing such commotion up there? Moreover, why were there so many monkeys? Monkeys? Those were fierce beasts. But why were there so many of them? Could this be the legendary beast tide? It is said that such a tide occurs only once in a century. How could it manifest upon Xianjian Mountain? With so many ferocious creatures, the Xianjian sect is bound to face a significant crisis. No wonder there was such a tumultuous uproar just now. It was indeed a beast tide that had been attracted. The disciples of the Xianjian sect are numerous. They should be able to cope, shouldn't they? The townsfolk exchanged murmurs, gradually forming a crowd, continuously gesturing towards Xianjian Mountain. Amitabha. At that moment, a monk unexpectedly emerged from the crowd. If Lin Chuan were present, he would surely recognize this individual. This man is none other than Master Fabming, the venerable monk who once urged the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Xianjian sect to reconcile their grievances. Master Fabming's brow was furrowed in concern. He had chanced upon this location while en route to visit the Xianjian sect, only to be met with the unsettling sounds emanating from Xianjian Mountain. Are you unaware? This is a once-in-a-century beast tide. A middle-aged man, eager for excitement, remarked nonchalantly, "Though the Xianjian sect boasts numerous disciples, they may struggle to cope. If things go awry, they might face annihilation. Master Fat Ming, whose eyes were initially narrowed, now widened them in astonishment. What? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, retorting. Why do you react so dramatically, old monk? Can't you see for yourself? Even from this distance, one can observe the ferocious beasts galloping. It is truly terrifying. Master Fat Ming tightened his grip on the Buddhist beads in his hand. Bah. Without further delay, he hastened away, accompanied by several young monks, towards the Xianjian sect. At this moment, he was acutely aware that the Xianjian sect was likely facing a grave calamity. The term beast tide, which harks back to ancient times, was unexpectedly re-emerging today. Decades ago, multiple Heavenly Emperor experts had to intervene to quell the beast tide that had occurred a century prior. Now, with not a single Heavenly Emperor among them, how could the Xianjian sect possibly withstand the onslaught of the beast tide? Not only Master Fat Ming, but countless practitioners from various esteemed sects, drawn by the strange commotion, began to converge upon this location. Soul-devouring scaled beasts? Master Fat Ming was the first to arrive, and upon sighting two soul-devouring scaled beasts, his countenance darkened considerably. Master Fa Ming? At this moment, the esteemed disciples of various prestigious sects, arriving one after another, found themselves unable to discern the true identity of this colossal creature, prompting them to hesitantly inquire. Master Fa Ming narrowed his eyes and sighed softly, declaring, "It is the soul-severing scale beast." He cautioned all those present that anyone below the celestial sovereign realm must not approach. This is a rare and formidable beast tide that occurs but once in a century. Bah. The members of the Xianjian sect found themselves beset by such calamity. A beast tide of this magnitude occurs but once in a century, yet this time, two soul-scales beasts have appeared, an occurrence that is truly a millennium in the making. The surrounding cultivators were struck with a sense of lamentation upon hearing this. They dared not approach too closely, though some had already used their spiritual energy to probe the area. Aside from the ferocious beasts, no other traces of life remained. At that moment, Master Fa Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "We have arrived too late. Not a soul survives in the Xianjian sect." With that, Master Fa Ming gently moved his hands, clasping the prayer beads, intending to guide the vengeful souls to peace. Little did he dream that the Xianjian sect, which had seemed so prosperous just yesterday, now stood devoid of life. Moreover, the sudden onset of the beast tide was utterly bewildering, striking precisely at the Xianjian sect. How could it be that the sect was laid to waste by the beast tide? It seemed inconceivable. Perhaps it was the machinations of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Indeed, the Xianjian sect had long harbored a grudge against the Heavenly Demon Sect. And it was unfathomable that these vile demons would not only slay the sect's leader, but also seek to annihilate the entire lineage. That cold-hearted woman, Leng Ningshuang, was truly nefarious. We must avenge our brothers of the Xianjian sect. Hearing these bewildering remarks from the onlookers, the cultivators who had arrived first could no longer contain themselves. The Heavenly Demon Sect? Surely, you overestimate them. Did you not hear Master Fa Ming? This is a peak-level beast. The Soul Scales beast. Does the Heavenly Demon Sect possess such power to summon two of them? Enough with their cultivation. How could they even comprehend the nature of the Soul Scales beast? Indeed, we should retreat. This creature is akin to a pseudo-emperor level entity. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Initially, they suspected the involvement of the Heavenly Demon Sect, given the long-standing enmity between them and the Xianjian sect. Fearing retribution from the Xianjian sect, it was not unfathomable that Leng Ningshuang would seek to obliterate them. Yet upon witnessing the Soul Scales beast, they swiftly abandoned this notion. If the Heavenly Demon Sect possessed the capability to control such beasts, they would surely become the most formidable sect in the world. No. This matter is likely inextricably linked to the Heavenly Demon Sect. At that juncture, a group of monks suddenly appeared amidst the crowd. However, their attire suggested they were not monks from the Fanyin Temple. Master Conjue. The surrounding cultivators, upon seeing the situation, swiftly parted to grant passage. Master Mingjue raised his eyes and beheld the newcomer. It was none other than Master Conjue of the Tianyin Temple. What could prompt such words from Master Conjue? It seemed evident that this beast tide was instigated by the very forces of chaos. Master Mingjue could not help but furrow his brow slightly, responding in a low voice. It was not that he harbored any intention to shield the Tianma sect, but rather that the Fanyin Temple and the Tianyin Temple had long been at odds. The Fanyin Temple advocated harmony, seeking to guide others through the teachings of Buddhism and reason, while the Tianyin Temple held a starkly contrasting view, favoring the use of strength to enlighten. In essence, the Fanyin Temple promoted the propagation of Buddhist doctrine, whereas the Tianyin Temple was exceedingly belligerent. Consequently, although both sects were renowned orthodox factions, a certain animosity lingered between them. Thus, Master Mingjue instinctively assumed that Master Kangjue had come to undermine him. Though this place was the den of the beasts, the old monk sensed a faint trace of demonic energy, while he could not ascertain the exact origin of this energy. The Tianma sect bore the greatest suspicion. Master Kangjue, with a serious countenance, elucidated, the Tianma sect and the Xianjin sect are sworn enemies. The Tianma sect's holy son, Lin Chuan, has even slain the leader of the Xianjin sect. It is plausible that the Tianma sect summoned this beast tide as revenge against the Xianjin sect. Such a beast tide cannot simply materialize, Master Mingjue replied, shaking his head slightly. If it were a typical beast tide, perhaps the Tianma sect could employ secret techniques to summon it. However, how could they possibly attract a being like the Lihuan Lingjia beast? Master Kangjue let out a cold laugh. Perhaps it was merely an unintended consequence. Master Mingjue sighed deeply. Such reasoning seems rather far-fetched. The surrounding cultivators pondered this. Yet the majority still aligned with Master Mingjue. Although there was residual demonic energy implicating the Tianma sect, without concrete evidence. It was indeed difficult to believe that the Tianma sect possessed the power to summon a legendary creature, such as the Lihuan Lingjia beast. As the two engaged in their debate, many cultivators shifted their gazes towards the Lihuan Lingjia beasts. Despite their formidable strength, these two beasts possessed a critical flaw. Their reaction speed was exceedingly sluggish. Nonetheless, their inherent pressure and unyielding defenses more than compensated for this shortcoming. It was precisely due to their slow reactions that they sensed the dissipating aroma of the beast summoning pill. At this moment, they had no desire to linger and were preparing to depart quietly. Look, they are about to flee. This is a 9th-grade ferocious beast. With so many of us present, why not join forces to subdue them? Indeed, the inner core of a 9th-grade ferocious beast is immensely valuable, especially as this one possesses a peak 9th-grade inner core. At this moment, the source of several voices remained unknown. Have you all lost your minds? Do you not see that the 80,000 disciples of the Xianyuan sword sect have been annihilated by them? Who does not recognize the preciousness of the inner cores of 9th-grade ferocious beasts? Yet, the prerequisite is that one must possess the strength to confront them, let alone us. Even if 2 celestial emperors were to arrive, they would likely not stand a chance against these 2 beasts. At the forefront, several righteous cultivators hastily interjected to dissuade them. However, it was already too late. A few recently ascended to the Heavenly Saint-level rogue cultivators could no longer restrain their eagerness to test their mettle. Observing the lethargic movements of the soul-devouring scaled beasts, they believed that with sufficient speed, they might evade harm. Moreover, cultivators of the Heavenly Saint level would not be affected by the oppressive aura surrounding them. Yet, as these few cultivators approached the soul-devouring scaled beasts, suddenly, the scales of these 2 creatures stood erect, and they unleashed a barrage towards the approaching cultivators. Boom! These scales are explosive. The speed was so immense that the few individuals had no time to react, instantly obliterated into a mist of blood, leaving not even remnants of their garments. Truly, this is the pinnacle of a 9th-tier ferocious beast, a power beyond compare. At that moment, Sheng Lingfeng, the leader of the Tianmiao sect, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed that such a terrifying beast still roamed the world. The fate of those individuals deterred other eager cultivators from pursuing similar aspirations. Who could possibly contend with such a creature? Surely, only a titled celestial emperor could stand a chance. Yet, despite the presence of many formidable individuals among the crowd, how could any of them be a titled celestial emperor? Such beings are merely legendary. Reluctantly, everyone refrained from acting recklessly, watching as the 2 soul-scale armored beasts departed quietly. Meanwhile, in the Nightshade Mountain. Nightshade Mountain is an enigmatic range situated at the boundary of Yin and Yang. Though not particularly lofty, it is enveloped in thick, swirling black mist, rendering it inhospitable to most living beings. Except, of course, for the Baigui sect, which resides halfway up the mountain. Despite the oppressive Yin energy of Nightshade Mountain, it serves as the optimal locale for cultivating the equally sinister techniques of the Baigui sect, due to its secluded nature and the ruthlessness of the Baigui sect's members. Few dare to tread here or provoke them. Although the overall strength of the Baigui sect is not formidable, with its leader merely a celestial saint who has yet to ascend to the realm of celestial emperor, the only true powerhouse within the sect is the ancient figure known as Baiku. Nevertheless, even sects with celestial emperors typically avoid antagonizing the Baigui sect, for they possess various means to render one's existence a desperate struggle, leading to inexplicable demise. However, within the usually tranquil Baigui sect, an air of unrest permeated the atmosphere. Where is the scholar? You all have returned, yet why has the scholar not come back? At this moment, The leader of the 100 Ghost Sect, Gui Shashing, was glaring fiercely at several disciples before him. Despite the large number of disciples sent on this mission, the one with the greatest talent, his own cherished disciple, Gui Rushing, had not returned. Although Gui Shashing typically wore an inscrutable expression, his face was now filled with fury. In his eyes, these disciples paled in comparison to the singular importance of Gui Rushing. The unique cultivation methods of the 100 Ghost Sect made it exceedingly rare for individuals with high talent and rapid cultivation to emerge, resulting in many practitioners stagnating at certain stages. This was especially true at the Tianzong realm, which posed the greatest hurdle for the disciples. Gui Rushing was one such exception. And to say that he was the hope of the 100 Ghost Sect would not be an exaggeration. Even the temperamental Baiku old man held high hopes for him. Please, master, quell your anger. At this moment, a considerably older disciple of the 100 Ghost Sect, visibly tense, stammered. Senior brother said he saw something exciting and went to investigate. Who could have foreseen that a level 9 beast, the Emperor Wolf, would appear there? It was precisely for this reason that he went missing. We have searched tirelessly for many days, yet we have found no trace. Ultimately, as the Great Marsh illusion is about to close, we had no choice but to exit the illusion. The disciple's voice dwindled, lacking conviction. He was acutely aware of Gui Rushing's significance to the entire sect. Should anything befall Gui Rushing, he and the others who accompanied him would likely face dire consequences. Upon hearing these words, Gui Shashing's anger flared even more. How can a person simply vanish without a trace? Moreover, Rushing has already broken through to the Tianzhuan realm. Although the level 9 Emperor Wolf possesses strength comparable to a celestial emperor, our sect's agility is unrivaled, and Rushing has mastered it to perfection. He would surely know he could not defeat that Emperor Wolf. How could he possibly not escape? The gathered disciples fell silent. In truth, they too were at a loss. Gui Rushing's agility was unparalleled among the disciples of the sect. Unless he encountered a technique specifically designed to counter the 100 Ghost Sect's agility, he could evade even formidable beings of the Celestial Emperor's lower ranks. Yet, the reality remained. Gui Rushing had indeed vanished. Furthermore, he had left no trace whatsoever. Why did you not follow your senior brother? Now that he is missing, what punishment do you deserve? At this point, Gui Shashing was utterly enraged. With nowhere to vent his fury, he prepared to unleash his wrath upon these disciples before him. Master, please calm your wrath. We will continue searching and surely bring our senior brother back. I implore you to withhold your divine powers. The disciples were suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented aura of malevolence, as a dense shroud of darkness emanated from the vicinity of Ghost Sandstar. This was the clandestine technique known as the 100 Ghosts Decision, a mastery reserved solely for the sect leader of the 100 Ghosts Gate. They were acutely aware that the essence of the 100 Ghosts Decision lay in its ability to siphon the spiritual energy from those who had momentarily paused in their practice, transferring it to the practitioner of this formidable technique. Those deprived of their spiritual power would inevitably face a demise. Their very souls denied the solace of rest. Historically, only those who defected from the 100 Ghosts Gate or committed grave transgressions against its rules faced such a dire fate. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of the 100 Ghosts Decision, the disciples collectively fell to their knees, pleading for mercy, fully cognizant of the grave consequences that awaited them should their spiritual energy be drained, namely, eternal damnation, a fate far more terrifying than mere death. At that moment, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth, dissipating the darkness surrounding Ghost Sandstar. He was momentarily taken aback and turned towards the source of the energy fluctuation. Elder? The one who intervened was none other than the Grand Elder of the 100 Ghosts Gate, the solitary celestial emperor known as the Elder of Withering 100. I too bear responsibility for the disappearance of the scholar. Are you truly considering draining my spiritual essence as well? The elder spoke with an impassive countenance. Ghost Sandstar hastily bowed in respect. I would not dare. The elder stood with hands clasped behind his back and continued with a calm demeanor. The scholar's disappearance is a result of his own hubris. It is likely that his fate is not the doings of the Emperor Wolf, but rather the machinations of others with ulterior motives. Therefore, what good does it do to blame these disciples? Will it bring the scholar back? We can only hold on to the hope that he is still alive. Do you know that over 3,000 individuals vanished during the expedition to the Great Marsh Illusion? All from various sects. Upon hearing the elder's words, Ghost Sandstar was momentarily stunned. What? Such a multitude went missing during a mere expedition to the Great Marsh Illusion? He inquired. Elder, have you discerned anything? The elder shook his head slightly. No. After the scholar's disappearance was reported, I returned to the Great Marsh Illusion to investigate. but I could find no trace of his presence. However, there was a collapse in a significant mountain range within the Great Marsh Illusion. Perhaps the scholar encountered misfortune there. While the Emperor Wolf is formidable, it is merely a cub and lacks the power to obliterate a mountain range. Moreover, Emperor Wolf cubs typically seek sustenance and would not engage in such destructive acts. This matter likely involves a formidable entity within the Great Marsh Illusion. Ghost Sandstar, upon hearing this, found himself unable to quell the turmoil within. A formidable entity? One capable of dismantling an entire mountain range within the Great Marsh Illusion. To possess such power, surely it could not be anything less than a celestial emperor. Otherwise, how could such overwhelming force exist? Gui Shashing could not help but inhale sharply. Within the vast illusion of the Great Marsh, there lurked a being of emperor-level strength? This notion was indeed plausible. The elder Baiku narrowed his eyes and continued, "Moreover, this emperor-level powerhouse likely surpasses my own abilities. To silently obliterate an entire mountain range and simultaneously make 3,000 individuals vanish without a trace is no small feat. Even I, after numerous investigations, have been unable to detect any lingering traces of energy. This individual is truly formidable. Thus, we cannot blame these disciples for what transpired." Shashing found himself perplexed upon hearing this. His most prized disciple had gone missing, and he was to feel grateful? Grateful for what? Observing Gui Shashing's confusion, Elder Baiku elaborated, "You should be thankful that these disciples did not accompany the scholar. Do you realize that among those 3,000, many belong to the same sect? None of those who ventured into the illusion of the Great Marsh have returned. While these disciples may lack the talent of the scholar, they are still the Sea Army de la Sea Army of our sect. Had they followed him, we would have lost our finest." Upon hearing this, Gui Shashing's anger diminished significantly. He glanced at the trembling disciples before him and waved his hand dismissively. "Leave. Return and train diligently. We must have someone break through the shackles of the Heavenly Sect and ascend to the status of Heavenly Venerable." The disciples promptly responded, "Thank you, Sect Leader, thank you. Elder, we shall intensify our training and not slacken." With that, they hastily scurried away from the Sect Leader's hall. For them, this place felt akin to hell. Despite the outward flamboyance of the disciples of the 100 Ghost Sect, within the confines of the sect, they were all exceedingly deferential. Of course, this did not apply to the prodigious Gui Rushing. "Elder, we cannot simply let this enmity against the scholar go unresolved. He is a rare genius, a paragon of our 100 Ghost Sect." Gui Shashing, though beginning to comprehend the situation, still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The fate of Gui Rushing remained uncertain. Whether he was alive or dead was still unclear. However, the collapse of the mountain range was likely the handiwork of the concealed emperor-level powerhouse within the Great Marsh's secret realm. Thus, it was highly probable that Gui Rushing had perished. Elder Baika coldly remarked, "Of course, we cannot let this matter rest. Even if the adversary's strength surpasses mine, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for the scholar." Gui Shashing's eyes narrowed. "Elder, are you suggesting that you wish to venture into the Great Marsh once more?" Elder Baiku nodded solemnly. "Indeed. Although the illusion of the Great Marsh has been sealed, it is not impossible to negotiate for entry. This time, you shall accompany me. The various sects have all suffered considerable losses of their elites and will undoubtedly be enraged. At that time, a multitude of formidable individuals will inevitably return to the Great Marsh Illusion for investigation. This matter is far from over. Even that bloodthirsty sect's Li Tangfeng has gone missing, and the ancient figure of the bloodthirsty sect will undoubtedly not let this slide. When the moment arrives, we could collaborate to uncover the truth behind this affair. Even those at the pinnacle of the celestial emperor rank may not be insurmountable." Upon hearing the words of the elder Baiku, Gui Shashing couldn't help but pause momentarily. The ancient figure of the bloodthirsty sect? There could only be one person. The grand elder of the bloodthirsty sect, Li Juntong. Li Juntong's prowess has long ascended to the level of the celestial emperor. However, due to various circumstances, he has been unable to break through to the rank of a titled celestial emperor. Thus, he has been in seclusion for over a century. Li Tangfeng is, in fact, the great-grandson of Li Juntong and one of the most gifted individuals within the bloodthirsty sect. If Li Juntong were to intervene, even those of the celestial emperor rank would find it difficult to withstand the wrath of the collective, unless they are a titled celestial emperor. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Gui Shashing shook his head. The Great Marsh Illusion is merely a realm for trials set by the celestial and divine sects. How could a titled celestial emperor reside within? Therefore, retrieving Gui Rushing is not devoid of hope. Excellent. Grand Elder, there is no time to lose. When shall we set out? Gui Shashing is now brimming with eagerness. He is desperate to embark immediately to locate Gui Rushing, even if Gui Rushing is already deceased. At the very least, he must identify the perpetrator and exact vengeance for Gui Rushing's demise. However, Elder Baiku shook his head, stating, "Patience is essential. We must not act hastily. That ancient figure may not have exited his seclusion yet. Surely, the bloodthirsty sect's members are in a frenzy, likely seeking him out. When the time comes and he emerges, he will certainly come to find us. At that point, we shall set forth." Upon hearing Elder Baiku's words, Gui Shashing nodded vigorously. The style of the 100 Ghosts sect has always been such. They do not initiate strikes unless there is a benefit to be gained. While Li Jintong possesses extraordinary strength, a single individual's power is limited, and he will inevitably seek out his old acquaintance, Elder Baiku. In this manner, we might even turn misfortune into fortune and obtain some advantages from Li Jintong. The fate of Rushing remains uncertain, given the circumstances. It may be more prudent to leverage this situation to acquire some gains and mitigate our losses. Grand Elder, shall it be just the two of us who venture forth? Should we notify the second and third elders as well? Gui Shashing hesitated for a moment, then inquired. The 100 Ghosts sect is unlike other factions. In most sects, although the elders may possess strength surpassing that of the sect leader, they must still heed the leader's commands. Only in significant matters can the elders convene to deliberate and decide whether to endorse the leader's proposals. In contrast, the 100 Ghosts sect's leader merely oversees all disciples. Nearly all authority rests with the 3 fixed elders of the sect. At present, the second elder and the third elder are in seclusion, striving to attain the Heavenly Emperor realm. Should they be summoned, their semi-heavenly emperor prowess could prove quite beneficial. However, the aged Baiku shook his head solemnly, saying, "There is no need. They are in a critical phase of their breakthrough and must not be disturbed. The 2 of us will suffice. Moreover, the scholar is the third elder's great-grandson. If the third elder were to learn of this, he would surely be consumed by rage. If this results in his failure to break through, the burden of responsibility would be too great for us both to bear." Upon hearing this, Gui Shashing could only acquiesce. After all, there were other sect members accompanying them. This expedition would surely yield a resolution. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the one responsible for slaying Gui Rushing and the 3,000 disciples from various sects was not a figure of the upper echelon of heavenly emperors, but rather Lin Chuan, who had just recently broken through to the heavenly saint level. However, since Lin Chuan had eradicated all potential threats, they had not considered the direction of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Report. Just as Gui Shashing and the Elder Baiku were engaged in their discussion, a disciple from the 100 Ghosts sect rushed in with great urgency, dressed in the garb of a scout dispatched by the sect. This individual was a vital asset of the prominent sect, particularly as a member of the demonic faction, where spies are indispensable. It is precisely due to the reports from these scouts that the remote 100 Ghosts sect is able to remain informed about the movements of other sections. What could be the cause of such alarm? Gui Shashing inquired, his expression grave. The scouts of the 100 Ghosts sect are trained from a young age. They would never intrude so recklessly unless the situation were truly dire. Reporting to the sect master and the elder, the Xinjian sect has been annihilated. The scout panted, breathless. What? Gui Shashing's expression instantly darkened ominously. Could it be the work of the celestial demon sect? The elder Baiku also exhibited a semblance of astonishment but waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not panic. The Xinjian sect boasts over 80,000 disciples and numerous protective formations. How could the celestial demon sect extinguish them at will? What exactly transpired?" The scout, not daring to delay, hurriedly responded, "It appears there has been a significant beast tide. Various righteous sects have dispatched personnel, and even those from Tianyin Temple and Fanyin Temple have arrived. According to reports, by the time they reached the Xinjian sect, the grounds were drenched in blood, with no survivors in sight. Due to the overwhelming number of righteous sect disciples, they did not dare to venture too deeply." Upon hearing this news, Gish's face turned ashen. Absurd. A beast tide is a rare occurrence. How could it manifest so suddenly? And near the Xinjian sect, no less? Such coincidences are implausible. The scout, rendered speechless by fear, fell silent. Elder Baiku gestured for the scout to withdraw and spoke solemnly. "Do you suspect that this incident was orchestrated by the celestial demon sect?" Gui Shashing snorted coldly. "It must be so. Our sect had just reached an agreement with the Xinjian sect to jointly eradicate the celestial demon sect. How could it be mere coincidence that the Xinjian sect faced a beast tide at this very moment? This is undoubtedly the work of the celestial demon sect." However, Elder Baiku shook his head slightly, the celestial demon sect's doing? Even the celestial emperor cannot summon a beast tide, let alone the peak 9th level ferocious beasts. Do you truly believe that Leng Ningshuang possesses such abilities? As for the Xianjin sect, they are merely a mid-tier sect. Their destruction is inconsequential. For now, our priority is to locate the scholar. After years, our 100 Ghost sect has finally produced a talent. We must see him alive or find his remains. As for the temporary alliance against the celestial demon sect, we shall discuss that once we ascertain the scholar's whereabouts. Although Guixing felt a lingering resentment, he could only nod in agreement upon hearing Elder Baiku's words. Indeed, even a powerful celestial emperor cannot conjure a beast tide. The downfall of the Xianjian sect can only be attributed to their misfortune, not to others' machinations. Moreover, to contend with the celestial demon sect, the Bloodslaughter sect and 100 Ghost sect suffice. The Xianjian sect is expendable. Even if Leng Ningshuang is a celestial emperor, she is but one individual. How could one celestial emperor withstand the combined force of two? Contemplating this, Guixing nodded heavily and murmured, "However, the Great Marsh illusion has now closed. How shall we reopen it? If we wait for it to activate on its own, it may not occur for another century." Elder Baiku waved his hand, ominously declaring, "I have my methods." Meanwhile, within the Bloodslaughter sect, the formidable elder Li Zhentong emerged from his seclusion, not for any trivial matter, but due to the inexplicable disappearance of the prodigal talent, Li Taifeng, who had only recently graced the sect. This Li Taifeng was not merely a genius of the Bloodslaughter sect. He was also the sole grandson of Li Zhentong, with a temperament as fiery as his reputation. Li Zhentong, in stark contrast to the serene elder Baiku, was consumed with fury. Are you suggesting that two Empyrean-level beings were stirred within the Great Marsh illusion? And as a result, my grandson has vanished? Li Zhentong's countenance darkened ominously as he fixed his gaze upon the disciple of another sect, who had been apprehended. After all, not a single disciple from the Bloodslaughter sect had returned alive. Thus, the only recourse was to extract information from others. However, Li Zhentong's methods of inquiry were rather ruthless. At that moment, the disciple knelt upon the ground, bloodied and battered, clearly having endured significant torment. Trembling, he spoke. "Great Lord of the Blade, I assure you that my words are the absolute truth." Initially, a formidable being struck out, shattering an entire mountain range, resulting in the disappearance of 3,000 disciples, including the young master. Who but an Empyrean-level powerhouse could possibly shake such a vast mountain? We had just retrieved treasures from the illusion when we heard a tremendous roar at the entrance, coinciding with the mountain's collapse. Indeed, there are two Empyrean-level beings within the Great Marsh illusion. In that moment, the disciple divulged all that he knew, hoping only for the chance to preserve his life. He lamented his misfortune, having been ensnared by this fiend merely for indulging in a visit to the Flower Fragrance Pavilion on his return journey to the sect. Without a second thought, his own meridians had been shattered. Even if he were to return, he feared he would emerge as little more than a cripple. As this thought engulfed him, despair filled his eyes. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he clung to the hope of preserving his life. Two heavenly emperors? Did you truly think I could be easily deceived? When did the title of Heavenly Emperor lose its significance? Can there truly be two within such a mere illusion? Li Zhentong, rather than displaying anger, laughed, causing his disciple to shudder in fear. A chill ran down the back of his neck, as if death had wrapped itself around him. Suddenly, Li Zhentong raised his palm. A fierce wind erupted, and the floor trembled violently, producing a cracking sound. In an instant, the disciple in white robes was drawn towards him, his neck crushed in an instant. Not only that, but his body also became remarkably desiccated, evidently drained of all vitality. At that moment, Shuishengzi, the long-silent leader of the Blood Fiend sect, clasped his hands and addressed Li Zhentong, saying, "My lord, what shall we do now?" Li Zhentong narrowed his eyes, revealing his blood-red teeth, and coldly replied, "What shall we do? The Great Zay illusion has now closed. We must find a way to force it open. If indeed there are two heavenly emperors within, I alone cannot contend with them. Hasn't the ghost scholar of the 100 Ghost sect also gone missing? We must first seek out the elder Baiku. Only together can we face the two heavenly emperors. As for how to open the illusion, we shall decide that when the time comes." Upon hearing Li Zhentong's words, Shuishengzi immediately understood and set off with him towards the 100 Ghost sect. After a moment's contemplation, Leng Ningshuang nodded in agreement with Lin Chuan's proposal. Given her current condition, it was indeed unwise for her to travel continuously. Not only was she exceedingly weak, but further exertion could leave her with lingering ailments. Moreover, in her frail state, encountering past enemies on the road could prove fatal. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's consent, Lin Chuan quickly turned and led her towards a nearby small town. However, rather than a town, it would be more fitting to refer to it as a village. The scale of the village was not insignificant, with a rough estimate of several thousand households. Therefore, various inns, taverns, and shops were plentiful. "Ah, esteemed guest, please come in. Are you looking for accommodation?" Upon entering an inn, the welcoming attendant, upon seeing Lin Chuan and the weakened Leng Ningshuang he was carrying, displayed an expression of understanding. "Hee, esteemed guest. Please proceed to the second floor. Our rooms have top-notch soundproofing. Even if you set off firecrackers inside, no one outside will hear a thing." As the attendant continued to extol the virtues of the rooms, Lin Chuan's lips twitched slightly, thoughts bubbling in his mind. Do I really appear so lewd? Leng Ningshuang, eyes closed and resting on his shoulder, felt her face flush crimson. Surely, it was clear what the attendant's words implied. Were she not so weak at this moment, she would have certainly made him pay dearly. However, at this moment, she found herself unable to move, compelled to continue feigning unconsciousness while silently enduring the greatest humiliation of her life. "Very well, simply bring a pot of hot water and leave it at the door. Do not disturb me unless summoned." After selecting a room, Lin Chuan tossed a pouch of silver to the innkeeper, hastily urging him to depart. He could not guarantee that the old hag would not suddenly go mad and attempt to harm him. Upon seeing such a generous sum of money, the innkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. For a guest so lavish, he refrained from further remarks. Yet before leaving, he could not resist winking at Lin Chuan, eliciting a bitter smile from him in return. "Don't put me down yet." Once inside the room, Leng Ningshuang fiercely pinched Lin Chuan's waist. Startled by the sudden pain, he lost his grip. In an instant, Leng Ningshuang began to plummet, prompting Lin Chuan to reach out to catch her. Alas, it was too late. Originally, she had been carried on his back, but the slip sent her tumbling to the ground, her head landing precisely where Lin Chuan had been seated. Just then, Lin Chuan realized what had happened and exerted effort to protect her from falling. However, in his haste, he overlooked the fact that she had already reached the floor. Consequently, Leng Ningshuang's delicate face was unceremoniously pressed against Lin Chuan's backside. "Ah!" A piercing scream resonated, nearly shattering the eardrums. However, outside this room, there was an utter lack of sound, indicating that the innkeeper's claims about the soundproofing were not exaggerated. I didn't mean to." Lin Chuan, startled, instinctively recoiled. At that moment, he felt a tightening sensation, and every hair on his body stood on end. Goodness, this truly felt life-threatening. A moment of carelessness had led to this blunder. It seemed I was doomed. Previously, this old witch would unleash chaos at the slightest provocation, ruthlessly attacking those who dared to tease her. Now, with this incident, once she regained her composure, would I not suffer a fate of being flayed alive and roasted? Lin Chuan cold condensation frost gritted her teeth in fury. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. If she were not so drained at this moment, she might have truly skinned him alive for a barbecue. "Sister, I truly did not mean it." Lin Chuan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. Seeing her like this, I am surely doomed once she regains her strength. Perhaps it is better to take decisive action with that thought. Lin Chuan couldn't help but glance at cold condensation frost, who was also looking back at him. Their eyes met, and a chill ran through cold condensation frost's heart. What do you intend to do?" Realizing Lin Chuan's intentions, she felt a mix of surprise and anger. What does decisive action mean? What is he planning? Could it be that he fears my revenge and intends to silence me now? Of course, Lin Chuan had no thoughts of silencing anyone. He was no ruthless killer. His notion of decisive action simply meant making a hasty exit. After all, he had no desire to harm cold condensation frost. Yet he also did not wish to be slaughtered once she recovered. Given her current weakness, if he did not escape now, when would he? He chuckled to himself, apologies. Esteemed leader. The thought of imminent freedom made Lin Chuan grin broadly. However, this smile appeared sinister in cold condensation frost's eyes, leading her to believe he was about to strike. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes. What she failed to notice was that Lin Chuan had already turned away, rushing towards the door. As he flung it open and peeked outside, he was met by the sight of the innkeeper leading several monks toward him. By heavens! Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Chuan was so startled that he instinctively jumped back. He swiftly turned to close and lock the door in one seamless motion. How could that bald monk have arrived as well? Lin Chuan silently cursed his misfortune. The monk approaching from outside was none other than Master Mingjue, one of the celestial masters he had encountered during the extermination of Hong Tianhe at the Heavenly Demon Sect. Master Mingjue suddenly halted in front of the door where Lin Chuan and the others were gathered. "What is it, master?" he inquired, sensing something peculiar. Strange. There seems to be a residue of demonic energy here. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan felt a knot tighten in his throat. Goodness. Could that old bald monk have discovered us? We are doomed. Master Mingjue, intent on pushing open the door to investigate, was promptly interrupted by the innkeeper. This is preposterous. Our esteemed guest is inside conducting significant business. We cannot allow you to disturb them. The innkeeper, with a forced smile, grasped Mingjue's hand and insisted. Our patron is a regular here. I assure you, they are not the person you seek. We must not intrude. Mingjue, possessing a sense of reason, refrained from forcing his way in. After all, he had merely sensed a faint trace of energy, and given the comings and goings in the vicinity, it was not unusual for individuals of the demonic path to pass through. Thus, he let the matter slide and, under the innkeeper's guidance, proceeded to the farthest room from there. Although the room was remarkably soundproof, Lin Chuan leaned against the door and managed to glean some understanding of the happenings outside. Well done, my friend. Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the innkeeper's timely intervention. Indeed, there are times when a touch of generosity yields abundant rewards. It seems the money spent earlier was not in vain. Leaning against the door, he exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang, after closing her eyes for an extended period without any further developments, opened them in confusion. What is he doing? Noticing Lin Chuan's anxious demeanor, her mind swirled with questions. The impeccable soundproofing of the room meant she remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. What are you doing? She asked, reclining on the floor and gazing at Lin Chuan. At that moment, Lin Chuan snapped back to reality. Sure, keep your voice down. That old bald monk is outside. Startled by Leng Ningshuang's inquiry, Lin Chuan had momentarily forgotten about the room's soundproofing capabilities. Is it Mingjue? Upon hearing these words, Leng Ningshuang was taken aback. Given her current predicament, if Mingjue were to discover her, it would undoubtedly spell her demise. However, upon reflection, wasn't Lin Chuan also intent on silencing her? Inescapably, death loomed on either side. Yet, Lin Chuan had yet to make a move, which left her perplexed. Aren't you intent on killing me? A trace of bitterness crossed Leng Ningshuang's face. Her character was certainly not exemplary. In the end, she found herself the victim of Lin Chuan's misguided assumptions. It was now conceivable that this misunderstanding could lead to her own execution. Contemplating these thoughts, an unbearable sorrow welled within her. Who could have anticipated that she would ultimately fall prey to this nemesis? Closing her eyes once more, she implored, Master, please do not speak recklessly. How could I ever dare to disrespect you? Beside her, Lin Chuan found himself at a loss, his thoughts racing. Had this old hag's severe injuries affected her mind? When did I ever intend to kill her? Goodness, could she be mistaking me for someone else? Sensing Lin Chuan's thoughts, Leng Ningshuang's expression faltered. Had she misunderstood? Yet, he had just been contemplating a decisive course of action. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Ah, Lin Chuan, even at this moment, you were still preoccupied with thoughts of escape. Help me up. Cold condensation frost seemed to be so enraged that her complexion flushed slightly. How infuriating it was to have mistakenly believed he intended to take her life. It was evident that such a notion was absurd. Otherwise, he would not have stood up for her back at the sect, taking the blame upon himself. She felt a wave of shame wash over her for her malicious assumptions. However, Lin Chuan remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. He simply observed her ever-changing expressions and wondered if she had truly lost her senses. Supporting cold condensation frost, he guided her to the bedside. Her fragrant, delicate form leaned against him, stirring a tumult of emotions within his heart. Goodness! Although this old hag had a somewhat irritable temperament, her figure, her skin, who could possibly resist such allure? Unbeknownst to him, cold condensation frost had heard his unguarded thoughts. Had it been someone else, she might have fought to her last breath to vanquish them. Yet, in response to Lin Chuan's lewd musings, she felt a mix of annoyance and an unexpected thrill of delight. This intricate blend of emotions left her feeling somewhat feverish and flustered, an experience entirely foreign to her. You should rest for a moment. I will fetch you some water. Concerned that he might lose control, Lin Chuan gently laid her down on the bed and hastily made his way to the door. Stay composed, stay composed. Come on, brother, you must hold it together. Observing Lin Chuan staring down at his own lap, cold condensation frost suddenly let out a soft laugh. It was a rare sight to see him in such an awkward predicament. Nevertheless, regarding the thoughts swirling in his mind, she felt her cheeks flush as she silently cursed him. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Lin Chuan cautiously opened the door. Upon noticing the warm water placed at the entrance, he swiftly brought it inside. Unfortunately, Mingju and his companions were also staying at this inn. Although the rooms were protected by formations designed to obscure one's presence and sounds, such measures were rudimentary at best in the secular world, warranting extra caution. Ahem. I've placed the hot water here for you, Lin Chuan said, setting the basin beside the bed of cold condensation. Under normal circumstances, this would suffice, however. An unsettling fire began to ignite within him. As a man, one typically possesses the ability to maintain control, yet when that insidious heat surged, the temptation to indulge became overwhelming. Moreover, the allure before him was far beyond that of mere fantasies. To withstand it now was a test of will. Knowing that should he act too hastily, the consequences upon cold condensation's awakening would be dire indeed. Come here. Cold condensation frost languidly leaned against the pillow, her soft, mellifluous voice resonating with an alluring charm at that moment. Come over? Lin Chuan inhaled deeply. Damn it, I can barely contain myself right now. And you still want me to approach? Is this not compelling me to commit a crime? I cannot move. You ought to help me wipe my face. Cold condensation frost turned her head to gaze at the fidgeting Lin Chuan, a subtle hint of triumph gracing her features. Well, finally it's your turn. Serves you right for always provoking me. Lin Chuan noticed the expression on cold condensation frost's face. You've got to be kidding me. Is she teasing me? Damn. And she is even smiling. Indeed. She is undeniably toying with me. With a hint of provocation on her face. Cold condensation frost observed Lin Chuan's struggle to maintain his composure. Unable to withstand the temptation any longer, he strode forward confidently, wrung out a towel, and then hesitated, holding the towel aloft, unsure of his next move. This was solely due to the mischievous smile on cold condensation frost's face, which sent shivers down his spine. Her intentions were inscrutable. Should he succumb to temptation, who knows what retaliation she might unleash. Esteemed sect leader, there are distinctions between genders. Perhaps it would be better if you wiped your own face. Seeing Lin Chuan's reluctance to approach, cold condensation frost felt both exasperated and amused. What happened to your bravado back at the sect when you insisted on warming my bed? Why are you so timid now? Lin Chuan laughed awkwardly. What a joke. Back at the sect, his mind was solely preoccupied with escaping, and he had been in a passive position then. If something were to occur, he would be the victim. But this time was different. He had transitioned from a passive role to an active one. If he inadvertently offended this ancient enchantress, it could spell disaster for him. Were it not for the old bald monk Mingju being present, he would have longed to flee on the spot. All right, enough jesting. Please wipe my face. I'm drenched in sweat and feeling quite miserable. Observing his evident discomfort, cold condensation frost decided to cease her teasing. Moreover, being soaked in perspiration was indeed rather unpleasant. Seeing her in such a state, Lin Chuan felt a sense of relief. He cautiously took the towel and began to wipe cold condensation frost's cheeks, albeit from a considerable distance. His posture resembled that of someone standing on a stool, attempting to reach the chandelier on the ceiling, stretching out his hand, yet barely able to touch anything. What are you doing? Cold condensation frost asked, somewhat speechless. Come a little closer. Lin Chuan was jolted back to reality by that delicate call. What was wrong with him? This was precisely what that old witch had requested. Why should he fear anything? With these thoughts in mind, he felt the weight of psychological burden dissipate. He casually dragged a stool from beside the tea table and then wrung out a towel once more. He began to meticulously wipe away the fragrant sweat from the cool mist on her cheeks and neck. With a soft exhale, Lin Chuan distinctly felt the breath of frigid frost glide across the back of his hand, so near that it sent a shiver through him. Grumble. As their gazes met, Lin Chuan instinctively swallowed hard. Damn it. No. Hold on. Hold on. Leng Ningshuang also keenly sensed Lin Chuan's breathing becoming increasingly labored. Her face flushed, and her heart raced. Very well. After wiping away the sweat from the frost-covered face, Lin Chuan immediately prepared to flee. However, the frost called him to a halt. My hand is also uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's body stiffened, yet he could only comply with a sense of resignation. The moment he reached out to grasp the delicate hand of the frost, the sensation nearly caused his already tumultuous mind to lose all semblance of reason. He exhaled heavily once more, yet this time, there was a slight tremor in his breath. As Lin Chuan wiped the beads of sweat from the back of his hand, he silently recited Amitabha within his heart. At this moment, Lin Chuan was not the only one whose mind was in turmoil. As the passive party, Leng Ningshuang was also experiencing a fluttering heart. Feeling the warmth emanating from Lin Chuan's palm, she was filled with shyness yet feared that he might suddenly let go. This contradictory and peculiar sensation was becoming somewhat addictive for her. Before long, Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and finally wiped away the sweat from Leng Ningshuang's hand. Sister, I am truly afraid of you. If you make me do anything else, I fear I will lose control. Lin Chuan silently prayed, and Leng Ningshuang, of course, heard his heartfelt thoughts. This time, she indeed refrained from asking him to do anything further. However, she did not wish to release Lin Chuan either. Thus, when he prepared to withdraw his hand, the previously unassertive Leng Ningshuang unexpectedly grasped his palm tightly. Sectmaster? With her eyes tightly shut, Leng Ningshuang seemed to convey to Lin Chuan that she had fallen asleep. Yet, the slight twitching of her brows betrayed her true state. Master? Lin Chuan called out to her several times, yet she remained unresponsive. As the saying goes, one can never awaken someone feigning sleep. Quite literally. It was evident that Lin Chuan could not rouse Leng Ningshuang. In his helplessness, he could only endure the torment of her grasping his hand. Before long, Lin Chuan began to feel drowsy. Following the fierce battle of the day, although he had not exhausted himself to the brink of collapse like Leng Ningshuang, he was indeed quite fatigued. Now that he had relaxed, the weariness surged forth uncontrollably. In a daze, he leaned against the head of the bed and succumbed to a deep slumber. In a secluded valley amidst the mountains, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted. The fierce beasts within the forest were startled and fled in all directions. The Grand Elder has emerged from seclusion. Outside the valley, several elderly figures clad in dark red robes gazed in astonishment and delight at the scene within. What brings you to summon me? A figure enveloped in a crimson mist soared forth from the valley. Wherever the blood shadow passed, the flora and fauna withered, devoid of life. Elder, you have achieved the rank of the Celestial Emperor. The elders' faces turned pale with astonishment at the overwhelming aura surrounding the blood shadow, which quickly transformed into uncontainable joy. As the blood mist gradually dissipated, the figure landed before them, revealing an extremely emaciated form. Were it not for his current movements, one might mistake him for a mere corpse. He was Li Jintang, the Grand Elder of the Blood Fiend sect. The ascent to the rank of Celestial Emperor is no trivial feat. Li Jintang sighed deeply and then smiled faintly. Indeed, I have recently gained some insights. Upon hearing his words, the elders were elated. It is well known that their Grand Elder was already a Celestial Emperor, and now with newfound insights, he was on the verge of grasping the threshold of a true Celestial Emperor, reaching the realm of a pseudo-Celestial Emperor. This was a momentous occasion, for the rank of Celestial Emperor had become legendary. Now, with such a figure brushing against the threshold of this esteemed rank, the Blood Fiend sect had undeniably advanced to a premier power. You have summoned me with the red talisman. What grave matter has transpired? Feeling buoyed by his recent enlightenment, Li Jintang was nonetheless aware that the red talisman is employed only in the face of severe issues within the sect, which piqued his concern. At the sound of his inquiry, the elders recalled the purpose of their visit. However, as they prepared to speak, their expressions darkened. Grand Elder, it is Tang Feng. Tang Feng is in trouble. Their faces grew heavy with gravity, for Li Tang Feng was the Grand Elder's great-grandson, and had been greatly favored by him prior to his seclusion. Now that something had befallen Li Tang Feng, and with the sect unaware of the perpetrator, it was indeed a difficult situation to account for. What did you say? Li Jintang's aura suddenly surged, and he effortlessly grasped the elder who had spoken from a distance. Who could have done this? The other elders trembled in fear and hurriedly bowed, saying, Esteemed Grand Elder, the identity of the assailant is currently under investigation. However, it can be confirmed that he is likely a formidable figure of the Heavenly Emperor's rank. Li Jintang's gaze sharpened as he forcefully hurled the elder aside. The Heavenly Emperor's position? In the past, he might have hesitated, but now, having grasped a glimmer of opportunity to attain the title of Heavenly Emperor, he pondered who could rival him beneath such a title. He resolved to return to the sect, leaving the reckoning for later. Li Jintang cast a cold glance at the few individuals present, and then transformed into a mist of blood, vanishing atop the mountain peaks. Within the inn of the small town, time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Lin Chuan languidly awakened. After a refreshing slumber, he felt an unusual comfort, nearly prompting a soft groan to escape his lips. However, just as he was about to stretch and emit a sound of contentment, he suddenly realized that he lay upon a bed. Moreover, beside him rested cold Ningshuang. At that moment, her breathing was steady, indicating she was in a deep sleep. What in the world was happening? A jolt of shock surged through Lin Chuan, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Observing his arm encircling cold Ningshuang's waist, he instinctively attempted to withdraw it, only to find that his hand was firmly grasped by her. A soft moan escaped, and Leng Ningshuang turned over, adopting a supine position. Fortunately, there were no signs of her awakening. Before Lin Chuan could breathe a sigh of relief, He was startled to find that Leng Ningshuang had taken hold of his arm and drawn it towards her, seemingly using it as a makeshift pillow. Oh, no, not this. As he watched her place his arm upon her chest, a cry of despair welled up within him. The sensation was overwhelming. Tears brimmed in Lin Chuan's eyes. Oh heavens, I am truly doomed this time. His face reflected sorrow, yet his hand, betraying him, began to move of its own accord. Who could withstand such a predicament? If it were true that Leng Ningshuang was unaware due to her slumber, let the heavens bear witness that I, Lin Chuan, am entirely innocent. This hand acts without my command. It is its own doing. I swear. Even as he felt guilty for taking advantage of the situation, Lin Chuan found himself trapped. Leng Ningshuang held his hand tightly, and pulling it away abruptly would surely rouse her. Yet, allowing her to continue holding it would also lead to her awakening sooner or later. Lin Chuan was acutely aware of the proverbial tiger he was riding. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Are you conspiring to bring about my demise? Thoughts raced through his mind. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang, lying beside him, began to stir. Just as Lin Chuan was lost in his musings, she gradually awoke, startled by his desperate pleas to refrain from something. Upon waking, she realized that these were merely the thoughts echoing in Lin Chuan's mind. To her surprise, even in slumber, she could hear his innermost sentiments. Just as she was about to speak, it dawned on her Lin Chuan had somehow climbed into her bed. How audacious! What could he possibly be doing? Strangely, aside from her initial anger and shock, she felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. As she continued to feign sleep, she sensed what Lin Chuan was up to, sometimes gentle as a breeze caressing still waters, at other times fierce as an eagle seizing its prey. The sensation was both wondrous and extraordinary. Cold condensation Frost suddenly gasped, perhaps unable to restrain herself from exerting too much force. This nearly startled Lin Chuan out of his wits. He jolted awake, biting down hard on his tongue. Damn, that was close. The shock restored Lin Chuan's composure, and he dared not make even the slightest move. This is utterly infuriating. I am not Lu Xiaohui. Why must I be subjected to such tests? No. If this continues, once this old witch awakens, she will surely make mincemeat of me. Lin Chuan felt a surge of anxiety and cautiously attempted to withdraw his hand. Cold condensation Frost sensed his intention, and an overwhelming feeling of resentment bubbled within her. How detestable! Wicked Lin Chuan! Wicked Lin Chuan! After treating her like that, he dares to call her an old witch. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she seized Lin Chuan's hand, bringing it to her lips. Then, she bit down fiercely. Lin Chuan winced in pain, and before he could utter another sound, he hastily covered his mouth with his other hand. Oh no! Has the old witch awakened? He stared at Leng Ningshuang, only to discover that her eyes remained firmly shut. Could it be that she is merely dreaming? Although Leng Ningshuang was infuriated, she dared not wake up in this moment, having been so thoroughly taken advantage of by Lin Chuan. Awakening now would certainly lead to an embarrassment so profound she might wish to vanish into the ground. There was no alternative. Her heart was already in turmoil thanks to this adversary. At this juncture, even though thoughts of wanting to kill him crossed her mind, she found herself increasingly reluctant to act. In the midst of her swirling thoughts, Leng Ningshuang's grip slackened. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chuan swiftly withdrew his hand. He then capitalized on the moment to roll off the bed, finally allowing his anxious heart to settle. To think that I have survived. Indeed. The heavens do not wish for this handsome youth to perish prematurely. While Lin Chuan secretly reveled in his good fortune, the seemingly sleeping Leng Ningshuang seethed with fury. You scoundrel, Lin Chuan. It was I who spared you, not the heavens. You fool. Here I am, a formidable being of celestial stature, reduced to a state of vexation akin to an aggrieved wife. Had Lin Chuan been privy to Leng Ningshuang's thoughts, he would not have dared to retreat at this moment. Surely, any man would have already charged into battle. Yet therein lay the issue. Lin Chuan was blissfully unaware of Leng Ningshuang's true sentiments. In his mind, she was nothing more than a fiery temper with an enigmatic disposition, a person whose unpredictable nature could spell disaster if provoked. Woo. As the two individuals were lost in their own thoughts, a sudden howl of a wolf startled them both. What on earth is happening? Cold Ning Frost swiftly leaped off the bed, appearing to have regained considerable composure. Lin Chuan, still reeling from the earlier shock, was nearly overwhelmed by the sight of Cold Ning Frost's sudden movement. After all, he had just engaged in some rather disconcerting actions. A howl echoed through the air once more, prompting the two to pinpoint its source. It was then that they realized it was the imperial wolf that had accompanied Lin Chuan. In the wake of the recent events, They had momentarily forgotten its presence. The Emperor Wolf gazed at Lin Chuan, raising its front paw to indicate its mouth. Lin Chuan, somewhat speechless, realized that this creature was merely craving sustenance. He retrieved 2 level 8 beast core and tossed them to it, which the wolf eagerly crunched and swallowed in a few swift motions. Whimper. Sated in content. The regal wolf licked its lips, then meaningfully inclined its head towards Lin Chuan. Its gaze briefly flickered towards the side, where cold condensation frost stood. Taken aback, Lin Chuan pondered the wolf's intent. What could this signify? In a moment of clarity, he suddenly realized something. Goodness, how did I inexplicably end up in bed? Could it be that this rascal is responsible for it? The regal wolf, seemingly understanding Lin Chuan's expression, revealed a glimmer of mischief in its eyes. Its lips curling into a somewhat infuriating grin. Acknowledging the implication, Lin Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his brows furrowing as if to chastise the creature. The regal wolf, however, merely stuck out its tongue in a dismissive retort. Their silent exchange, filled with exaggerated expressions, left cold condensation frost utterly bewildered. What riddle are you two playing at? Nothing. Nothing at all, Lin Chuan replied, suppressing a nervous chuckle to mask the truth. Unbeknownst to him, his misdeed had already been uncovered, though it had yet to be explicitly addressed. With the regal wolf's presence, the embarrassment that lingered between the two began to dissipate considerably. Cough, cough. The cold and frosty beauty cleared her throat, returning to her icy demeanor. The sect leader had also regained composure, so let us return to the sect at once. Indeed. Indeed. Lin Chuan felt a twinge of unease in his heart, responding repeatedly. Alas, one must never engage in actions that invite guilt. If granted another chance, he would wish to request a different approach for a second encounter. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, the two discreetly disguised themselves and departed the inn. Hastening back to their sect, the journey was uneventful, save for a piece of news that piqued their interest. The Grand Elder of the Blood Slaughter sect had emerged from seclusion, collaborating with the 100 Ghost sect to investigate the occurrences within the secret realm. The joint efforts of the Blood Slaughter sect and the 100 Ghost sect aimed to probe into the deaths of over 3,000 cultivators in the Great Marsh Illusion. The revelation of this alliance sparked considerable discussion within the cultivation community. However, the primary focus of speculation was not merely their collaboration. It was the Grand Elder's affairs that truly captivated attention. Whispers circulated that the Grand Elder had approached the threshold of the titled Emperor of Heaven. Some even claimed he had attained that esteemed title. Yet, seasoned practitioners knew well that achieving such a rank was no simple feat nevertheless. Many believed the rumors of him nearing the Emperor's threshold, and this instilled a degree of trepidation. Naturally, belief breeds skepticism. Both the righteous sects and various dark factions had skeptics who commenced their own investigations. For cultivators from the dark sects, unless they bore a grudge against the Blood Slaughter sect, they were inclined to send emissaries to curry favor. Meanwhile, the major righteous sects kept a watchful eye, wary of this potential breakthrough to the Emperor's status. Mingzhu, this matter is of great significance. We must unite our efforts. Atop a mountain radiant with the light of Buddha, within a resplendent golden hall, Kongju sat cross-legged on one side, his expression grave. Opposite him, Mingzhu similarly bore a serious countenance. Indeed, should a practitioner of the demonic path grasp the way, if he were to succeed in his enlightenment, tranquility in the world would be irrevocably shattered. The multitude of monks in the hall nodded in agreement. Though traditionally at odds with the Tianyin temple, the matters at hand transcended their usual discord as they pertained to the order and safety of the entire realm. Thus, both factions were compelled to forge an alliance to preemptively address any potential extreme events. Masters, is this situation truly so dire? The rumors surrounding Li Zhentong's cultivation seem to stem solely from external speculation, do they not? At the rear of the hall, the sect leader of Tianmiao, Sheng Lingfeng, ventured cautiously. He had merely been passing by when he encountered Master Kongju and had followed him to partake in the gathering, only to witness the unprecedented alliance of two historically discordant righteous sections. Mingzhu glanced at Sheng Lingfeng, pressed his palms together, and replied, Amitabha, sect leader Sheng. I have dispatched individuals to verify the claims, and indeed, there lies a trace of the great Tao within Li Zhentong. The rumors are likely not unfounded. At the side, the master of empty absolute nodded slightly yet did not acknowledge Sheng Lingfeng. Instead, he turned to Mingzhu and remarked, Indeed. But we are still unaware of the depth of his cultivation. Should his realm be exceedingly high, we may need to contact more sections. The two eminent masters of the Heavenly Emperor level approached this matter with utmost caution. Their tone suggested that a coalition of additional righteous sects might be necessary to confront Li Zhentong. This revelation greatly alarmed Sheng Lingfeng. whose own sect was merely a lower middle-tier establishment. As the sect leader, he possessed only the strength of a heavenly saint. To envision a being so formidable that even two heavenly emperor-level sects felt trepidation was truly terrifying. On the summit of Qiyu Mountain, within the hall of the Blood Fiend sect, Li Zhentong sat in the main seat, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly. I have emerged from seclusion for one purpose only, to uncover the truth of what transpired within the great martial illusion. It was evident that the murder of his beloved great-grandson had ignited his fury. Elderly, our 7 absolute sect stands ready to cooperate with your sect's endeavors, proclaimed one representative. Our Night Demon sect is also willing to assist, echoed another. And we, the Blood Demon sect, are prepared to join forces. Numerous representatives from a dozen sects voiced their willingness to collaborate. They were all magic sects that had suffered significant losses of elite disciples within the great martial illusion. Upon hearing of Li Zhentong's emergence and his potential approach to the threshold of becoming a titled Heavenly Emperor, they could no longer contain their anticipation. Their motives were twofold: to extend their congratulations and to ascertain the truth behind the rumors. The third, perhaps, was to join in the effort to clarify the mysteries surrounding the great martial illusion. In truth, many had previously dispatched individuals to investigate the situation within the great martial illusion. However, upon witnessing the aftermath, many were left shaken. The force that had obliterated an entire mountain range was beyond their imagination. Even a rough assessment indicated that the perpetrator's strength was at least that of a heavenly emperor. It is no small jest. The concept of a heavenly emperor is synonymous with invincibility in an era devoid of titled heavenly emperors. Such a free and unconstrained powerhouse would be a being that no sect would dare to provoke lightly. Even those who had suffered losses would refrain from declaring vengeance. Thus, the multitude of sects, whether righteous or demonic, only dared to denounce the act verbally, yet none were bold enough to take substantial action. With Li Zhentong's emergence from seclusion, the various sects flocked to him. Upon witnessing the reality behind the rumors, they promptly sought to align themselves with his cause, joining the ranks devoted to thoroughly investigating and punishing the true culprit. Brotherly, your grand emergence from seclusion is likely to attract the attention of those so-called prestigious sects, someone remarked. Within the grand hall, as various sect cultivators echoed in agreement, the elder Baiku, seated to the side, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of intensity flashed in Li Zhentong's eyes. I have declared that my emergence from seclusion is for but one purpose: to uncover the truth behind the great martial illusion. As for those esteemed orthodox sects, if they refrain from disturbing me, it shall be well. Otherwise, humph. With that disdainful sound, the hearts of all present in the hall trembled, including the formidable heavenly emperor-level warriors. Was this the manifestation of a title-level power? Terrifying indeed. Unassailable. While the cultivators of the orthodox sects and those of the demonic path were frantically mobilizing, Lin Chuan and Leng Ningshuang were also returning to their sect. They had only just received news about the events unfolding in the outside world. Upon learning of the alliance among the orthodox cultivators, the demonic side responded swiftly. Rumors spread like wildfire, hinting at an imminent clash between the righteous and the demonic. At Holy Maiden Peak, as Lin Chuan leisurely strolled outside the hall, his tranquility was abruptly shattered by a melodious call. Junior brother! Junior brother! Without needing to turn around, Lin Chuan already knew who it was. Only the eldest sister, Wen Yiming, of the Tianma sect, had the privilege to address him as such. What is it, sister? Lin Chuan inquired nonchalantly, cradling the back of his head. What is the matter? Wen Yiming inquired, her large eyes wide with concern. Don't you know? It seems we have landed ourselves in a serious predicament. Lin Chuan shrugged nonchalantly, adopting a demeanor of indifference. You are referring to the incident in the day's illusion, correct? Fear not, no one will discover it. Seeing him so dismissive of the gravity of the situation only deepened Wen Nanming's anxiety. This time, Li Zhentong was personally investigating, and rumors suggested he was on the verge of ascending to the rank of a titled Heavenly Emperor. Goodness, a titled Heavenly Emperor. Who knows what means he possesses to uncover the truth? In response, Lin Chuan maintained his unruffled demeanor, shrugging once more. Do not panic. You can trust me to handle this. There wasn't even a hair left at the scene. What could they possibly find? He was quite confident in how he managed the crime scene. He believed that the peculiar creatures beneath the earth had thoroughly devoured the remains of that group. Even if they were to turn the mountains upside down, they would uncover nothing, though still harboring some uncertainty. Wen Yiming felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance witnessing Lin Chuan's calm confidence. It was a peculiar feeling of trust, as if every word that escaped his lips could be believed. As the two conversed, a sudden peal of bells echoed from the main peak, signaling a gathering of all disciples. What has transpired? Who knows? Regardless, we should head over. Indeed. Or else we shall face the ire of the Grand Elder for being late. Upon hearing the bells, disciples of the Tianma sect hurried towards the plaza at the base of the main peak. Within a mere quarter of an hour, aside from those out on missions or in seclusion, nearly 100,000 disciples had assembled. All 9 Grand Elders were present. What could have prompted such a gathering? The Holy Sun was in attendance as well, but what of the sect master? Who could say? Perhaps he was in seclusion once more. In the plaza, the disciples buzzed with speculation, clearly curious about the unfolding events. Silence. The Grand Elder Wei Wuying admonished sternly, his expression grave. Instantly, the assembly fell silent. This gathering was convened to announce 3 significant matters. Upon hearing that there were 3 announcements to make, Lin Chuan, who stood in the corner of the elevated platform, immediately stifled a yawn. The Grand Elder always took his time with announcements, thus squandering Lin Chuan's precious moments of repose. Although he spent his days in leisure, the formality of such occasions was undeniably constraining. For instance, he yearned to take a brief nap. Yet he could not even bring a bed to his side. Ding! The Grand Elder was announcing important matters, while the host chose to be idle. Reward, illusory transformation pill, allows transformation into any target for 1 day. Note, must be consumed in conjunction with an item touched by the target for effectiveness. And only the appearance, scent, and aura can be replicated. One's own strength remains unchanged. Another reward? Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Chuan was even less inclined to pay attention to the Grand Elder's proclamations. The description of the illusory transformation pill left him somewhat exasperated. It seemed rather impractical. The notion of transforming into another person appeared enticing at first glance. However, being a consumable item that required prior contact with the target's belongings for it to be effective was rather limiting. In other words, to utilize this item, he would first need to become a compulsive collector. After all, it was uncertain when this peculiar item might prove useful, and transforming into someone else would merely alter his appearance. If it granted the abilities of the transformed, then it would indeed be a treasure worth pursuing, seeking opportunities in ancient ruins to uncover the relics of formidable beings, and then metamorphosing into an ancient superhuman. Yet, after a brief moment of whimsical fantasy, Lin Chuan couldn't help but wear a bitter smile. Damn it! Yet again, he was faced with such a futile item, which left him quite frustrated. He recalled the rare treasure he had recently acquired, the 4th-ranked primordial supreme blade. Tragically, that prized possession had barely warmed in his grasp before it was rendered useless, and even now, the recollection of it caused him considerable anguish. No. This debt must be settled with that old hag. She must compensate me. While Lin Chuan was lost in his thoughts, the Grand Elder Wei Wuying concluded his address. Noticing Lin Chuan's dazed expression in the corner, Wei Wuying sighed and approached him. Saint's son, the sect master has instructed that you may directly request your resources from her when the time comes. Oh, Lin Chuan replied absent-mindedly, only to regain his focus moments later. What? What resources? Wei Wuyong's lips twitched slightly in frustration. So, after I have been speaking for so long, you haven't absorbed a single word, have you? Holy son, when will you amend your temperament? Could you not be so indifferent, lest you squander your extraordinary talents? Wei Wuyong felt a sense of exasperation akin to that of a master disappointed in a wayward pupil. Alas, esteemed elder, your words are misguided, Lin Chuan stated earnestly. This is precisely the path I tread in my cultivation. What you perceive as indolence is, in fact, a manifestation of the myriad paths of existence. I pursue the paths that ordinary individuals would dare not tread. What fault lies therein? Upon hearing Lin Chuan expound upon such fallacies before her, Wei Wuyong found herself momentarily speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief. What could be done? Look at him. Does he ever truly engage in cultivation? No. Yet, despite this, his progress is remarkably swift. Furthermore, she could no longer best him in combat. Is it not infuriating? Every one of them, as cultivators, had toiled relentlessly, enduring the trials of life and death, sacrificing the better part of their lives to achieve their present level of cultivation. In stark contrast, Lin Chuan led a life of leisurely strolls and naps, seemingly carefree. Their arduous journeys in cultivation were tales of sorrow that could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. Wei Wuyong realized that she could not persuade Lin Chuan, and could only angrily retort, seek your cultivation resources from the sect master yourself. Refrain from going out during this period. As she turned away, Lin Chuan shook his head in resignation. What a bunch of decayed timber. How could no one believe in the truths he held dear? Upon reflection, it was clear, all the time spent on cultivation was ultimately for what purpose? Simply to live longer and enjoy more, was it not? Yet, if one were to lose their life in the process of cultivation, what meaning would it hold? With life extinguished, what aspirations could one pursue? Nothing at all. Thus, for one like him, clinging to life and prioritizing his existence was of utmost importance. If this notion were to reach the ears of the predecessors in the cultivation realm, they would surely rise from their coffins to drag him down. After a moment of internal lamentation, Lin Chuan recalled that Wei Wuyang had mentioned something about resources and had instructed him not to venture outside during this time. However, given the current chaos outside, even if he were urged to go out, he would certainly refuse. Both the righteous and demonic factions were holding gatherings, making it exceedingly dangerous to step out at such a time. Junior brother, are you still in seclusion at your residence? Just as Lin Chuan was about to seek out Leng Ningshuang, he was called by Wu Nanming. In response to her inquiry, Lin Chuan merely shrugged his shoulders. Seeing his demeanor, Wu Nanming felt a tinge of awkwardness. Indeed, who had ever witnessed Lin Chuan engaging in cultivation or seclusion? Well, if you have some free time, may I come to seek your guidance? Seeing the blush on Wu Nanming's face as she spoke, Lin Chuan felt an immediate urge to respond. No, please do not come near. It was well known that Wu Nanming was the dream of countless male disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Even if they had not yet become entangled, merely exhibiting any semblance of intimacy could lead to dire consequences, as one might find themselves cursed in their sleep. However, outright refusal would be too hurtful. What if Wu Nanming's tender heart were to be wounded, only to be seen by other male disciples? Would he not invite enmity upon himself? Clearing his throat, he said, Senior sister, I have recently gained some insights and intend to seek another place for seclusion. So I may not have much time. Gained insights in preparing for seclusion? Wu Nanming regarded Lin Chuan with suspicion. Had he undergone a transformation? Yet, considering Lin Chuan's extraordinary talent and his potential to become a cornerstone of the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future, she dared not disturb him, nor impede his progress. Very well, in that case, I shall wait until you emerge from seclusion before seeking you out. With a hint of disappointment, Wu Nanming departed. Lin Chuan sighed softly as he watched her retreating figure. It was not that he was unwilling to seize the opportunity. Who could remain unmoved in the presence of such beauty? No one, save for Lu Xiaohui. He does not lack the desire to possess a harem of 3,000. Yet his current capabilities do not permit such indulgence. Take Wu Nanming, for instance. Within the sect alone, her admirers surpass an entire regiment. Should he pursue a relationship with her, he might find himself daily subjected to the piercing gazes of her suitors. Furthermore, being entrenched in the demonic sect, he is surrounded by individuals well-versed in the arcane arts of curses. Imagine being plagued by curses day in and day out. Even a deity would find it unbearable. No, this simply cannot stand. A solution must be devised. Lin Chuan murmured to himself. At this moment, the most prudent course of action would be to avoid Wu Nanming altogether, especially since he had earlier declared his intention to enter seclusion. This presents an opportune moment to conceal himself. If only the storm passes with time. Perhaps Wu Nanming will gradually distance herself from him, thereby resolving his troubles. As the saying goes, time can dull all wounds. With his resolve firm, Lin Chuan prepared to speak with Leng Ningshuang. However, before doing so, he sought a location that was both sufficiently secluded and comfortably inviting. After all, in seclusion, one cannot afford to rush the process. While Lin Chuan busied himself in search of an appropriate seclusion venue, the elders of the Tianma sect congregated with Leng Ningshuang to discuss pressing matters. The closure of the mountain gate was set for a duration of 6 months, necessitating strict regulation of the sect's disciples. Without permission, no individual was to venture outside. Leng Ningshuang, seated at the head of the table, regarded the 9 elders. Rest assured, Sect Master, I have already issued directives. Any who dare to wander without consent will face severe penalties. Wei Wuyang reported, with the other elders nodding in agreement. Sect Master, regarding the annihilation of the Xianjin sect, might it? Observing Leng Ningshuang's lingering weakness, Wei Wuyang sensed that the destruction of the Xianjin sect was not as the rumors suggested. Moreover, prior to her departure, Leng Ningshuang had subtly hinted at her intent to eradicate the Xianjin sect. The obliteration of a major sect is no trifling matter. Should the righteous factions resolve to investigate, they are bound to uncover some clues. If that were to happen, Tianma sect would find itself in peril. Leng Ningshuang was acutely aware of the first elder's concerns. With a tranquil smile, she replied, the downfall of the Xianjin sect is a consequence of the Millennium Beast Tide. Even the most audacious of righteous sects would think twice before provoking those 2 beasts. Furthermore, with Li Zhentong emerging from seclusion, those so-called prestigious sects are likely unable to rest easy. The meaning of cold condensation frost is quite evident. In the current tumultuous times, the Celestial Demon Sect is merely a faction with a newly ascended Celestial Emperor. In the eyes of the more established sects, it poses little threat. Additionally, the emergence of Lin Chuan from the demonic path leaves the righteous cultivators scrambling to contend with him. Who has the luxury to concern themselves with the affairs of the Celestial Demon Sect? Naturally, the decision to seal the mountain for 6 months was also a strategic retreat from the prevailing chaos. Neither the righteous sects nor the blood slaughter sect are allies of the Celestial Demon Sect, making it prudent to avoid entanglement in this turmoil. As for whether Lin Chuan's emergence will spark a war between the righteous and demonic factions, it seems unlikely from cold condensation frost's perspective. Firstly, Lin Chuan has not yet truly broken through to the status of a titled Celestial Emperor, and he would certainly hesitate to declare war. Furthermore, among the righteous sects, no one has truly stepped forward to lead. The most prominent factions are too proud to submit to one another. If a conflict arises, who will take the lead? Who will become the sacrificial pawn? After all, the devastation wrought by a pseudo-titled Celestial Emperor should not be underestimated. In summary, while minor skirmishes may occur in the short term, a full-scale war is unlikely to erupt. Thus, after deliberation, the senior members of the Celestial Demon Sect decided to seal the mountain gates for the time being, waiting for the tumult to subside before assessing their next course of action. In the afternoon, Lin Chuan strode confidently towards the main hall of the Saint's Peak. Sectmaster, I have come to collect my compensation. No, that is not right. I have come to claim my resources. As he called out, Lin Chuan's thoughts lingered on his already ruined innate treasure. Cold condensation frost was in the side hall, indulging in a medicinal bath. The previous battle had left her severely depleted, and she had yet to fully recover. Even the announcement regarding the mountain's closure was handled by the Grand Elder. However, the disciples remained unaware of the true situation, and they were only informed that she was in seclusion. This fellow. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's howl, Leng Ningshuang murmured to herself. For some reason, memories of the various occurrences at the inn earlier flooded back to her mind. Master? Lin Chuan wandered around the main hall. Yet he found no trace of Leng Ningshuang. Just as he was filled with confusion, the Emperor Wolf, which had been hiding in his embrace, suddenly leaped out. The Imperial Wolf lifted its head, signaling him to follow. Strangely, Lin Chuan felt an inexplicable understanding of the wolf's intent merely by observing its gaze and gestures. Without hesitation, he followed closely behind. I've called out for resources for ages, yet there has been no response, he murmured to himself. Fortunately, the Imperial Wolf possessed a keen sense of smell, allowing it to track her down by scent. As he approached the door of the side hall, the wolf-like emperor abruptly halted. With an almost human gesture, he raised his front paw and pointed towards the grand entrance of the side hall, indicating that the person was within. Observing this, Lin Chuan said nothing further and promptly made his way forward. Master, I have come to collect the cultivation resources for this half-year. With that, Lin Chuan forcefully pushed open the grand door. Where is she? The door stood wide open. Yet the figure of the cold, ethereal frost was nowhere to be seen within. Where could this old crone have gone? She had promised to provide me with resources. Surely she would not toy with me, would she? It seemed illogical, especially since the wolf cub had claimed to be here. As my mind wandered through these musings, I noticed a screen partitioning part of the space in the side hall. I thus moved my steps towards the area behind the screen. Ah, how childish. At my age. Still playing hide-and-seek. Master. As I rounded the screen, a vivid tableau of a beautiful woman emerging from her bath unfolded before my eyes. Lin Chuan. Bang. Ah. First came a cry of astonishment, followed by a violent crash, and then a chorus of anguished screams and wails. In this moment, the room is a stage for an intense performance reminiscent of Wu Song battling the tiger. The Emperor Wolf crouches at the doorway, its paws covering its eyes. Seemingly unable to bear witness to the spectacle, yet the glimmer in its peripheral vision betrays an undeniable excitement. Oh dear. I, your humble servant, have erred. I have gravely misjudged you, my lord. Cold Ningshuang was utterly infuriated, recalling how she had been taken advantage of previously. Under the circumstances at that time, she had refrained from expressing her displeasure. Yet now, to her dismay, this audacious fellow barged in while she was indulging in her medicinal bath. And it just so happened that he chose the very moment she was rising to don her garments. Scoundrel, the detestable Lin Chuan, may you perish. Cold Ning Frost felt a surge of frustration. This side hall was usually off-limits to others. Even the elders had to announce their presence before entering. Yet this fellow had the audacity to force his way in without so much as a warning. Oh dear. Sister, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I swear. I saw nothing at all. Lin Chuan found himself pinned to the ground by Leng Ning's relentless assault. While his lips uttered pleas for mercy, his heart whispered a quiet assurance. Aside from that, I swear I saw nothing. As long as Lin Chuan refrains from indulging in fanciful thoughts, it is well. However, the moment such notions arise in his mind, they are immediately detected by Leng Ningshuang. You dare to claim that you have seen nothing. The frosty air turned his face a deep crimson, and the force behind his clenched fist grew even more formidable. Oh dear, I truly did not see that. You moved so swiftly that I could hardly make out what happened. Lin Chuan was left dazed from the blow, filled with deep regret. How utterly vexing. Just last time, that wretched rascal had tricked me, and now here we are again. Why am I so forgetful? Bang. Ah, another fist struck Lin Chuan's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose and nearly rendering him unconscious. You dare to speak. Cold Condensation's chest heaved with indignation, and the towel wrapped around her nearly fell away. This rascal alternated between claiming he hadn't seen anything and insisting he hadn't been able to discern clearly, even stating that he had blocked too swiftly. What does he expect? Does he wish I hadn't obstructed him at all? The very thought left her face flushed, and her mind began to spiral into disarray. The events that transpired earlier in the inn resurfaced uncontrollably. Ah, to hell with you, Lin Chuan, you incorrigible lecher. With a thunderous crash, the frost-like entity, seemingly provoked, abruptly seized Lin Chuan and hurled him against the wall. Following this violent impact, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. After dealing with Lin Chuan, Leng Ningshuang shifted her gaze towards the Imperial Wolf at the doorway. Previously, Lin Chuan had mentioned the Imperial Wolf being discovered by her. It seems these two were in cahoots. Under Leng Ningshuang's scrutinizing gaze, the Imperial Wolf showed no hesitation and swiftly vanished from sight. It was not that the wolf feared Leng Ningshuang. Rather, it viewed her as Lin Chuan's mate. After all, Lin Chuan was its long-term source of sustenance. If it were to harm Leng Ningshuang, it would jeopardize this hard-earned provision. As for witnessing Lin Chuan's miserable state, the Imperial Wolf felt no concern. Among fierce beasts, it was entirely commonplace for mates to engage in such quarrels. The following morning, at the foot of Saint's Peak, Saint Sun, good morning. Lin Chuan greeted his disciples. However, each disciple who beheld Lin Chuan's battered visage felt a jolt of shock. What on earth happened to the Saint Sun? Indeed, who could have inflicted such harm upon him? After all, he possessed the strength of a celestial saint. Could it have been the sect master? Now, hold on. Wasn't the sect master said to be in seclusion just yesterday? True. Could it be that a formidable enemy has invaded? The disciples speculated amongst themselves, while Lin Chuan bore an unspoken burden. Junior brother, what has happened to you? Upon seeing Lin Chuan's bruised face, Wen Niaming nearly failed to recognize him. Oh, it's nothing. Really, Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. I was so engrossed in my cultivation last night that I lost track and fell from the mountain. His tone was casual. Yet the disciples nearby were taken aback. My heavens, he fell from the mountain. The Saint's son is truly extraordinary. Indeed, to be so absorbed in cultivation. He truly lives up to his title. What should I do? I seem to be growing fonder of the Saint's son by the moment. As the chatter around him grew louder, Lin Chuan found it increasingly difficult to bear such attention and hastily fled. Goodness gracious, that old hag was far too ruthless. Damn it, not only did I fail to secure compensation, but now I won't receive resources for half a year. Lin Chuan was not particularly concerned about the resources. Rather, he felt a sense of injustice. After all, he had previously destroyed treasures like the Heavenly Overlord blade in his effort to save Leng Ningshuang. It was one thing for her to show ingratitude, but to turn against him like this. Was it truly necessary to beat him to such a state for merely glancing at her? Yet, upon introspection, he realized he had indeed been somewhat forward. It was precisely because of his guilt that Lin Chuan found himself utterly at a loss. He had initially intended to discuss the matter of seclusion with Leng Ningshuang, but now he had been directly ousted. It seemed her anger would not dissipate easily. Lin Chuan, wincing as he touched his bruised face, grimaced and made his way to the residence of Elder Wei Wuyang. Great Elder, Lin Chuan called out from outside the door. Cautious this time not to recklessly intrude upon another's domain. He could not help it. He had been left with a psychological scar from earlier encounters. What brings you here? Holy Son? Wei Wuyang emerged from within, startled at the sight of Lin Chuan. It's nothing, just a slip on the treacherous path down the mountain. Lin Chuan replied with a forced grin, clearly reluctant to delve into the matter. Upon noticing his demeanor, Wei Wuyang immediately understood. He must have been reprimanded by the sect master. After all, the Holy Son was a formidable figure of the heavenly saint level. How could he possibly have fallen due to a slippery path? Furthermore, No one in the Heavenly Demon Sect could match him in strength, aside from the sect master. The reasons behind this incident required no further speculation. Is there something you wish to discuss, Holy Son? Wei Wuyang refrained from exposing him, secretly amused within. Oh, it seems someone has finally managed to put you in your place. Yes, I intend to enter seclusion at the cliff on the back mountain. You? Seclusion? Wei Wuyang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Indeed, I would appreciate your assistance in marking the area and erecting a sign. I wish to avoid disturbances. Lin Chuan nodded, his cheeks tinged with a rare blush. In the Heavenly Demon Sect, everyone knew that while he could be coaxed into leisurely outings, the notion of him engaging in serious meditation was as unlikely as the sun rising from the west. Initially, Lin Chuan presumed that this request would be met with ease, yet unexpectedly, upon uttering those words, Wei Wuyang's expression shifted dramatically, and she dashed towards the peak of the Holy Maiden Mountain. Lin Chuan, perplexed, followed closely behind, intent on inquiring about the sudden change when he heard Wei Wuyang's voice echoing from the side hall. Trouble. Sect Master. You must come quickly. It seems the Holy Sun has suffered a blow to the head. At that moment, as Wei Wuyang's words lingered in the air, the grand door swung open, revealing a striking figure standing before her. What did you say? Leng Ningshuang gazed intently at Wei Wuyang, her voice tinged with anxiety. Had Lin Chuan truly lost his wits? That seemed implausible. Her strikes had not been excessively severe. As she pondered this, her expression shifted abruptly. In her anger yesterday, she had perhaps been a tad too reckless. Could it be? The mere thought that Lin Chuan might have been rendered foolish by her actions filled her with immediate distress. Where are the others? Cold condensation frost grasped Wei Wuyang, clearly in a state of genuine panic. I'm right here. Observing the tension between the two, Lin Chuan felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Was it really necessary to envision such dire circumstances over merely seeking a place for seclusion? As Lin Chuan approached, his face marred by bruises, cold condensation frost swiftly moved to stand before him. She examined his forehead and lifted his eyelids, seemingly intent on determining whether he had sustained any serious injury. I am fine. It was merely a misunderstanding on the part of the Grand Elder, Lin Chuan chuckled, clutching cold condensation frost's hand. His once handsome visage now resembled that of a swollen pig's head. Witnessing his disfigured appearance caused a pang of inexplicable sorrow in cold condensation frost's heart. It was a sensation of compassion. Strangely, while she had relished hitting Lin Chuan earlier, she now felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy, noting that Lin Chuan appeared to be in relatively good spirits. Cold condensation frost blushed and withdrew her hand, turning her gaze toward Wei Wuyang. In response, Wei Wuyang stepped forward, pointing at Lin Chuan, exclaiming, Sect Master, I truly did not deceive you. Do you know what the Holy Sun just told me? Cold condensation frost looked at her in bewilderment. What did you say? Wei Wuyang exclaimed, his eyes wide. He says he wants to enter seclusion. He wants to enter seclusion. Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze back to Lin Chuan. No wonder Wei Wuyang had rushed to find her in such a frenzy. It seemed his mind was truly troubled. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Lin Chuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was it really necessary to react so dramatically? All I wanted was a tranquil place to stay for a while. Is that too much to ask? Leng Ningshuang, catching Lin Chuan's thoughts, felt both amused and relieved. She had feared he was genuinely troubled, only to discover he was merely seeking a respite. Now reassured of his well-being, she turned to Wei Wuyang and said, Very well. Elder, you may assist him in selecting a suitable plot. Let him do as he wishes. Seeing the sect leader, who had been astonished just moments before, suddenly accept Lin Chuan's desire to enter seclusion, Wei Wuyang almost doubted the leader's own sanity. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced. Well, Elder, I have already chosen a location. It's at the cliff behind the mountain. With Leng Ningshuang's approval, Lin Chuan was overjoyed. Before Wei Wuyang could utter a word, he leaped swiftly towards the cliff at the back of the mountain. As he departed, he called back, Elder, please set up a sign to prevent anyone from disturbing me. Hearing this, Wei Wuyang opened his mouth but ultimately shook his head in resignation. There was no choice but to comply. After all, the sect leader had already given her consent. From that day forth, what had once been a clandestine meeting spot for the disciples of the sect became Lin Chuan's private domain. While it was indeed undisturbed, the days passed in monotony, leaving Lin Chuan feeling increasingly listless. With no one to converse with, even the imperial wolf had succumbed to slumber during this time, likely due to having overeaten and thus failing to fully digest its meal. It seemed unlikely that it would awaken anytime soon. As dawn breaks once again, Lin Chuan leisurely pushes open the wooden door of his cabin. Such tranquil days can indeed feel rather mundane without a task at hand. However, if he were to engage in cultivation, he would find it less enjoyable than simply indulging in a refreshing slumber. Ah, yes. The system had previously rewarded him with a plethora of peculiar items. It would be prudent to investigate them. Having found a purpose, Lin Chuan settled himself on the ground and began to rummage through the treasures within the system's space. Elixir of transformation, beast summoning pill, glazed grass, amber mushroom. Supreme spiritual treasures, indeed, yet more supreme spiritual treasures. Oh, seeds of the thousand threads blood lotus? Seeds of the nightmare flower? As he organized the items in the system's space, these unusual seeds immediately captured Lin Chuan's attention. Intriguing, Lin Chuan thought whimsically, deciding to cultivate this patch of land. He intended to sow various seeds here and observe what would eventually sprout. Without hesitation, he retrieved a magnificent spiritual tool shaped like a hoe and began to till the soil. Should outsiders discover that he was employing such a precious artifact as a farming implement, they would undoubtedly turn green with envy and conspire to pilfer his agricultural equipment. In merely a quarter of an hour, Lin Chuan had cleared a plot of land spanning 200 to 300 square meters. He then carefully classified the seeds he had brought, designating specific areas for each type. Methodically, he sowed the seeds and erected markers for identification. Lacking experience in cultivating spiritual herbs, Lin Chuan could only rely on the agricultural knowledge he had gleaned from television programs in the past. To his recollection, the process involved sowing, fertilizing, weeding, pest control, and ultimately harvesting. With the seeds now planted, he contemplated the fertilization process. Spiritual plants typically require abundant resources such as spiritual energy for optimal growth. Fortunately, Lin Chuan possessed an overwhelming quantity of such resources, beast cores from 8th-tier ferocious creatures, millennia-old spiritual liquid, and 10,000-year-old spiritual crystals. He produced a substantial array of items infused with spiritual power. All seemed promising, yet aside from the liquid, the other materials appeared unsuitable for absorption by the spiritual herbs. Gazing at the pile of beast cores and spiritual crystals before him, Lin Chuan suddenly had an epiphany. He retrieved a large barrel of spiritual liquid and proceeded to crush the solid forms of the 10,000-year spiritual crystals into a fine powder, mixing them together. Knock, knock, knock. After mixing various crushed powders and spiritual liquids, Lin Chuan discovered that these substances had completely dissolved into the spiritual liquid, becoming part of the liquid itself. Was this not a solution? He lifted the bucket and began to fertilize with ladle after ladle. The spiritual liquid, infused with a blend of crystal core powders, integrated seamlessly with the soil upon contact. In mere moments, the seeds that had only recently been buried began to sprout in quick succession. Astonishing. The efficacy was remarkable. Witnessing the seeds germinate and grow at such a visible pace left Lin Chuan utterly astonished. He had imagined that applying more fertilizer would assist the medicinal seedlings in their growth, but he had not anticipated such a significant impact. Unbeknownst to him, the very substances he utilized for fertilization, if casually extracted, would incite fierce competition among venerable cultivators of the celestial and saint realms. While Lin Chuan leisurely tended to his flowers on the back mountain, a tempest brewed outside the Heavenly Demon Sect. Within the vast illusion of the Great Marsh, Li Zhentong stood with a cadre of demonic cultivators before a scene of utter devastation. This was the valley where Lin Chuan had previously obliterated all traces. At present, the entire valley had been turned over, strewn with remnants and shattered spiritual treasures and garments. Yet, after scouring the entire area, not a single complete corpse could be found. Such a brutal method. Even among the denizens of the demonic path, those witnessing the scene could not help but gasp in horror. On the outskirts, a multitude of righteous cultivators had gathered. Among those affected in the Great Marsh incident were several disciples from righteous sections. Brotherly, what is your perspective on this matter? Elder Baiku inquired with a solemn expression regarding Li Zhentong. As a seasoned expert of the Heavenly Emperor rank, it was not merely the brutality of the method that struck him. The clean and thorough manner in which the scene had been dealt with was beyond his capabilities. Li Zhentong furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. He sensed a faint aura reminiscent of a titled Heavenly Emperor lingering in the air. However, it was not a genuine titled Heavenly Emperor, but rather someone with a situation somewhat akin to his own. He had tentatively touched upon the threshold of such a title. What could this imply? It suggested that the perpetrator of this incident was likely a formidable cultivator who, like him, had brushed against the boundaries of the titled Heavenly Emperor. The realization that there was another individual who had approached such a threshold, whose identity remained unknown, raised uncertainties about their affiliations. Whether they belonged to the righteous or demonic path. Confronted with such an enigmatic adversary, Li Zhentong felt a twinge of insecurity. Could it be that another pseudo-titled Heavenly Emperor was hidden in the shadows, akin to himself? Certainly not. It is unlikely that anyone could have anticipated this. The aura of the titled emperor that Li Jintong sensed is merely a remnant left by Lin Chuan. Previously, at the depths of the Heavenly Demon Sect's pool, Lin Chuan absorbed the pearls, thereby acquiring a trace of the titled emperor's power. Under normal circumstances, this power would remain concealed. However, at that moment, Lin Chuan exerted his full strength to ensure that no traces were left, which inadvertently activated that faint vestige of the titled emperor's power, leaving a mark. Yet, this delicate force can only be perceived by cultivators who have similarly comprehended the titled power. Moreover, in a typical scenario, as long as Lin Chuan does not unleash his full might, it will remain entirely hidden. This matter is likely more complicated than it appears. Li Jintong's expression darkened. Who else was privy to the events of that day? Unable to ascertain the situation at the scene, Li Jintong decided to pivot his approach and investigate the personnel present that day. The disciples of our demonic sect have already inquired. Those who survived that day were all on the outskirts and are unaware of the circumstances inside. News has just arrived from the righteous side, indicating that they too did not delve deeper. It appears that all the disciples who ventured further are present here. Elder Baiku gazed upon the vast expanse of corpses within the valley and spoke. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, as if recalling something. Indeed, the last disciples to emerge from within that day were from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Celestial Demon Sect? Li Jintong's expression remained impassive. He was aware of the Celestial Demon Sect and the minor grievances that had previously existed between their factions, though they were trivial and inconsequential. Despite the strained relations, it could hardly be characterized as enmity. Furthermore, the disparity in strength between the Celestial Demon Sect and his own Bloodslaughter sect was monumental. Thus, Li Jintong had not given it much thought. Let us proceed to the Celestial Demon Sect, he decided. For the sudden emergence of a pseudo-imperial heavenly sovereign weighed heavily on his mind. At this moment, he yearned to ascertain whether anyone had encountered that individual. As Li Jintong set forth with his entourage, the surrounding cultivators, who had been monitoring him, hastily relayed their reports. Such was the influence of the imperial heavenly sovereign that none dared to underestimate it. In response, Li Jintong merely furrowed his brow. He was unafraid of any singular righteous sect, yet a coalition of numerous righteous sects posed a significant threat. Moreover, the potential existence of an unknown pseudo-imperial heavenly sovereign exacerbated the complexity of the situation beyond his initial expectations. At Xiongyu Heavenly Mountain, a monk conveyed the news to Mingjue before retreating. Celestial Demon Sect? Mingjue furrowed his brow. The formidable emergence of Li Jintong had drawn numerous practitioners of the demonic path to join his ranks. Now, with his intentions aimed at the Celestial Demon Sect, could it be that he truly sought to forge an alliance of dark sects to wage war against the righteous? This matter was of utmost gravity. Immediate contact must be established with the Tianyin Temple. Mingjue's demeanor grew heavy. Although Li Jintong professed that his current endeavors were solely to investigate the Great Marsh Illusion, the truth remained that he was indeed pursuing this matter. Yet, this time, he had ventured to the Celestial Demon Sect with companions. Should he seek to unite with them, it would be imperative to prevent him from taking the initiative. After all, the sects currently aligned with him were merely investigating the Great Marsh Illusion. If their relationship were to shift towards an alliance, it would inevitably lead to an unavoidable clash between the righteous and the demonic. At the apex of the sky, within Tianyin Temple, Kangjue's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation upon receiving Mingjue's message. Given Li Jintong's formidable prowess, uniting various demonic sects would prove significantly easier than uniting righteous sections. The righteous sects lacked a singular figure with absolute leadership, leading to a scenario where none would submit to another. Establishing a reliable alliance under such circumstances would be fraught with challenges. You must dispatch envoys to convey the message to the major sects, urging them to convene at Luyuan's sect. Kangjue instructed his disciples to extend the invitation. Luyuan's sect, being the closest righteous sect to the Celestial Demon Sect, also maintained a strong rapport with Tianyin Temple. By gathering the major sects at Luyuan, Kangjue aimed to preempt any unforeseen developments, such as Li Jintong indeed uniting with the Celestial Demon Sect, which could potentially threaten Luyuan's sect. Such a scenario was wholly undesirable for Kangjue, given that Luyuan's sect was their staunch ally. Should Li Jintong take action against them, it would spell disaster for Tianyin Temple. The righteous sects were increasingly restless due to Li Jintong's maneuvers. Meanwhile, the Celestial Demon Sect had received word of his imminent arrival. What? Li Jintong intends to investigate the Great Marsh Illusion? This is disastrous. Within the Celestial Demon Sect, While the sect leader and the elders maintained their composure, the younger disciples, particularly those who had previously ventured into the great marsh illusion alongside Lin Chuan, began to fidget restlessly. What are we to do? Li Xuntong is a pseudo-empowered emperor. His capabilities are unfathomable. Has he uncovered something? What should we do? What should we do? The disciples were in a state of panic, fearing impending catastrophe. Calm down. Do not panic. Just as they were at a loss, Wan Ming gracefully descended beside them. Senior sister. Several disciples approached Wu Nanming anxiously upon her arrival. Senior sister. Li Xuntong is coming. What should we do? Witnessing their worried expressions, Wu Nanming recalled her own visit to Lin Chuan, which had been quite similar. However, Lin Chuan had already reassured her, so now it was her turn to comfort her junior brothers and sisters. Rest assured, you have all witnessed the saint's capabilities. His methods are flawless. Even if Li Xuntong is merely a pseudo-imperial deity, even a genuine imperial deity would find nothing amiss. Just be cautious with your words. If you don't inadvertently reveal anything, there will be no issues. Wan Ming spoke with utmost confidence, yet deep down, she harbored her own uncertainties. After all, he was a pseudo-imperial deity, just as her junior disciples feared. Who could predict the methods employed by someone of such strength? Lin Chuan was indeed formidable. But he remained merely a celestial saint, a vast chasm separating their powers. How could Lin Chuan guarantee their safety? Yet, she dared not express these concerns. For if the leader showed signs of panic, how could they possibly safeguard the secret? After hearing Wu Nanming's words, her junior disciples indeed felt considerably more at ease. Although they were not entirely relaxed, their anxiety had lessened. You need not worry about this matter. Focus on your own cultivation, she concluded before turning to head towards the back mountain. Having reassured her juniors, Wu Nanming still felt a lingering unease. Although there was little she could do now, she at least needed to inform Lin Chuan. As for what would transpire in the future, she could only leave it to fate. Moments later, Wu Nanming arrived at the back mountain. Approaching the cliff's edge, she spotted a sign that read, "In seclusion, please do not disturb," from a distance. Under normal circumstances, Wu Nanming would never cross this boundary. However, given the urgency of the situation, she felt compelled to break the rules. Fearing that calling out might disrupt Lin Chuan's meditation and cause him unnecessary trouble, she opted instead to quietly seek him out. As soon as she stepped into Lin Chuan's seclusion area, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped her. Wu Nanming's expression turned to one of astonishment. What pure spiritual energy? Our sect possesses such a treasure? Bathed in this potent aura, she felt invigorated, nearly gasping in delight. She had never realized that their sect concealed such a remarkable place. No wonder Lin Chuan chose to meditate here. Delving deeper, before even nearing the cliff, she was struck by profound awe. This. A gentle breeze swept past, and the dense, almost tangible spiritual energy wafted before her eyes. Delving deeper, as she parted the thicket before her, Wu Nanming felt as though struck by lightning, rendered utterly motionless. What on earth is this? She stood there, transfixed. Her gaze enveloped by a pastoral landscape replete with the fragrant essence of medicinal herbs. The majority of the plants were unfamiliar to her. Yet the potent spiritual energy and aromatic allure they exuded unmistakably indicated that they were far from ordinary. This is a 9th-grade spiritual herb. The Thousand Threads Blood Lotus. This is a 9th-grade spiritual herb, the Nightmare Flower. Although Wu Nanming could only identify 2 of the spiritual herbs, the awe swelling within her was indescribable. Oh my heavens! Where on earth am I? Surrounded by an array of potent spiritual herbs. No less formidable than the Thousand Threads Blood Lotus and the Nightmare Flower, Wu Nanming felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Senior sister, what brings you here? Lin Chuan, who was resting indoors, suddenly heard a commotion outside and stepped out to find Wu Nanming looking utterly dazed. As senior brother, what are these? Upon seeing Lin Chuan approach, Wu Nanming struggled to articulate her thoughts. Oh, these? Well? Lin Chuan glanced at the medicinal garden and replied nonchalantly, I've been rather idle lately. No, I've been in seclusion, facing a bottleneck. So I thought I might cultivate some flowers and nurture my spirit. You mean to say you cultivated all of this? Upon hearing this, Wu Nanming's mouth fell agape, questioning whether she had misheard. Indeed, is there a problem? Lin Chuan shrugged. With his affirmative response, Wu Nanming felt her legs grow unsteady, uncertain whether it was the intoxicating aroma of the herbs or something else entirely. You planted, murmured Wu Nanming softly. Her eyes filled with incredulity, yet tinged with a hint of perplexity. Shouldn't the 1000 silk blood lotus thrive in water? Is that so? Lin Chuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He was a novice and truly knew little about these matters. However, what did it matter? After all, it had indeed blossomed, and it appeared quite splendid. Do you like this, senior sister? Noticing Wu Nanming fixated on the chintzy blood lotus, Lin Chuan reached out, plucking a handful of the flowers and presenting them to her. The sudden turn of events startled Wu Nanming. Oh my heavens! That is a 9th-grade spiritual herb. Did he just pluck it? These flowers are indeed beautiful. But they don't smell very pleasant. What a pity. Lin Chuan offered a serious critique, his expression tinged with regret. Wu Nanming rolled her eyes in disbelief, nearly toppling over. Goodness! Is there no justice left in this world? Seeing her wobble, Lin Chuan acted swiftly, supporting her while simultaneously placing the chintzy blood lotus into her hands. At that moment, Wu Nanming found herself at a loss for words, her grip on the lotus trembling uncontrollably. Oh heavens! This is a 9th-grade spiritual herb. Previously, I had only encountered it in ancient texts. She had never imagined that one day someone would present such a precious item to her as if it were a common cabbage. As she gazed at the lotus in her hands, a faint blush crept across Wu Nanming's cheeks. He is a boy giving flowers to a girl. What does this signify? Moreover, he had gifted her such an extraordinarily valuable flower. In an instant, her gaze toward Lin Chuan turned shy, and her body instinctively leaned closer to him, resembling someone nestled in his embrace. Sensing the shift in Wu Nanming, Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Oh dear, this is quite serious. It seems I may have done something inappropriate. This was disastrous. He had originally intended to create some distance between them. Now, however, that plan had failed, and their relationship had inadvertently drawn closer. Continuing down this path was fraught with peril. Cough, cough. Lin Chuan discreetly pushed Wu Nanming away from his embrace. So, senior sister, is there something important you wish to discuss? Upon hearing Lin Chuan's inquiry, Wu Nanming did not even notice his subtle movement and instead looked at him with a hint of confusion. Yes, junior brother. I have come to convey an important matter. Li Juntong is coming to our sect to investigate the great martial illusion. Li Juntong is coming? The news startled Lin Chuan. Could it be that he has uncovered something? He was taken aback, meticulously reflecting on all his actions at that time, and he was utterly certain that he had left no trace. However, the announcement of Li Juntong's impending visit indeed caught him off guard, which was the source of his astonishment. Senior sister, you need not worry about my affairs. I assure you, Li Juntong has certainly found nothing. Lin Chuan reiterated his confidence to Wu Nanming. Seeing his unwavering assurance, Wu Nanming felt a sense of relief wash over her. Indeed, having established this once before, we shall maintain our resolve. Senior sister, regarding the great martial illusion, you must remind the junior brothers and sisters who accompanied us that time. Just as Lin Chuan was about to offer his admonition, Wu Nanming interjected. You need not fret. I have already cautioned the junior brothers and sisters. They will not divulge any information. Lin Chuan was somewhat taken aback by Wu Nanming's display of confidence. He had not anticipated that the senior sister would be so thorough in her preparations. Well, that's reassuring. By the way, senior sister, how long until Li Juntong arrives at our sect? Wu Nanming responded candidly to Lin Chuan's question. According to the reports we have received, he should arrive before noon. Is it so soon? Lin Chuan expressed his surprise. Given that Li Juntong had come regarding the matter of the great martial illusion, and considering his group had been the last to emerge, it was only reasonable for him to seek clarification. However, his arrival was rather premature. Lin Chuan needed to prepare adequately. At the very least, he had to conceal his medicinal garden, while he merely found the flowers aesthetically pleasing. It was evident that when Wu Nanming entered, she was utterly astounded. One need not think too hard to realize that the items here would undoubtedly be treasures coveted by numerous cultivators. If, by any mischance, Li Juntong discovered this place and entertained thoughts of plundering, Lin Chuan would be courting disaster. Sister, once you leave, please do not speak a word about this place to anyone. Lin Chuan urged Wu Nanming as he hastily encouraged her to depart. Rest assured, junior brother, I shall not utter a single word to anyone. Wu Nanming earnestly assured him with a nod. I appreciate it, sister. Once these flowers bloom in a few days, I will gather some for you. It was only after Lin Chuan had pushed her out of the thicket that Wu Nanming gradually regained her composure. Gather some for me once they bloom? What was he trying to convey? Thoughts began to swirl in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush as she hurried back to the sect. After bidding farewell to Wu Nanming, Lin Chuan urgently set about arranging formations to obscure the aura of the medicinal garden. As a pseudo-emperor, Li Juntong undoubtedly possessed keen perceptive abilities. In a place where rare celestial materials were concentrated, if he did not take precautions, it would be easy for him to detect it from 10 miles away. Clearly, more preparation would be required in the future for such endeavors. As Lin Chuan busied himself, he couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, after he had completed the formations, before noon, the Grand Elder Wei Wuyang arrived at the cliff to seek him out. Li Jintong truly lives up to his reputation as a pseudo-emperor. Even the emanating malevolent aura instills a tremendous sense of pressure. Wei Wuyang exclaimed upon seeing Lin Chuan. When you meet him, be careful with your words. Lin Chuan nodded. In the presence of such a formidable elder, he felt it wise to be as deferential as possible. After all, angering him would lead to dire consequences. Do not worry, Grand Elder. He merely seeks to investigate the great martial illusion. I will answer his inquiries straightforwardly. While Lin Chuan's rationality reassured Wei Wuyang, it also left him feeling uneasy. An outsider had come to their sect, assuming a demeanor akin to that of an inspector. This undoubtedly made the higher-ups of the Heavenly Demon Sect feel as if they had swallowed a fly. Yet, what could they do? After all, Li Jintong's might surpass theirs. With a fleeting glance at Lin Chuan, Wei Wuyang finally revealed a hint of a smile. Fortunately, they had the Holy Sun with them, given his extraordinary talent. It was a foregone conclusion that he would eventually ascend to the title of the Emperor of Seals. At that juncture, it would not merely be Lei Jintong, a mere pretender to the title, that they would need to fear. Even if the entirety of the righteous path united against them, what could they possibly dread? Regarding the events that transpired within the great martial illusion, aside from the 10 individuals who had been present that day, not even the higher echelons of the Heavenly Demon Sect were privy to the truth. Thus, the 9 elders and Leng Ningshuang remained oblivious to the fact that the silencing operation had been orchestrated by Lin Chuan. Had they known, the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Demon Sect would likely have found themselves in a state of acute unease. Following Wei Wuyang, Lin Chuan observed numerous disciples congregating around the outer hall of the main peak. The moment he was ushered into the grand hall, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. It was evident that Lei Jintong was exerting his influence. Lacking the will to resist, he plopped down onto the ground, clinging to Wei Wuyang's thigh with unyielding determination. Saint Sun, what is this? What kind of demeanor is this? Wei Wuyang found himself somewhat bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Indeed, Li Jintong was somewhat terrifying. But you, the illustrious Saint Son of the Heavenly Demon Sect, possess the cultivation of a heavenly saint. How could you be reduced to a quivering coward? Do you not care for your reputation? Does the Heavenly Demon Sect not care for its dignity? However, Lin Chuan was indifferent to such concerns. What use is reputation if it cannot fill one's stomach? What good is it if it cannot grant one additional life? Since it serves no purpose, why bother with it at all? Moreover, if the Heavenly Demon Sect were to lose face today, it is likely that the elders would be enraged, swiftly stripping him of his title as Saint Sun, and should he err even slightly, he might find himself expelled from the sect. Wouldn't that be delightful? Witnessing Lin Chuan's abject display, the elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect wore grim expressions, suppressing their fury. Leng Ningshuang, too, held her forehead in despair. Please don't look at me. I do not know this man. Elder, he is frightening. I am afraid. In that moment, Lin Chuan embodied weakness and timidity to the fullest extent. Were it not for the palpable aura of genuine cultivation emanating from him, anyone who encountered him might easily mistake him for an ordinary craven coward. Haha. The rumors of the Heavenly Demon Sect Saint Sun being a young prodigy who single-handedly slayed the leader of the Xianjian sect now appeared to be nothing more than a farce, revealing him instead to be a mere timid wretch. Haha. Within the grand hall, several cultivators accompanying Li Jintong burst into derisive laughter, provoking the elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect to turn ashen. Oh, Elder, I am terrified. Lin Chuan clung to Wei Wuyang's leg, his face a mask of tears, while inwardly he was fervently mocking those around him. Ah, here I am, just a soft-shelled shrimp. What of it? Come and strike me if you dare. The poised and elegant Leng Ningshuang, seated nearby, could not help but twitch her exquisite features upon hearing his thoughts. A dog cannot change its nature. How can this fellow be so shameless? If only he would voice his true feelings in front of everyone. Faced with Lin Chuan's duplicity, constantly preoccupied with thoughts of being expelled from the sect, Leng Ningshuang felt an urge to explode but found herself powerless. There was little she could do while that old coot Li Jintong remained present. They could not afford to let him take too much notice of Lin Chuan. Otherwise, the consequences would be insurmountable for the entire Heavenly Demon Sect. Saint Child. Wei Wuyang gritted her teeth, striving to suppress the embarrassment and indignation swelling within her. How utterly humiliating. She forcefully helped Lin Chuan to his feet, only for him to use her skirt to wipe his nose. Witnessing this scene, Wei Wuyang trembled with fury. She discreetly concealed her hand, which had supported Lin Chuan, within her sleeve and pinched his arm with considerable force. After all, she was a woman. Even if Lin Chuan cared little for his own image, he ought to consider hers. Ouch! Elder, why are you pinching me? Lin Chuan exclaimed in pain, leaping up in a manner reminiscent of a clown at a lively event. In the grand hall, Li Zhentong, seated in the main position, observed everything with an icy gaze. Noticing his stare, Lin Chuan immediately shrank back behind Wei Wuyang, revealing just one eye to furtively observe. Damn it, I'm already this timid, and you're still looking at me. Heaven help me, may this old fellow take no interest in me. Li Zhentong's expression remained impassive. Before arriving at the celestial demon sect, he had heard tales of the Saint Child's slaying of the Xianjian sect's leader. He had intended to ascertain the true nature of this Saint Child, only to find that he was a cowardly and despicable individual. Nevertheless, regardless of his character, Li Zhentong would not place too much importance on him. After all, what was a genius worth if he was merely a minor heavenly saint? A mere ant in the eyes of someone who had touched the threshold of the title of Heavenly Emperor? Was it he who led the great martial illusion? Li Zhentong's gaze fixated on Lin Chuan, who had completely hidden behind Wei Wuyang. Upon hearing his question, Leng Ningshuang replied, "On that day, it was our sect's chief disciple, Wu Niaming, who led the team. The Saint Child merely accompanied for experience." Understanding Lin Chuan's intentions, Leng Ningshuang recognized that he was attempting to conceal himself to avoid Li Zhentong's scrutiny, which prompted her to interject at this moment. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's response, Lin Chuan cast her a furtive glance. "Well done, old hack. You truly understand me." However, sensing Lin Chuan's thoughts, Leng Ningshuang felt a surge of irritation. "The beauty of our sect leader is universally acknowledged across the continent. How dare you refer to me as an old hack? What about me do you find so unappealing?" Yet, despite her annoyance, her face betrayed none of her feelings. She turned towards the hall's exit and commanded, "Wu Niaming, summon the others who accompanied you that day." "Yes, Master." Wu Niaming had long been prepared and swiftly brought the individuals from that day in the great martial illusion. Upon seeing that the necessary people had gathered, Li Zhentong cast a sweeping glance over the 10 individuals in the grand hall. Of course, it would be more accurate to say 11. As Lin Chuan was still holding on to Wei Wuyang, as their eyes met Li Zhentong's penetrating gaze, a shiver coursed through them, akin to prey being scrutinized by a lion or tiger. Before they could steady themselves, Li Zhentong leaped forward, landing directly in front of them. "Speak," he commanded. "What did you witness that day?" His gaze remained fixed on the group, as if to imply that anyone daring to fabricate or conceal the truth would face dire consequences. Wu Niaming was the first to speak, addressing her senior with reverence. "On that day, as we ventured near the central area, we suddenly heard reports of a grade 9 ferocious beast, the Emperor Wolf, being sighted ahead. For the safety of the Holy Sun, we sought refuge in a concealed location. It was not until the illusion was on the verge of closing that we hastily made our escape. As for the events that transpired within, we remain oblivious." When Niaming lowered her head, responding respectfully, yet beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. The severity of Li Zhentong was far more daunting than she had ever imagined. "Oh?" Li Zhentong turned his head and stared at her for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the several individuals beside him. "Is it so?" The nearby disciples were scrutinized, each one afraid to even breathe. "Yes, it is so. We initially intended to search for some spiritual herbs in the vicinity, but the Holy Sun forbade us from leaving. Thus, we remained hidden until the illusion was dispelled." The disciples bowed their heads low, daring not to meet Li Zhentong's gaze. Had it not been for Wu Niaming's prior collusion with him to devise a cover story, along with her repeated assurances of secrecy, it is likely that someone would have cracked under pressure by now. "Have you concealed yourself?" Li Zhentong's gaze sharpened, his tone growing increasingly severe, and the aura surrounding him became even more formidable. Was there nothing left unaddressed? The disciples, possessing merely the cultivation of the heavenly sect, were utterly unable to withstand such oppressive pressure. Consequently, they fell to their knees in rapid succession. Thud. "Oh, I am so frightened. Elder, please save me." As several individuals succumbed to the oppressive force and knelt down, Lin Chuan unexpectedly fell to the ground. He turned his face sideways, directing it towards the kneeling figures. Concealed by Wei Wuyang's flowing skirt, he wept and wailed, while his eyes darted about, exchanging furtive glances with the others. This sudden turn of events startled everyone present in the grand hall. The disciples who had previously been rendered senseless by fear nearly lost their composure upon witnessing Lin Chuan's collapse, almost causing them to faint. However, this incident shifted their focus entirely onto him. As they observed Lin Chuan's exaggerated expressions, Realization dawned upon them. It was evident that Li Jintong had uncovered no leads whatsoever. Otherwise, he would not be lingering here with them. With this understanding, the disciples felt a sense of reassurance. Clearly, Li Jintong would be unable to extract any information from them today. Yet, Lin Chuan's actions drew the attention of Li Jintong, for reasons he could not articulate. Li Jintong sensed something peculiar about this individual. He redirected his gaze, fixating on Lin Chuan. Oh no, this is bad. Realizing he was now under Li Jintong's scrutiny, Lin Chuan's mind raced as he contemplated how to evade disaster. Li Jintang, while I, as a guest of the Celestial Demon Sect, am willing to extend my courtesy, you must not overstep your bounds. Just as Li Jintang approached Lin Chuan, Leng Ningshuang, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally stood up with a serious expression. Simultaneously, the high-ranking members of the Celestial Demon Sect rose to their feet, each one fixated on Li Jintang. It was evident that he had indeed gone too far. What was initially meant to be a mere inquiry had escalated to a situation that felt rather oppressive. Confronted by the suddenly incensed leaders of the Celestial Demon Sect, Li Jintang's gaze sharpened. This incident potentially involved an unknown pseudo-emperor of the sealed titles. If he did not investigate thoroughly, he would be unable to find peace. He held no fear of the Celestial Demon Sect, yet the current situation was intricate, and recklessly making enemies was decidedly unwise. For a moment, he remained silent, contemplating how to resolve the matter. Trouble has arisen, brotherly. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Li Jintang's mind. Li Jintang's gaze abruptly shifted towards the elderly Baiku, who sat nearby. He had just received news that the individuals from Fanyin Temple and Tianyin Temple were convening at the Luyun sect. It seemed that their intentions were far from benevolent. Upon hearing this news, Li Jintang's expression darkened. He had barely arrived at the demon sect when the righteous factions were already organizing a gathering in close proximity. What could this signify? Were they plotting against him? The suddenness of the situation left Li Jintang utterly perplexed regarding the adversary's intentions. Therefore, it was imperative that he refrain from openly confronting the demon sect at this juncture. Given the ambiguity of the circumstances, it would be prudent to withdraw temporarily, allowing for a clearer understanding of the situation before formulating a strategy. Suddenly, Li Jintang donned a smile, clasping his fist as he said, I apologize. It seems I have been overly anxious and somewhat abrupt. Do not take offense, everyone. The sudden change in Li Jintang left the senior members of the Tianma sect momentarily bewildered. They had prepared themselves for a confrontation, yet to their astonishment, he opted for retreat. Was he intimidated by the Tianma sect? Clearly not. There must have been some other significant development. Otherwise, how could this old fellow's attitude have shifted so dramatically? Nevertheless, since Li chose to seek peace, it was indeed a fortunate turn of events. After all, the current strength of the Tianma sect was rather inadequate. Since Senior Li had inquired into the matters he needed to, we shall not impose upon him further. Cold Ningshuang's address was marked by respect, yet her tone was hardly benevolent. Li Jintang paid little mind to her words, merely nodding to the few companions he had brought along before turning to leave. Clearly, there was no need for the Tianma sect to issue an eviction. He was determined to depart without delay. As for investigating the enigmatic pseudo-emperor, he merely suspected that Lin Chuan and his associates held some information. Such suspicion alone was insufficient to warrant significant sacrifice on his part. Once Li Jintang and his entourage had departed, Lin Chuan leisurely rose from the ground, nonchalantly wiping his nose on Wei Wuyang's skirt. My apologies, esteemed elder. You'll have to wash this skirt yourself. With Li Jintang gone, Lin Chuan immediately reverted to his true nature, prompting Wei Wuyang to realize his earlier display of timidity had been feigned. However, recalling how he had clutched her thigh, weeping and using her skirt to wipe his nose, her expression shifted dramatically, alternating between pale and flushed, clearly infuriated. Wei Wuyang pointed at Lin Chuan, momentarily at a loss for words, before ultimately tossing her hand dismissively and returning home to wash her skirt. As she departed, Lin Chuan couldn't help but grin. Today had indeed been perilous. He had not anticipated that the old man Li Jintang would be so difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the old hag had come through for him. Otherwise, he would have truly been in a precarious situation. Lin Chuan murmured to himself, just as he mentally praised Leng Ningshuang. He noticed her approaching with a mischievous expression. Everyone else can leave. You, come with me, Leng Ningshuang instructed Wu Niaming and the others to return, signaling for Lin Chuan to follow her. In response, Lin Chuan winked at the others and leisurely accompanied Leng Ningshuang. Having narrowly escaped a calamity and avoided embarrassing the sect in front of so many, he thought he surely deserved to be expelled. He chuckled to himself at the thought of life without the old hag. It was a tantalizing prospect. Before reaching their destination, Lin Chuan's imagination soared as he envisioned the carefree life that awaited him after being cast out from the sect. He fantasized about finding a serene place to live in seclusion, free from the fears of sect conflicts and violence. The thought of such a comfortable existence made him involuntarily burst into laughter. Leng Ningshuang, walking ahead, felt a surge of frustration upon hearing Lin Chuan's thoughts. Why did this fellow persistently contemplate fleeing the sect? Was it truly because she had been too harsh on him? Alas! Lin Chuan staggered and unexpectedly collided with Leng Ningshuang. Unmoved, Leng Ningshuang remained steadfast as Lin Chuan stumbled back a couple of steps. Master, why have you halted? Lin Chuan scratched his head, anxious that his earlier thoughts might have been discerned. However, Leng Ningshuang paid little heed to such trivialities. Her mind was preoccupied with devising ways to retain Lin Chuan, compelling him to willingly remain within the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yet, she currently found no effective means to achieve this, and a more pressing matter occupied her thoughts. Speak. What is the matter? Upon hearing this inquiry from Leng Ningshuang, Lin Chuan mistakenly believed she was referring to his recent embarrassment of the sect, a matter of great consequence regarding his potential expulsion. He immediately launched into an enthusiastic explanation. Master, you know me well. I have always been timid, easily frightened. Enough. Do not presume I am unaware of your little schemes. Leng Ningshuang interrupted before Lin Chuan could continue his performance. I shall hold you accountable for this matter later. For now, I wish to discuss the Great Marsh Illusion. Is it the Great Marsh Illusion? Lin Chuan, momentarily interrupted in his spell casting, took a moment to comprehend the situation, but soon realized that Leng Ningshuang must have surmised something. What could possibly be amiss in the Great Marsh Illusion? We have been successfully evading trouble, remaining blissfully unaware. Noticing Lin Chuan's silence, a sense of unease welled up within Leng Ningshuang. Ever since the incident at the inn, Lin Chuan standing in her heart had transformed into something rather extraordinary. Yet, Lin Chuan continued to refer to her as the old witch in his mind, while still harboring numerous secrets from her. Will you speak or not? As she recalled those events, Leng Ningshuang felt a sense of grievance rising within her, causing her tone to intensify. Lin Chuan was taken aback by the sudden outburst. What has this old witch lost her mind over now? Upon hearing Lin Chuan refer to her as an old witch in his mind, Leng Ningshuang's anger intensified. She seized Lin Chuan by the ear, exclaiming, So you think I'm an old witch, do you? I'll make you call me that. While tugging at Lin Chuan's ear, she spun him around. The latter, tears welling in his eyes, cried out for mercy. Sister, I was wrong. I was wrong. Although he feigned submission, a sudden alarm surged in Lin Chuan's heart. What just happened? Did I inadvertently say that aloud? It seems not. But how did this old witch hear it? Could it be that she truly possesses the ability to read minds? Realizing that her ability to hear Lin Chuan's thoughts was on the verge of being exposed, Leng Ningshuang quickly regained her composure. She could not allow him to discover this. Otherwise, in the future, he might conceal matters from her even more. Moreover, he might even choose to avoid her altogether. This was certainly not the outcome Leng Ningshuang wished to witness. You need not conceal the matter regarding the Great Marsh Illusion from me. Even if you don't speak of it, can I inquire with Wu Niaming and the others? She swiftly shifted the topic, wary of allowing Lin Chuan to ponder further. Indeed, Lin Chuan's attention was immediately diverted to this new subject. He was well aware that Leng Ningshuang's assertion held merit. Although Wu Niaming listened to him to some extent, her loyalty to the sect was evidently paramount. As the sect leader, Leng Ningshuang would certainly not be kept in the dark. Yet, upon reflection, even if Leng Ningshuang learned of this matter, it would merely mean one more person was aware. It would not bear significant consequences. After all, Leng Ningshuang was arguably more deserving of Lin Chuan's trust than several other disciples of the sect. Very well, I shall tell you. Lin Chuan shrugged and began to recount the events that transpired in the Great Marsh Illusion. That is roughly how it went. After listening to Lin Chuan's narrative, Leng Ningshuang regarded him with a look of skepticism, clearly unconvinced. Are you saying that you killed those 3,000 cultivators? That valley was also your handiwork? Lin Chuan nodded. Otherwise, upon receiving an affirmative response, Leng Ningshuang found herself momentarily unable to digest the news. She was genuinely skeptical. However, if Lin Chuan were merely boasting, a simple inquiry to Wu Niaming would surely expose the truth. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that Lin Chuan was not exaggerating. Yet therein lay the conundrum. She was aware of the circumstances surrounding the Great Zhe illusion. Even she could not achieve what Lin Chuan had purportedly accomplished. How could he, having just ascended to the heavenly sage rank, accomplish feats beyond her own capabilities? The only plausible explanation was that Lin Chuan harbored numerous secrets. Just how many secrets do you conceal, my dear? Leng Ningshuang gazed intently at Lin Chuan, her eyes seeming to strip him bare. Although she was curious about his mysteries, she would not press him for answers. She merely hoped that one day, he would voluntarily share them with her. Such was the situation. Lin Chuan chose to remain silent regarding his secrets. After all, who would comprehend the intricacies of a system? Moreover, discussing them could attract unwanted attention, potentially endangering his life. Was that not a perilous gamble? Nonetheless, he felt a profound sense of gratitude towards the sect master for today's events. He deeply appreciated Leng Ningshuang's protection. Without her intervention, he might have already been interrogated by Li Shintang. I merely did what was necessary. Leng Ningshuang's cheeks flushed slightly at his unexpected gratitude. He had never shown her such tenderness before. You are the holy son of the sect when faced with challenges. It is my duty as the sect master to stand by you. Lin Chuan understood that had it been any of the other elders, they might have similarly come to his aid. Regardless of their motives, he had indeed received a significant favor. Thus, his gratitude was heartfelt. Moreover, gratitude was not merely expressed through words. Lin Chuan had already devised a plan to reciprocate. Sect master, come with me to a certain place. Before Leng Ningshuang could react, Lin Chuan grasped her hand and soared toward the back mountain. What are we doing here? Night had fallen, and as Leng Ningshuang beheld the pitch-black forest, her delicate face flushed crimson. She had long heard tales of disciples secretly rendezvousing in the back mountain, but she never anticipated that Lin Chuan would bring her here. Was he intending to court her? No, he seemed exceedingly familiar with this place. Had he previously met other women here? A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts surged through her mind, and her expression transformed dramatically. Come, let us go to the place where I meditate in seclusion. I wish to show you something extraordinary. Lin Chuan remained oblivious to her tumultuous thoughts as he continued to lead her toward the precipice. The place where you meditate in seclusion? It suddenly occurred to Leng Ningshuang that Lin Chuan had indeed mentioned his intention to enter seclusion. At that time, she merely thought he sought to evade responsibility, however. It now seemed plausible that he might be concealing some treasure within this place. Considering Lin Chuan's familiarity with the area, it was unlikely that his presence here was merely for a romantic rendezvous with someone else, and a smile once again graced Leng Ningshuang's face. Before reaching their destination, Leng Ningshuang distinctly sensed the surrounding area brimming with an exceptionally rich spiritual energy. Does the sect possess such a treasure? How had she been oblivious to it before? Before she could fully recover from her astonishment, Lin Chuan had already escorted her to the medicinal garden at the cliff's edge. Are you ready? He inquired. For a mirage formation and a concealed aura array had previously been set up, thus the garden remained hidden from their view at this moment. What? The cold condensation was somewhat at a loss. Lin Chuan chuckled softly and withdrew the protective formation by canceling the hand seal. At that moment, the grand formation dissipated, and the mist lifted. Beneath the night sky, an array of extraordinary elixirs radiated a myriad of colors. The rich aroma of the herbs permeated the air, invigorating the senses. Just a whiff was enough to rejuvenate the spirit. This is. Leng Ningshuang could hardly believe her eyes. After a brief moment of stupor, she leaped into the center of the medicinal field. Nightmarish flowers, 1,000-threaded blood lotuses, goji berries, dragon's faith grass. My heavens, these are all 9th-grade spiritual herbs. In comparison to Wu Nanming, Leng Ningshuang was evidently much more knowledgeable. What do you think? Are these satisfactory? If the sect leader deems them worthy, I shall bestow them all upon you. Are you giving this to me? Leng Ningshuang had never been so flustered before. It was no wonder. The treasures surrounding her were so extraordinary that anyone would struggle to maintain their composure. Except for Lin Chuan, of course. He had been lounging around, receiving heavenly materials and earthly treasures as gifts from the system, blissfully unaware of their true value. I cannot accept these. After taking a deep breath, Leng Ningshuang gradually calmed her racing heart. Although she was uncertain of how Lin Chuan had acquired such exquisite spiritual herbs, she believed his innate talent was superior and that he deserved these treasures more than she did. Moreover, the very fact that he offered to bestow all these items upon her filled her with joy. Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a warm acceptance from Leng Ningshuang, yet her reaction was quite the opposite. Did she not appreciate these offerings? That seemed unlikely, considering her astonished demeanor. Originally, Lin Chuan intended to use these items to repay the favor she had done for him, but now it seemed she had no interest in them. What should he do? Perhaps you might reconsider? Just as he was about to persuade her further, Lin Chuan suddenly recalled something. He leaped into the field. carefully selecting from the abundant flora. Observing Lin Chuan's sudden foray into the fields, Leng Ningshuang was perplexed. Then she saw him approaching with a handful of blood lotus flowers. Was he planning to present her with flowers? Under the moonlight, her delicate face flushed suddenly. Just as she reached out to accept them, Lin Chuan spoke, "I almost forgot. I promised my senior sister I would bring her some flowers today." Senior sister? Wen Eming? For her. Leng Ningshuang's hand, half extended, froze in midair. A sudden gust of wind swept by, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. "Master, please reconsider these items. I must deliver flowers to my senior sister now." As Lin Chuan turned, a roar erupted from behind him. Lin Chuan. Under the moonlight, the cold, condensed frost surged with a formidable aura, casting a long shadow. Like a ravenous wolf beneath the moon, it advanced step by step, pressing closer to Lin Chuan. "Gulu." Lin Chuan swallowed hard. Bewildered by the sudden madness of the old witch, he stood his ground, clutching the bouquet tightly to his chest, paralyzed with fear. "You." The icy demeanor of cold condensation frost drew ever closer, her face nearly touching Lin Chuan's. With a fierce grip, she snatched the thousand threads blood lotus from his hand. Declaring vehemently, "Who says I don't want it? I shall take all the flowers here. They are all mine. You must not give them to anyone else." Observing cold condensation frost's frenzied expression, Lin Chuan was drenched in cold sweat. Goodness, has this old witch truly lost her mind? Upon catching Lin Chuan's unspoken thoughts, cold condensation frost nearly choked in disbelief. "What do you mean by losing one's mind? You are clearly on a date with me, yet your thoughts wander to other women. And you wish to bestow what rightfully belongs to me upon another. Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law? All of it is yours. All of it." Lin Chuan hastily declared the ownership of the medicinal garden, yet inwardly he mused, "Just moments ago, you rejected my offer. And now you are outright seizing it. Truly, a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. The ancients were not mistaken." Meanwhile, at the Flowing Cloud sect, it appeared that Li Zhentong was indeed investigating the matter of the Great Zhe illusion. This was fortuitous. Once he clarified the situation, we would also learn the identity of the culprit, allowing us to avenge our fallen disciples. The leaders and heads of various righteous sects gathered in unison. Previously, when they heard of Li Zhentong potentially allying with the demonic sects, they were taken aback. Therefore, upon receiving the invitation from Kong Ju to convene for a discussion, they promptly arrived. To their surprise, it seemed they had misinterpreted Li Zhentong's intentions, perceiving the incident as far more grave than it truly was. Clearly, the sects present were not eager for actual conflict. No one wished to step forth as cannon fodder, nor did anyone desire to be used as a pawn by other sections. As the initiator of this gathering, Kong Ju breathed a sigh of relief. It was now evident that Li Zhentong would likely refrain from overstepping his bounds for the time being. Given sufficient time, the righteous faction could indeed unite. At that point, even if Li Zhentong sought to incite war, they would no longer be apprehensive. "Master, I have just received word that Li Zhentong has gone to the ruins of the Xian Sword sect." A young acolyte approached Kong Ju and whispered, "Xian sect?" Kong Ju furrowed his brow in contemplation. Did he know what he was about to do? The young monk spoke again. "I have heard from the demonic faction that they seem to be searching for traces of a false-sealed emperor." A false-sealed emperor? Kong Ju's heart jolted. Could it be that, apart from Li Zhentong, there exists another false-sealed emperor? Recalling the events of the day's illusion and coupled with the destruction of Xianjian sect by the beast tide, Kong Ju dared not delay and immediately shared his findings with everyone, as well as his conjectures. Esteemed sect leaders, it seems that the day's illusion incident was indeed the work of an unknown recluse. Moreover, the destruction of Xianjian sect might also be connected to that individual. The sect leaders fell into deep thought as they received further messages from their subordinates. They were all aware that Li Zhentong was currently investigating an unknown false-sealed emperor. A second false-sealed emperor. Everyone present found themselves unable to maintain their composure. What a jest! The emergence of one false-sealed emperor from the demonic faction had already left them restless. Now, there was another wandering about, although they did not know who it was. It was evident that the individual capable of obliterating the righteous sect, Xianjian sect, could not possibly be a practitioner of the righteous path. Even if he did not belong to the demonic faction, he was likely not an amiable character. With the realization that Li Zhentong was scouring the world for him, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, someone stood up. Everyone knew that Li Zhentong's great-grandson had also perished in the day's illusion. Thus, that person could very well be Li Zhentong's adversary. It was likely that Li Zhentong was not seeking an alliance, but rather revenge. Upon hearing this, the sect leaders reacted accordingly. Indeed, Although this unknown recluse might be implicated in the destruction of Xinjian sect, he had also made an enemy of Li Jintang. Thus, if their side were to locate him first, would they not have the opportunity to join forces and eliminate Li Jintang? The assembly exchanged thoughts, all agreeing that it would be prudent to seek out the unknown recluse before Li Jintang did. With a rare consensus reached, the prominent figures of the Luoyuan sect began to send messages, commanding their disciples to venture forth in search of traces, ensuring they would find the individual before Li Jintang. News of the righteous path spread like wildfire, and the demonic faction was equally aware of their movements. In the Tianma sect, atop Saint's Peak, Lin Chuan had just settled onto his bed when he was abruptly pulled up by Leng Ningshuang. What is happening? Are you telling me the truth? Upon learning that Li Jintang was in pursuit of an unknown false-sealed emperor, Leng Ningshuang began to harbor doubts about Lin Chuan's words. Why would I deceive you? Lin Chuan was also taken aback upon hearing this news. How could his own actions suddenly be attributed to some unknown pseudo-imperial deity? Seeing that Lin Chuan did not appear to be lying, Leng Ningshuang grew even more perplexed. Setting aside the matters of the great martial illusion, the existence of an unknown pseudo-imperial deity remained uncertain to anyone. However, she was well aware of the situation regarding the Xinjian sect. It was clearly an endeavor initiated by herself and Lin Chuan. How could it possibly be linked to a pseudo-imperial deity? As this thought crossed her mind, Leng Ningshuang's expression suddenly shifted, as if she had recalled something significant. It is you. You are the false title of the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Chuan, rendered speechless by the piercing gaze of Leng Ningshuang as she pointed at him, replied, Have you had too much to drink? If I possessed such power, how could I have been bullied by Li Jintang? No. Leng Ningshuang reorganized her thoughts and said, That is not what I meant. What I intend to convey is that the so-called pseudo-emperor of the sealed titles they believe in might very well be you. Lin Chuan was left speechless, realizing that despite the lengthy discourse, it all circled back to him being that pseudo-emperor of the sealed titles. He was bewildered, having no inkling of when he had acquired such power. Observing Lin Chuan's continued confusion, Leng Ningshuang took a moment to calm herself and articulate her thoughts more clearly. Do you remember the jewel in the pool of heavenly demons? Yes, I remember. What of it? Lin Chuan replied, puzzled by her sudden reference to that matter. That jewel contained the power of the Emperor of the sealed titles, and you absorbed and fused with it previously. Thus, you possess a trace of that power within you. At this point, Lin Chuan began to grasp her meaning. Are you suggesting that I left traces of that power during my time in the Great Martial Illusion and the Xinjian sect? The thought sent a jolt through him. If that were the case, then Li Jintang must have already discovered it upon seeing him. Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brow and then shook her head, saying, That is precisely what I find peculiar. However, I have a theory. On that day in the Great Martial Illusion, you caused quite a commotion, and I suspect you employed numerous methods. Lin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, not concealing anything. Indeed, I exerted my utmost effort to leave no trace. Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang felt her suspicion solidify. It seems my thoughts were not unfounded. That trace of the Emperor of the Sealed Title's power would likely only be revealed when you exert an immense force. This could explain why Li Jintang did not notice anything amiss in your presence. Lin Chuan slightly nodded, stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. It seemed that was indeed the case. Though Li Jintang had been compelled to leave due to certain matters, he had already drawn attention to himself. Once he dealt with those troubles, he would surely return to seek Lin Chuan, even if he had not discerned anything previously. Who could guarantee he would not in the future? The capabilities of a pseudo-emperor of the sealed titles were beyond his imagination. This was troublesome. Being targeted by that old fellow surely spelled disaster. Perhaps I should hastily flee, find a secluded spot to hide, and maybe in due time, he would forget about me. Lin Chuan clung to his usual philosophy that survival was victory. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang, upon realizing his thoughts, fell into deep contemplation. She truly wished to keep Lin Chuan safe, but this matter concerned his very life and death. Moreover, the opponent was someone she could not withstand. Forcing Lin Chuan to stay could only lead to his detriment. Perhaps you should step outside and find a place to hide for a while. What? Upon hearing that Leng Ningshuang suggested he take some time to hide, Lin Chuan initially thought he must have misheard her. Just as he felt a surge of joy and was ready to acquiesce, a grave realization struck him. It seemed that Li Jintang's determination to find him was formidable. Would a mere period of concealment truly deter him? Moreover, if he chose to hide, would it not imply that he harbored guilt? The thought that he might provoke Li Jintang into rallying numerous sects to pursue him sent a chill down Lin Chuan's spine. Clearly, hiding was not a viable option. He needed to contemplate alternative strategies. Master, it appears that evasion is not feasible. However, I shall bear the consequences alone and ensure that the sect is not implicated, Lin Chuan declared with resolute conviction to Leng Ningshuang. His words resonated with the gravity of a man prepared to face his fate. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, causing her fists to clench tightly. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will not allow anyone to lay a finger on you. Her gaze, fierce and unwavering, revealed her readiness to fight with all her might. Flushed with embarrassment, Lin Chuan hastily cleared his throat to mask his discomfort. I can't believe this old hag cares so much for me. It seems I cannot be too handsome. The previously serious atmosphere was instantly transformed by Lin Chuan's whimsical musings. What are you thinking? Leng Ningshuang exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to his backside, her cheeks tinged with color. This rascal can never maintain decorum. Cough, it's nothing. Just a thought. Lin Chuan quickly redirected the conversation. Since hiding is futile and waiting only leads to certain demise, why shouldn't I take the initiative? At his words, Leng Ningshuang's brows furrowed in concern. Don't be foolish. Even if it were just you and me, or the entire Tianma sect, we would still be powerless against Li Jintan. Hearing her words stirred something within Lin Chuan. She had bound herself to him without hesitation, demonstrating that he was always on her mind. Despite her tendency to bully him, she consistently stood by him in times of trouble. If only her temperament were a touch more amiable, she would indeed make a fitting wife. Realizing Lin Chuan's thoughts, Leng Ningshuang felt a mix of embarrassment and delight. She pounded her small fists against his chest playfully. Who wants to be your wife? How annoying. Unprepared. Lin Chuan was suddenly struck by a torrential downpour of the fierce rain pear blossom fist, nearly causing him to spout a mouthful of old blood. Alas, even a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse, when not exerting excessive force, could be quite overwhelming. What have I done to deserve this? Lin Chuan grimaced, hastily dousing himself with a bucket of cold water in his mind. The old hag was indeed an old hag. He was nearly beguiled by her appearance. To take such a person as a wife would be tantamount to enduring 8 generations of misfortune. Cold Ningshuang also recognized her lapse in composure and quickly turned away, unwilling to meet Lin Chuan's gaze again. Lin Chuan, however, did not press the matter further. After all, he had grown somewhat accustomed to the old hag's sporadic bouts of madness. Master, let us speak, but please refrain from taking action, he called from a distance, continuing to voice his thoughts. We certainly cannot defeat Li Jintan, but he is not invincible, is he? If that is the case, then there must be hope for a resolution. With the matter at hand, cold Ningshuang reined in her thoughts. But how to resolve it? Even if he is not invincible, he cannot be dealt with by just a couple of people. Lin Chuan smiled and replied, I am aware of that. Which is why we will undoubtedly require assistance. Cold Ningshuang nodded slightly. Assistance? There are few sects that maintain good relations with my Heavenly Demon Sect that possess Heavenly Emperor-level experts. Moreover, even among those allied sects, it is unlikely any would wish to offend a pseudo-emperor. At this, Lin Chuan grinned, revealing a rather unsettling smile. I certainly do not expect those fellows to lend a hand. It is worth noting that I am not the only one with grievances against Li Jintan. If we are to stir the pot, we must involve those righteous fellows. You intend to draw the ire of the righteous cultivators upon yourselves? Cold Ningshuang furrowed her brow. But they are not fools. This matter will not be so easily handled. While conversing with Cold Ningshuang, Lin Chuan's thoughts raced, already devising a plan. The righteous sect members were indeed not dim-witted. However, they were currently in a state of panic, faced with both Li Jintan and an unknown pseudo-emperor. The righteous faction was undoubtedly losing sleep over this. As long as they were in disarray, there would be an opportunity to strike. This matter was indeed challenging, yet the wise man has his own clever schemes. I should still be able to manage it. Lin Chuan retrieved a pill from his bosom. He had never anticipated that the illusionary transformation pill, which he had previously deemed useless, would prove to be of value in such a critical moment. What is this? Leng Ningshuang gazed at the elixir in his hand, somewhat perplexed. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for elaborate explanations. Lin Chuan regarded Leng Ningshuang earnestly and said, Sect Master, I have a request of utmost importance. It pertains to the success or failure of my entire plan. Observing his grave demeanor, Leng Ningshuang felt compelled to take him seriously. What is it that you need me to do? I need you to dispatch messengers to the major demonic sects immediately, spreading the word that remnants of the soul-devouring tome have been discovered in the far north. The soul-devouring codex. Cold Condensation Frost was taken aback by this name. But upon seeing the mischievous grin on Lin Chuan's face, she immediately realized that this was likely a part of his scheme. and that he had certainly not genuinely discovered a fragment of the text. Are you intending to lure the practitioners of the demonic path over there? Cold condensation Frost inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, Lin Chuan nodded. The soul-eating magic classic is one of the most formidable tomes of dark arts. Anyone who practices demonic techniques is well aware of its existence, and it is an object of desire that haunts their dreams. Of course, this is only true for those who have not yet ascended to the rank of a titled emperor or grasped the power of such a title. After all, the soul-eating magic classic is merely a potent cultivation method, and reaching its zenith equates to becoming a titled emperor. Consequently, those of such stature would naturally be indifferent to it. Those who have comprehended the strength of a titled emperor no longer require such relics. The dissemination of news regarding the fragments of the soul-eating magic classic is bound to attract various demonic sects in search of it. As for the righteous sects, due to their differing cultivation methods, treasures of the dark arts are regarded as mere refuse in their hands, thereby rendering them unlikely to compete for it. At this point, Lin Chuan's intentions have become quite apparent: to divert a multitude of dark practitioners while orchestrating an assault by the righteous cultivators on Li Jinting, thereby preventing any interference during the siege. Leng Ningshuang has also surmised Lin Chuan's plan, though she remains filled with uncertainties. I guarantee this will be executed well. But the righteous crowd may not necessarily align with your intentions. Lin Chuan is well aware of this and has made preparations accordingly. Leave the other matters to me. I entrust everything on the dark side to you, Sect Master. Lin Chuan raised the illusory form pill in his hand, indicating that it plays a crucial role in his strategy. Leng Ningshuang refrained from probing further. Now that Lin Chuan has entrusted her with the task of diverting the attention of the dark practitioners, her focus must be on maximizing the efficacy of this endeavor. Spreading rumors about the soul-eating magic classic is not as simple as mere words convincing others. Executing this task is far more complex than it appears. As Leng Ningshuang began to arrange the rumors, Lin Chuan entered the main hall of the summit. Approaching the main seat, he ran his hand over the heavy wooden chair. Alas, this illusory form pill must be consumed in conjunction with something that has been touched by the target. Am I truly expected to consume this chair? Lin Chuan pondered for a moment, concluding that as long as he had touched the object, it would suffice. Thus, he decided to strip the leather from the armrest of the chair he had contacted. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan wielded a superb spiritual treasure flying dagger and peeled away the surface of the armrest. Having obtained the material, he did not rush to utilize it, but instead turned towards the precipice in the rear mountain. This plan required not only the assistance of cold condensation Frost, but also the cooperation of the Imperial Wolf. Almost everyone in both the righteous and demonic factions was aware that an Imperial Wolf had appeared within the vast illusionary realm. It had been present during the annihilation of the Shenzhen sect, and now all were convinced that an unknown pseudo-Imperial Emperor existed, appearing alongside the Imperial Wolf in the same two locations. A little deduction would reveal that this enigmatic pseudo-Imperial Emperor was likely connected to the Imperial Wolf. As long as the Imperial Wolf were to roam about, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of many. However, the majority of those attracted would be righteous cultivators, for the demonic faction was likely preoccupied with the elusive soul-devouring demon tome. Moreover, there was another reason for soliciting the Imperial Wolf's assistance: to guard against the possibility of Li Jinting also pursuing the soul-devouring demon tome. Lin Chuan would then be left watching the righteous cultivators in vain. Yet, he believed that once Li Jinting learned of the Imperial Wolf's appearance, he would surely disregard the matter of the soul-devouring demon tome, for the Imperial Wolf might be linked to the unknown pseudo-Imperial Emperor. The gravity of the situation was clear. Deploying the Imperial Wolf would not only keep Li Jinting occupied but also attract countless righteous cultivators, a strategy that could yield double benefits. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan remained cautious. As a pseudo-Imperial Emperor, Li Jinting might not be able to contend with thousands of righteous cultivators. But if he chose to flee, no one could detain him. This was not the outcome Lin Chuan desired. As long as Li Jinting lived, he would never find peace. Thus, the final piece of Lin Chuan's plan was the phantom shape pill previously rewarded by the system. In his estimation, relying solely on righteous cultivators would inevitably prove insufficient to resolve the threat posed by Li Jinting. Therefore, he required more assistance. The demonic faction was entirely disregarded, leaving only the numerous ferocious beasts hidden deep within the mountains. The first to come to mind were the two soul-scale armored beasts that had previously decimated the Shenzhen sect. Lin Chuan had witnessed their ferocity firsthand. Faced with two pinnacle-level beasts, what could a pseudo-Imperial Emperor do? With such an arrangement in place, Lin Chuan doubted that Li Jinting could escape unscathed. Brother Wolf, could you lend a hand? Lin Chuan smiled as he stood beside the Imperial Wolf. The Imperial Wolf yawned and shook its head, making it evident that it anticipated no good outcome. With a soft whimper, Lin Chuan, seeing its reluctance, retrieved 2 8th-grade beast cores and tossed them into the air, wearing an expression of regret. Alas, my journey ahead is fraught with uncertainty. It seems that Brother Wolf's future meals are in jeopardy. Upon hearing that its future sustenance was at stake, the Emperor Wolf could no longer remain composed. In a swift motion, it snatched the beast cores from Lin Chuan's hand and rested a paw upon his shoulder. Alas, the expression seemed to convey, "Brother, your affairs are my affairs. The issue of sustenance rests upon your shoulders." Lin Chuan chuckled heartily. "Fear not, Wolf brother. Once our endeavor succeeds, the inner elixir shall be plentiful." Shortly thereafter, after sharing his plans with the Sovereign Wolf, the duo ambled along, linking arms, their demeanor rather unsavory. The task assigned to the Sovereign Wolf was, in truth, quite straightforward: to make an appearance before numerous righteous cultivators. Regardless of whether he could withstand their might, the mere act of drawing attention would suffice for a swift retreat. Once the Sovereign Wolf was known to be present, there would be no concern over the absence of Li Jintang. On the contrary, it would be essential for the Sovereign Wolf to lure Li Jintang to the predetermined location. With each party aware of their roles, they departed from the Heavenly Demon Sect, each pursuing their respective objectives. Along the way, Lin Chuan retrieved a phantom transformation pill and a piece of leather from a chair. With a wry smile, he stuffed it into his mouth. What choice did he have? Who could tell if consuming too little would yield any effect? He might as well consider it dried beef. Crunch, crunch. The wooden skin cracked loudly under his bite. Were it not for Lin Chuan's celestial-grade prowess, he would likely be spitting blood by now. Gulu. After laboriously swallowing the bark and elixir, Lin Chuan steadied his mind to sense the changes within. A warm current flowed through his entire being, followed by a sudden thump in his chest. In just a few breaths, all unusual sensations dissipated entirely. Is this it? He retrieved a mirror and gazed into it, discovering that he had indeed transformed into the visage of Li Jintang. A dense aura of bloodlust emanated from him, startling all living beings within 100 meters to retreat in fear. This was merely in a retracted state, yet it exuded such terrifying might, truly deserving of the title of a pseudo-imperial deity. However, Lin Chuan could distinctly sense that this was merely a facade of power. At most, it could be likened to a sheep cloaked in wolf's skin. In a genuine confrontation, it would provide no assistance whatsoever. Moreover, Lin Chuan realized that within this day, he could seemingly switch between the forms of Li Jintang and his original self at will, without any limitation on frequency. This was indeed a fortuitous revelation for Lin Chuan. At least, this meant that the process of concealing his identity after completing his tasks would be significantly simplified. On his journey towards the territory of the soul-scale beasts, Lin Chuan overheard several groups of demonic cultivators engaged in discussions regarding the soul-devouring magic tome. It appeared that the progress on Leng Ningshuang's end was quite promising. Simultaneously, he noted that righteous cultivators were also heading in the same direction, indicating that the situation with the Emperor Wolf was also progressing favorably. Now was the moment for him to showcase his prowess. Charging into the Shifang Mountains, Lin Chuan swiftly pinpointed the domain of the 2 soul-scale beasts. Channeling his spiritual energy, he transformed in the blink of an eye into the form of Li Jintang, his entire presence resonating with the same formidable aura. With a deep breath, Lin Chuan adjusted himself before soaring into the sky. "You beasts! Today, I shall act as the harbinger of justice and obliterate your lair." In a bid to amplify his presence, Lin Chuan infused his voice with spiritual energy. Waves of sound rippled through the air, causing the surrounding flora to sway in response. "Cowardly wretches! Come forth and meet your demise," he continued to bellow. The 9th-tier ferocious beasts could comprehend human speech, and Lin Chuan's crude insults were likely intolerable to any creature with a semblance of pride. Feeling that mere taunts were insufficient, Lin Chuan summoned forth a dozen exquisite spiritual weapons, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the tranquil mountainside. In mere moments, the landscape within a radius of dozens of miles was left utterly unrecognizable. At that moment, 2 terrifying roars echoed from the distance. Boom! The earth trembled as distant birds and beasts scattered in panic. It was far more terrifying than Lin Chuan's previous bombardment. Goodness, this is truly enraged. I observed 2 crimson-eyed soul-scale beasts charging towards me with incredible speed. Lin Chuan did not hesitate in the slightest. He swiftly turned and dashed towards the route agreed upon with the King Wolf. Fortunately, I possess the skill to traverse distances in an instant. And these 2 creatures also have their weaknesses in speed. Otherwise, as Lin Chuan reveled in his fortunate escape, He suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from behind him. He turned around, and a wave of terror surged through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In a frantic attempt to evade, he narrowly dodged a colossal beam of laser that obliterated his afterimage. Good heavens! Must it be so exaggerated? Upon witnessing the enraged soul-scale armor beast, Lin Chuan felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Was it truly necessary to go to such extremes merely because he had uttered a few words of disdain? He silently pondered, yet he empathized with the creature. After all, he had not only insulted the beast but had also wreaked havoc upon its dwelling. Just imagine if someone barged into your home, hurling insults while demolishing your meticulously decorated space into ruins. Who could possibly remain calm in such a situation? It would be mild if one did not devour the intruder on the spot. As he lamented, another beam of laser, as thick as a barrel, shot toward him from behind. In a flash, Lin Chuan utilized his agile techniques to evade once more, narrowly escaping yet another attack. The overwhelming power of a peak 9th-level beast was indeed formidable. From those two beams of laser, Lin Chuan distinctly sensed an annihilating force. He was certain that even a master at the level of the Heavenly Emperor would leave no trace of their existence if struck by that laser. How audacious! As Lin Chuan fled at breakneck speed, he suddenly heard a furious roar ahead. Following that, a mocking howl echoed through the air. It seemed to taunt. Come at me if you dare. If I do not slay you today, I am unworthy of my humanity. Clearly, the pursuer was in a fit of rage, teetering on the brink of madness. Lin Chuan felt a surge of exasperation. What on earth had that wolf cub done to provoke Li Jintong to such an extent? Roar! Another beam of laser swept by, and Lin Chuan barely avoided being hit due to a momentary lapse in focus. He remained oblivious to the fact that his actions were not much better than those of the Imperial Wolf. After dashing forward for a short distance, Lin Chuan finally spotted the Imperial Wolf and immediately reverted to his original form, donning a top-tier spiritual treasure that concealed his presence. Come quickly! Lin Chuan beckoned the Emperor Wolf to diminish in size and join him. The latter, without needing Lin Chuan's prompt, had already transformed into a palm-sized form and rushed into his embrace. Once the man and wolf reunited, Lin Chuan dared not linger for a moment. He immediately altered their course, fleeing towards the direction where the soul-scaled armor beast and Li Jintong were engaged. Initially, the spiritual treasure that concealed his presence was insufficient to evade the pursuit of Li Jintong and the soul-scaled armor beast. However, both adversaries were now in a state of furious confrontation, having collided with one another. Li Jintong, faced with this unexpected new opponent, could not afford to be careless. His focus entirely directed towards the soul-scaled armor beast. Moreover, since Lin Chuan had previously disguised himself as Li Jintong, coupled with their identical aura, the two soul-scaled armor beasts continued to perceive Li Jintong as their target. As both sides became ensnared in a standoff, Lin Chuan seized the opportunity to slip away. Roar! The soul-severing scale beast unleashed another beam of laser towards Li Jintong. In response, Li Jintong radiated a brilliant aura of blood, causing the vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters to wither completely, instantaneously transforming the area into a desolate wasteland. Drink! With his thunderous shout, the seemingly unstoppable laser, as perceived by Lin Chuan, was astonishingly withstood by Li Jintong. By heavens! Lin Chuan exclaimed, astounded by the display before him. He was well aware of Li Jintong's formidable prowess, yet he never anticipated such extraordinary might. It was not only Lin Chuan who was taken aback. The two soul-scale armor beasts were equally startled. They had never encountered anything capable of withstanding their lasers. Although they were momentarily shocked, the fierce beasts did not harbor any fear towards Li Jintong. In the grand scheme of their numerous offensive capabilities, the lethality of the lasers could at best be categorized as moderate. When it came to actual combat, they had never feared anyone. With a heavy exhalation, Li Jintong braced himself against a searing laser, his entire being surging with vitality. As he turned his gaze once more toward the soul-scaled armor beasts, a weighty gravity settled in his eyes. He had just discerned two formidable presences and faintly sensed a trace of the power of a titled celestial emperor. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the Emperor Wolf he had been tracking vanished into thin air. He contemplated unleashing his spiritual awareness to search, but was met instead by the wrathful charge of the two soul-scaled armor beasts. Thus, he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence, let alone divert his attention to seek the whereabouts of the Emperor Wolf. Could that fiend be lurking nearby? A shadow of the faint celestial emperor aura gripped Li Jintong's countenance with a somber hue. The disappearance of the emperor wolf in this vicinity suggested that the formidable entity was indeed nearby. The thought of an ominous presence lying in wait compelled Li Jintang to abandon any notion of confronting the two soul-scaled armor beasts. He promptly resolved to retreat, preparing to flee. Yet, at that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Peering into the horizon, he beheld a throng of people surging toward him from the far reaches of the sky. Alas, upon realizing that the newcomers were a group of righteous cultivators, Li Jintang felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Just as he was about to turn and flee, the soul-devouring scale beast swung its tail, effectively blocking his escape route. Having destroyed my home, do they think they can simply flee? Such fortune is not easily granted. This was likely the sentiment shared by the two ferocious beasts. Upon witnessing the arrival of the righteous cultivators, Lin Chuan's heart soared with joy. Cloaked in an aura of concealment, he smeared some dirt on his face, seamlessly blending into the throng of righteous cultivators. Given that this large assembly comprised individuals from various sects, it was entirely unremarkable to find himself standing alongside unfamiliar faces. What is happening? Hadn't Li Jintang been pursuing the Emperor Wolf just moments ago? Why have two soul-scale beasts suddenly appeared? Indeed, we had also followed him in the chase for the Emperor Wolf, yet now this. Clearly, upon witnessing the soul-scale beasts, everyone found themselves somewhat bewildered. It seems we shall not locate that cultivator today. Perhaps it is better for us to withdraw. Yes, lest we provoke those soul-scale beasts. The crowd began to waver, contemplating retreat. Seeing this, Lin Chuan could no longer contain his agitation and immediately leaped forth. Look, those two soul-scale beasts appear to harbor great hostility towards Li Jintang. With Lin Chuan's booming shout, many began to take notice of this development. Indeed, this is going to be quite the spectacle, the false emperor facing off against two pinnacle-level soul-scale beasts. Who do you think will prevail? Observing the crowd, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding drama, Lin Chuan cursed inwardly 1,000 times. Are you all fools? Li Jintang is a practitioner of the dark arts. He is in dire straits, and yet you do not seize the opportunity to strike. Frustrated by the ineptitude surrounding him, Lin Chuan exclaimed once more. This is a prime opportunity. When Li Jintang is under attack, we can launch a surprise assault from afar. Take advantage of his misfortune. Eradicate evil, uphold justice, Lin Chuan proclaimed, echoing the grandiloquent slogans often employed by righteous cultivators. Indeed, the power of such a rallying cry was palpable, as voices soon joined in agreement. Eradicate evil, uphold justice. Slay Li Jintang. Slay the soul-scale beasts. Upon hearing that some were so fervent as to include the soul-scale beasts among their targets, Lin Chuan nearly stumbled in disbelief. No, no, no. This cannot be, he implored. If those two beasts redirect their wrath, you shall all face annihilation today. Fortunately, a few voices of reason emerged amidst the frenzy, chastising those reckless enough to wish harm upon the soul-scale beasts. Are you daft? The soul-scale beasts are currently restraining Li Jintang. Attacking them would be tantamount to seeking death, though a handful of imbeciles remained. It did little to dampen the fervor of the crowd. As more righteous cultivators arrived, Lin Chuan discreetly concealed himself, taking refuge nearby. Several experts at the emperor level had already made their presence known, all capable of seeing through Lin Chuan's disguise. Thus, for the sake of prudence, he opted for concealment. In the shadows, he silently observed, fervently wishing in his heart, let the battle commence. Let the battle commence. In the heart of the event, Li Jintang fixated intently on the soul-scales beast before him. He was utterly perplexed as to how he had incurred the wrath of these two formidable creatures. Their demeanor suggested a volatile disposition, with no intention of sparing him. Frustration brewed within him, and he discreetly sent a signal, hoping for the arrival of a fellow practitioner of the demonic arts to lend assistance. However, his hopes were destined to be dashed. At that very moment, a multitude of demonic cultivators had already embarked on a journey to the far northern lands, including those from his own bloodslaughter sect. The various sects of the demonic path had left behind only a minimal force to safeguard their territories. Should they divert any resources to aid him now, they would likely find themselves oblivious to the loss of their stronghold. Receive my grand sword. Li Jintang had just deflected a strike from the soul-scales beast when, without warning, a flying sword aimed directly at him from behind. His entire being surged with energy as he forcefully repelled the incoming blade. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the soul-scales beast launched a ferocious tail swipe. He barely managed to evade it, suffering a heavy blow in the process. Damn it! The soul-devouring scale beast launched relentless assaults, while a group of righteous cultivators lurked behind, seeking opportunities to strike furtively. Li Jintang, infuriated, turned pale as the blood mist enveloping him expanded at an alarming rate. In mere moments, a radius of over 1,000 meters was shrouded in its ominous embrace. Some righteous cultivators caught in proximity were engulfed by it. In an instant, those ensnared turned ghostly pale, soon withering into mere heaps of bones. Witnessing such a horrifying spectacle, the expressions of the foremost cultivators turned grim. No one had truly comprehended the extent of a pseudo-empowered emperor's might. Everyone present, including Lin Chuan and several other emperor-level righteous cultivators, held a rudimentary understanding of the pseudo-empowered emperor, perceiving it merely as a being with greater cultivation than an ordinary emperor. At most, they believed it possessed slightly enhanced defensive and offensive capabilities. However, after witnessing Li Jintang's formidable techniques today, all present grasped the terrifying essence of a pseudo-empowered emperor. It transcended mere strength, delving into the realm of certain laws. Perhaps due to the nature of his cultivation technique, the blood mist surrounding Li Jintang was further augmented. Previously, some righteous cultivators had glimpsed the eerie blood mist that accompanied him, but at that time, he was merely an emperor in ascendance, and the ferocity of the mist was but a fraction of what it is now. It could previously siphon only a portion of the vitality from plants. Yet now, merely a touch from the blood mist would reduce cultivators below the Tianzong level to nothing but bones. How utterly terrifying! In the face of such power, the strategy of overwhelming numbers became a monumental farce. Although cultivators of Tianzong level and above could barely withstand it, being ensnared within the blood mist severely suppressed their strength, rendering it exceedingly difficult to mount any effective offensive. Damn it! Li Jintang gazed at the increasing number of righteous cultivators, feeling a surge of anxiety. His blood mist was indeed formidable, yet employing such a technique demanded immense energy and could not be sustained indefinitely. If this stalemate persisted, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to escape today. Do not be afraid. Attack him with long-range methods. Someone in the crowd shouted. Others responded to his call. In an instant, the sky was suddenly filled with hundreds of flying swords. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour of arrows surged towards Li Jintang. Get lost! Li Jintang bellowed, unleashing a wave of sound that shattered the multitude of flying swords into disarray. Those who obstruct me shall perish. He commanded the blood mist to carve a path, causing the surrounding cultivators to scatter in alarm. Observing his intent to flee, the two soul-scaling armored beasts would not permit his escape. One of them, taking the lead, leapt forward and landed directly in front of him. Roar! The soul-devouring scale beast raised its massive claw and struck down with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled uncontrollably at the moment the colossal claw descended. Billowing clouds of dust obscured the vision of the onlookers. However, through their spiritual perception, it became apparent that Li Jintang had not been struck. On the contrary, he unsheathed a blood-red longsword and, with a swift thrust, plunged it deep into the crevice of the soul-scales beast's armor. Roar! The wound inflicted by the blood-red long sword was small, yet it emanated an uncanny power. A stream of energy, as fine as a strand of hair, incessantly seeped forth. It frantically infiltrated the wound of the soul-severing